appeared to be more soft-hearted, but what if he is just a normal citizen? Lee Han-soo recounted the opinions of the other two. They said normal civilians wouldn't be in this sewer. The administrative agency won't let us down. If we capture him alive, he'll definitely be executed, right? Upon hearing the word execution, Han Aos trembled in fear. He screamed out in panic, "Let's make a deal. If you guys let me go, I will give you information." Lee Han-soo asked back with a look of surprise. Information? His face became more terrifying than ever, his voice dropping low as a warning. "Don't trick us." Han Aos immediately shut his mouth tight. "I won't. If you catch that bitch, you guys will get a lot of money." Realizing this was useful information, Lee Han-soo immediately asked, "Who?" Han Aos confessed earnestly, "Those bitches stole my hiding spot. I am certain they used dark magic." He began to present the story more coherently. There was a pile of corpses accompanying her, but they were different from the undead in the labyrinth. Therefore, if you hand her over to the authorities, I believe you will get a pile of money. Catching me won't get you much. Lee Han-soo realized who he was talking about and silently cursed. Damn it, is it her? The priest of Karun. Erwin sensed the tension from him, and Misha Karlstein spoke up. Bjorn, what now? Lee Han-soo immediately proposed a solution. If it really is her, we cannot let her roam free.
That woman has a grudge against us. Back in the third-floor labyrinth, she nearly killed us all. I want to verify if she is down in this sewer. What does everyone think? Rot Miller, Hikru Murat, and Misha Karlstein all enthusiastically agreed in unison. Let's drag her into the light and catch her. Of course, there will be more money involved. Only John Millett seemed to disagree. I don't think we should put ourselves in danger, but if everyone is going, I have to go too. After receiving everyone's consensus, Han-soo made the decision. So you accept it then. Let's complete the mission in this sewer first. 30 minutes later, after tying Han Aos tightly with a long rope, Han-soo grabbed the end of the rope and ordered, "Lead the way." He had no choice but to obey. This place isn't on the map, so stay close. Han-soo walked while scanning the surroundings and spoke up. The terrain here is very complex. There are many hiding spots. Why were you in such an easily discovered place? Han Aos replied with hesitation. I was looking for a new spot because of that bitch, but before I could find one, I ran into you guys. Han-soo silently reached a firm conclusion. So it was just bad luck. After walking for a while, he spoke up. We're here. The group immediately lowered their voices, whispering to each other. We should speak quietly from now on. I'm starting to get worried. Han-soo approached Han Aos and questioned, Hey, is there any other exit? He replied quickly, This is the only way in and out. Han-soo smiled with excitement. Really? Then we can show her what justice looks like. With that thought, Han-soo ordered, You go first.
Han Aos immediately reiterated the deal. If she is indeed the woman you are looking for, you must release me. He instantly replied in agreement. Fine. Witnessing the sight of corpses lying scattered on the ground, Han Aos plied out in horror. What is this? Han-soo immediately issued an order. Silence. Moving forward, the moment Han-soo stepped in, abnormal markings appeared beneath his feet, and he instantly realized something was amiss. Damn it, did she set a trap? Han-soo hurriedly turned around and shouted the command. Fall back, everyone. However, Han Aos was too late. He had fallen into her trap. That was the call of the evil god. Once activated, hundreds of spirits would rush towards a designated target. This was a type of pre-arranged curse trap skill, and maximum HP would decrease each time one was attacked by a spirit.
Elsewhere, someone hearing this noise also began to act. Eliza Valerne stood up with a look of anxiety. She muttered to herself, The evil god's call has appeared. Is it the people inside the temple? She was not resigned in the slightest. Tightening her grip on the necklace around her neck, she thought, I still haven't found the entrance to the underground city. Immediately after, she made a decision. Sacrifice the tribute. Eliza Valerne kept whispering those words. Sacrifice, tribute, I need a tribute, sacrifice. Then I will show you the way. In another corner, notifications continuously popped up. Venerable player, 120 people have appeared. Resistance to the dark influence has exceeded the tolerance threshold. Trait efficiency decreases by 30%, and the character's maximum vitality temporarily decreases by 29%. Lee Han-soo hurriedly coiled the rope with both hands, holding tight to Han Aos's corpse, while the others called out anxiously, Bjorn, are you okay?
Lee Han-soo exhaled laboriously and replied, I'm fine. Damn it, I almost died back there. Lee Han-soo turned his head toward them and asked, Is everyone okay? Bjorn immediately answered, No problem, we're all fine. He looked at Han Aos, who had been drained of all vitality, leaving only a dry skeleton, and blurted out, But it seems he's dead. Lee Han-soo immediately let go of the body, his voice tinged with disgust. It's a good thing we let him scout the path for us first. Misha Karlstein shared a similar sentiment. It looks so gross. Hikru Murat also exclaimed, That's right. Lee Han-soo thought to himself, I probably would have lost my life if not for him. They continued, Let's keep going, everyone. Wait a moment. Hikru Murat bent down and picked something up. He spoke with excitement. I know this. He has an ID. Let's see. It seems his name is Han Aos. This statement struck Lee Han-soo's ears like a heavy blow, while the others burst into laughter. They happily decided, We can take this to the administration office as evidence. In contrast, Lee Han-soo's face darkened slightly. He thought, damn, I have a bad feeling about this. At Ratna's hidden basement, looking at the well-equipped room, the group couldn't help but exclaim, she arranged this place quite well, but it seems she's not here. Inside the dark room, the only light source came from a burning candle. Bjorn observed the surroundings before responding. That's right, the person we saw isn't here. Lee Han-soo's expression didn't relax. He cautioned carefully, don't lower your guard. She might be hiding around here. The staff in Dwaki's hand seemed to behave unusually. He brought it closer to the ground. I can sense a bit of magic power here. I think something is hidden underneath. Lee Han-soo replied simply, got it. A few seconds later, the armor on his body was quickly removed, leaving everyone astonished by this action.
What are you doing? Han-soo raised the giant mace high, preparing to strike down, and said, smashing the floor, what else? Hikrid Marat exclaimed in astonishment, what? Dwaki also hurriedly intervened. Wait, Bjorn, you can't do it by smashing like that. Han-soo completely ignored their objections. Can't be done? I don't care. Active skill Gigantification rank A activated. The character's physique increased in size, simultaneously raising the aggro value and body stats. Han-soo exerted all his strength and struck down hard. He silently resolved in his heart, if I can't destroy it with this incredible power, it just means I haven't used all my strength yet. All four of them stared in wide-eyed amazement at Han-soo's terrifying power. Everyone watched in silence as he landed blow after blow on the ground until it began to crack. Han-soo muttered to himself, of course, there are rules that don't apply to monsters. A basement was revealed as soon as the floor layer was broken by him. The group approached to observe. Misha Karstein spoke up. It actually broke.
Hikrat Murat found this hard to believe. Dwalki, didn't you say this wasn't feasible? Dwalki showed no less astonishment. Well, I wasn't sure either. Erwin, who had been scouting all this time, also spoke up. Bjorn, I can smell that woman. However, I don't smell anything else besides her, so I think it would be better for us to check it out. Han-soo made his conjecture. His sixth sense didn't detect anything disadvantageous to him, but caution was still needed. He suddenly approached the tunnel entrance and called out, is that so? Then let's go. The scene shifts. A soldier was running and panting heavily, appearing as if a grave incident had just occurred. At the underground city of Noark, immediately upon pushing the door open, the soldier shouted loudly, Vice Captain, the gate has been destroyed. What? You mean the gate is destroyed? Is it the royal family? The soldier immediately retorted, no, it's clearly not the royal family according to the alarm from above. The soldier quickly explained further, that gate has been long forgotten, ever since the incident with the Church of Karoo occurred. Perhaps, the man rested his chin on his hand and replied, is it that bitch priestess running away in there? We need to check it. Suddenly he smirked, turned to look at Ame beside him and said, Ame, I think you can handle this smoothly. All right, I will go there. He uttered a satisfied sentence. Good, I will go with you. Inside that dark tunnel, the voices of the group echoed continuously. Another path? I didn't think there would be such a complex road system beneath the gate. Hikrod, do you know what this place is? Not every dwarf is an architectural expert. Dwalki, what do you think? You're a mage after all. Dwalki immediately waved his hands repeatedly to deny it.
Do you think a mage knows everything? Is there any reason for the ancients to build such a massive structure underground like this? Misha Karlstein pouted, looking at him, and replied, I couldn't figure anything out either, but I thought you would know something. Didn't you say you've been reading a lot of books lately? Rot Miller replied with a confused look. That was to learn new magic. Suddenly, Bjorn raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Wait a moment. That woman's scent has suddenly become stronger. This isn't just a lingering scent. From deep within the dark cellar, streams of dark aura ceaselessly spread outwards.
I recognize that with my keen senses. I'm sure she will approach us soon. Elsewhere, Aisha Vithania was stepping step by step into a mysterious dark tunnel. The deeper she went, the more evident the panic on her face became. What the hell is this place? Why is this path emerging from the darkness? A grotesque laughter rang out. Aisha froze, fear rising in her heart. This was the laughter of the evil god. The laughter echoed ceaselessly, sounding incredibly gruesome. Aisha thought to herself, that laughter always appeared whenever she was in trouble. Are those damned things in this temple coming again? Realizing the instability of the situation, she immediately turned and ran. I must escape. A voice shouted from the distance. That scent is fading again. Chase her quickly. Aisha kept running headlong forward. The group did not stop chasing her either. We need to catch her before she runs too far. Leon, watch out. That demon bitch has set traps everywhere. Aisha immediately recognized this familiar voice. She glanced back, muttering, that voice. It's that stupid barbarian and his friends. In an instant, her expression changed completely, her whole body emitting a dark aura, roaring, terrifying words. Very well. Do you want to dig your own graves? I won't let you escape again. The gate leading to the demon realm opened, and a demon appeared instantly behind Aisha. Dark Guardian. A blade swung down. Misha Karlstein slashed a skillful stroke, then smirked.
That's exactly what I wanted to say. Witnessing the scene, Hansu silently admired. The agility elemental blessing had indeed made her significantly stronger. He didn't hesitate to voice his praise. That's right, things are different now compared to last time. Hansu rushed forward with his shield, activating active skill rank A, Feral Charge. The character's level was temporarily tripled, along with basic stats. He roared, "We've gotten a lot stronger since then, you hear? Taking you down is a piece of kick." Immediately after, Hikrod Marat also rushed up to attack. "I'm coming." Hansu utilized a lightning strike combo with maximum power. Facing a barrage of rapid-fire attacks all at once, Eliza gritted her teeth in resistance, cursing inwardly. "Damn you all!" She extended her poisonous hand. "I will kill every last one of you." Skills were cast continuously by her. Dark poison dispersion, stamina depletion, amplified pain, speed reduction. Tawaki raised his staff, a radiant aura shining forth. Grade 7 spell, Holy Light. We won't lose. All negative effects on the party members were dispelled. Tawaki asked excitedly, "How was that?" Hansu also chimed in with approval. "Excellent." A thought flashed through his mind. I just wanted him to learn a curse-breaking spell, but he went and learned a wide-area purification spell. That must have been expensive. As soon as he noticed Eliza showing signs of faltering, Hansu seized the opportunity and shouted, "Tawaki, right now!" Tawaki repeated with a confused look. "Now?" Hansu lost all patience and roared again. "Hurry up!" Hansu raised the giant mace in his hand high, preparing to bring it down before Eliza's horrified eyes. She immediately cast spirit form to become immune to physical damage, quickly dodging Hansu's blow, and spoke arrogantly.
How could I let you smash things like before? Leo Govsky used materialization. Leo Govsky used target fixation. The magic took effect. Eliza Valern's physical resistance was nullified. Eliza Valern was completely stunned by these developments. Lee Hansu immediately reached out and grabbed her by the neck. Got her. He didn't hold back at all, punching her straight into the ground. Lee Hansu unleashed a barrage of strikes without a shred of mercy, leaving the group dumbfounded. Rot Miller spoke up. "Bjorn, didn't we want to capture her alive for the bounty? Is that right?" After beating Eliza Valern until her face was unrecognizable, he tied her up, threw her over his shoulder, and said, "That's right, now let's head back." Physical attacks. John Mellett's weak magic causing paralysis. Now the head was a mashed mess, though it once belonged to Eliza. Lee Hansu immediately turned back and said, "Good job, everyone. John Mellett, take the lead." However, all of them had collapsed on the ground. Only then did he realize something was wrong. The character had been hit by the death snake's paralysis poison. With a constitution stat over 300, the poison's effect was halved. In a moment he was about to collapse, Lee Hansu cursed silently. "Damn it, I said things were going too smoothly." From the darkness, Amelia slowly appeared. Amelia's voice rang out, making Hansu's entire body tremble uncontrollably. "You've gotten stronger than before, barbarian."
His hand gripped the rope tightly, looking over in panic and stuttering. "You are—" As soon as he saw her, a thought flashed through Hansu's mind. That was the assassin girl he had met in the Deadlands during his last labyrinth run. Amelia's gaze lowered, looking downwards with a pensive expression. Then she spoke softly. Her attention immediately shifted to Karlstein, who was lying unconscious nearby. A faint smile curled on Amelia's lips, and she said, "You didn't run away because of your friend?" He stood his ground, facing her. Raising his shield to defend himself, he asked guardedly, "Why do you ask?" His words were tough, but Hansu couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. It was too terrifying. This bitch must be here because of that matter. Images of his encounter with Amelia in the past kept replaying in his mind. To ensure he wouldn't talk too much, she had spared him back then because he was just a newbie, but now that his reputation had spread far enough to earn a title, and since he had come down to the underground sewer system, she probably thought this was a good opportunity to eliminate him. Recalling that incident made Hansu's face even more terrified, sweat pouring from his forehead as he spoke up. "I kept my promise, so why did you chase me all the way here to kill me?" Hearing his words, she immediately replied, "Chase you?" John Gisei's face darkened. With cold eyes, she raised her knife and grit her teeth. "You are the one who opened this gate first and trespassed in this place, barbarian. How did you find this place?" Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel confused. Gate? Trespass? Even so, Hansu still stood opposite her, full of wariness. "I don't understand anything. Explain it simply. What is this place?" John Gisei stood still and uttered a sentence. "You came all the way here without knowing anything? Then how did you open the gate?" He looked at her blankly and asked, "If you were talking about the thing with magic on the gate leading down here up there, then I used my mace to smash it." John Gisei seemed a bit annoyed, raised her hand to rub her forehead and asked, "You smashed it?" Hansu immediately replied quickly, "Is there a problem?" Then she glanced down at the girl with the deformed face lying on the ground and asked, "No, but why did you break it to come down here?"
He did not hesitate to retort, "Because this witch bitch came down here to hide." Zalat did not take her eyes off the girl and said sternly, "That is the priestess of Karui who is wanted." Hearing her say that, Hansu immediately felt relieved. She knew her, so that was good. So everything is clear now, right? Zalat immediately replied, that's right. Taking this opportunity, he shouldered his greatsword, planning to find a way to escape. Then we'll be going. You don't need to give us the potion. I can find a way myself. Not letting Hansu finish his sentence, she interrupted him. Stop right there. Since you have found this place, I cannot let you go that easily. Realizing Zalat had no intention of letting him off, fear became more apparent on his face. Even if I swear not to tell anyone about it, is that not enough? Her expression returned to the gloomy look from before. She raised her knife threateningly. It is not like before now. Hansu silently gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I knew she wouldn't let me go. A long while later, a piece of iron armor was thrown hard onto the ground.
All the iron equipment of the armor was removed one by one. He took off the iron helmet and placed it on the ground, an action that made Zangiz feel confused. What are you doing? Hansu raised one leg high, tightly gripping his self-defense weapon, and declared, Do you know there are 2 ways to make people angry? She felt confused by his words. What? Hansu continued speaking. The first way is to stop speaking halfway through. His voice became strange as he spoke with utter seriousness. The other way is? Zangiz stared at Hansu, her eyes revealing curiosity as she exclaimed, What? Without giving her a chance to react, he decisively threw the weapon straight at Zangiz. Reflexively, she nimbly leaned to one side to dodge Hansu's attack. Taking advantage of Zangiz's distraction, he firmly grasped the shield and raised it high with power. Immediately after, the shield was thrown forcefully, spinning several times before hurtling towards her, Captain America-style shield throw. This time, Hansu's attack was aimed straight at the center of Zangiz. The weapon flew forward, and suddenly his body became surprisingly larger than hers. Hansu jumped straight up above Zangiz's head. She is unnecessarily flexible and agile. Startled, she reflexively retreated backward to dodge the attack. He landed exactly where Zangiz had just stood and stopped his foot hard. Without hesitation, Hansu reached out, and she also hurriedly retreated. Realizing his hand could not reach Zangiz, he thought to himself, as expected, she retreated just enough to dodge that move.
Then I should do something she doesn't anticipate. Immediately after, Hansu used another source of power to transform, and a terrifying burst of energy was released. Gigantification. His small hand began to swell. He rushed forward as fast as lightning and grabbed her shoulder tightly. Hansu's entire body was now twice the size of Jin Mihei. One hand pinned her down, while the other raised a fist as he declared, I finally caught you. Hansu slammed his hand down mercilessly onto Jin Mihei's small frame. Then he pulled his hand back, swung it up, and gritted his teeth to deliver another blow with all his might. Suddenly, Hansu's face froze, grimacing in discomfort. The sword in her hand suddenly emitted light. This quickly caught his attention. Sword light? Is she planning to cut off my entire arm? Then, without delay, an explosion erupted right next to Jin Mihei. The body detonated. Hansu's giant arm shattered, scattering in all directions, knocking her away. Corrosive, poisonous blood. Even so, Jin Mihei tenaciously maintained consciousness. She sprang up and swung her dagger. This stubborn bitch, attacking even amid such a mess of flesh and blood? Feeling annoyed with her, he gathered momentum and swung a leg powerfully. Then try dodging this move too. Hansu's eyes flashed unusually. His massive foot slammed sideways into Jin Mihei's body with brutal force. By now, she showed no reaction. Looking at Jin Mihei's battered face made Hansu feel jubilant. Good. He couldn't hide his expression and smiled excitedly, panting heavily as he thought, all right, I can defeat her. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out in the silent space.
Confusion invaded Hansu's mind as he turned sharply, not understanding why her voice echoed from behind him. At the same time, on the system's electronic board, a series of notifications were ceaselessly scrolling past. Amelia Sanguis had automatically activated a clone, followed by an Asura kick. Immediately, Sanguis rushed forward as fast as a ghost, leaving no trace on the ground. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance to Hansu, unleashing a kick and speaking. Since you have absorbed the vampire essence, taking this hit fully shouldn't be a problem. His face turned pale, his eyes looking up in horror at her figure hovering in midair, thinking to himself, automatic clone? Are you kidding me? Hansu remained frozen, rooted to the spot. Sanguis delivered a powerful kick, striking him directly. Immediately after, lines of notifications appeared once again on the system board. The character maintained their life thanks to a passive skill with dark attributes. The character's vitality bar will be suddenly increased thanks to the immortality effect. A moment later, the light from the helmet continued to illuminate the stakes. Her voice, filled with boredom, rang out. What a formidable regeneration ability. From above, Sanguis cast her gaze down at the injured Hansu on the ground and said, just one potion, and everything has been restored to its original state.
Including your head that fell off. He struggled to open his eyes, uttering each word with difficulty. Potion. Immediately after,
Hansu shot up in utter astonishment and asked, "Why?" She cast a disdainful look at him before speaking. "Why didn't I kill you?" "You haven't changed one bit." Amelia let out a soft sigh. She crossed her arms, her tone speaking calmly. "Your reaction is just like before. Why did you suddenly attack someone without any provocation? Most people resolve conflicts with words, don't they?" Hansu looked at her warily and asked,
"What else should I do if you intend to kill me?" Amelia looked slightly bewildered, then quickly retorted, "What makes you think I want to kill you? I let you live last time, didn't I?" Carrying a trace of fear, he looked at her and spoke. "Well, didn't you say you couldn't let me leave here so easily because I already know about this place?" Snorting, Amelia crossed her arms, feigning ignorance as she replied, "I said I couldn't let you leave so easily." Hearing those words, Hansu could only silently ponder in his head, not daring to utter a word. "It's the same thing." After a moment of silence, he asked cautiously, "So what do you intend to do?" She immediately replied, "I don't intend to kill you, so cut it out." Noticing Hansu's hand slowly moving towards his weapon, Amelia's voice rang out with irritation, causing his action to freeze. "I said cut it out." Hansu was slightly startled. He hurriedly looked away to make an excuse. "You misunderstood. I didn't intend to attack you or anything." She didn't care, simply closing her eyes slightly and cutting him off. "You were just preparing to attack me in case I changed my mind, right?" Knowing he couldn't justify it any further, he nodded in admission. "Yes, that's it." Then Hansu put on an admiring face and gave a thumbs up. The best defense is a good offense. Amelia could only sigh helplessly. He seemed a bit hesitant, his voice slowly rising into a question. "Haven't you taken a potion yet?" She held up her blood-stained hand to examine it, then replied calmly, "I can't." Hansu listened and seemed to understand. "I see." However, deep down, he began to make his own calculations. After all, there are essences that create very harmful reactions when mixed with potions. Without a word of warning, Amelia stepped forward and handed him an item.
"Anyway, take this." Hansu looked at the object blankly, filled with questions. "What is that?" The moment he received the object from her, the electronic system board lit up, a notification regarding Lethe's blessing. This was a type of potion concocted by an alchemist in Noark, the city deep underground. Once ingested, all memories from the preceding hour would completely vanish. He couldn't help but exclaim as he gazed at the tiny object in his hand. "It erases my memory? Then why didn't you use this last time?" Amelia spoke softly, "Because it's rare." In this space, the others were still lying motionless, scattered on the ground. Hansu's voice echoed once again. "But if you killed the 5 of us, you could earn tens of millions in magic stones. Why are you doing this instead of killing us?" He made her so angry she was speechless. "You—" She immediately leaned in close, looking at him with eyes filled with suspicion. "Exactly what kind of person do you think I am, huh?" Hansu felt a bit awkward. His eyes darted around wildly, his mouth stammered, while questions kept swirling in his head. "Should I tell the truth that I think she's crazy?" Suddenly, Amelia reached up to cover his mouth and instructed, "Whatever you're thinking, forget it. If you want to live, eat this." Heeding her words, Hansu immediately nodded and swallowed the thing down.
He thought this was probably better than dying, though he couldn't fully trust it yet. He looked up, trying to confirm again. "Hey, it only wipes memories, right?" Amelia placed her hands on her hips, looking down proudly, and replied, "I haven't heard of any side effects, so stop worrying and go to sleep. Or do you have another choice?" Hearing this, Hansu could only agree to comply. "No." Suddenly she spoke again with a puzzling question. "So what is the other one?" Hansu was stunned, looking up with eyes full of curiosity. "What? What is the other one?" Amelia replied quickly, "The 2 ways to make a person angry." But just at that moment, the potion began to take effect. "That is—" With his eyes groggily closing, Hansu slowly collapsed while the sentence was left unfinished. Right at that moment, a notification from the system board rang out. The blessing of Lethe is gradually integrating into the character's soul. After what seemed like a very long time, he suddenly woke up, his eyes wide with astonishment. The electronic board kept emitting sounds, repeating the same message. "Cannot grant blessing to this soul, removing the blessing from the soul." Hansu couldn't believe it. He pondered silently. "My memories." Time quietly passed until the next morning. At the administrative office, Savin spoke up. "Your ID card verification is complete."
She handed Bjorn a bag full of stones. Han Aus, the one wanted for robbery and murder. The commission fee plus the surcharge amounted to 180,000 stones. He had come straight here after stopping by the guild hall early in the morning to collect the reward. He voiced his query. "Don't I have to compensate for that broken magic tool?" Savin asked him to sign a document. "Sign here for me. I've already spoken to the higher-ups about that matter. After all, you went through a special mission this time." He rested his chin on his hand, recalling. "A special mission? Well, it was a near-death experience." Bjorn tried to visualize what happened after he passed out. "Yesterday, where I woke up was the sewer. Fortunately, my equipment was still intact. But the recording device inside was broken." He continued his train of thought.
I don't know if that crazy bitch's words were true, but none of my teammates remember anything. His contemplation continued. I heard that apparently everyone's last memory was when we were on the way to the Dark Priestess's hideout. Bjorn felt confused because his own memory remained intact. But why is my memory normal, unlike everyone else? Everyone wore a look of astonishment after waking up. It's that Dark Priestess bitch. She's dead. They were extremely confused. Why on earth did we lose our memories of what happened while she lies dead here like this? Could it be that the monster you mentioned appeared and killed her?
While the group was examining the cause of her death, John Millett began to state his hypothesis. I think it was likely caused by herself. What do you mean? 1. After the pursuit, we found this priestess and we won the battle against her. 2. We intended to take her back to the city to claim the reward. 3. On the way, she woke up and tried to pull a fast one on us, so we had to fight and kill her. The evidence is the wound on the corpse, looking like it was hit by Bjorn's mace. Hearing that, the others nodded in agreement. That's right. Moreover, I can even sense traces of my own magic power. Rot Miller couldn't hide his astonishment either, because John Millett's reasoning was relatively logical after all. Indeed, if it was the power of the evil god, it could cause people to lose their memories. Standing to the side, Old Man Hickrod burst into hearty laughter. But seeing her die like this, we definitely resolved everything in this mission satisfactorily. He reminisced. Then, after exiting the sewer,
The one waiting for us was Lala. Saven waved and called out, "Are you okay?" He couldn't help but be surprised to see her. "Saven, why are you here? Isn't it too late already? You went down there and didn't come up for so long. I was so worried I decided to look for you myself." He stroked his chin, finding it quite puzzling. "And administrative staff and a librarian? You two went together?" Saven showed visible annoyance. "What's with that look? Lala is a talented mage, you know. Don't underestimate her." Lala spoke up in a cold voice. "Just thank Saven. I was merely dragged along." He thought, "I don't know how talented she is, but she is certainly wealthy. Just look at her gear." Her cheeks blushed as she turned to ask Lala, "Hey Lala, what do you mean, dragged along? Clearly you were very worried about him." Lala looked a bit embarrassed. "Worried? Would I ever be?" she asked back. "Is that really true?" Saven and Lala questioned him about the whereabouts of the other two. "Hey Bjorn, who are these two?" These two? Before Bjorn could speak, she had already guessed.
The librarian at the library you often go to. So that's it, the librarian." He looked at her with a puzzled expression and thought to himself, what's wrong with this cat? Did she eat sour vinegar? Get jealous? He pondered for a moment. Then the figure of a knight with a greatsword on his back appeared. Balkan spoke reverently. "The evening star will guide us. The traitor Balkan has been punished. The church will never forget this contribution from everyone." He asked in confusion, "What is he saying?" He replied hesitantly, "That is..." And so a generous reward was decided. Some people started whispering to each other, "Is that the little hero Balkan? I heard he hides himself with a cloak." The girls kept whispering about his abilities. "I heard when he uses his ability, his body becomes abnormally large." They asked, "What are you guys talking about?" They kept discussing behind his back. "What are you thinking about? Oh my God, that's terrible. I heard it." Bjorn suppressed his annoyance and thought, "Hey, I'm not a monkey in a zoo." Suddenly, Savin slammed the table and shouted, "Hey, you people!" She pointed straight at their faces and growled, "Do you want to be disciplined for sexual harassment? Do you want me to report this?" Those people were embarrassed and hurriedly left. Sorry." Bjorn smiled slightly and thought, "I'll forgive you for daring to call me to this cafe and having everyone gossip about me." He stood up and said goodbye. "I'm going then. My teammates are waiting." She invited him. "Come visit the library when you're free." Savin informed him. "Lala heard she prepared something for Bjorn. Isn't that cute?" He replied, "All right, I'll stop by when I have time." "Yes, definitely." The scene shifted to Hikrid, who was laughing loudly. The two were chatting together. "No, really, don't lie, you old dwarf."
Misha burst into laughter. Who on earth is named Rick Hjonsen? Dwalki lay with his head slumped on the table. "I am the great mage Dwalki Govski. Really, there are many things you don't know. It was total chaos. The guy was dead drunk and babbling nonsense. Our lucky boy has returned. The goddess of luck is always by his side. No, you are the incarnation of luck itself." The person sitting next to him reminded him. "Hey, Hickrod, stop it." He thought about it. Actually, the reason everyone was so excited was very simple. The reward for catching that witch bitch. Everyone's eyes lit up when I saw the reward. It was 10 million stones, divided among 5 people. That's 2 million stones each, a huge sum of money. He continued his train of thought. "I had a harder time facing that female assassin afterwards. Luckily, she spared me." Bjorn tried to jog his memory. For those who didn't remember anything about it, it felt like waking up and having money fall in their heads. Misha turned and called out, "Hey, Bjorn, I have something to tell you," she continued. "Go ahead. Then listen closely." She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "The thing is, lend me your arm for a moment."
Suddenly someone asked, "Who is this? Isn't he Yondel's son?" He wondered. "You are..." Han-Os smiled and stepped forward. "Forgot my name again? It's Han. Han-Os." Bjorn turned his head to reply, "I know, I just mixed up the order a bit." He thought to himself, honestly, why are there so many Hans? Meeting these guys is usually bad luck. What the hell am I saying? He continued speaking. Anyway, Einar went out and advised me to come to the guild to look for more party members. He made an offer to Bjorn. Mind if I sit with you? He refused explicitly. No, I have nothing to say to you. I actually find this quite annoying. He thought, probably because all the Hans I've met were bastards, and they all kicked the bucket afterwards. I have a bad feeling about getting involved with him. His gaze became much less friendly as he looked at Han. I have something to do right now. You go ahead. Han-Os was startled. Is that so? I just wanted to say hello. As he turned away, Bjorn thought, dealt with this annoying Han guy. Someone was opening the door. 2 soldiers entered amidst the buzzing crowd. It's Morbus. Why did they come to this shabby tavern? They were talking about Morbus, one of the most powerful military organizations, where only knights of noble birth could join. Rumor had it that if you were caught by the Morbus Guild, only death awaited. Silence, silence. Suddenly a soldier spoke up. There it was. Bjorn had a bad premonition. Damn it, what is it this time? Did I slip up somewhere recently? Why does trouble keep happening? He suddenly remembered someone's words. Wait, always be wary of those who harbor a lot of hatred. Your destiny is to attract such people. Did he mean that the arrival of a guy named Han meant trouble for me? I've never had any luck getting involved with guys named Han.
Damn it, is this the effect of being accosted by Han? 2 soldiers walked straight toward Leo Gofsky, the one arrested for insulting a noble. Bjorn thought to himself, not me, thank goodness. Meanwhile, Dwalki was still lost in a drunken stupor. Who dares? Time flew by, and 3 hours later at the headquarters of the Mutlin Association, someone spoke up. Wait until the official investigation is over. Dwalki and 4 others were waiting outside the door with uneasy feelings. Hickrod worriedly asked, is he going to be okay? Misha snapped, Mr. Hickrod, stop saying such jinx things, be quiet. He still maintained his composure. Savin said she would ask around. Isn't that Leo? Another person replied, seems like it. Suddenly, Leo stepped out, and everyone was overjoyed to see him. Leo, is that you? But his gloomy expression made everyone worry. Are you okay? What happened? The thing is, Leo announced in a sad voice, it seems I have to leave the party. 30 minutes later at the tavern, everyone looked puzzled. No, what do you mean? Explain it clearly. Then he decided to confess everything. Actually, my brother is Baron Mark Twain. Bjorn couldn't hide his surprise. What? So you are a noble?
He replied, it's half true because I am the illegitimate child of the former Baron Mark Twain and a maid. Being a stain on the family, as soon as I was born, I was adopted by my mother's younger brother. Leo recounted with a sorrowful voice. Of course, that was just a formality. In reality, I was raised by my mother. In short, it's a complicated family story, but thanks to that, I was able to live comfortably and learn magic. Hickrod voiced his confusion. Then what does that have to do with you leaving the party?
He replied, a year ago my father passed away, and my second brother succeeded him. John Millet spoke up, wasn't it the eldest brother? He answered, that's right, it was the second son, and that is exactly the problem. I don't understand. Misha still didn't quite grasp the situation. Why is that a problem? He continued his unfinished story. After my father died, from my eldest brother to other relatives, they all passed away one by one. The fact that my second brother sent the Mosai Guild is certainly a warning for me to live quietly like a lowly person. Leah lowered his head. It seems that my becoming a true adventurer makes him uncomfortable. Moreover, having a famous person like Bjorn in the group makes him pay even more attention. Hearing this, Bjorn couldn't hide his annoyance. Hey, why blame me? That's ridiculous. He started questioning him. Anyway, you mean your brother is so scared that he doesn't dare to enter the labyrinth anymore? Leah had no intention of denying it. That's not exactly wrong, but I can't do anything about it. He just lowered his head. They didn't convict me of insulting a noble, but they stripped me of my right to enter the labyrinth. He thought to himself, what a hassle. It's 9 days until the next labyrinth run, isn't it? Why does my life never go smoothly? He said, well, let's discuss it tomorrow. Let's disperse for now. See you later. Everyone asked him to join them. Let's go for another drink. He immediately refused. I have to go to the library. You guys go back and rest. Misha turned around and looked puzzled. You mentioned the library? At this hour? I have an appointment with a librarian from yesterday. She made a suggestion. Or should I go with you? Bjorn immediately refused. No need. You go back and rest. But I have nothing to do if I go back. He turned around and said loudly, why have nothing to do? If you are free, practice your swordsmanship more. Didn't you play all day today? Misha looked gloomy with teary eyes. Originally, I planned to rest today and train tomorrow, but it seems the plan has changed a bit. He pushed the door and walked in. Bjorn approached opposite Lala. By the way, we haven't introduced ourselves properly, have we? I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. She replied with an indifferent attitude. Of course I know. It's almost closing time. Are you coming in? He replied, no, I didn't come to read books today.
Then Bjorn called her name, Lala Latine Lebanon. Realizing he had mispronounced her name, she immediately corrected him. It's Latine, not Lebanon, but feel free to call me whatever you like. He replied, all right, anyway, Lala. Bjorn then made a proposal. Can you put aside your librarian work for a moment and form a party with me to enter the labyrinth? She did not hesitate to refuse. I refuse. He replied, is that so? Refused? All right, I understand.
After that, he added in a tone that seemed to be mocking Lala. If you are a mage too weak to enter the labyrinth, then I suppose there's nothing else I can do.
Lala wondered, did I ever say that? He smirked, so that means you're capable enough to join me? She looked at him puzzled. Are you curious about that? Bjorn yawned loudly. Anyway, this ends here. If you don't want to join, then fine. Then he went straight to the point. By the way, Savin said you prepared something for me. Lala couldn't hide her surprise. What? Prepared what for you? Did she say that again? Let me put it simply. She immediately explained it thoroughly to him. Savin said that after the incident in the sewer, her position at work had been raised, so she wanted to repay him. Then she kept insisting on the debt I owed her before, and told me to repay him on her behalf. So this isn't from me to you, but from Savin to you. Understand? He replied, understood. Simply put, you want to give me something, right? Bjorn asked her about the gift. So what do you want to give me? She replied, it's a book. Hearing the name of the book, he couldn't help but be surprised. LVJ Path GTF. This is LVJ Path GTF. This is a highly classified book and is unaffected by search magic. It can be considered an extremely rare book, only given to the nobility or a few authorized individuals. He clearly expressed his astonishment.
Is it really okay for you to let me read this rare book? Lala didn't seem to mind much, as long as he didn't go around babbling about it. She continued, anyway, I rarely give anyone this privilege, and besides, who cares about a place like this library? He felt curious once again. He suddenly wondered about this girl's background. Bjorn had only read a few words before he exclaimed in amazement. Indeed, books with high security clearance were very different. He thought, there is a lot of useful content in this book for my life here, so it makes me want to read it all, regardless of how long it takes. He shouldn't have been able to read it because it was already the library's closing time. She sighed. So why did you come at such a late hour? He didn't know how to respond. How was I supposed to know? It turned out what you gave me was the book, huh? She continued, there's no other way. Today, I'll make an exception and let you stay to read this book. Only until I finish tidying up the library, okay? After that, he sat down to read and discovered countless useful pieces of information, such as The Blessing of Zakanir. It was a book recording the city's public administrative agencies. It also contained information about organizations that ordinary people would hardly know about, for example, the Ministry of Secret Security. Sure enough, power agencies are the same everywhere. Bjorn continued reading The World of Evil Spirits, a masterpiece of research on this world.
Its content includes the memoir of a high-ranking agent from the Secret Security Department who almost lost his life when stepping into the spiritual world of the evil spirits. From these, I can learn many ways to deal with dangerous situations in the future. He flipped through the pages and found the next book, Compilation of Spatial Rifts, Compilation of Rifts 2. This is a book containing all information about rifts. However, due to storage limitations, it only mentions 4 types of rifts. Bjorn read intently. Just like a guidebook, it contained all the hidden pieces I had been painstakingly searching for all this time. He thought, even if it only wrote about 4 common rifts, in my eyes, it was already perfect. To the people here, it was nothing short of a treasure. Suddenly, he read a familiar name that made his face darken. Who wrote this book? What the hell, why is this bastard here? He encountered the name Elio Gabizet, along with the name Dungeon and Stone, the name of the game producer. Bjorn sat there lost in thought. Then there are 2 possibilities, he thought. Regarding the author, Elio Gabizet, the most likely scenario is that the author himself has participated in this world. If that is the case, things will become complicated. That means the reason I am here is closely related to the game producer. In other words, this is not a mystical phenomenon, but man-made. In my experience, the more man-made it is, the more likely it leads to the worst-case scenarios. Bjorn shot up from his chair, his mind still reeling with thoughts. So, is the game producer some mystical force in this world? Anyway, having a clue is a good sign. He thought back. Come to think of it, I still don't know anything clearly. Is opening the Abyss Gate even the key to returning to reality? He put his hand on his forehead, feeling a bit wary. But if I track down this name and rely on the knowledge in the book, maybe one day I will find a way to return home.
I must be more careful. I can't let anyone discover this. His eyes became filled with vigilance, and sweat began to trickle down. First, let's examine it thoroughly once more. Perhaps there is still some clues. Faint light from outside the window crept into the room. Is it morning already? Lala was sitting on the chair with her eyes closed. Bjorn approached and spoke up. Why didn't you wake me up but sat here all night instead? She hurriedly replied. Don't get the wrong idea. I was just resting a bit after finishing arranging the books. He thought, arranging books a bit? It's already morning. Time to open the library. Lala continued. Really, don't misunderstand. He replied. I know, thank you. She seemed to want to chase him away immediately. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave. He thought to himself. Actually, you are a good person, aren't you? A few hours later at the magic tower, Bjorn called out, Enlua, are you there? Enlua walked out with a drowsy look. Mr. Yandel, why are you here at this hour? He replied. I have something to ask you. Hurry up, I'm so sleepy.
Bjorn made an offer.
Our group is missing a mage. Do you want to join the raid? She replied, no thanks. As soon as the sentence ended, she slammed the door shut. He hurriedly called out, wait, I have something else to ask. She cracked the door open and looked, something else? Bjorn handed her a piece of paper. It was 2 pages torn from a compilation book about riffs. And Lua called him inside. I want to know when this paper was made. You know nothing is free, right? Getting to the point, she questioned, tell me, how did you know about and obtain the holy relic that you used to kill the vampire?
And how did you know that the goddess's tears were hidden in the statue? He replied, I've said it over and over. I didn't know what it was. It's just, Bjorn began to recount the incident. I got it after smashing the statue in front of the fountain. She couldn't hide her astonishment. You knew, didn't you? He picked his nose. No, I just smashed it for fun and it fell out. Didn't you read it in a book? Bjorn looked puzzled. Book? What book? Compilation on riffs. She suddenly realized something unusual. What? Wait, that's strange. She asked, you're saying you didn't know what that item was, yet you still used it to deal with that vampire. He began to explain. I guess so. It had the shape of a goddess, so I thought it was an item related to the goddess. Thus it could probably exorcise evil. Anula showed clear suspicion. Really? He replied, I swear, on the honor of a warrior. She showed visible delight. Finally, I found a real compilation on spatial rifts, but I guess you found it in the library, right? But I won't say it out loud. He asked again to ensure her agreement. So, about my request? Anula nodded. Okay, I understand what you want to ask. Well, don't bother me anymore. Bjorn pleaded. Just this once, okay? Please? She replied. All right, I'll let you know the analysis results of the paper next week. Bjorn thanked her. Thank you. She didn't forget to remind him, and don't visit unexpectedly early in the morning like this again. He replied, I know. The scene shifted to a while later. At the group's meeting place, Misha shouted his name loudly. Bjorn! Where are you going? I went to your place but didn't see you. He replied, I was at the library. She couldn't hide her surprise. All night? Could it be that what you said was... He heard this and looked puzzled. What do you mean? I just read books there, thanks to Lala's permission. Misha touched her chin, her face full of suspicion. Really? You read books all night? He tried to defend himself. Why would I lie to you? What's with that look? Don't look at me like that. Then he asked about yesterday's matter. By the way, what was it you wanted to talk about yesterday? She stammered. That matter is... Suddenly, a voice spoke up. You two, have they arrived? Misha looked like she had grabbed a lifeline. Here they are. They've been waiting for you for a while. He felt confused. It seemed they had been expecting him greatly. Hikrit spoke up. All right, if anyone has any opinions about our group, just say it. So Bjorn, you speak first. He spoke to everyone in a serious tone. It seems we need to find a new teammate. I asked 2 other mages if they would join us, but they both refused. The guy couldn't hide his annoyance. You looked for another mage already? Leo hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Calm down, Mr. Marat. Bjorn isn't wrong. So, do you have any solution? Hikrit explained the situation. That's why I wanted to talk to everyone. Yesterday, I thought carefully about Dwaki's situation. First, let's talk about the cause of Dwaki's trouble. He looked at him with an annoyed gaze. Keep it brief so I can understand. The guy immediately proposed his idea. In short, let's try to meet and talk directly to Baron Mark Twain. Misha wondered, what? How can we meet the Baron? He lives in the royal capital. We can't get in there. He smiled triumphantly. Actually, this tea house is a place Baron Mark Twain frequently visits, and he is about to arrive. Someone asked, is meeting him that unexpected? Hickrod and Leo hugged each other in tears. But if not today, we'd have to wait another whole month, and he is a titled noble. Meeting him with a large crowd would be less scary, wouldn't it? I will give each of you 300,000 stones. Please stay and put in a good word for me.
If it weren't for the 300,000 magic stones, I would have run away already. The tavern door was pushed open by a few people, and Leo's brother walked in. Leo said, that person is my brother. Misha cheered, go on, you can do it. Leo walked over. Baron Mark Twain, it's me, Leo Gofsky. Leo suddenly knelt on the ground. Please listen to me. He turned back with a puzzled look. Gofsky? Sounds familiar. The person standing next to him explained. The Gofsky family is the maternal home of Lady Camolia, the 3rd wife of the former baron. He looked the boy up and down. I see. So what does that person want to say to me? The boy replied. The thing is... Bjorn sighed and stood up. All right, let me handle this. He walked over and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. He looked at him. It's been a long time since I talked to a barbarian. What a strange feeling. So what do you want from me? Bjorn said, yesterday, he was taken by the Moot Lin Association and banned from entering the labyrinth. Could you lift that ban for him? He wondered. That's a pity, but why are you telling me this? Seeing his bewildered expression, he couldn't help but wonder.
Why is he looking at me with such a bewildered face? The butler next to him whispered something in his ear that surprised him. Illegitimate child? Is that so? Right, you are. Is that the case? The butler replied, Yes, it wasn't an important issue, so I didn't report it to you. Baron Mark Twain spared no praise for his butler. Well done, you know how to handle things well. Such trivial matters are just a waste of time.
All right, it's a small matter. Bjorn stood up and made his proposal. Anyway, can you lift the labyrinth entry ban for him? He asked back, Why should I do that? He immediately felt annoyed. Talking properly with these guys is really annoying, these bastards. The butler once again whispered into the Baron's ear. Wait, he was startled. You mean this person's name is Little Balkan? The butler replied, Yes, that's right. Baron Mark Twain's expression immediately changed, becoming much brighter. I didn't expect to meet the adventurer the Count is interested in here. Thanks to you, I have obtained valuable information. I will reward you with 20,000 stones. I am extremely grateful. He leaned on his cane and spoke up. What are you still standing there for? He asked. You are John, right? Immediately after he accepted his request. I will lift the labyrinth entry ban for your friend. In return, accept my request. No, my demand. He asked. What demand? The demand he made was,
2 months from now, my beloved Count will host a grand party. Come with me to that party. Is that all? Do you have any talent to perform at the party? Baron Mark Twain immediately gave a few examples, such as bending iron with bare hands. I think it would be great if... He looked rather unpleasant. What does this guy take a barbarian for? He continued, I will pay you 1,000,000 stones. How about it? Do you agree? Baron Mark Twain seemed to notice the questioning look on his face. Too little, or what? Bjorn immediately changed his attitude, flashing a bright smile. Just contact me anytime. I can do anything for my teammates. He thought to himself, that amount of money is so huge. I'm not stupid enough to refuse. He thought about that barbarian title. A barbarian wouldn't be convicted of insulting a noble even if they spoke informally, because a long time ago they achieved illustrious military merits and were granted the privilege by the king not to use honorifics with anyone except the king. The next morning, Hickrod and Misha rushed to Dwaki. Dwaki, how did it go? Dwaki just forced a smile. Well, his tones seemed to be trying to hide something. It turned out Dwaki had been approved to enter the labyrinth surprisingly easily. Standing from behind, Hansu just narrowed his eyes and observed. It's true that having power makes a difference. I should probably plan to rely on influential people when needed. He thought, with power and reputation, everything is easy. Misha tilted her head, looking at his gloomy face, and asked worriedly, But why does your face look so sad? He shrugged, seemingly intentionally avoiding the subject. It's nothing. At this moment, Hickrod took out the promised reward money. His eyes were filled with gratitude. Here, take it. It's 300,000 stones. However, the team members all decided to refuse the money. He was momentarily moved, but quickly suppressed it. For me to take it alone feels awkward too. The guy wiped his tears and said apologetically, Thank you anyway. Surely humbling yourself and enduring that man must have been very difficult for a warrior. Hansu was secretly astonished. He gave a whole 1,000,000 stones. How could I refuse? After all, barbarians have to live too. What the hell is a warrior's honor? He can't eat that. Hickrod patted his chest, his face full of remorse. I will never forget this favor and will repay you. He waved his hand and replied, No need to do that. The guy appeared extremely determined. As for me, Rot Miller spoke up at this moment. Hansu, I will definitely pay you back tenfold. He still held his ground. No, as the leader he could only let out a sigh. Fine, whoever pays it back is fine. Just do as you please. Misha astutely glanced over and teased. Hansu is being shy. He couldn't help but chuckle. Afterwards, time passed quickly, and the day the labyrinth gate opened approached. The atmosphere exploded with the excited cheers of the crowd. There's the labyrinth, the dimension of sacred battles. Oh, it's so noisy.
Discovering the entrance to the labyrinth was also the moment Bjorn, the son of Yandel, encountered a few lost warriors of the tribe. He took the initiative to speak up. Listen clearly, follow what I have taught you. That is what makes a true warrior. From the midst of the crowd, a young man looked up, his eyes filled with expectation. So, can we also become famous warriors like you? He replied immediately. Of course, all of you can achieve that if you train hard. Immediately, joyous cheers echoed everywhere. All right, we will definitely follow your words. Thank you, Little Balkan, we respect you. Having said that, he turned and walked away. I'm going now, good luck. Behind him, the lively sounds did not cease. He not only guided us to the labyrinth, but also gave us advice. Truly, Little Balkan, a great warrior. Good luck, we will heed your words. Hickrod could not hide his admiration. You treat your clansmen really well. He exchanged a few words with the guy as he walked. I only do what I can. Isn't learning from experience a cruel thing for everyone? The guy nodded slightly in agreement. True enough. Bjorn's brows involuntarily furrowed as the words of Karok, the third son of Fion, spoken a few days ago, suddenly echoed in his mind. Lately I've been working as a guardian for the second floor team. As for the others in the team, most of them have already died in the labyrinth, all due to a lack of experience.
Thinking of this, he involuntarily let out a sigh. If only they were willing to change their archaic traditions and teach more properly, perhaps so many of them wouldn't have died. Entering the labyrinth only 3 times, and it has already come to this state.
Now, he had also arrived at the meeting place with everyone. Misha, who was already there, asked curiously, "By the way, John Millet, why didn't you bring your weapon?" He smiled and replied, "It's in the inventory. I'm more used to taking it out to use when necessary." Hearing that, she couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. "That's really amazing." Leo cheerfully asked as soon as he saw him, "Ah, you're here. Are you done with your business?" Hansu nodded. "Yeah, let's go in," he thought to himself as he stepped through the opening whirlpool gate. The last 3 times were also really terrible, and this is already the 4th time. I wonder what kind of bastard I'll meet this time. Surely something will happen this time too. Standing before the threshold of the labyrinth, he took a deep breath. Therefore, let's discard all delusions and prepare the fighting spirit. The system sound rang out urgently. "You have entered the crystal cave, 1st floor. Tip: the crystals you are holding have reached the limit. Hunt new monsters and level up." The system gave another reminder after a few hours. "You have entered the stone desert, 2nd floor." He fought the monsters while observing the surrounding situation. Thanks to a favorable starting point, we reached the stone desert in just 9 hours, even though we hunted every type of monster to accumulate experience, but we still reached the portal to the next floor after 4 days. A moment later, notifications from the system rang out continuously. "You have defeated Fallen Gnome. You have defeated Shield Gnome. You have defeated Stone Golem. You have defeated Rockman. You have defeated Treant." Before long, the whole group moved together to another location.
Hansu's system immediately vibrated to signal, "You have entered the Pilgrimage Road 3rd floor, and on the 8th day we safely crossed the Witch's Forest and reached the portal to the 4th floor. Next, you have entered the Paradise Tower 4th floor." Hansu immediately made a judgment as soon as the monsters appeared. All monsters from the 3rd floor appear here, including grade 6 monsters and those unique to this place. He silently analyzed with great caution. In other words, the amount of experience here is enormous. Hansu's body shot forward like an arrow, aiming straight at the monster and unleashing a powerful punch.
It wasn't for nothing that people called this the training tower. The system notifications rang out incessantly. "You have defeated a wyvern. You have defeated a lizard scout. You have defeated a Dullahan. You have defeated a banshee queen. You have defeated a valiant Ilias. You have defeated a dragon knight. You have defeated a living armor." Upon returning to the city, he immediately opened his notebook. Anyway, the result of focusing solely on hunting was that we earned a total of 3.9 million stones, 780,000 each. Everyone received a share. Rottmiller frowned, his face showing clear regret. "This amount is not small, but I still feel a bit of pity. Am I the only one who feels that way?" Misha also nodded. "Me too." Dwaki continued. "I agree." Hikrot crossed his arms over his chest, his tone remaining calm. "It seems Bjorn's terrible luck has finally come to an end. In fact, that amount was obtained thanks to various passive skills. Mimic's Greed helps increase the magic stone drop rate by 30%. Hansu's eyes showed some dissatisfaction as he looked at the money bag in his hand. "Why did we earn even less than the first time we entered the labyrinth? Now I understand why there are so many plunderers. Life is getting harder and harder. It was simply because our team had been too lucky before, and now this is just the norm. Therefore, I don't regret anything." And then he used such words to console himself. "We spent some truly meaningful moments in this city." Hansu strode towards Onluith's research room. "I helped Onluith perform experiments and found out the dating of the Rift Guide." He continued calculating in his head. 150 years ago, the time the game began.
The death of the first king and the time this book was created coincided. All day long he was immersed in his own thoughts. I want to know what happened back then, but for now I have no way of knowing the full picture. I have no choice but to wait. Misha spoke up as she walked beside him. "Are you listening to me?" He replied half-heartedly. "I'm listening." He once again drifted into his thoughts. It seemed we had no choice but to enter the labyrinth to uncover everything. Time passed and the 5th floor finally opened. Compared to the last time, everyone earned more stones this round, totaling 790,000. The group was astonished when they saw the statistics board. "Huh? Is this a miscalculation? We didn't do anything much besides leveling up a bit." Night fell. In the room dimly lit by candlelight, thoughts kept Hansu awake and restless. "Come on, don't worry for nothing. Everything went well." He tried to use reason to soothe himself, yet a gnawing anxiety continued to well up in his mind. "Damn it, what am I thinking?" In frustration, he bolted upright. It's even more dangerous when things are going this smoothly. Don't forget, the worst things always happen when we let our guard down the most. I cannot stop.
He told himself, "I must continue to get stronger. Only then can I keep myself sane." Hansu slapped his cheek hard. "Only then can I survive." He kept muttering to himself endlessly. "If anyone saw me right now, they would think I'm delusional. Always think of the worst-case scenario." A gentle smile flashed across his lips. If I have to go crazy, I want to become a madman who does everything just to survive. His personal information panel appeared right before his eyes. Bjorn Yandel, level 41. Physique, 386, 156. Spirit, 198, 3. Intelligence, 302, 410. Overall combat power, 1128, 5510. Acquired crystals, Grade 7 Golem Essence, Grade 5 Vampire Guardian, Grade 5 Orc Hero. The next day, Misha glanced at him worriedly while preparing breakfast. "Hansu, is something wrong?" He replied indifferently while eating. "No, nothing. Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Her brows furrowed slightly. "I find your eyes a bit scary." He thought to himself, "Maybe my face is a bit grim." Then he whispered, his tone as of criticizing himself. "Eliminating subjectivity is my problem. I must self-reflect and tell myself to try harder." After a moment of silence watching him, Misha called out gently, "Hey, Hansu." She smiled, looking a bit shy. "Can you touch my hand?" Misha's voice was tiny as she tried to explain. "When I was little, my brother said that holding hands would make you feel better. Although that was a long time ago. My eldest brother, he still treats me well." Hansu clicked his tongue, his face showing clear confusion. "Whether he treats you well or not, why would there be such a pervert?" He looked at Misha and commented, "That is why the family environment during childhood is very important." Look, her eyes clearly showed sincere concern.
This girl definitely didn't know what she did wrong. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly and spoke up to remind her. "Misha, don't talk like that to others. They might misunderstand and get the wrong idea." Her eyes widened in surprise. Misunderstand? He thought to himself, if I didn't know Misha's taste was skinny men, I might have misunderstood too. For example, thinking that she was trying to seduce me. She replied innocently, "But you're not just anyone. We are friends." He could only sigh helplessly. "Hey, don't talk back. Just say I understand." She nodded somewhat reluctantly. "All right, if you don't like it then," he repeated. "If I don't like it then?" Misha hurriedly changed the subject. "Shall I grill some meat for you?" He replied. "Yeah, sure, that would be better." After the meal, he went to find Lala. Seeing him, she immediately spoke up. "It seems like nothing happened, huh?" He replied. "You can tell just by looking. How about you?" She shrugged. "Of course I'm fine." Hansu continued.
"Then I'll rely on you again today. Before that, if there's something you want to say, just say it straight." Lala looked somewhat surprised. "How did you know?" He replied. "Just a hunch." She involuntarily let out a soft sigh. "I must say beforehand that this is not confirmed information, but as your friend, I think I should warn you about this." Hansu frowned. "Warn me about what? Speak quickly." She lowered her voice to remind him. "There is a possibility that a spatial crumbling phenomenon will occur in the labyrinth. Spatial crumbling is a true disaster in the labyrinth, incomparable to other things." Hansu stood frozen, a stream of thought racing through his mind. In the game, it only happened with a 1 in 100 probability. At this moment, he felt a bit impatient inside. "Lately, I've been wondering why the labyrinth has been so quiet and peaceful. Implies it's about to happen?" Lala shook her head slightly. "I knew you wouldn't believe it, but perhaps it's best to just pretend you didn't hear anything." He asked puzzlingly, "Where did this information originate?" She replied, "From a mage belonging to the Takai Guild, named Sonargong. It is said that he has been studying spatial crumbling for a long time."
Hansu nodded. "All right, thank you for the warning. I will look into it myself." Lala asked further, "Are you planning to head back today?" He turned to leave, waving his hand. "Yeah, I have a new mission. Gotta get to work." However, after a day of rushing around, Hansu could only disappointingly admit that he couldn't find any information about a mage named Sornikogang, to the point he wondered if the man even existed. Rumors started buzzing about 10 days later. Misha rushed to find him. "Hansu, have you heard? They say a spatial fracture is about to happen." Inside the noisy tavern, panic was clearly visible on everyone's faces. Spatial fracture? Who did she hear that from? I heard it happens in cycles, and the labyrinth is approaching. He crossed his arms, pondering deeply. It was strange. For it to spread so widely, the rumor must have at least some basis or origin. Could someone be intentionally spreading this rumor? Hansu grabbed his beer mug. "It's too noisy. I want to know the underground information whispered in places more secret than this tavern. But how could a barbarian like me be privy to such confidential information? In the end, there is only one way." Then Hansu took out the pill.
Initially, I planned to wait at least another 3 months before using it. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to put it in his mouth. But surely using it a month early wouldn't hurt, right? Hansu tilted his head back and slowly swallowed the pill. Returning to his room, he sat on the chair and waited quietly. At that moment, the clock struck exactly 12 midnight. The system immediately displayed a notification. Character has used JBT-27. The character's soul is resonating and being pulled to a specific world. In an instant, Hansu was astonished to realize he had been transported to a completely different world. Where is this? From inside the police station, voices echoed out.
Name, Lee Han-soo, 29 years old. The inspector asked the man sitting opposite him. After a month of unauthorized absence, the company issued a missing person report. What about his family? The detective replied softly, his tone somewhat hesitant. There is only his biological mother. He continued with an awkward expression, but when we spoke, she didn't seem to want to get involved. The inspector frowned and asked further, then why did this missing person case end up with our team? Hesitation was evident on the young man's face. Well, Detective Park calmly explained further. CCTV captured him entering the house, but never saw him come out. All the windows were also locked. As he spoke, he handed a file to the inspector.
There is definitely something strange going on here. He flipped through each page of the file, a stream of deductions silently running through his head. It was unusual. There were no signs of forced entry and no valuable items were missing. The last card payment was last month. The inspector couldn't hide a suspicion as he flipped to the last page. More notably, the clothes he wore when entering the house were found in the room. It was as if his body had vanished, leaving the clothes behind. Whoever did this must be a psychopath. After finishing the file, he looked up and asked Detective Park, have you cordoned off the scene yet? Start the forensic analysis. He hesitated, not rushing to answer, but instead made a suggestion. You have to see this first. The inspector asked. Yeah, what is it? Detective Park's voice was somewhat urgent. It's the screen in the missing person's room. He couldn't help but be confused and exclaimed, huh? Why did you— Wait a minute, Detective Park, how is it turned on? Detective Park replied, his face full of bewilderment. I haven't plugged it in yet. On the screen at this moment, only a single line of text was displayed. Coming-of-age ceremony complete. New weapon equipped. His confusion was no less than the inspector's. I don't know either. It's been like that since we found it. Another line of text continued to appear on the screen. All items, Bjorn Yandel. He was so shocked that cold sweat broke out. What is this? Detective Park added. I investigated a bit and found out, he continued, similar cases are happening all over the world. At the same time, Han-soo's mind was a chaotic mess.
It has been 5 months since I woke up in this world. I have done all sorts of barbaric things to survive, but do the feelings of my old world still remain? He recalled the moment he was still sitting at his desk. When sitting at the computer, he would start typing out of habit, entering the password. Now, that is all he can remember. Han-soo muttered in a tone full of frustration. So that's the reason for that postscript. Postscript of King Jacoya, that son of a bitch. He pressed the computer's power button, and the screen immediately displayed. Please enter password. King of Jacoya, that son of a bitch. Han-soo's hands nimbly glided over the keyboard. He stood up abruptly and looked down at his hands in confusion, wondering, come to think of it, is this my body? He looked around the room, and his expression suddenly changed. This is my room. Everything matches my memories. It's so realistic. Wait, does that mean— Immediately after, he rushed towards the refrigerator and yanked the door open, discovering it was full of Coke cans. He cheered joyfully. Here it is, it's here. I don't know why it's full of Coke. Han-soo impatiently popped the tab of a can. How could I resist? He couldn't help but chug it all down in one go. But just a second later, disappointment washed over him, causing tears to stream down his face. Damn it, it has no taste at all. Even the throat-tearing sensation of Coke is gone, as if an odorless, tasteless liquid is flowing down my throat. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. May I come in? Han-soo froze, then muttered suspiciously. So this place was created based on the memories that make me feel most comfortable? And because my defense mechanism is too strong, you can only see this place as full of smoke and illusions? He suddenly realized an illogical point. The password I entered earlier was fake. Is the real one being checked directly with you? The person who just knocked was the female spirit king. She spoke up to confirm gently.
Right, exactly. An ordinary person in this world couldn't possibly recreate clothing and space like on Earth. This woman with the nickname Spirit Queen seems to play the role of a guide for newbies like me here. Feeling something was strange, Han-soo spoke up and asked, what about the doorbell? Why did you have to ring it? You could have just warped in. She laughed. Probably only you would think that. I just came to call you. He suddenly remembered something from the past and clicked his tongue. Thinking back, it seems this room was a design idea of his ex-girlfriend. She said she redesigned it based on what she knew.
But how can you verify that? So this must have been created by the system. She reassured him with a radiant smile. Don't worry, from now on you'll be an official member. Han-soo silently calculated with a wary attitude. There must be another way to find out more about the system here. But I guess he won't tell me anyway. The Spirit Queen spoke enthusiastically. Now we can use many methods to approach people and separate their souls, bringing them into a space like this, but nothing will happen to you, so rest assured. He narrowed his eyes, observing inquisitively. You mean there are many people here? Then she began to instruct him on how to use the community. Actually, it was similar to a bulletin board with different categories and chat rooms. The Spirit Queen continued to instruct patiently. Now you just need to create a nickname. However, the nickname I used in Dungeon and Stone has already been taken by someone else. Even though I tried every possible variation, that nickname still couldn't be used. She glanced at the screen and shrugged slightly. It seems someone has already used it. He couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. Really? Why? Hansu changed one character and quickly finished. She asked with a curious look, "Are you a fan of this person?" Hansu couldn't understand at all, his head full of questions. What is she talking about? Before leaving, she didn't forget to advise him. If it's done, then I'm leaving. If there are any problems, just request support. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Yeah, okay. Hansu still felt a bit incredulous. Is the tutorial over? After she left, he started exploring the community by himself. This wasn't too difficult. The chat room was active.
A list appeared. 1. Men 20-30 years old. 2. Newbie room. 3. American Alliance. 4. Beastkin Gathering. Navigation. Go. Index. Menu. 9. Home. Next menu. Previous menu. A. Profile. T. Support. He calculated that to get used to this place, he should join a random room to check it out. As soon as he clicked on a random room, he was teleported there. Appearing before his eyes were 5 men sitting around a warm campfire. Oh, a new member. Welcome. A seemingly friendly man approached and extended his hand towards him. I am Desmond, the room owner. Where are you from? He returned the handshake and gently replied, Ah, I am from Korea. Desmond smiled happily. Nice to meet you. A bit cramped, isn't it? My friend still doesn't have enough contribution points to redecorate the room. Can you make your nickname public and introduce yourself? A moment of confusion flashed by. He wondered to himself, public nickname? Is that the thing on my head? The guy explained further. Is this your first time joining a chat room? Here, everyone could cultivate knowledge and talk to each other. Hansu also gradually realized many things, so that was the purpose of the chat room. Right at this moment, a name also appeared above his head, Ernas. He raised his voice to introduce himself to the others. Hello, I am Ernas. The whole group simultaneously widened their eyes in surprise upon hearing this name. Ernas? No way, really? Isn't that the person who wrote the guide on increasing stats? That person is a game company employee. He was bewildered, his heart full of confusion. What? Everyone became increasingly excited. So the guide writer is Korean? I knew it. Excuse me, is it true? Are you really that person? Realizing the atmosphere was getting too noisy, Das Mul hurriedly spoke up to soothe the situation. Wait, everyone calm down. Hansu tried to maintain a calm expression even though his mind was spinning. I have to calm down first. First of all, the nickname Ernas, what they are talking about is the nickname I am using. This incident unintentionally brought back memories from 3 years ago. About 3 years ago, I posted a guide on stats in the game because I wanted everyone to know about it. It seems like back then it didn't even get 100 views. Why are they surprised as if that article is something rare? He suddenly remembered the Spirit Queen and seemed to understand the issue. It seems the guide woman from earlier also said she was a fan of this person. So I'm famous and didn't even know it? Whatever the reason, I need to...
Thinking this, he scratched his head and forced an awkward smile. There must be some misunderstanding. I'm just a fan of that person. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thought flashed through his mind. Attracting attention would be very dangerous, so I need to lie for now. To explain, Hansu pointed at the name above his head. Look closely. I am Lafhnua, not Lhpnua. After looking closely, one person let out a sigh. Nua. Now that you mention it, the pronunciation is also different. At this moment, everyone seemed to have regained their composure. Oh, come on, so it was the wrong person? I was excited when I heard you say you were Korean. Juman nodded. Fans usually act like that. He breathed a soft sigh of relief. It worked. Then he walked to a nearby tree, crossed his arms and sighed helplessly. Gosh, they're making such a big deal out of it. Their first impression of me is ruined, and now they're acting so cold towards me. Should I leave? Just then, someone approached and asked, Han, Lafhnua, how long have you been here? He was still hesitating whether to leave or stay, but leaving too quickly would raise suspicion. While his thoughts were still unfinished, a question pulled Hansu back to reality. Ah, I've only been here for a year. The guy looked at him with a slightly surprised gaze. You received the invitation quite late, didn't you? Hansu frowned. Excuse me? Binhyu tilted his head and explained. Most people receive an invitation as soon as they manifest as an evil spirit. It's rare for anyone to receive an invitation as late as you. Hansu thought to himself. Saying he was a one-year member was actually dangerous because it made him an outlier. He continued. In that case, you accessed it a bit late too, right? However, if you've been a member for a year, that means it's been about 70 days on Earth. You must know a lot about current events, right? He was startled and asked back. 70 days on Earth? The guy calmly explained. Ah, time here is completely different from Earth.
1 month on Earth is equivalent to 5 months here. In other words, the ratio is 1 to 5. Hearing this, Hansu couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. So if I've been here for 5 months, does that mean a month has already passed on Earth? The time difference is truly significant. I wonder if anyone has reported me missing yet.
Afterward, he and Wiki had a long conversation, through which he gained a lot more information. He asked about the matter that had always been weighing on his mind. Is there any way to return to Earth? The boy shook his head. I've heard quite a few theories, but none of them are certain. Hansu let out a heavy sigh and pondered, just as I thought. He continued to ask, who was the first player? The boy's answer was quite vague. No one knows for sure, but that person must have been here for 20 years, since the community was established back then. He muttered, that long? Excitement was evident on Wiki's face. Isn't that great? There will be many predecessors to guide us. Hansu replied. Right. The more he listened, the heavier his mood became. Honestly, I feel hurt. My pride as an experienced player is shattering because there are already so many experienced members here.
Thinking of the harsh reality, Hansu couldn't help but feel a bit sad. After all, everyone here had arrived at the Abyss Gate before him, so they were all veterans. The more he thought about it, the worse his mood became. Even though they didn't look much different from him, their experience was truly impressive. Ben Hui suddenly asked with a face full of curiosity, So, Mr. Alfanwa, which mode did you use to clear this game? Before answering, he froze, asking himself, what mode? Then he blurted out, huh? The guy became increasingly enthusiastic. You haven't played the original version of the game, have you? In this remake, what mode did you play? He didn't understand what was going on at all. I don't really understand what he's saying. The guy explained, in Korea, I guess it's called cheat mode, right? You know, the original, the game allowed you to customize the experience and drop rates, posted on the store 5 years ago. Ben Hui boasted with a beaming face. Not to brag, but I cleared this game in hell mode with that version, though with a few adjustments.
Hearing those words, Hansu stood frozen in place. Why have so many people cleared this game? At that moment, the question that had been weighing on his mind for so long was finally answered. Countless calculations were swirling in his mind. Experience and maximum drop rates increased by 100x. Max level is 30. He had thought it was only 11 all this time. Wait, if there is level 30, wouldn't there be 30 usable essences? Opening rifts at will to grind levels and farm items. There must be countless rare items if the drop rate is increased. Since you seem curious, so Mr. Alfunua, how many times did you play the game with drop rate and experience modes? He replied perfunctorily, 50. The other person replied with a tone full of surprise. Isn't that also very hard? 50 is not easy, you know. The creator of this place only cleared the game with a 15x mode. Most people play at 60x to 80x, so you are already much better than them. These words made him grit his teeth to suppress his anger. Impressive indeed. Elsewhere, the professor reached for the glasses on the table and asked, by the way, have the police taken the computer yet? The secretary replied, yes, sir. I have deleted all related traces, so there won't be any articles or anything they write about him. He asked further, what about the other person? She immediately reported the situation. I have investigated everything, from his date of birth to his job. Everything is normal, nothing remarkable except for this game. The secretary continued. He is quite lucky and talented with this failed product. He could not hide his astonishment looking at the game interface. He cleared the legacy of Wingvisu, she explained. It copies the world perfectly. The original is much harder than other versions, considered uncleared and was recalled 5 years ago.
The professor exclaimed in astonishment, but someone actually beat it. So is it really a failed product or not? He interlaced his fingers, his face revealing extreme interest. Suddenly, I find myself curious. This person named Hansu, the only one who could beat the original game that everyone considered impossible, how far can he go? Hansu's hands tapped clackety-clack on the keyboard, while his mind calculated ceaselessly. The conversation with Wiki was truly beneficial. How should I put it? He recalled the conversation between the two of them in the forest that day. Minwoo said, just one slice of pizza and I could solve everything. Asuna, do you want to eat anything? Hansu replied, yes, bamboo rice and seaweed soup. He shrugged. Seaweed soup. Hansu smiled slightly and thought to himself, that was the most effective meal I've ever eaten. Just a conversation like that was enough to relieve the psychological stress here. At that time, he told himself, I think he said that when the time is up, this space will automatically close. At first it was 12 hours. Now only 7 hours remain. Hansu looked at the screen. Well then, let's start researching spatial crumbling. The categories appeared one by one. 1 equipment, 2 consumables, 3 information, 4 magic items, 5 spirit stones. The exchange. This is the area for trading items and information using GP. Just then the system chimed with a notification. 20 GP. Easy way to reach the second floor. 150 GP. I want GD's draft and how to build a strong character from the start of the game. 70 GP. I want to know about the special event on the 4th floor of the Paradise Tower. 2,800 GP. I want to know the exact conditions to activate the Dragon Lord passive skill. Hansu adjusted the list to display in descending order of price. 70,000 GP. Looking to buy a way to kill the 1st floor lord. No jokes. 69,000 GP. Anyone who knows about Bone Island on the 6th floor, please contact me.
This is the most effective way to find information, he thought to himself. Lord of the first floor. The system immediately issued a confirmation. A private chat request had been sent to Tacitoan. Transaction successful, GP possessed 70,000. He thought Bone Island, the hidden piece on the 6th floor, and sent a private chat request to Pro78. Transaction successful, GP possessed 139,000. A gentle smile bloomed on his lips. There is nothing about this game that I don't want to know thoroughly. Immediately after, a message arrived. Elf knew a lover has sent a private chat request. After he used the earned GP to post a request, information sellers appeared one after another. Sitting opposite him, Elf knew a lover clasped his hands together and asked, "You want to know about Sornako Gang, a mage belonging to the Tauthan school?" Hansu thought to himself, in the previous post I didn't ask whether the rumor about dimensional collapse was true or not, because I couldn't distinguish between lies and the truth. Hansu stood up and replied, "To be more precise, I want to know the details of what he has done recently. But if I ask about Sornako Gang, who is said to be the source of the rumor," the other guy asked, "Are you asking about the dimensional collapse rumor? If everything goes smoothly, I will find the person holding the most accurate information," Hansu asked, his eyes full of suspicion.
Is that rumor really true? He shrugged and laughed. It is true that he spoke about spatial crumbling, but it won't happen. Hansu remained vigilant and continued asking, "Do you have any proof?" He stammered. His tone implied, "Here's the thing. This matter involves high-ranking figures and political issues, so..." Hansu replied without hesitation, "I'll add another 20,000 GP. He continued, "But if you really want to know," Alphanua explained, "the Tauv school is a school that specializes in labyrinthology, mainly spatial magic, get it? And the leader of this school wants to conduct an experiment." Hansu was surprised. "Experiment?" He replied, "I can't go into detail, but it's not a dangerous experiment. They just need fewer adventurers entering the labyrinth than usual." Hearing this, Hansu pondered deeply. So the Tauv school spread the rumor in the city, because saying that spatial crumbling will occur would restrain the adventurers. Then he asked him with a worried look, "Is it okay for you to say this?" Alphanua calmly continued, "It's not just saying it out loud. I sold this information for GP. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, the royal family will soon step in and quell this rumor. The fact that soldiers from the castle also appeared surprised him. The royal family? Alphanua added, because if the number of adventurers participating in the labyrinth decreases, the amount of magic stones collected will also decrease. They can't just stand by and watch." Hansu confirmed. "True enough. Then the transaction is complete. I will send the 20,000 GP as promised." Having said that, he shook his head and continued, "No need." Hansu was surprised. "Huh?" Alphanua smiled faintly. "Thinking back, I was too stingy with a fan like you." His generosity made Hansu marvel. "That's 400,000 magic stones worth." Hansu looked at Alphanua and thought silently. "But thanks to that, I can be certain of one thing. This person already has a solid footing in this world."
To the point of not sparing that money, his face became more pensive. In other words, he knew every nook and cranny of the information that I had struggled for many days to find out but couldn't. Once again, I returned to the position of a newbie. Anyway, no matter how many times they beat the game, it has nothing to do with me. Hansu understood this better than anyone. This is not a simple world like real life. It is a harsh world. This is a place where the strong survive and the weak are eliminated. Little Balkan or whatever is just an empty title. In the end, I am just a newbie here. As he turned away from the computer desk, the distance grew further and further apart.
I felt the road ahead was even longer, Hansu smirked. But why? It was truly interesting. Hansu evaluated the man who had bought the method to kill the first-floor lord. Thinking of this person involuntarily made him associate them with another woman, the woman who wanted information about Bone Island, and the man who had just sat opposite me as well. It took them many years to get there. Hansu revealed a face full of confidence. But as for me, I think differently. I will get there soon. Information was displayed on the computer screen. Completed the coming-of-age ceremony, equipped with new Gita notification. Character has stepped on a goblin trap. You have entered the goblin forest, 2nd floor. In the office, the professor asked, "How many people reached the 2nd floor on their very first time?" The secretary replied, "As far as I know, 117 people. He wondered, "Among them, did anyone encounter such a terrible situation?" She replied, "No one, sir." Hearing that, the professor couldn't help but offer praise. His stats are unbelievable, even with many years of experience. Bjorn Yandol, level 31, physique 199.1, plus 87.3, spirit 105.3, plus 10, magic power 152.4, plus 129.4, item level 114, overall combat power 485.3, plus 201.1, acquired essence grade 7 corpse golem.
Even though he is a new grade 5 guardian, he has achieved everything in just 2 months. She continued, "If it relied solely on luck, it wouldn't be impossible." He immediately retorted, "If it only required luck, there would have been at least one similar case by now." The professor could not hide his confusion.
This is an exceptional case. There are no other samples to compare it with. Therefore, the cause cannot be determined. It is an anomaly lying outside all statistics. Usually, as the sample size increases, the luck factor in statistics becomes increasingly insignificant. However, sometimes such cases still exist. It was just like when the old mage turned around and asked, regarding the question about the travel time from the meeting place with the Ancient One to here, he answered, if I didn't take a shortcut, it would be about 15 kilometers. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. So he traversed such a long distance in the labyrinth in the dark, all by himself? Truly a monstrous physique. And that was something completely beyond everyone's expectations. For the first time in history, the impossible became reality, making one's flesh and bones feel like they wanted to explode. Warning, the character's vitality has dropped to a dangerous level. Countdown starting. To put it most simply, the realm of nothingness has truly been formed. He clicked the mouse, causing the system to display the abnormal growth rate compared to the normal growth rate. An administrator rested his chin on his hand, frowning as he observed this character. I suddenly remembered that time, when everyone thought this experiment was a failed product. He said, I'm just making a logical judgment. The deep voice of the mage resonated.
Even if only one person fulfills the intended purpose, this can be considered a complete product. Thus, I find this option feasible to implement. As for Han-Su, his eyes slowly opened, realizing he had returned to the old world. Back already? He frowned slightly, his gaze shifting toward the clock hanging on the wall. Sure enough, 1 hour there equals only 1 second here. But I must be careful. In other words, it means I will be in a completely defenseless state for a maximum of 12 seconds. Han-Su sat up, stretching his tired shoulders. Anyway, it was more effective than I expected. It is the perfect place to gather information. Luckily, I entered earlier than planned. A long, weary yawn escaped him. Being awake for 12 hours, I'm actually a bit tired now. Time to sleep. I have to go to Baron Mark Twain's mansion tomorrow morning. The next afternoon, in District 1 of the Royal Capital Canon, Han-Su wondered silently. If it's not the dimensional collapse, then what exactly is about to happen? Although he was leading the parade, his soul was wandering elsewhere. I need to get through this quickly to use the Paradise Auction House. Oh, my feet. I knew wearing this inefficient thing to the party here wouldn't turn out well. Just then, the butler shouted loudly in anger, "Stop!"
What did I tell you? As the person leading the parade, demonstrate the dignity of the Baron's family, look straight ahead, and maintain your posture. Not wanting to bother, Han-Su scratched himself while mumbling under his breath, Who told you to assign this job to a barbarian? The scolding words were muttered by the other man. Anyway, don't do anything to embarrass the Baron, you uneducated fool. He ignored him, his mind lost in calculation. The distance to the Count's mansion, where the party was held, was about 6 kilometers. Witnessing his evasive attitude, the butler flew into a rage. Are you listening to anything I'm saying? Han-Su replied. What? Speak up, I can't hear you. The group arrived. When Baron Mark Twain saw Han-Su arriving, he welcomed him happily. This is the first time I've gotten noticed just by walking into a place. When we get back, I will reward you suitably for what you've done for me. Han-Su replied. Baron, at least I'm glad you're happy. Having said that, he turned his back and walked away. Well then, I'm going to greet the Count. You just make yourself at home and enjoy the party. Finally, only he remained, standing all alone. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, he stood lonely by himself. Is it okay to leave him alone like that? Daddy, can you buy me that? Those horns look so scary, just like the ancient demon Bacilla. Han-Su thought to himself, I knew they would think that. Just then, a guard approached and struck up a conversation. It must be tough for you, having to wear that outfit and walk such a long distance, he asked concernedly. Before the Baron arrives, would you like to rest here? Han-Su nodded. Sure. A thought rose in his mind. Who is this man? He looks so simple. The two found a stone bench and sat down. He curiously asked, Don't you feel uncomfortable being around those people? Sitting next to him, the guard gently reached out. You won't be welcomed. I used to be an adventurer too. Han-Su thought to himself. I thought he had something special about him. He introduced himself. I am Han-Su, son of Yandel. What is your name? The other replied. I am Cass Emor. Han-Su pondered. From the start, I felt Cass was a good person. It seemed his background as an adventurer meant he didn't carry the arrogance usually seen in knights. You seem to be having a hard time, huh? Taking off his helmet, he felt a wave of disgust rise within him. That butler should learn from him. Truly, speak of the devil, and the devil appears. What are you doing? The butler stood with hands on hips, shouting loudly. I told you that you are not allowed to sit. Cass quickly signaled. Hey, you butler, stop, he said. This friend is my guest. Embarrassment was evident on the man's face. So what? Then, the butler leaned close to Han-Su's ear, whispering a reminder. If you've rested enough, then get up. What would people think seeing a barbarian sitting and resting? Han-Su's voice showed clear irritation. Hey, I'm resting because I'm tired. In a fit of anger, the man pinched his arm hard. No, people will think you are a weakling, so stand up. Whatever your nature is, at least for today, act like a steel warrior. A helpless thought crossed his mind. If not for the 1,000,000 spirit stones, he wouldn't voluntarily stand up, trying to motivate himself. That's right, 1,000,000 spirit stones. Just try for one day. In that case, I'll act like the barbarian he wants. Hansu put his helmet back on. I am a steel warrior, a savage who rejects civilization, a wild barbarian. His roar startled everyone around, their faces showing clear bewilderment. Only a little boy watched Hansu with admiring eyes. The butler exclaimed, What the hell? Hansu shouted. Does everyone see how mighty I am? Under everyone's gaze, he reached out and grabbed a slab of ribs. He used both hands to grab the food, devouring large chunks as if he had been starved for a long time, an action that made the butler want to crawl into a hole. What is this? Witnessing that scene, all eyes converged on Hansu, accompanied by ceaseless whispering.
Look there, look at that. A barbarian really can't control himself. Even the bones snapped. The strength is truly terrifying. The butler's face revealed clear excitement. That's the right reaction. This is exactly what I wanted. A hand was placed on his shoulder. Hansu said, Hey butler, I want to smash your head. Hearing that, the butler's face turned pale, and he replied with difficulty, Huh? What? Don't joke too much. Hansu narrowed his eyes and growled word by word. Joke? I mean, do you think I'm joking? Fear made the butler tremble. A thought flashed through his mind. Oh, I forgot how this guy caused chaos at the guild before when he was detained. His throat only emitted disjointed stammering sounds. It is... Trembling with fear, the butler hurriedly looked for a way to escape. I have work to do. You just rest first. I'll be going. Kara could not hold back and burst into laughter. This is the first time I've seen him make such an expression. Are your teeth okay? He shook his head and replied, I'm fine. My teeth are very strong. The other guy couldn't suppress his laughter, clutching his stomach and laughing until tears flowed. Is that so? This party is starting to get interesting. At this moment, Hansu was eating and drinking to his heart's content. After witnessing how he enjoyed the party in such a wild manner, curious nobles began to approach to strike up a conversation. Young ladies boldly approached him, whispering, Can I touch your biceps? Hansu replied indifferently, Suit yourself. Hearing that, the two girls cheered in delight. Oh my God, it's so big! Even the elderly were interested and approached him. Hey,
Can you shout one more time like earlier? He raised his voice and asked them, looking confused. Do what? The two young girls giggled and whispered to each other. I touched it already. It's really big and hard, but it's not as soft as I thought, is it? Noticing their excitement, Hansu also enthusiastically raised his arm high, ancient singer mode. His clear voice rang out. The two elders couldn't hold back their emotions, their eyes welling up with tears. Truly, do you remember our youth? The spring season with brilliant green leaves, so majestic. It didn't stop there. A large crowd gathered to talk to him. Hey, I also have a request. Look at me. Sing one more time. Without hesitation, Hansu displayed his personality and muttered to himself, Feels like I'm working part-time at a children's playground. The guards standing nearby looked at him with scrutinizing and judgmental eyes. Acting like that, he's not Little Balkan, he's a little clown. I heard that nickname comes from his thing being small. They whispered, thinking he only knew how to pander.
It seemed that the pride of a barbarian warrior was a thing of the past. Those words accidentally reached Bjorn's ears. He looked at them with disdain and thought to himself, Just a bunch of apprentice knights daring to lecture others? You bastards. Baron Mark Twain had just returned, beaming with joy. You are here? I apologize for interrupting everyone's fun, but I must take him away now. I want to introduce him to someone. Then he followed the Baron into the inner banquet hall to meet with high-ranking nobles. Upon seeing him, a Viscount wondered, Who is this? Baron Mark Twain immediately introduced him. Ah, Viscount, this is Little Balkan, a famous adventurer recently. The man's face lit up with delight. Oh, I have heard about him, but why is he following you? Bjorn replied straightforwardly. When I was in trouble, the Baron helped me. To repay him, I will protect the Baron for a period of time. He replied with astonishment. I am truly envious to hear such strong words from a barbarian. Baron Mark Twain added, It's nothing really. I've told him many times that he doesn't need to do this, but he insists. Bjorn muttered to himself. Ah, it's my turn to speak. Since I'm getting paid, I should do it properly. Thinking so, he spoke up in a resonant voice. A warrior never forgets the grace of those who helped him. The Viscount laughed. A sincere and respectable belief. Son of Yandel, Bjorn, I will remember your name. Similar conversations repeated with many people, and as a result, the character's fame stat increased by 10 points.
The character's fame stat has increased by 10.
That also means among that crowd, the number of nobles with actual titles was less than 15. He thought again, unintentionally, I have impressed the nobles. I should have paid more attention to increase my fame stat even more. Next, he did not hesitate to display his talents for them to enjoy. Anyway, after the greetings were done, it was my turn to welcome those coming to meet the Baron. A voice called out from afar, as expected of Little Balkan. Chobi respectfully approached Baron Mark Twain and spoke. The Twilight Star shall bad us. It is a pleasure to meet you, Baron Mark Twain. He happily replied, You have arrived? Hansu's presence made him slightly surprised. Yes, but I didn't expect to meet you here, Knight Yandel. He hesitated. Your name sounds familiar. A flash of astonishment crossed Baron Mark Twain's face. You know Captain Chobi? He looked bewildered. Captain? His voice shone with pride. I am truly lucky to have the opportunity to take on this responsibility. That was Chobi, captain of the Third Holy Knight Order of the Liplat Church, a place that worships the god of adventure and the goddess of the stars. Standing nearby, hearing that, he immediately teased. There are rumors that you are a grade 8 adventurer. Don't be so modest. Countless whys rose in Hansu's mind. Why would someone like you do menial jobs like collecting corpses late at night? At that moment, he made an offer. Knight Yandel, if you need help, please come to our church.
As I said, the church will never forget your contribution. Baron Mark Twain looked awkward. Contribution? What do you mean? He smiled and replied, did I not tell you? It implies this. After summarizing the whole story, Jervis spoke up. That is how it is. Our church highly values the relationship with Knight Yandel here. He continued, He is even more amazing than I imagined. Hansu felt somewhat relieved. The Baron's gaze upon me had become gentler. Just then, the system issued a notification. Character's fame stat has increased by 10. Character's fame stat has increased by 10. About half an hour later, footsteps approached, and everyone called out in excitement. Count Werther invites you. Baron Mark Twain spoke. Then let us go as well. The Count said he wanted to meet you earlier. Hansu felt a surge of anxiety. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
Bethel actively grabbed Hansu's hand and spoke. Is it you? I've wanted to meet you in person for a long time. He forced a smile. Is that so? Nice to meet you, my lord. A wave of uneasiness rose in his heart. This is really strange. I know I've become more famous recently, but why is the Count treating me so warmly? In the game, I never encountered any events involving figures of the Count's stature, except for a few events in the late game. At this moment, Bethel praised him. You are bigger than I thought, huh? Then you should be called Great Balkan, not Little Balkan. Outwardly, he gave a stiff smile, but his insides were a chaotic mess. The Count is praising me as if he's trying to curry favor with me. Damn it, why do I feel so uneasy? Bethel expressed, Looking at you, I suddenly came up with an interesting idea. He was slightly stunned. Has it finally come to this? The Count's voice was full of excitement as he recounted. How about it? In a moment, there will be a duel between the apprentice knights. Bethel proposed. Do you want to participate? Hearing that, Hansu hesitated for a moment. What should I do? As he was sitting pensively on the stone bench, a quest suddenly appeared. Honestly speaking, I'm a bit worried. Nearby, a few apprentice knights were chatting animatedly. I'm really looking forward to that barbarian's performance. Anyway, he's just a low-level adventurer. I heard he doesn't even have a year of experience. He thought to himself, just participating gets me 2 million stones. The reward for the winner is the Gapad necklace, numbered 7777.
When inlaid with a magic stone, the magic within the necklace dissolves and transforms into a random material. This necklace has an extremely low drop rate. It can only be found in the rift on the 5th floor of the tower. Hansu noted that it is quite similar to the Ice Spirit Bracelet, a low item number with effects of little value. It is unique only in the eyes of others, so despite its rarity, it is still considered junk by adventurers. However, there is a hidden special event related to this necklace. Hansu tried to maintain a calm smile, but his mind was taut as a bowstring due to an uneasy premonition of an impending bad omen. Reminding himself of his promise to be careful in the near future, he reassured himself to just forget about it. If I keep fearing and avoiding an uncertain future, the only outcome is destruction, Hansu encouraged himself. To say he wasn't worried would be a lie, but even with the anxiety, I must still move forward, carrying that fear with me. Baron Mark Twain asked, By the way, how strong are you? Actually, I don't expect you to win, but if you lose too easily, I'll lose a bit of face too. Hansu replied decisively, 10 seconds. I can smash the head of any knight within 10 seconds. The Baron replied enthusiastically, Very good. If you win, I will reward you with an extra 1 million stones.
Please do your best. Sweat pouring down, Hansu couldn't hide his astonishment. Is this person a god of wealth? To suddenly receive such financial support, that thought made him clench his fists with excitement. That suddenly filled me with motivation. Thinking so, he decisively shouted, I will do my best.
However, while he was sitting alone, a guy stepped up from out of nowhere to pick a fight. Hey, did you dare speak rudely to me earlier? The Baron had just left, and the stupid rats had already swarmed in. He sneered. Is 10 seconds enough? Are you so absorbed in playing the clown that you've forgotten your place? Looking at the guy's face, he recognized him immediately. Right, first is this guy, the one who called me a little clown. With an arrogant attitude, the guy pointed straight at his face and said, Hey, barbarian, you better pray to your ancestors that you don't meet me in the match. I will behead you within 10 seconds. He hummed to himself. And the second one, the guy bragging about a warrior's pride. Sylvania also chimed in, pointing and speaking. When I meet you. At that moment, Hansu couldn't hold back and shouted, Hey, is there something wrong with your brains? What? He grit his teeth, eyes glaring. You cowards. Even a 3-year-old warrior wouldn't do this. They were furious. Cowards? You dare insult us? Before he could finish, Hansu cut him off. If it's not cowardice, then what is it?
So you suddenly got brave and came to pick a fight with me just because the Baron isn't here? What noble honor for a bunch of knights. The guy stammered. He raised his voice, questioning them irritably. Is it acceptable for a knight to use numerical advantage to play such childish tricks on a barbarian? Your heads must definitely have problems.
Unexpectedly, I ran into those hateful guys quite early. The referee spoke up. You two, take your positions. Sivaya spoke in an arrogant tone. You look surprised, don't you? Right in the opening match, he had to face one of those 3 knights. He thought with disgust. Moreover, it was the most annoying one. The one who spread rumors that I was called Little Balkan because my manhood was too small. He raised his sword and spoke loudly. I, Sivaya, the sword of the Baron Hessen family, swear on my honor, I will use orthodox swordsmanship to defeat this stupid savage. Hansu's roar ignited the excitement of the crowd watching the match. Sivaya muttered with annoyance. How vulgar and rude. He gave a cold snort, thinking to himself, Do you think a barbarian would be elegant? The referee began to shout, Match, start. As soon as the signal ended, Sivaya aggressively swung his sword and rushed forward with a loud shout. Die! 4 streams of sword energy released by him forced him to raise his guard. Which sword path is the real one? Hansu decided to take a big gamble, calculating in his head. If I don't know which sword move is real, I'll just block them all. He launched himself towards him. Now I have truly become a real barbarian. Every move of his did not escape Hansu's eyes. However, he assessed, this knight is not easy to deal with. Sivaya took a running start and leaped into the air. Hansu told himself, if we are evenly matched, I need... Sivaya's face suddenly changed color as a powerful pressure from activating power enveloped his whole body. The system announced, Character has used Wild Outburst. Character's intimidation stat temporarily triples, and physical stats will increase proportionally.
Previously, he had confidently asserted to Baron Mark Twain, 10 seconds, I can crush anyone's head within 10 seconds. He threw him a provocative look. You better prepare yourself. I still have plenty of time before the 10 seconds are up. Hansu's demolition skill has the ability to amplify the threat level against enemies at close range. However, it does not increase damage, but only sows terror into the opponent's mind. The range of influence increases as the user's power increases. Those invaded by fear will gradually fall into a state of panic to the point of being unable to control their behavior, like Rick, who, when attacked, ceaselessly screamed in fear, "Don't come here!" On the contrary, Misha would frantically rush forward. "I will defeat you. Bring it on!" Once this move is executed, brave individuals will burst with intense fighting will. Hansu observed his resilience and thought to himself, but what is up with this guy?
Perhaps the answer leaned towards the second option, he assessed. Then he must be very weak. Sylvania rushed forward, roaring, Die! Hansu suddenly thought, Now I remember, I don't have a shield. As his sword struck down, he quickly blocked it with his hand and muttered, So it's a bit inconvenient. Witnessing him block the sword with his bare hands, Sylvania's face turned pale, his voice stammering. How did you? Hansu replied calmly. Do you still not understand? You were just a weakling. Saying that, he yanked his hand away from the blade, causing fresh blood to splatter instantly onto the guy's terrified face. The scene before him terrified Sylvania. Wiping the blood streak, he shouted, Dirty play. He thought to himself, What are you talking about? I've been standing right here the whole time. Hansu reached out and grabbed his neck. Your brain definitely has a problem. He cleared his throat. What did I promise? That when we met again, I would definitely return that head to you. Hansu tightened his grip on the throat and lifted the guy into the air, ignoring the faint groans. I will teach you some manners. A barbarian would surely do so. Panic was evident on Sylvania's face. A few hours later, at the temporary infirmary of the Liplat Church, he stood outside and asked, Is he dead yet? While treating Sylvania, the priestess spoke in an annoyed tone. Nothing critical, but you should have gone easier on him. Hansu laughed it off.
I didn't expect things to turn out this way, the girl grumbled. After all, he is still the knight. Hearing this, he immediately retorted, I didn't even use my axe, just my fist. How was I supposed to know he would faint after just one hit? The girl continued with a dejected look. Faint? His brain has suffered severe trauma. It's practically about to fall out. He calmly added, if he's still alive, it counts as him just fainting, right? To the priestess, these words might have seemed normal, but to that knight, they were nothing short of mockery. By this point, the girl was too weary to say another word and could only let out a sigh. At that moment, Sylvania also woke up with a bewildered expression. Where am I? He clutched his head and wondered, shouldn't I be fighting right now? The priestess explained, it seems you suffered a severe head injury during the battle and have temporarily lost your memory, but we will treat you quickly. You will recover soon. Sylvania nodded in response. I understand, thank you. Hansu approached, glaring at him as he asked, do you really not remember anything? Just seeing him, the young man was already sweating profusely, his whole body trembling. Of course, don't come near me. I feel uncomfortable being near that person. Hansu thought to himself, he doesn't seem to be lying. Thinking this, he spoke up. If you do one thing for me, I will leave immediately. He asked, what is it? He replied, nothing special. I just want you to repeat exactly what you said to me earlier. Sylvania asked back, if I agree, will you really leave?
Hansu nodded in confirmation. Naturally, he stared at Sylvania and demanded, come on, do it. The man stammered, because that place is too small. That's why people address you as little. Upon saying this, Sylvania's face turned pale, and he held his head trembling. I remember now. He was satisfied. It seems your lost memory has returned, hasn't it? Hansu stepped closer, his tone commanding. Very good. Continue. In terror, the man hurriedly clasped his hands and pleaded. Stop. Please stop. I was wrong, please. Hansu spoke with satisfaction. That's fortunate. It seems your memory has returned. At this point, Sylvania had fallen into a state of hysteria, screaming incessantly, I don't want to die! Save me! The priestess hurriedly tried to shoo him away. Quick, get out of here now! A thought flashed through Hansu's mind. He had just solved a problem for the man that even the clergy couldn't cure. After searching everywhere, Baron Mark Twain finally found Hansu. Ah, there you are. I've been looking for you for a while. Where the hell have you been hiding? He approached and explained to the Baron. I went to check on the condition of that guard, Snail something or other, after the match. The Baron shook his head wearily. You really are strange. Since when do you attack a knight so ruthlessly? Hansu let out a leisurely laugh. You say ruthless? If it were in the labyrinth, I would have even used my axe. He expressed, honestly, I didn't know he was that weak. I thought he moved slowly because his body was very sturdy.
Will they be able to withstand my attacks then? Baron Mark Twain laughed in agreement. Correct, it is not your fault. It is simply because they were not trained properly. He wondered, but is it okay to continue doing this? Even if they are just guards, aren't knights still considered assets of prestigious noble families? The Baron continued, don't worry. Why don't you think about the reason why these guards participated in these fighting games in the first place? With a cunning look on his face, Baron Mark Twain said, it is because even if they die, it is not a big deal to the nobles. If any problem arises, just let me handle it. You just need to focus on winning. The angrier you are, the more you win, the more satisfied the count will be. He replied with a smile. Understood. I will smash all their heads without hesitation. Then he returned to the arena and the referee's voice rang out. Next, please welcome Sir Quathan from the Baron Zebia family, facing Bjorn from the Baron Mark Twain family. Now, let the match begin. His eyes swept over the opponent, silently assessing. Is today really my lucky day? I keep meeting formidable opponents. Quathan spoke up, criticizing with indignation.
Making my friend end up in the infirmary, you are truly shameless. Don't think you can do that to me again, he grumbled. Sir Sylvan was merely the weakest among us. Now you will pay the price for that action. Before he could finish, he saw him rushing over like a whirlwind. He flinched, his tone shifting to panic. Huh? What? Without wasting words, Hansu used a single axe swing to end the guy's life. The referee concluded, the winner is Hansu. He smiled triumphantly. The match ended in just 3 seconds. Hansu roared, causing the surrounding crowd to cheer excitedly in unison. Next time, just crush him like that. Night Crusher. Long live the Night Crusher. He curiously looked around. This battle seemed too easy for him, checking if there were any other opponents. The system chimed. Your character fame has increased by 10. In this case, I don't know who the real barbarian is anymore. Thus, in the third match of the semifinals, he defeated his opponent swiftly and easily.
I displayed the spine-breaking skill, leaving the enemy in a state between life and death. That's right, a true barbarian must be like this. The referee announced, the winner is Hansu from the family of Baron Mark Twain. The excitement within him had vanished by now. He thought to himself, how boring. It's a bit too easy when the opponent doesn't resist at all. But in the end, I didn't get to beat up the head knight among them. One day, I will definitely get to face them. Inside the church, the priestess looked at the knight with a puzzled gaze. You say you just returned to the goddess? He stammered. What should we do now? In helplessness, the girl could only silently lament. This is the third case of brain issues today. Good heavens. Outside, Baron Mark Twain spoke with a satisfied voice. Your performance was extremely impressive, especially at the end of the match. It gave me chills. Where did you learn such combat techniques? He thought to himself. From manga. Hansu spoke up. I would like to rest for a moment while waiting for the next match. He happily nodded in agreement. Sure. Let me go somewhere else. He closed his eyes, sinking into thought. Just one more match left. The final opponent is... Soon enough, the next battle began. The referee shouted loudly, Sir Ambercost from the family of Count Bethel versus Hansu of the family of Baron Mark Twain. Please take your positions. This name made him pause. Count Bethel's guard? With a bulky physique and a sword in hand, Ambercost spoke. Pleasure to meet you. He replied, The pleasure is mine.
Me too, thoughts constantly swirled in Hansu's mind. Watching the previous matches, he had assessed his opponent, a knight possessing many elements of power, such as the endurance of the Tron Tin tribe in the fighting intelligence of the Da Tin. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. Choosing a bodyguard with such typical knightly strength revealed quite a bit about the Count's personality. However, to obtain this service, the Count must have spent a considerable amount of money. Amachos asked in puzzlement, Where is your equipment? Are you planning to fight bare-bodied? Hansu replied excitedly, You know, wearing it is very inconvenient. The opponent replied, True, wearing that would make fighting difficult. Amachos laughed triumphantly. I was worried the match would end too easily, but seeing you so serious puts me at ease. Just then, the referee's shout rang out. Then let the match begin. He excitedly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. At this point, Hansu pondered. I can clearly see the rosy future you were dreaming of, he mused. But seeing you so off guard, I am glad I can hide my trump cards until the end of the match. The smile of excitement remained on the man's face. However, in the very next moment, the smile on his lips froze as Hansu rushed forward, combining the two moves gigantification and demolition, causing Amachos' expression to change, cold sweat pouring out. System notifications continuously appeared. Your character has selected gigantification, amplifying the character's body, proportionally increasing threat level and body stats. Your character selected demolition. The character's threat level is temporarily tripled, proportionally increasing body stats. The flame of fighting spirit within Hansu burned fiercely. The pressure radiating from him made the opponent tremble in fear. What? Executing these two skills simultaneously rapidly increased the threat level. The pressure from Hansu caused the ground to shake and crack open.
Along with that, the physical stats would also be significantly enhanced. Amajaz panicked to the point of dropping his sword to the ground. Realizing that the chance of survival was extremely fragile, he immediately turned and fled from the arena, screaming incessantly, Help me, please! Amidst extreme panic, he plunged headfirst into the crowd. Hansu thought to himself that this made the situation favorable for him. However, the system gave a reminder.
Your opponent has declared a forfeit, and the referee, surprised, stepped out of the arena. Hearing this, he froze, then hurriedly turned back to the ring to explain, Wait a minute, I didn't mean to. If I could fight again, I would... Suddenly, an irritable voice rang out. Shut up, Bethel growled, his eyes glaring. You... His tone was filled with fury. How much longer do you intend to smear mud on my face? Witnessing this, Hansu asked himself, was using gigantification the right choice? The scene shifts to Erwin's in-room. A voice was echoing in the house. Be strong. Ghostly sounds enveloped Erwin's mind. Must be strong. She suddenly exclaimed aloud. Only then can I protect what is inherently mine. Everything. I must try hard. Just then, Teresia opened the door, walked in, and called out, Erwin? Erwin was surprised and exclaimed, Sister, you're back? She asked with concern, Are you okay? Hearing that, Erwin asked back in confusion, What are you talking about? Teresia explained, Well, you've been muttering to yourself for a while now. Smiling, Erwin answered her question, I was just talking to the spirits. Can you come back later? I still need to practice a bit more. With a hint of suspicion, Teresia asked again, Is that so? After that, she closed the door, sinking into her thoughts. As expected, should I tell her? Teresia left the doorway, her heart full of contemplation. Everyone out there was talking about the person called Little Balkan.
I shouldn't hide this from her either. The image of Erwin from earlier suddenly flashed in her mind. But what motivation caused an adventurer like her to improve so quickly? Teresia silently pieced everything together. During that time, Erwin had contracted with 4 spirits. 3 of them had successfully used enlightenment magic and gained their own consciousness. Honestly, I don't know why she is only revealing her talent now. There is a truth she cannot deny. Erwin's swordsmanship and archery have truly improved by leaps and bounds. Now she can defeat a grade 7 monster on her own. After a moment of contemplation, Teresia made a decision.
It's best not to say anything. This will be good for Erwin. Lately, no, as long as it helps Erwin become stronger than before, that's enough. At that moment, she noticed something strange. Wait a minute, lately, a question popped into Teresia's head. Could it be because she absorbed an essence? Next, she grabbed a book named Kalibalo from the shelf. Teresia knew exactly what she was holding. The Essence Compendium, containing all information on essences from grade 7 to grade 9. A moment later, a look of delight appeared on her face. Found it. Inside the book, a piece of information was mentioned. Grade 7, Kalibalo, speed, mid, dark resistance, low, endurance, low, accuracy, mid, sharpness, low, hearing, mid, obsession, high, speed and sharpness increase when moving, red magic trap.
Blue scent hunt, green tracking arrow. Teresa was utterly astonished by this information. Obsession? High rank? Could it be? A certain page in the book recorded that. Grade 8 chaser low, physical resistance low, endurance low, jump power medium, impact low, speed medium, obsession medium. Penetration ability increases upon successful attack. After a series of continuous notifications about the red piercing arrow, the blue eruption, and the yellow detection, the next crucial data was displayed. The stats regarding agility, smell, and poison resistance of the grade 9 Goblin Archer had all been reduced. The list of lowered stats continued with intelligence, sensitivity, accuracy, vision, speed, and even obsession. Its ability to cause paralysis when using active weapons, along with the thief's step skill, raised a sliver of doubt within her. Teresa fell into deep thought, her mouth unconsciously biting her fingernails. This too? Now I understand. It's because of this that she is obsessed with strength. A feeling of dejection quietly crept in as she closed the book. Although she felt somewhat uneasy inside, she understood that she couldn't arbitrarily remove the essences that had already been absorbed. She told herself, all right, wait for her to absorb another essence that can replace it. When that time comes, just deleting it will be fine. The uneasy feeling in Teresa's heart temporarily subsided. She silently told herself in her mind, I already know what the cause is, so it will be easy. A problem suddenly flashed through her mind. But wait, what if before deleting it she finds out that person is still alive? A wave of worry surged in Teresa's heart. She didn't know in which direction that ability would develop. The voice of the coachman rang out, signaling they had arrived at District 7, and the clock struck 2 a.m. We've arrived. A polite reply came from inside the carriage. Yes, thank you. Bjorn had finally set foot back. As Hansu stepped off the carriage, he swept his eyes around once, then glanced at the amount of money he had, and thought to himself, now then, let's begin. When remembering the list he had received, a question suddenly arose in Hansu's mind. Is it because I was commissioned by a wealthy family?
In the request from Baron Mark Twain, the expenses were clearly defined. 1 million magic crystals as the starting fee and 2 million magic crystals for the role of representing the family. Additionally, there were other payments, 1 million magic crystals for the victory and 300,000 magic crystals when the trophy was presented to the family. Thus, the total amount reached 4.3 million magic crystals. Hansu couldn't help but marvel at the colossal amount of money he had earned in just a single day. He recalled the words Baron Mark Twain had enthusiastically spoken earlier.
In just the next few months, your name and this family will be mentioned a lot among the nobility, so if you have any difficulties, just come find me. Don't be shy. Thinking back, he found that to be reasonable. It made sense. Having achieved so much, it was natural for the old man to be happy. A small detail had aroused Hansu's vigilance. However, Count Bethel, he recalled the old man's expression the moment Bethel spoke. Congratulations. Also, when you are fully prepared, come see me. This information took Hansu by surprise. Prepare for what? He then witnessed the man reply in a voice as cold as ice. You don't need to know, but until then, do not join hands with any other family. Do you understand my meaning? In that instant, he completely understood. If he refused right then, unforeseeable consequences would surely follow. Therefore, Hansu decided to compromise. Well, just nod and let it pass. Professional ethics, after all. But it looked damn dangerous. His hand instinctively tightened around the kapad necklace engraved with the number 7777. He thought to himself, by the way, I didn't expect to receive this so quickly in Dungeon and Stone. If I were unlucky, I wouldn't have found it even if I grinded my face off. Thus, his will was solidified once again. In Hansu's mind, calculations began to form. How much luck have I accumulated? I really need to be more careful in every action from now on. As the new dawn broke, a soft sigh escaped him. So this is what the count meant. Hansu scanned the pages, seeing the content was somewhat similar, then focused on the crucial details.
The content mainly mentioned the reward money along with an invitation to attend a banquet. Hansu looked at the documents in his hand with a heavy heart, lost in thought. Was it like this with all nobles? Working for those old men for just a few days was enough to live on for the rest of his life. However, he was falling into a dilemma. If he agreed, that old count would be angry. If he didn't respond, the nobility might hold a grudge against him. He had made his own decision. He would write a letter refusing everything. Hansu wondered silently as he put on his coat. What exactly was that old man thinking? To be honest, people like that were the scariest. Just one small mistake and he would be screwed with him. The image of Bethel's smile suddenly flashed back, sending a chill down his spine. From the start, the intentions had been unclear, making him slightly apprehensive. There was no way a wealthy count would care about a barbarian adventurer. A plan was silently forming in Hansu's head. The next time the community opened, he had to investigate more about that old man. As his hand raised to knock on the door, he suddenly remembered something. Come to think of it, this was the last month of research with Onlua.
The door opened and Anlo spoke up. "Oh, you're here." Hansu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "So who is this person you said would be researching with me?" She replied, her voice slightly embarrassed. About that." Raven's appearance was sudden. "Surprise, old girl!" Hansu's face darkened immediately. She had clearly said the person was her senior. Anlua's voice rose, tinged with worry. "I'm sorry, I was forced." From behind, he spoke in a reassuring tone. "Don't be so tense, it's just a simple research." Having no other choice, Hansu told himself, "Well, what can I do now?" Then she spoke up to explain. "We will be using a magic tool created by him." Raven quickly continued Anlua's story, "and conduct a study to see if it can distinguish evil spirits." That statement made him wonder. Magic tool? Hansu told himself to stay calm and act cautiously. He could confirm that the old man suspected him of being an evil spirit. Then the key word to refute is not the evil spirit, but the magic tool. Therefore he bowed slightly and asked, "Is it safe?" Hansu fell into thought when he caught the old man's smile. "I've had to endure Anlua's research antics for a while now, so this reaction is appropriate." Seeing his reaction, Raven's brows furrowed slightly. "You don't trust me? I am Mage Anlua's teacher." He continued with reassuring words. "Who do you think I am? You don't have to worry. Gabe will prove to you that the magic tool has no effect at all." Anlua couldn't believe what she just heard and exclaimed, "Gabe?" Raven calmly asked another question. "Is that too difficult?" She replied with an awkward expression. "But if it's just checking the formula..." Observing the situation, Hansu began to have his own conjectures. The probability of Anlua being on that old man's side is higher than mine. These two are untrustworthy. I guess the old man isn't sure either, which is why he prepared so carefully.
That meant no such object existed. He searched his memory for fragments of information he had heard. It hadn't existed for thousands of years, though naturally it could have suddenly appeared. His train of thought continued. If such a thing really existed, the old man would have tricked him into sitting in front of a magic tool to test it already, rather than probing like this. So, in short, since he was already here, making excuses wouldn't do a damn thing. Refusing would only lead him straight into the old man's trap. He made his choice. All right then, let's do it. Meanwhile, the man kept rambling on. So what now? This isn't dangerous, nor will it take much time. Hansu grasped the key point in those words. Not much time? Raven offered a very specific number, about 5 minutes. Upon hearing that, he accepted without hesitation. That works. Smiling, the old man asked once more to be sure. Are you certain? Raven's attitude puzzled Hansu slightly. What's with that question? What do you mean, old man? He calmly answered the query. Weren't you afraid earlier that it might endanger you? Hearing that, he immediately retorted. You said you'd let Onlua check it, didn't you? The old man looked slightly flustered as he spoke. That is true. At that moment, Hansu rolled his neck slightly and began to urge him on.
"Hurry up, let's finish early so I can go back to sleep," he complained silently in his gut with frustration. Slowpoke, talking so much at this hour. As soon as the door closed, Anlua spoke up. "He's gone." Raven couldn't suppress a loud burst of laughter. She immediately questioned him. "So, what's the conclusion?" He gestured toward the chair next to him. "It's nothing, it's just a normal chair. You did well, just remember not to say anything to that guy." Anlua remained silent after that statement. Then with a serious voice, she said, "Teacher, aren't you going to say it? At first you thought Yanlil was an evil spirit, didn't you? That's why you asked all sorts of things about what happened in the labyrinth, right?" Raven hurriedly spoke up to caution her. "Calm down."
Anlua began to look impatient. "Do you have the answer now, master?" Finally, he had to admit it. "Yes, I was mistaken." At this moment, she frowned and spoke. "Well, I also understand your thinking. He is a very special person. But I have a question." He immediately retorted. "What question?" Anlua voiced her doubt. "Why did you do that? If you suspected him of being an evil spirit?" Her heart was filled with confusion. "You just needed to tell the Security Management Center." Then Raven began to explain the whole story. "Only by doing so would I not die." Anlua was completely stunned by that truth. "Sir, what do you mean?" He offered no further explanation. "Nothing. I'm tired. I'm going ahead. Please clean up for me." Still wanting an answer, she called out, "Master." Anlua continued trying to persuade him. Wait. The more she thought, the more she noticed unreasonable points. Doing so wouldn't lead to death. It seemed something flashed in Anlua's mind. That means he needs a living evil spirit? What exactly does he want? A new day began with Hansu's sigh. Whew, exhausted so early in the morning. He lay on the bed, lost in thought. They should have warned me to prepare. Appearing suddenly like that scared the hell out of me. I'm too sensitive these days.
Still reeling from the shock, Hansu unconsciously raised his hand to rub his forehead. Anyway, nothing happened, and thinking back, it wasn't that bad, right?
But that old man, what was with that disappointed look on his face? Oh well, fuck it. Misha suddenly appeared and asked, Bjorn, are you asleep? Her presence startled him a bit. How did... I gave you the key, didn't I? Immediately after, Han-Soo sat up straight and announced, You came at the right time, Misha. Misha was surprised by this news and couldn't help but let out a gasp. He held her hand tightly, his voice full of determination. I need you. At this moment, Misha asked bewilderedly, Now? At this hour? It's already morning. Oh no, I mean, I haven't prepared yet. Han-Soo replied with a calm attitude. Just write it, the reply letters to those nobles. Only now did she realize what was happening. Ah, reply letters. After that, Misha questioned him while putting pen to paper. She seemed a bit uneasy and asked, Is it really okay to send this to them? What if something happens? He immediately dispelled her concerns. Of course it's okay. Han-Soo silently affirmed as he wrote the letter. Yes, this is polite enough. He continued to write blunt words in the letter. Busy, can't go, find another barbarian.
Yandil's son Bjorn heard those words. She helplessly let out a sigh. Then Misha hesitantly made a suggestion. So while you were writing, tell me about what happened yesterday, tell me. He did not reply, which puzzled her. Why are you so silent? Han-Soo quickly responded. I'm thinking, give me a moment. He was focusing on reenacting everything from the periodic meeting of Bjorn's team 10 days before the labyrinth opened. A voice suddenly rang out. Yeah, that's right. Han-Soo looked straight at Hikrid Marat, the one who had just spoken. You always firmly asserted that you wouldn't join the expedition, and that wasn't just his own opinion. Meanwhile, the other man calmly spoke up. If a spatial collapse actually happens, we're done for. Dwalki coughed slightly and then began to speak. There's no smoke without fire. As for Rot Miller, he proactively suggested, Given the serious situation, I think we should rest this time. Witnessing the reactions of those around them, Misha couldn't help but be curious. Bjorn, what do you plan to do? At this moment, he was smiling and thinking to himself, Actually, I could persuade them with information from the community, but it's not necessary. Currently, Han-Soo's mood was extremely relieved. He thought to himself, Thank goodness. Thinking back, it's been over 3 months since we arrived at the Blood Citadel. In the early stages, every time we cleared a dungeon, we had to clean up a dimensional rift. Calculations flashed through his mind. But I can't reveal how to open the rifts indiscriminately. I'll just take Misha along to collect crystals. After a moment of pondering, Han-Soo finally spoke.
Fine, then this time it will just be the two of us. Hearing that, she panicked and asked back, Hey, me too? He calmly looked at Misha and replied, Do you want me to go alone? She immediately denied it. That's not it. Han-Soo could clearly sense Misha's reluctance, so he proactively suggested, If you're that worried, just let me go alone. She interrupted Han-Soo before he could finish his sentence. Hey, you barbarian, at least ask nicely. Try saying it cutely. Hearing that, his face suddenly turned red. Cutely? Afterwards, Han-Soo became awkward, not knowing how to act. Then he hesitantly looked at Misha and asked, Do you want to go with me? Han-Soo's reaction made her feel satisfied. Of course, how could you go alone, right? Misha's answer was completely outside his expectations. Was it really effective? Ending the discussion, Han-Soo concluded, Anyway, let's decide on that. His friend was so stunned she couldn't speak. He suddenly felt a sense of excitement and started thinking, This time, we will enter the rift. The scene shifted to the next day. In the shopping district, a paperboy cried out excitedly, Hot news here. He began announcing the hottest news. The royal family has announced that the rumors about the dimensional collapse are a fabrication. The Tauthan school at the Magic Tower was blinded by research and deliberately spread false rumors.
Hikrid Marat and Jean Millet were intently reading the newspaper. He spoke up with unconcealed delight. Bjorn, have you heard the news? Now we can enter the labyrinth together. Han-Soo immediately refused. I've already accepted a quest, so I can't go. Watching the door close heavily, Hikrid Marat still wore a cheerful smile. Hearing what he said, Misha began to wonder. An escort mission? Since when did you take on that quest? Han-Soo glanced at her and replied, Ignore it, I just made it up. His answer made Misha exclaim in surprise. Right after that, Han-Soo spoke plainly. Actually, for this exploration, I intend to enter a rift. Knowing this, a great concern arose in her heart. How can we enter a rift? Did you find a way in the library? He immediately answered decisively. Yeah, that's right. Misha was still shocked and confused. But why hide it from Hikrid? Isn't it better to go in together? Han-Soo wiped his sword as he replied. Misha, have you told anyone about signing the contract with the water spirit using the ice spirit bracelet? She hurriedly affirmed. Not at all. Still not fully trusting, he asked again. Really didn't tell anyone? Misha began to feel perplexed by the question. You told me to keep it a secret. Han-Soo understood the implication in her words. Yeah, that's right. He suddenly switched to another name. But what if it's Hikrid? Can he keep a secret?
Hearing that name, she began to speculate. Is it possible he gets drunk and blabs it everywhere? Han-Soo continued, listing other names. What about Dualki and Rottmiller? Misha immediately gave a serious analysis. I think Dualki would slip up even when sober, but I'm not sure about Rottmiller. The image of Rottmiller suddenly flashed in his mind. Surprisingly, Misha's speculation almost matched mine, except for Rottmiller. Actually, he is the hardest one to predict.
Han-Soo could be certain that John Millet would never reveal the secret, but he would wonder how I knew about it and look at me with suspicion. At this moment, she suddenly realized, so that's why you kept it a secret. What about me then? Misha suddenly jumped up and started questioning. Why didn't you tell me? He didn't know where to start explaining. Well, deep down, Han-Soo already had the answer. There were many reasons. Although Misha seemed foolish, she was actually very careful and tight-lipped. This was the reason that made him feel most at ease. Furthermore, she didn't know how to lie, so I could tell if the secret had been leaked just by asking. However, he thought just one sentence was enough, so Han-Soo asserted, "You are the person I trust." Hearing that, Misha's cheeks immediately flushed red. She turned away somewhat shyly. "It's so hot, don't you think the weather is hot today?" He looked at Misha unblinkingly, confused. "Really? What's wrong? Then drink some water." Now Han-Soo was feeling extremely excited. There were 8 days left until the labyrinth opened. I would be very busy preparing everything. On D8, she asked in astonishment, "Buying equipment again?" He calmly gave his answer.
It wasn't a purchase, but an enhancement. Subsequently, Han-Soo's equipment was reinforced, with lightning energy being infused into it. For a limited time, a portion of the damage dealt by this equipment would be converted into lightning elemental damage. Misha looked in astonishment at the lightning scrolls, lightning grass, and high-grade potions laid out on the table. High-grade potions? Did you really buy these expensive things? He explained the origin of these items. I've wanted to stock up on a bottle for a long time. When it's needed, I won't be stingy with money anymore. Han-Soo began to calculate silently.
This sum of about 2 million stones was paid from the joint account I had created with Misha earlier. By D7, the priest offered words of praise. "Warrior, you are truly skilled, earning 4 million stones in just 2 months. Immediately after, Han-Soo received a series of notifications that the level 4 Undying imprint had been activated, along with a slight increase in spirit and soul energy. The spirit attribute stat was increased by 40 points, and the ability attribute stat was also increased by 40 points. Turning to D6, Misha urged him, "Go take a bath, we have to eat." At that moment, Han-Soo realized an important detail. It turned out that the soul energy increasing effect of the spirit stat had contributed to extending the duration of the gigantification state by 1.5 times. Then she asked with a skeptical tone, "Are you planning to go to the library? Can I come along?" He looked at Misha with a distrustful gaze. "You? Reading books?" She felt provoked and shouted, What is that look? I read books occasionally too." Then someone started chanting the Face It spell. Witnessing that scene, Han-Soo couldn't help but be surprised. "Why did you use this magic today?" And Lua immediately explained, "Detecting special books is a secret magic. I cannot use it in front of others." Misha fell silent after learning this, while he questioned, "Then you should have whispered it to me, right?" She acknowledged Han-Soo's opinion was well-founded. "That's true too. Well, shut up. Please forget what you just heard." After hearing that, he became even more bewildered. "What is it? I don't want to think too much either." Time passed until D5, and Lua spoke with deep gratitude. "It's finally over. Thank you for the past time." Han-Soo put on his coat and replied, "Thank you for your help." His way of speaking made her feel a bit annoyed. You really speak harshly. Anyway, don't die." Right at this moment, a question popped up in Han-Soo's mind. "Aren't you going to take back the Magic Tower access card?" And Lewis smiled and replied, "Just keep it. If anything happens, come here. Mr. Yandel often gets into trouble, so occasionally I want to know his situation too." He did not continue to object and reached out to take it. Just like that, time quietly passed by. On D-Day, the crowd was discussing very excitedly. The son of the Yandel family, Bjorn. "Thank you for giving us advice. Be careful, Bjorn."
Protect your heart. I won't forget this. Good luck. Their reaction surprised Han-Soo. They even knew how to say thank you. Why are we barbarians so polite? Misha, standing nearby, couldn't help but speak up. "I'm actually jealous of them, having a good senior like you." Immediately after, he proactively made an offer. "I will just guide them." Hickrod saw this and immediately voiced a warning. "Hey, don't be shy." Han-Soo looked at him and said, "Be careful. If someone treats you well, you should suspect them."
Hearing that, Hickrod Murat laughed out loud. "Do you think I look like those barbarian brats?" He didn't say it out loud, but silently thought. It implies a little bit. Actually, Han-Soo's gaze had shifted to John Millet. "John Millet, I only trust you." At this moment, he urged, "Then let's go in. What about you guys?" Misha said bluntly without hiding anything, "Our clients haven't arrived yet." John Millet didn't wait for the two of them any longer and spoke up, "Then we'll go first." Before entering, Tiresias smiled radiantly and said, "All right, see you later." Time passed, and 30 minutes later, Misha spoke up with a hint of uneasiness. "Hey, Bjorn, aren't we going in?" Han-Soo maintained an extremely calm attitude to reply, "Wait a bit." She lost all patience and proxed.
Huh? Wait until when? Noticing Misha's attitude, he remarked, truly a newbie. If I say wait, just wait. Why ask so much? This was exactly what Han-Soo had been waiting for all along. He revealed the truth to her. Experience will be doubled. When the time was ripe, he began to speak. It is now. As soon as Han-Soo placed his hand on the stone slab, the system immediately displayed a notification. You have entered the Crystal Cave first floor. You are the first to open the portal. Bonus experience. She was startled by the scene. Huh? Could this be the portal to the second floor? How come? Hearing her words, he immediately replied, well? Then Han-Soo began to explain in detail. Misha was completely stunned after knowing the situation. Dimensional instability phenomenon. Can you use it like that? In other words, at this moment he looked somewhat confused. Really? I can't explain the principle either. I just know how to use it. She couldn't hold back and spoke up. Poor John Millet. Han-Soo felt confused and stared at Misha. She spoke sadly. If he knew about this method, he would definitely feel very disappointed. Just like me when I signed the contract with the water spirit using that ring. He let out a soft sound and suddenly realized, that's right.
Han-Soo knew for certain that John Millet would be extremely disappointed if he heard about this game bug. He recalled John Millet's enthusiastic words, if I try hard, maybe one day I will be able to open a portal myself. That is my dream as an adventurer. There was one truth Han-Soo had to admit. That declaration was indeed very heroic.
He really had an extremely serious attitude towards his profession as an adventurer. Information continued to be displayed. You have entered the third floor stone desert. Realizing where he was, he felt confused. Stone desert? Why this place? Han-Soo immediately recognized the anomaly. They had to go through the eastern portal to reach the beast's lair and find the necessary magic crystals. We have to go back. Following that, a system notification board appeared. You have entered the second floor crystal cave. He looked at the compass and began to analyze the situation. We have to go east for 2 days. Time passed just like that until 4 hours later. At this moment, Misha and Han-Soo were fighting a golem, a grade 8 monster with the appearance of a clay doll. It possessed a skill to blend into the environment and would only reveal itself once someone entered a 4-kilometer range. After fighting for a while, she lamented, killing it is easy, but picking up magic crystals is too troublesome. He thought with a bit of regret, if only Rot Miller were here, we wouldn't have to pick up magic crystals ourselves. Misha suddenly sensed something was wrong. Bjorn, someone is running this way. She felt a sense of confusion wash over her. What do we do? Han-Soo looked towards the direction of the sound and replied, I don't know. He silently analyzed the entire situation in his head. Reaching here in just 4 hours, Han-Soo could guess they must be speedrunning. Just then, a group of people hurriedly ran over, constantly urging each other. Hurry up, all right? Witnessing the scene, he sank into thought. Slow down. You guys are already the fastest. The portal is already open. However, Misha couldn't help but remark, their equipment is terrifying. Do you have to be that strong to open the portal? Han-Soo didn't pay much attention and urged, what are you looking at?
We'll be able to do it eventually. Let's go. She didn't grasp the issue and asked back. Us? He thought to himself with a bit of helplessness. Perhaps she still wasn't used to the fact that they were no longer newbies. Then Misha commented again. I see you really have great ambition, Bjorn. Is it because you are a barbarian? Hearing that, Han-Soo asked back in confusion. Are you being sarcastic? He felt her elbow nudging his arm. Dummy. Misha immediately praised him ceaselessly. I mean, you are truly amazing. Han-Soo coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. From behind, his eyes were glued to her back. Sometimes she was too straightforward. Did she even know what it meant for him to be a barbarian? At the same time, information about Bjorn Yandel was displayed by the system. Level 5, Physique 386.1, Spirit 283.3, 40, Magic Power 242.4, 40, Item Level 967.
The combat power stats summary was released, 1208-5580. The system began listing the collected crystals, Grade 6 Corpse Golem, Grade 6 Vampire Guardian, Grade 6 Orc Hero. Time continued to pass quietly. With only 19 hours left before the labyrinth opened, Misha spoke up tentatively. Did you see that person just now? Why were they so big? That pack definitely has spatial expansion. A sudden worry arose in her. I wonder why those guys are still here. Han-Soo also sensed that something was unusual. Right, it is strange. He narrowed his eyes, looking from afar, and thought to himself, looking at them is a bit weird too. It seems like we are on the first floor. I need to get to a higher floor quickly. Seeing Han-Soo's smile, Misha became curious. What's so funny that you're smiling? He began to explain the reason for his behavior. I was just remembering my old party. In his heart, Han-Soo secretly told himself that indeed, before establishing a stable party, he had faced too many difficulties. He suddenly felt worried about Erwin's condition. Thinking back, he remembered Erwin. She had helped him a lot in the past,
and he didn't know how she was doing now. With a high-ranking sister looking after her, she should be fine. And then Hansu secretly made a resolution that later, when he got out of the tower, he would go find her. He thought to himself, what's with that attitude? He looked straight at Erwin and remarked, what the hell, she looks like she wants to kill someone. While the other party remained silent, Hansu analyzed the look in Erwin's eyes.
It seemed like a greedy gaze, but the threat from him wasn't much. Mostly just looking at these adventurers made my eyes itch a bit. He couldn't help but call out, "Hey, do you have something to say?" The guy hurriedly replied, "Nothing at all, sir." Hansu didn't let it go easily and continued to question, "Nothing? Then why are you looking at me like you want to eat me alive?" Frightened, Hayes Ivan stammered, well, seeing the situation didn't look good, she immediately advised, "Bjorn, what's wrong with you? He didn't do anything wrong." He glanced at Misha, his eyes showing dissatisfaction. It seems this girl likes to meddle in other people's business too much, huh? She continued to try and remind him, "Hey, don't pick fights with others anymore." Meanwhile, Hansu was grumbling in annoyance. But what the hell? His rage hadn't shown signs of subsiding yet. That guy's eyes just annoyed him so much. He needed to verify what he wanted, so for that reason, Hansu frowned and asked, "What's your name?" The guy's face turned pale. "It's Hayes Ivan." After learning the opponent's name was Hayes Ivan, he exclaimed, "Oh my God." He kept a stern tone as he spoke. "It's Hayes, not Hi, right? Speak quickly or you'll get beaten up." The guy fearfully and hurriedly replied, "It really is Hayes." Hansu temporarily accepted Hayes Ivan's explanation. "All right, lucky it's not Hi. Seems like it's a bit different this time." Standing opposite, the guy looked extremely panicked. "Actually, my real name is Hi, but because there are too many people with that name, I changed it to Hayes."
This news astonished him. What the hell? Hansu felt incredibly depressed reflecting on it, encountering trouble so soon. He continued to caution carefully. "All right, knowing that, you are forbidden from changing back to your old name. Just live using this new name, understood?" Erwin dared not contradict Hansu and quickly replied, "Yes." Right then, the ground began to shake violently. "Oh, look there, up above." Seeing the situation, he thought frustratedly, "Trouble already." A second later, Hansu hurriedly grabbed Misha's hand. "Run fast." He knew the shaking phenomenon inside the labyrinth could only be a sign of one thing. Hansu grit his teeth while running. Meeting Hansu really spells the end of my life. Even changing names doesn't change that. He silently analyzed the possibilities. A rift in the labyrinth opening within 3 days, but the very first day is already this troublesome. I don't understand why I'm so unlucky. Aftershocks like this will be quite annoying, not to mention encountering monsters. He thought to himself, I've been in the labyrinth for half a day, yet it's still so unlucky. How am I supposed to level up and earn magic crystals? Everything happened quickly, beyond Hansu's control. He thought, any adventure game has danger, but I didn't think danger would come this fast and this plentifully for me. In this world, there really is nowhere safe. She suddenly spoke up to remind him, look ahead. He understood clearly what Misha was implying. I see it, don't worry.
Pushed into a desperate situation, Hansu told himself, fine, just keep moving forward, we'll figure it out as we go. He suddenly placed his hand on her shoulder, Misha. Immediately after, Hansu suddenly scooped Misha up, rushing forward like an arrow while shouting, hold on tight to me. As soon as they escaped the danger zone, a system notification appeared. Entered the first floor rift. The presence of Hansu and her greatly surprised Kalsen, a barbarian and a beastkin in the same team? That really is strange. He began to introduce himself. I am Kalen, nice to meet you too. Eamon also spoke up to introduce himself. As long as you two aren't deadweights, I welcome you. I am Eamon. The girl named Jessinazen standing next to them also quickly spoke up, and I am Jessinazen. He also spoke up to introduce himself. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel, and this is Misha.
She and I are on the same team. Hearing this, Misha blankly blurted out, ah. Seeing this, Hansu appeared extremely annoyed. Hey, don't mind what I say, just play along. Thus, she listened to him and replied, ah, that's right. Misha observed his attitude and began to guess. It seems he is already wary of those people. Following that, Hansu calmly spoke up. All right, I can protect myself, so everyone rest assured. The girl replied with a confident look. I specialize in pathfinding, and I also have spirit communication skills. The other friend started highlighting his strengths. I'm good at swordsmanship. Naturally, my combat skills aren't bad either. I usually take the vanguard position during battle. After gathering the information, he commented, these two are indeed a bit weak. Perhaps the second floor is currently their limit. Hansu began calculating in his mind. So if we go together, that's 2 more deadweights. I hope the current situation is different from the Blood Citadel back then. At least the dwarf and the witch girl were somewhat useful. He had anticipated what might happen. Now, in this place, he thought the cycle of rifts appearing would become more frequent. Each time there would be about 5 or 6 aftershocks. The intensity had increased. It wasn't like this before. But perhaps there had been changes in the last few months. Thus, weak adventurers entering would die even more easily, and the difficulty level here was also increasing.
His train of thought continued to flow. That's why I said these two can currently only stay here on the second floor. As such, I want to proceed to the Beast's lair as planned.
Based on the situation at hand, Hansu began to outline a plan. They would need to travel for at least a few more days and choose a suitable time as well. Misha and I will be more careful this time. Right now, he was in a state of high alert. Inside the labyrinth, no one could be trusted. Hansu imagined their future appearance. Come on, let's fight. Where are the monsters? Thinking of that, he felt a wave of irritation rising. It was truly annoying that there were more and more low-level adventurers. He thought that for the sake of items, they didn't mind the danger to enter a place like this. Things were already strange when I met that guy Hack. Truly, even running to the second floor, I still can't escape this bad luck. He remarked, "Those two are useless people, so what about the remaining one?" Suddenly, Amuni stepped right up in front. "If you have something to say, say it." Amuni looked extremely surprised and asked back, "Me?" Then the guy pointed to the object behind his back. "You look." He immediately glanced over and remarked, "Looking at the crossbow he carries, it's way too big." He thought, "Truly someone with combat proficiency and rich experience. I'm not sure I could handle that crossbow." Then Hansu stated straight out what he wanted. "I just want to verify if you are a trustworthy ally." Amuni didn't answer, but instead asked him back, "But I want to ask that of you first." He started introducing his own circumstances. "I am a grade 6 adventurer, and my friend is grade 7. We have been up to the 4th floor, the Witch's Forest." The information Hansu provided made the guy exclaim in admiration. "Ah, is that so? I am only grade 5. At this point, he finally voiced his question. "By the way, with such low levels, why do you people keep rushing into dangerous places?" Hearing this, Amuni squeezed and said, "You two are just a bit stronger. What's with the attitude?" The guy's words sparked anger in Hansu. "This old guy is truly my nemesis. Fighting skills aside, his lip service is second to none." Now he spoke with absolute confidence. "We entered because we have sufficient strength."
And that guy looking at those two clueless friends of yours, what good is he? Leon watched as Amuni recounted the group's situation. "We were on the 1st floor, but because of the earthquake aftershocks, we entered this 2nd floor right away to be quick." "That's right, same with us. I'm not actually with those two. I just met them after getting separated from my group." Hansu was incredibly astonished when thinking back. This turn of events was truly unbelievable. Before, he had wondered if an outstanding archer existed in this place, but the encounter with this old man proved that here was an extraordinarily talented warrior.
He observed Kalsen and Jessenazin to evaluate them, considering that the chances of success on this floor would be higher if he cooperated with the old man. Kalsen and Jessenazin's appearance looked quite fragile, and it was unclear if they had any hidden special abilities. After a moment of hesitation, Hansu made a proposal with calculations in mind. "All right, then let's form a temporary team. In a place full of danger, the more people, the safer it is." Bjord Yondel and Misha asked with astonished expressions. "Fighting together?" Kalsen also voiced his agreement. "All right, let's see how it goes." While Jessenazin grumbled in annoyance. He really is a nuisance. Eamon seemed to sense that this game was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Finally, Hansu concluded, "So let's leave it at that." Then he took the initiative to unite everyone. "Let's coordinate with all our might. Don't be shy. Since we're here, anyone we meet is a teammate. Whatever items or essences we find, splitting them evenly will be fine." Having said that, Hansu silently calculated that after the rift revealed itself this week, more variant monsters would appear. He also hoped Misha could absorb some useful essence.
However, that plan had to be put aside for now. Just move forward and see. With games of chance like this, I don't have enough confidence to win because my luck has always been terrible. Amon appeared to agree with his wish. All right, if that's the case, let's just keep moving. After that, the whole group began the journey together, cooperating happily. Hansu stepped forward while making a remark. This place almost lacked the concept of night, causing their biological rhythms to be completely turned upside down. The endless long days caused a sense of fatigue far beyond the usual level. The path they were taking was covered in ice and snow, and everyone hurriedly stepped forward. He told himself while observing the surrounding scenery that once he had stepped in here, he was forced to adapt. The more thorough the preparation, the more everything would go according to plan. Time quietly passed until 30 minutes later. A grade 7 snowman, a ferocious and powerful creature, was displaying its strength. Witnessing that scene, Jasonism's face immediately turned pale. Do we need to confront it? Amon stood beside him and spoke in a cold tone. You still have to ask? Now that we're here, are we supposed to make friends with it? Hansu felt a bit helpless at her attitude. A coward will forever be a coward. Then he spoke up to give instructions. All right, if you don't want to lose your life, step back. Kalsum couldn't believe his ears and asked back, so you're going to fight? Hansu threw him a sharp glare and said, still asking? At this very moment, he drew his weapon. You go up and tank. I'll deal damage from the back. Amon took out a crossbow in a combat-ready stance. She focused her mind and aimed the crossbow at the snowman, then fired an arrow straight at it. The snowman was hit and let out a miserable scream. Witnessing that scene, she commented, this monster really has thick skin and fat. It withstood my arrow. He quickly noticed that it couldn't pull the arrow out. It seems the arrow was attached with iron hooks. Based on the situation, Amon immediately gave orders.
All right, you two go up. I'll support from the rear. Hansu and Misha remained silent after hearing the order. He understood the guy's actions, as ranged damage clearly offered many advantages. There was no need to risk one's life to charge forward. Immediately after, Hansu charged straight towards it. After all, what needed to be done still had to be finished. Calson, witnessing that scene, screamed in fear, "Watch out!" Jesse and Nash were so astonished they had to cover their mouths with their hands. Meanwhile, the Yeti stomped its heavy foot onto the ground and violently swung a punch, but it was blocked by the shield.
Realizing the current situation, he immediately shouted loudly, "Misha!" She seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Good. Misha easily struck the Yeti's eyes. As soon as she stepped back, the system announced that the Yeti had been destroyed and experience points had been added. At that moment, Hansu confidently turned back. "How about that, you guys? That was truly a seamless coordination." He looked at Misha while pondering. Just the two of them had accomplished so much. If you understand, then try to follow suit. At this moment, Hansu only had one desire, hoping that the others would obey his orders after witnessing the strength he displayed. This game was only truly starting now. The system was displaying that you had defeated an ice wolf and gained 1 experience point. Hansu and the others joined forces to exterminate the monsters. Afterwards, the whole group advanced deep into the ice cave, where they defeated countless ice wolves despite their lack of combat experience, and a series of Yetis were also destroyed. He assessed the current situation and reflected that almost everything here was completed by Misha and him. Hansu could easily notice that the large man with the crossbow had also taken down a few. He carried a lot of arrows but didn't show anything significant. He wasn't very surprised witnessing this scene. Indeed, it was not unexpected. The situation here seemed to be under our control, as the stone pillars began to appear. Go left, left, right, right, left. Go straight 7 times, then left, if you know it.
You can complete this floor in just 1 hour. These are the experiences I have gathered myself. It seems to be one of the things we are forced to remember. Fighting here always requires caution. Moreover, we cannot immediately trust these new teammates. At this moment, Jesanazan suddenly looked a bit apprehensive. Those stairs looked somewhat creepy. Immediately, Hansu proactively suggested, "I will go down first." The moment he set foot down, he sensed something unusual. Right then, Hansu was utterly astonished. Could it be that we are passing through a secret chamber hidden inside the pillar? Even if they knew, they wouldn't act too ostentatiously. Calson quickly discovered something strange. "We've gone down quite deep, but it's brighter here than above, isn't it?" He couldn't control himself and exclaimed, "So beautiful." Misha also agreed with his opinion. "It's true, so shimmering and beautiful." Jesanazan suddenly raised a question, "But what is that pillar-like thing?" She immediately reached out to touch the object. The moment I touched it, it began to glow. Eamon spoke indifferently from behind. "Why are you so surprised? It could be a key." Jesanazan couldn't believe it and asked back, "A key?" He immediately confirmed the information. "Obviously, after we defeat a few monsters that appear, the path will open." Hansu stood from behind and observed the unfolding events. He once again revealed the mindset of a gamer. He wasn't wrong, but this place didn't just have a few monsters. The final boss itself would appear. At the same time, the system displayed information that the seal of the ice cave, which had existed for so long, had been broken. Immediately after, the ice cave suddenly shook violently. He wasn't very surprised by the scene unfolding. Of course, there had been a few sporadic waves of monsters before. It immediately announced the arrival of ancient monsters. "They will wake from their long slumber upon scenting the presence of the tyrant." She was terrified by this scene. "What should we do?" Jesanazan spoke with a hint of apprehension.
I hadn't anticipated this. Meanwhile, Hansu calmly issued orders. "Head towards the stairs. It'll be easier to defend there." He could predict everything. There would be about 20 ice wolves rushing in during the first wave. During the engagement, Hansu analyzed that Grade 8 monsters would start appearing from the second wave onwards. Suddenly, someone's scream rang out, "Watch out!" He was startled as he sensed imminent danger. An ice golem? That type is empowered with high-level effects. Therefore, shattering it immediately was absolutely necessary. Hansu, without a hint of fear, swung his hammer high. After he defeated the enemy, the system immediately displayed a notification. "You have defeated the ice golem." Immediately after, Hansu had to face Katumba, the intermediate ice king worm. It was a high-level genie insect capable of borrowing energy from other species. It roared, and simultaneously the system announced that Katumba, the Ice King, had activated the suppression skill. In this moment, he suddenly remembered the past. "I used to get hit by this skill from adventurers in the assassin class. Your character has fallen into a suppressed state." Jesanazan noted something unusual. "What is this?" Calson suddenly spoke in panic. "What's happening to my body?" Hansu knew exactly how to dispel the suppression. The countermeasure was extremely simple. Every time you are hit by this move, you need to take damage once. He glanced at Misha's action, biting off her tunlight bat to put her body in a bleeding state. Next, Hansu shifted his gaze to his hand. Or like me, accumulate a high magic resistance stat and status effect resistance. A second later, the system displayed that the character's magic resistance information had been enhanced, making you completely immune to the suppression effect.
He seized the opportunity to rush forward mightily, and the system quickly announced that your character had activated Berserk. She couldn't understand Hansu's actions. What is he planning to do? Does he want to handle it his own way? It immediately displayed the latest information that Katumba the Ice King had cast Ice Cannon. He was still trying his best to defend. His body was damaged, but right after that, Hansu confidently unleashed a move. Everything else was still fine. The Ice King did not yield and continued to attack. Hansu was seen dodging everything as fast as lightning. Then he used all his strength to counterattack. However, it possessed a terrifyingly huge source of power. Right at this moment, Aemon spoke from behind to remind him, "If you don't want to die, then get out of the way so I can shoot it." In the moment he was dazed, the system announced that Yuvik Heziar Aemon had cast Enhancement. The active skill's effectiveness would increase in proportion to his own strength. It continued to update that Yuvik Heziar Aemon had cast Black Arrow, and an arrow was immediately fired by him.
That arrow carried a massive pressure that Bjorn couldn't withstand. A loud explosion rang out, and at the same time the system displayed that the low-level monsters had been wiped out. Experience increased by 1. He was utterly astonished witnessing the scene just now. Could that arrow also destroy monsters within the area of effect? Misha was also astonished to the extreme. What kind of arrow was that? Hansu couldn't have imagined its power. I thought that arrow only had the ability to deal extreme damage to a single target. He stared at Amon and exclaimed. It turned out it also had wide area damage. After that, the ground was covered with the corpses of the monsters. Hansu observed the current situation and began to ponder. Honestly, I'm not sure if it counts as an area of effect skill, but thanks to this big guy, the 9th monster wave has ended gently.
He felt extremely happy because, thanks to that, we had more time to rest and recover. Everyone was astonished when they discovered it. It was an essence. At this moment, the guy finally sighed in relief. 2 essences in one go. Lucky you, I'm not interested. You guys divide it amongst yourselves. Calson immediately showed excitement. Then, at that exact moment, a voice spoke up. Wait! Hansu suddenly pointed at one of the essences. You two take this one. After speaking, he told himself he didn't care about the essence, whether it belonged to an ice wolf or a saber-toothed tiger. However, Hansu pointed to the remaining essence. We will take this one. He immediately realized. Was that the essence of the Yeti Garrig? He replied without any hesitation. That's right. Is there a problem? Calson hurriedly shook his head to deny it. Nothing, of course not. Hansu replied with an extremely calm attitude. No problem at all. He didn't say it out loud, but thought to himself that if the guy felt dissatisfied, he should become stronger himself to seize what he wanted. Next, Misha spoke up in a cheerful tone. Congratulations, Bjorn. Now you're stronger again. Hansu was surprised to hear her say that. Then he stared at Misha with a puzzled look. What are you talking about? This is yours. She asked back in disbelief. You're giving that to me? Hansu immediately spoke up to confirm. That's right. Is there a problem? Hearing that, Misha started fidgeting with her fingers. It's not that I don't want it. Actually, I really like it, she explained with a bit of shyness. I just asked to be sure, so don't misunderstand. He replied without any hesitation. Just ask. Misha hesitated for a long time before daring to speak. Then she expressed her concern. Then, if I take that, how much do I have to pay? Hansu questioned back in disbelief. What? Misha continued to spew out a long stream of words. You know, essences aren't shape. Bjorn, are you listening?
Upon understanding her thoughts, he felt a bit annoyed. Why did she assume he was that kind of person? He knew full well that the essence of a Grade 7 monster possessed excellent stats. Right then, the system displayed information about the Yeti essence. Strength increased by 10, speed by 10, bone density by 15, ice resistance by 25, and ice attribute magic by 15. Hansu proceeded to analyze based on those stats. First, it possessed top-tier defensive stats like bone density and ice resistance. Additionally, it came with an increase in ice magic stats. This was exactly what she could use at the stage. He was seriously considering it. Increasing the ice-cold magic stat is a key factor for those dealing ice elemental damage, as it amplifies the power of that element, giving attacks the ability to slow targets. While Misha kept begging, please tell me how much it costs, Hansu paid no mind to her words. She was truly very lucky. Look at that, it even glowed blue. The system was still displaying important information about passive skill 4, Ice Cold. Every attack would inflict a freezing effect that slows down the enemy. Additionally, the target hit would suffer reduced ice resistance. Active skill A is Cold Mist, capable of temporarily increasing sensitivity to ice, helping the user deal increased ice damage for a short period. Seeing this, he immediately determined that this passive skill was quite suitable for a main damage dealer. He had to admit that this active skill was pretty decent. In terms of potential, nothing could currently surpass it. It was considered a skill that would remain useful even in the later stages. The more Hansu thought about it, the more excited he got.
It could absolutely be an essence used until the very end if its base stats were better. If only this were a grade 5 monster. These were essences whose effects he knew well, so they couldn't be wasted. She continued to interrogate him. How much is it? Hansu felt confused when he felt Misha trembling as she touched his hand. She was teary-eyed and asked aloud, "How much is that thing for you to be thinking so long?" He stared at Misha in confusion. What was wrong with her? Was she still asking about the price? Then Hansu stood up and reminded her, "Stop talking about money. That kind of talk is only for people you've just met." She was startled and terrified, her soul nearly leaving her body.
So, regarding our relationship, right now he is secretly calculating everything. For a safer adventurer life, I should invest to make her stronger. Next, Misha asked hesitantly, "So I'm absorbing it? Okay." Hansu felt extremely confused. What is she waiting for? Just keeping her safe by my side is already a difficult problem for me. She is in a state of feeling overwhelmed by favor. You saying that makes me shy. Why do you always say such weird things? Then Misha began the essence absorption process. I don't know either. She was utterly astonished when the system announced that Misha's soul had successfully absorbed the Yeti essence. After completing the absorption, Misha remarked, "It feels so strange." Hansu immediately spoke up to reassure her. "You'll get used to it soon. Have you guys decided to use the essence you got to get stronger yet?" Kalson gasped involuntarily upon hearing this, then quickly replied, "We decided that for now, no one will use this." Jesnazin gave a forced smile to confirm the information. "That's right." He didn't say a word, but was frustrated in his thoughts. Do they intend to waste the essence? And to give it to a newbie with no strength at all? Jesnazin explained with an awkward look. The thing is, Jessie said she saw this essence drop from an ice wolf. An ice wolf? I think this essence doesn't suit me. Hansu shouldered his weapon and asked, "Do you know something about the ice wolf? Not many people know about it." The boy replied stammeringly, "I don't know much, but it's a high-grade essence anyway."
Is that so? Maybe there will be a better essence suitable for me later. Hearing this, he found it quite reasonable. True enough. Even so, Hansu remained highly vigilant, a bit suspicious, but there were no flaws in his answer. After all, this was a dimensional rift, where the drop rate of essences skyrocketed. Done with that, he glanced to the side and asked, "What about you?" Jesnazin scratched her cheek awkwardly. "Deleting an unsuitable essence is very expensive. I don't want to make the same mistake as last time." Learning this, Hansu felt a bit helpless. This girl, a swordsman, absorbing the Tran-Ten essence of an archer. He let out a troubled sigh. If someone had taken the crystal this time, I planned to remove them from the suspect list. However, neither of them took the essence, and their answers were clear. Hansu's train of thought hit a dead end. Damn it, are they all accomplices? She suddenly turned and asked, "By the way, are we done?" Just then, the ice mountain suddenly cracked open. Kalson shouted with a panicked expression, "Up there!" Then a sharp hand reached out from within. Katamba appeared majestically, bringing with it an immense pressure. Misha panicked upon seeing this. "Ice wolf!" Eamon spoke with some hesitation. "But it's too big, and it's holding a weapon." He quickly realized this was no ordinary monster, but the final boss. Hansu then began calculating in his head.
Do we really have to fight it? At that moment, the system displayed information that Tyrant Tanbad was enraged upon detecting intruders. It didn't stop there. It continued to announce that Tyrant Tanbad was using Ice Shatter. Its power made everyone scream in terror. She called out in a voice filled with horror, "Bjorn!" Just like that, the ground collapsed and Misha and everyone else fell down together. He, however, wasn't very surprised in his thoughts. Now came the third chapter. There, the system continuously displayed notifications. Your character has entered a special area. The blizzard area effect has been activated. The hypothermia status has been applied, causing agility to drop severely. Ice attribute damage received is doubled. At this moment, Hansu hurriedly surfaced from the water. He let out a cry and started complaining. This damn update. Hansu realized his current situation. In the game, I just had to wait for the loading screen to finish to start the third chapter by the riverside, even if my HP had dropped significantly. Right now, he was feeling extremely disappointed. However, in reality, I was swept away by the underground current, bashed around, and then flung down a waterfall. Hansu sat on a nearby rock and sighed. I almost died. It turned out this was the cause of his vitality drop, and now he felt terrible.
My whole body ached from the impacts. At that moment, she ran over. "Bjorn? Bjorn, are you okay?" Hansu looked at Misha and pondered. He couldn't even rest for a moment. Then he stood up and reminded her, "All right, no need to panic like that." Only now did she gradually regain her composure. "Yeah." Suddenly, Amon spoke up, directing them. "Hey, if you're awake, come over here." Misha was utterly astonished as she looked at the fire before her eyes. "You always carry firewood with you?" Seeing this, the guy sat down and began to explain. "Since I travel alone, I have to prepare everything." Hearing this, Hansu surmised that he was indeed a solo player. Just then, Kalson spoke up with a trembling voice. "But
She couldn't help but whine. It's cold, so cold. Jessinizan also agreed with Kalsen's opinion. Right, that's right. Even warming up by the fire, my body isn't getting any warmer. Amon looked around and concluded that this was likely a special area.
He received that information with an attitude full of skepticism. A special area? Do you mean it's like the witch's forest? The guy immediately confirmed with Hansu. That's right. Anyway, having a body stiffen up like that isn't normal. She suddenly felt curious. Is it very cold? I don't feel very cold. He immediately understood the reason why he didn't feel cold at all. Since my ice resistance stat is already around 40, I can no longer feel the cold. Misha turned around to verify. Are you very cold? Hansu immediately denied it. It's fine, just a bit cold, but it doesn't hurt. Hearing that, she replied with a look of astonishment. I don't understand what you mean. He continued to explain thoroughly. I mean, although my body is shivering from the cold, I don't feel pain. Only then did Misha heave a sigh of relief. This stupid barbarian. She suddenly made a suggestion. Come in here, you'll feel better. Hansu's expression immediately changed. What the hell is she talking about? Look at the way he's glancing sideways. It seems I'm not the only one feeling the cold. Regardless, after determining this was a safe area, we decided to get some shut-eye. Afterward, he picked up his gear and said, we will sleep separately over there. Hansu silently calculated that they couldn't sleep together when it hadn't been determined who might be the traitor. Then Amon spoke up to remind them.
It will be cold, Misha turned and explained with a smile. We brought some spare firewood, though not much. After burning the spare firewood, she spoke up. Bjorn, you sleep first. He suddenly turned to look at Misha. Before that, I have something to tell you. She asked curiously after hearing that. What is it? Hansu immediately asked a question. Did any of the three of them act suspiciously? Misha began to analyze everything seriously. Thinking back, there was one thing a bit strange. Then she poured out a long explanation. After listening, he smiled and said, Is that so? Good job, Misha. Done. Hansu looked ahead and pondered. So it is him. Time continued to pass. 6 hours later, everyone resumed their expedition. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was only one path. He pondered while walking. This road is a bit winding, but we just need to follow the main path. There was nothing to worry about as they walked and destroyed the Grade 8 monsters appearing from the ice walls. Misha easily eliminated the dangers. Through the fighting process, Hansu noticed that most monsters here were Grade 8. However, the actual difficulty here was even higher than the Blood Citadel, where Grade 7 skeleton knights appeared. At the same time, the system announced, Hypothermia status, a characteristic effect of the area, causes agility stat to decrease by a maximum of 30, and ice damage received to double if there is no ice resistance stat. Right at this moment, Jessinizan shouted, Kalsen, be careful. Her body is stiff, so the damage will be stronger. Kalsen received the information and responded.
So that is it, implies this represents the special zone? The man currently fighting heard that and looked displeased. Hey, stop whining. Immediately after, Hansu swung his weapon high. You guys are useless anyway. Time passed quickly like flowing water, and 4 hours later, Amon looked at the scene before him and spoke. Its skin is white. It must be an owlbear. He asked back in astonishment. An owlbear? The guy immediately spoke up to reassure. Don't worry, it's only Grade 7. Her face turned pale. Do we have to fight all of them? Amon smiled without any fear. He probably didn't think things would be that simple, because their appearance here must have a reason.
Then the ice wall gradually cracked, and an ice orc rushed out aggressively, brandishing a weapon. Seeing that scene, Amon looked displeased, complaining that it gave them no time to rest at all. Meanwhile, Hansu reassured everyone. Don't panic, hold the formation. His current goal was to allow Misha to observe the situation easily. She dared not disobey, and followed his order strictly. Yes, sir. He quickly raised a shield. Here they come. Hansu was extremely annoyed as he thought about that treacherous bastard. I can't understand what his goal is. He was speculating about that person's intentions. Perhaps he only wanted to destroy this dimensional rift and had no intention of harming anyone. However, I must also guard against the opposite scenario. A second later, Hansu aggressively rushed forward to engage. He raised his shield to block an attack from the creature. Right now is the most suitable time for him to make his move, Hansu calculated silently in his head. For that reason, I will hide my strength to prepare for any mishaps. Kalsen and Jessinizan luckily dodged a hammer swing from the ice orc. Currently, the guy felt very confused. Why don't you run to your lover instead of staying here? Misha explained calmly. For knows if something might attack from behind, and he is not my lover. Hearing that, Amon immediately replied. Currently, that is true. Everything was still proceeding exactly according to his plan. I warned Misha not to act thoughtlessly. While he and she were afraid, someone's voice rang out. By the way, the guy spoke without any respect. You guys are so useless. I have to step in this time. Simultaneously, the system announced that Amon Agikus had summoned the Iron Knight Yazun. Seeing that scene, Hansu couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect him to be a summoner. The summon ferociously rushed to attack the ice orc. Hansu observed Yazun attacking and began to ponder. So that's why he can act alone despite having the archer class. He stared at it and analyzed. If that's the case, it's very likely I have to strike before he acts.
Right at this moment, Hansu had another strategy. Then he had to switch to plan B. After that, he was knocked aside, and an attack came crashing down on his head. She turned pale witnessing this scene. Hansu offered absolutely no resistance, being beaten until he coughed up blood, his eyes turning bloodshot. Hansu was struck hard enough to fall backward, causing Misha to panic and rush over to catch him. Ultimately, he remained confident that he was completely safe. The combination of the helmet, skull density, and natural regeneration had protected my head.
Then he winked at her slightly. Then according to the plan, I'm counting on you, Misha. Carlson witnessed the scene, his face turning pale. Are you okay? He glanced at the ice orc and issued an order. Hey, you, stop it immediately. Suddenly an arrow flew in and destroyed it. Carlson exclaimed in astonishment as the system displayed a notification. Defeated an ice orc warrior, experience +3. Then an ice orc mage appeared and roared. Misha, realizing the situation was unstable, shouted, Quick, dodge it! Immediately, Eamon flipped in the air. Eamon cast the skill, Dangerous Matter. It also displayed important information, that the ice orc mage had cast Steel Ice Wall. His arrow contained immense destructive power. It was stunned when attacked unexpectedly. Next, the system notified, defeated an ice orc warrior, experience +3. Hansu was pretending to be unconscious and silently thought, at this rate, will that guy destroy them all with just a few arrows? I'm not happy about that at all, because this means my plan to intentionally make things difficult has failed. Suddenly, a ghostly sound rang out, referring to the number of souls collected. Now I can proceed with the plan. Hansu heard it and felt a bit confused. What is that? At this moment, the system was displaying information. Character has cast weapon transformation, followed by countless notifications from the system that the character had activated Beast Step, entered stealth state identical to the surrounding environment. Movement speed will skyrocket for 3 seconds. The string of notifications hadn't stopped yet. Character has cast Revenge. Armor penetration and damage of the first attack will increase significantly. Simultaneously inflicts the negative status Bleeding. Suddenly, a sword pierced through his body. Jessenazan was smiling a ghostly smile. Thanks. This way I'll quickly gather enough 30 million stones. Eamon couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out, What? He was not surprised at all, thinking, so the wolf hiding among the sheep has finally revealed itself. The ice orc howled, and the system announced that the summoning of the Iron Bear had been cancelled. Suddenly, a jar flew from somewhere. She was hit and cried out in pain. Jessenazan angrily questioned.
What? What the hell are you doing to me? Eamon calmly urged. Right now, Bjorn. Hansu immediately attacked her from behind. Character has activated the skill Wild Outburst. Seeing the situation, Jessenazan hurriedly dodged to the side. She gritted her teeth as her plan was ruined. No way did she know beforehand that I would betray her. I must go into stealth quickly. Right at that moment, the system displayed the information. Character has executed Beast Step. Jessenazan was horrified as the notification appeared.
The stealth state was neutralized by the blood-dissolving solution. Seeing this, he softly cursed. Damn it! At this moment, Hansu was telling himself that if she intended to hide her identity, she should have been more careful with her mouth. If she hadn't revealed that I knew she had absorbed the Goblin Archer essence, I certainly wouldn't have been able to figure out her stealth state. He deduced her identity because there were many signs showing Jessenazan was a wolf in sheep's clothing, such as her understanding of the team's attack strategy. Hansu recalled the moment Jessenazan said, Seriously, do I really have to take that and go inside? Then the image of her exclaiming in surprise. When I touched it, it glowed. Finally, the moment Jessenazan asked, Anyway, it's all over now, isn't it? Hansu realized it from these details. It was also suspicious that she constantly pointed out key points, but acted as if nothing had happened. The most important thing was that I could be certain through Misha's account. Misha recounted the whole event. After falling into the water earlier, Jessenazan's scent suddenly changed. She voiced her feeling that it originally smelled unpleasant, like an animal's lair. He based his speculation on that. Seeing the dirt stains from the beast's lair on Jessenazan's shoes, Hansu saw through her intentions. To reach the ice cave, one must pass through the beast's lair. Jessenazan had inadvertently admitted that she knew this place very well. Right now, Misha was attacking Jessenazan and cursing. Damn it. She suddenly swung her sword upwards. Fearing the danger she faced, Jessenazan rolled over to dodge. He stood behind her and let out a soft exclamation. Jessenazan also realized the anomaly. Wait! Hansu immediately launched an attack. His opportunity had arrived. She couldn't withstand it and coughed up blood, Jessenazan's hand having to support herself on the ground. He watched her roll away to dodge the blow and assessed that she seemed to have invested a little into her defense stat as well.
Jessenazan was agitated to the point of snarling. These damn bastards. Currently, Hansu was gritting his teeth in calculation. Now she had been discovered. He was extremely vigilant in his defense. Even so, nothing would change in this battle. Anyone who wanted to kill him was just the same kind of scum. Misha saw the owlbear launch a surprise attack and shouted loudly, Bjorn, watch out! Hansu still maintained an incredibly calm demeanor. With the current wild explosive power, no matter what happened, she couldn't cause any significant damage to him. He didn't care at all when he was attacked by it. The cold was bone-chilling, but if he killed it, the final boss would appear, so he should put that aside for now. She spoke in a voice of disbelief. How was that bastard's defense so strong? Jessanazin seized the opportunity to flee. Run! Let's run! Seeing this, Hansu showed visible displeasure. Run where? He had quickly recognized that direction. She was astonished to see her retreat blocked. The path was. At this moment, Hansu was wearing a faint smile.
As an assassin-type player yourself, don't you understand this clearly? He had grasped the entire situation ever since the initial ice orcs woke up. The ceiling had collapsed and the passage was sealed. However, even a cornered rat can bite a cat, so he needed to be careful. Meanwhile, an ice orc was still right behind Hansu's back. He felt annoyed getting hit in the head by it. Damn it, seriously. At that exact moment, she took the initiative and suggested, "Bjorn, leave that one to me." Suddenly, Hansu gave an order. "All right, leave it be." Misha, not understanding, let out a soft sound. Then he quietly looked straight ahead. She was also very vigilant, walking without saying a word. Hansu calmly advanced towards Jessanazin. Only then did she truly panic. Wait a minute.
Hey, let's talk. I think there's been a misunderstanding. He quickly saw through Jessanazin's intentions. Stalling for time? Then Hansu began to deduce. Based on what was seen earlier, it seems the revenge skill is being used. I remember its cooldown is 3 minutes. Right now, he was extremely confident. In other words, she has no way to penetrate my shield for at least the next 2 minutes. Hansu nimbly dodged a strike from her, but she surely would still have to fight to the end. Immediately after, he swung his weapon high. Jessanazin was hit and cried out in pain. The sword in her hand instantly fell. At this moment, Hansu spoke coldly. "What misunderstanding? Please explain in detail quickly." Jessanazin knelt on the ground and begged, "Do you really believe me?" His voice had no warmth. "If there is a reason for that." Her whole body was trembling. "The thing is," tears rolled down Jessanazin's cheeks, "I don't know if you'll believe it or not." Hansu coldly dealt a blow to her face, and only then did he sigh in relief. "Believe that? Is there something wrong with your head? Why would I believe that?" Hansu looked her over from head to toe, calculating that all this equipment was only for female characters. Intending to share some with Misha, he moved to sit right next to Jessanazin. He imagined that everything was over, and she couldn't do anything else. Hansu suddenly raised the weapon in his hand high. However, a bloody scene had occurred right before that. First, her limbs had been crippled, and all her newbie equipment had been confiscated via weapon transformation. Her body could only lie on the ground in a pleading posture.
Please, please, I'll do anything." He went straight to the heart of the matter. "Is that so? Why did you attack us?" Without hesitation, Jessanazin revealed the truth. "My information is spread throughout the Adventurers Guild. Therefore, to silence everyone." Before she could finish, Hansu interrupted. "You must have thought to kill everyone who entered this floor. So what is the reason you opened the rift?" Trembling at his question, Jessanazin replied, "Heart of Ice, because that item only appears here." Hearing those words, Hansu immediately fell into deep thought. "If that's the case, I understand." She kept trying to continue her story, "And I wasn't worried about silencing the other players, since their maximum rank is only grade 8. Jessanazin suddenly noticed a key detail. "Wait, how did you know I opened the rift?" He also glimpsed the slip-up in his own words. "I made a mistake with my speech." Nevertheless, Hansu pretended not to know. "What do you mean?" She asked back, her face showing extreme astonishment. "Could it be, no way, are you a player too?" Tears rolled down Jesanazin's cheeks. "If you are a player, are you perhaps an evil spirit?" Sprawled on the ground, she begged, "Oh God, save me." Jessanazin poured out her heart. "I want to go home. How can I survive in a place like this? Please, please." She kept begging earnestly. "I didn't apologize, did I? I'm sorry. I thought you were just an extra character."
If I knew you were a player, I would never have done that. We are both real people, aren't we? Right, humans shouldn't kill each other, right? His silence made Jessanazin feel frustrated. "Damn it, say something." Hansu glanced at her, silently thinking. "Surprisingly, my heart is peaceful, let alone sadness. Not even a bit of pity is blooming." Finishing his thought, he swung his weapon coldly. "You are the evil spirit." Finally, Jessanazin screamed in pain. Mom, save me!" The system immediately chimed with a notification. Achievement unlocked. First player kill. Reward, your spirit stat has permanently increased by 1. The atmosphere became heavy after I killed a player for the first time, regardless of whether it was easy or arduous. At that moment, footsteps were gently approaching. That angry voice still echoed somewhere, whether the emotion was terror or excitement at the scent of blood. An old wooden pillar stained with blood appeared before their eyes. Misha suddenly stopped, seemingly sensing something, then abruptly turned her head to look back.
She called out excitedly. That train of thought surfaced once again. That emotion wasn't important either, because it was something I had to do. Rapid footsteps rang out.
Misha rushed towards Hansu, all asking, "Why did it take you so long? I thought something happened." Suddenly, Kelson's desperate scream echoed, "Help! Help! Save me!" Right in front of them, he was being continuously attacked by an ice orc. He observed the scene and gently reminded her, "Misha, you can finish him off now." Hearing those words, Misha asked back, somewhat panicked, "Is it okay now?" Hansu replied without hesitation, "Yeah, incidentally, try using your new ability, but don't kill him immediately." She seemed to have understood his intention. "All right." Immediately, Misha slowly closed her eyes. While she was focusing on casting magic, the system voice suddenly rang out. "Misha Karlstein has used enhancement. Misha Karlstein has used Icebone. Sensitivity to ice cold increased significantly." Right then, it raised its weapon to strike, terrifying Kelson. Hey, no way, it's over, I can't hold on." The deformed ice orc roared ferociously. His face showed extreme panic as he screamed. Fortunately, she immediately released a stream of ice, freezing its arm instantly. The action of continuously banging its hands together made Hansu suspicious. Frozen? Frost cracks were now spreading along its skin. Ice damage could prevent bleeding, but it also prevented recovery. So it is quite useful depending on the type of enemy, especially the ability to restrict the enemy's movements is a huge advantage. He stood still observing it, while that voice rang out again. Because the ice orc has high ice resistance, only the wrist area was frozen. If it were a normal monster, perhaps the entire arm up to the elbow would have been frozen. At this very moment, Hansu suddenly spoke up. "Misha, this time aim for his neck." Upon receiving the order, Misha did not hesitate and immediately circled behind it. "Got it." And then a streak of blood splattered into the air as the ice orc's roar of pain echoed ceaselessly. The cold, sharp blade slashed down, embedding deep into its flesh. She immediately asked, "Done yet?" Witnessing that scene, he nodded in appreciation. "Very good." A silent thought crossed his mind.
It seems the ice has spread to its brain. Seeing the ice orc standing still without moving, Hansu seemed to understand the problem. Then it's confirmed. Seeing Misha descending, he called out, "Misha, are you ready?" Hearing Hansu speak, she smiled with a hint of malice. "Of course." As if in sync, he spoke in a stern voice. "Good, then." Saying that, Hansu swung his sword directly at its head, blood gushing out. From now on, it is a battle with the boss. From the cold, icy surface, a source of energy suddenly erupted. Taeonbod rushed out from the explosion, roaring incessantly. Just then, a notification appeared. Tyrant Taeonbod has awakened from his long slumber and recovered full power. Amidst the dark, icy cave, Tyrant Taeonbod appeared in a cold aura. This creature had a few distinct characteristics. His physique was 1.5 times larger than ordinary ice orcs, and his stats were double. Taeonbod clenched his fist, and the space seemed to freeze. Not only that, he possessed an ice mace with extreme damage when in a state of hypothermia. His eyes blazed, casting a sharp look around. Even so, he seemed to have found a countermeasure, his eyes narrowing with confidence. Actually, it only took 10 seconds. Amidst the exploding blue light, Katumba's glowing red eyes widened, and it pounced straight forward. That powerful pounce caused the sword to slip from his hand, as the ground instantly cracked rhythmically, and beasts appearing from nowhere rushed to attack Hansu. Amidst that chaos, a notification board suddenly appeared. Character has used Lightning Grass. Lightning attribute damage slightly increased for 10 seconds. At the same time, he continuously chewed up the scroll in his hand. It suddenly recoiled. A golden flash sparked. It was the lightning scroll. Its lightning resistance was extremely weak. Lightning exploded around Katumba with consecutive golden electric shocks. Immediately, the system displayed a warning. Tyrant Katumba has been paralyzed. But one could not be careless. It had a skill to dispel paralysis, and it let out a ferocious roar. Just a moment later, a glowing red aura enveloped its body. The system's voice rang out again. Tyrant Katumba has used Indomitable. She suddenly raised her hand, creating swirling spheres of energy. However, right after that, Misha rushed up and unleashed a barrage of light orbs, attacking directly at Katumba in front. It was a dispel, not immunity, so paralyzing it once more would suffice. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, also known as Lightning Blast, or Thunderstorm in the game name, and the notification board appeared once again. Tyrant Katumba has been stunned. Now its body had collapsed on the icy ground. Looking at Katumba's state, Bjorn thought to himself, only 3 seconds have passed. The next step is very simple. Attacking relentlessly with lightning-enhanced weapons, he and she continuously dealt heavy blows to its body. As for him witnessing this scene, a thought flashed through his mind. It's just like when I hit that death fiend, hitting it forever but it wouldn't die. The notification bar appeared once again. Tyrant Katumba has been defeated. That notification line left Hansu so astonished he was speechless. What the hell is this? Another notification rang out. Guardian Elimination Reward, EXP +3.
Moments later, a massive halo of light exploded, creating a violently swirling column of blue-white energy. The essence appeared. Misha asked softly, with a hint of shyness, "You want me to take this?" He explained slowly, but a wave of sadness passed through his heart. When we split the rewards, I told her it was hers, but it seems she thought I would take it for myself. After all, what kind of person am I in her eyes? Without wasting any words, Han-Soo pushed her toward the circle of light. All right, hurry up and absorb it before it disappears. Just then, a chat window appeared with a notification. Lycanthrope essence, the Guardian, is permeating into Misha Karlstein's soul. Seeing that Misha had finished absorbing it, he immediately spoke up. The crystal is done. Next is... However, a painful groan interrupted him. Han-Soo's voice rang out in surprise. He's still alive? Thank goodness.
Just moments ago, he clearly wasn't breathing. Eamon was covered in fresh blood, his mouth ceaselessly crying for help. Help me! Recovery potion! Seeing him writhing in pain, Kalsen immediately acted. Here, the highest grade potion. She appeared equally anxious. I'm going to use this. Don't blame me later, okay? Eamon was in so much pain he barely knew what was happening, only nodding upon hearing the question. Fine, it's fine. Cough, cough. Seeing him agree, Misha quickly responded. All right. However, the wound continued to ooze blood, causing her to panic. Why is the wound still there? We clearly used the potion. Realizing Misha had stopped applying the potion, Eamon screamed in terror. Don't stop. Han-Soo just stood aside, observing silently. It seems he applied something to the weapon. Right, it must be a type of poison that aggravates wounds and prevents recovery. The pain turned his face as white as a sheet of paper. Antidote, antidote, a hurried voice rang out. Here, drink this quickly. His eyes suddenly darkened. Although poisoning can be cured, this type of poison cannot be neutralized by that potion. Even so, the trail of blood on the ground continued to spread. Seeing that it was still ineffective, she screamed. The wound is still there. The blood won't stop flowing. Eamon, wake up. Eamon. At that moment, Misha immediately turned to Han-Soo for help. High-grade recovery potion. Kalsen, use it. Ultimately, after using up my high-grade recovery potion and 5 more from Panda, Eamon's injuries were finally temporarily brought under control. Looking at him lying there, he remained lost in endless thought. That poison was terrible. Even high-grade potions, which could heal lost limbs, could only provide temporary first aid. Seeing Eamon pass the critical stage, he couldn't stop expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Han-Soo didn't pay much mind, rummaging through his bag while replying. By the way, we haven't split the loot yet. Take this. Seeing the items in his hand, Kalsen exclaimed in surprise. This much? You're giving me too much, he said with a determined voice. Just take it. You didn't get an essence anyway. Despite hearing that, his face still showed hesitation. But Han-Soo recalled Kalsen's image from earlier and thought to himself, he was dragged into this mess from the start even though he wasn't involved. This is hush money. Just take it, noticing he was still hesitating.
He helplessly proposed a condition. If you feel guilty, don't tell anyone about today. Hearing that, Kalsen happily replied, Yes, then I'll take my leave. Suddenly seeing Misha's blushing cheeks, Han-Soo felt a bit worried. Why is her face like that? After Kalsen had left, the guy Eamon woke up, sensing he was still safe. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Luckily, I'm still alive. Looking at Eamon's expression, a thought occurred to him. Did he realize it? I know how much Misha and I would benefit if he died. The guy suddenly spoke up. I will pay you for the potion. How much? Hearing those words from him, Han-Soo quickly responded. 5 million stones will do. Hearing that number, the guy asked in astonishment. High-grade potions are only about 1 million stones. Not minding Eamon's attitude, he calmly explained. Is that so? I must have been ripped off by a scammer. Hearing him say that, the old man just smiled slightly. It really is. Eamon slowly stood up, his voice continuing to ring out. Prices always change depending on the situation, but right now I don't have money. He gave me an item as collateral and promised to pay after returning to the city. He placed a strangely shaped bracelet into Han-Soo's hand. The system annotation line appeared immediately. Number 76, Necromancer's Lie. When the wearer takes fatal damage, they fall into a near-death state and become immune to damage for a period of time. Breaks after 3 uses, currently 2 remaining. Reading this line, he seemed to understand everything. So it was thanks to this that he survived? Han-Soo stared at the bracelet, thoughts constantly swirling in his mind. Should I keep this instead of the 5 million stones? Seeming to have read his thoughts, Eamon immediately warned, Don't even think about keeping it, son of Yondel. That statement made her, Misha, startle in surprise. How do you know? Another voice rang out. Guess? Immediately after, he crossed over the fiery rock, his mouth still speaking. I won't forget this life-saving grace.
That action made Han-Soo silently admire him. Truly cool. Waiting for Eamon to get far away, he called out, Let's go, Misha. Hearing the call, she turned around, pointing forward in confusion. Isn't it this way? Han-Soo paused briefly, his voice concise but attentive. Follow me. There is something we need to get. Finishing his sentence, he didn't wait for Misha's reply. He immediately walked straight ahead, leaving her hurriedly calling from behind. Hey, Bjorn, wait for me. During a break, Han-Soo placed a pink gem into Misha's hand, speaking casually. Take this and eat it. She asked in astonishment, Did you just break the ice to get this? But his reply was decisive. It's good for you. I have one too. Immediately, a series of notifications appeared simultaneously. Misha Karlstein has used an ice crystal. Ice sensitivity permanently increased by +3. The character has used a magic-infused ice fragment. Ice resistance permanently increased by +3. Both were now gathered around a fire in the rock cave, creating a very cozy scene. Seeing Hansu spreading out a blanket, Misha asked, "Why are you spreading the blanket?" Hearing this, he calmly replied, "You stayed up all night keeping watch. You must be tired. Rest a bit before we go." A thought flashed through his mind. There is no place safer than a cleared rift within this labyrinth. Her gentle voice whispered, "All right." Misha sat down next to Hansu, her blushing cheeks betraying her shyness. He lay quietly, gazing upwards. Amidst the silent night, Hansu's thoughts surged.
What if I were alone? He suddenly recalled her image from before. Actually, Hansu was also present then, observing everything with sharp eyes. I recalled the moment I fought. Right before his eyes, her body was lying in a pool of thick blood. I had hoped that she would wake up, and prayed that the scene she saw would be reality. Witnessing that scene, Hansu gritted his teeth tightly. I felt disgusted with myself for doing that. His hand slowly opened the lid of the potion bottle. However, no matter what, the image of her pulling a municia to make a suggestion kept haunting Hansu's mind. 30 million stones. Not bad. His train of thought continued endlessly. I am still greedy. Greed is uncontrollable. I thought that just by waiting I could earn a large sum of money and upgrade the spirit imprint to level 6 immediately. But then, Hansu suddenly thought differently. But how could I do such a terrible thing, even though my moral standards have degraded severely?
But I couldn't do that to my teammate. Her innocent image surfaced again. His mind was now flooded with chaotic thoughts. If Misha weren't here, who would save this increasingly depraved soul of mine? In the dim night, Misha tilted her head slightly, looking at Hansu, and asked in a playful voice, "You're not sleeping. What are you thinking about?" The scene suddenly shifted to a night sky filled with twinkling stars. From her direction came a gentle invitation. "Come here, it's very cold, let's share the blanket." Hearing those words, he paused for a moment. Is that so? The cold cuts to the bone. The screen glowed with the orange-red hue of the campfire. The flames rose high, dispelling the freezing cold, and warmth radiated from it, enveloping me. Amidst the silence, a line of text slowly appeared. Above all. Immediately after, an image appeared of the two lying next to each other beside a small campfire. Misha whispered softly, "Bjorn, are you asleep? Are you really asleep?" A sigh quietly escaped. We drifted off for a while. On the third day, on the first floor of the crystal cave, a giant wolf was baring its fangs and roaring, but it was sliced in half by a gleaming sword strike. At this moment, her eyes widened in surprise. "What sword is this? It's really fancy." Hansu stood nearby, carefully observing the weapon, then calmly gave his assessment. "We need to appraise it specifically. It might be a rare item."
Misha tilted her head, her flushed ears perking straight up. Rare? So that means it's extremely expensive, right? He looked down at her figure kneeling right in front of him. He spoke softly. "I haven't decided whether to sell it or not, so just use it." Hansu silently thought, "I don't intend to sell it anywhere. I don't understand why you're acting like this. So tiring." A savage roar suddenly rang out as a giant wolf rushed out from the darkness. Misha immediately drew her sword, taking down the wolf in the blink of an eye, then turned back panting. "So we are preparing to go to the second floor?" His voice became serious. "That's right. You should get used to the new weapon and get ready." Hearing that, Misha happily agreed. "All right." A few hours later, she picked up a red gem from the ground and called out softly, "Hansu?" The two were standing in the middle of a labyrinth made of ice. Misha twirled her sword, then lowered her stance, speaking with a confident but slightly anxious voice. "I think I've gotten used to this sword." Hansu looked her up and down and asked, "Are you sure?" Misha replied with a bit of hesitation, "That matter, forget it, as long as I feel fine." But then she leaned forward, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "You won't become lazy when I get stronger, will you?" Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and questioned, "Are you doubting me?" That tone made Misha jump. "No way, absolutely not. How would I dare? Let's go." At this moment, in Hansu's eyes, only her silhouette remained. Pushing Misha's doubts aside, watching her made me smile involuntarily. I don't care if the Guardian essence is extracted or not. In the Ice Forest, the Ice Wolf essence is as good as the Yeti's. First is the Guardian Leviathan. Speed +10, damage +12, ice sensitivity +15. Cold resistance +10, magic resistance +7, fighting spirit +10. It adds speed and damage, something important for the swordsman class, along with some pretty decent effects. Second is the Heart of the Yeti, increasing ice sensitivity by 1.5%. It is effective in the later stages and combines well with the Yeti essence. Third is Ice Shatter, dealing extra damage to opponents in a chilled state and significantly increased damage to opponents in a frozen state. No need to explain the usefulness of this combination. The fourth is Indomitable, which removes status ailments. It contains a lot of fighting spirit.
But it is also a good skill to increase the survivability of warriors, who are prone to being hit by status ailments during combat. Right now, he analyzed coldly. Try combining ice condensation and ice shatter, these two ice attributes, and see. Misha immediately replied with a warning tone. That would cause a stronger freezing and slowing effect. Hansu just nodded and continued. Try using Ice Fist. As soon as the magic was released, a burst of ice aura exploded. She immediately understood the problem. I get it. They seem to have low ice resistance, so they froze instantly. Seeing this, he clicked his tongue. I guess a grade 9 opponent is only capable of this much. Both turned their heels, proceeding deeper into the ice-covered cave. Hansu spoke softly. We have to finish the work up there. Hearing those words, Misha frowned slightly. There's still work to do up there? Going slow is surer and safer. He turned to her, speaking in a casual tone. As I said, slow, and before Hansu could finish, she smiled brightly and confidently replied, Ah, right, the slower the surer, I understand. Witnessing that scene, he could only sigh and reply, Let's go. As both continued walking, Misha tilted her chin up proudly. I'm smart too. Hansu looked at her, unable to hide his confusion. Why are you so excited? Noticing her attitude, he thought to himself, Does praising her a little make her this happy? If I pretend to lose in an argument, things will go more smoothly. Rule 13 has been added to the Misha user manual. Scene change. The two are striding through a deep abyss.
A sudden thought echoed. Soon the dark zone will appear. The surrounding space was immediately dyed a crimson red. Misha recoiled, crying out in horror. Hansu, the magic crystal is... Hansu hurriedly stopped, replying softly. Someone just summoned the boss of this floor. His voice rang out again, seeming to want to draw her attention. It's nothing special. Let's keep moving. Misha smiled, raising her voice confidently. What do you mean, nothing special? Suddenly she screamed loudly. The boss of this floor? This action made Hansu's eyes widen, a thought flashing through his mind. Within me, a sudden thought arose. She must still be afraid after the encounter with the boss last time. A hand gently placed on Misha's shoulder, his voice sounding reassuring. Misha, calm down. Hansu began to explain patiently. The boss on this first floor is less dangerous than the boss on the fourth floor previously. The summoning ritual requires at least 5 people with high magic power to gather for a chance of it appearing. Even when it is summoned, the portal does not close, and the strength of the monsters here remains unchanged.
The most important thing is liquids. The boss here moves around everywhere, but it will be stopped if enough warriors with good combat power are gathered. Hearing this, she couldn't help but ask anxiously, So will we be okay? He simply replied gently, Yes, just stay calm and let's go. Looking at the red jade stones, Misha asked softly, But who caused the disturbance and summoned it? Moving in a group of more than 5 people is normal. They might have some plot here. Hansu immediately explained in a soft voice, That wasn't an accident. That statement piqued her curiosity. Not an accident? He explained with a serious tone. It seems some guild wants to take down the boss of this floor, 7,000 GP, wanting to buy a guide on the first floor boss. No joke, please. Offering 9,000 GP. Anyone who knows about Skull Island on the 6th floor, please message me, the buyer of information on the first floor boss. Speaking of this, a thought suddenly flashed through Hansu's mind. He has 2 weeks to prepare. He must be in a hurry. Should I check on him? The system notification sound echoed. You have advanced to the 2nd floor, the Deadlands. His face showed signs of fatigue, muttering to himself, It took nearly a day to get here. Young Master Millet's pathfinding is truly exhausting. Suddenly, he spoke the first words after a long silence. It's been a long time since I've been here. A thought occurred to him. That's right. A lot happened back then. Hansu suddenly recalled her figure. That power truly amazed him. Using a single sword to smash the dry skeletons, Hansu and she had destroyed the monsters together.
Using a hammer to knock down the zombies, he ran around to collect the loot. Her voice suddenly rang out, full of threat. Swear you won't tell anyone about what happened today, and I'll spare you. He told himself he had almost died at the hands of that psycho. Thinking about it, Hansu's head felt like it was on fire. What the hell was that? Recalling that incident planted a seed of fear in his heart. Thinking back on it, it was truly terrifying. Seeing Hansu's unusual attitude, Misha looked blankly and guessed, Do you hate this place that much? As they walked, she spoke as if trying to comfort him. I don't like this place either. I'd rather go to the stone desert, but the path there is really complicated. An explanatory voice rang out. The reason we chose the Deadlands? Simply because this is the easiest way to reach the 3rd floor. Hansu and Misha strode into a quiet space. We just need to head north. Looking at her confident smile, he suddenly had an idea. Moreover, since there are only 2 of us, we can move faster than usual. If monsters appear, I can check just how strong Misha has become.
And the 2 of them would earn more experience points. Immediately after, monsters began to appear one after another. Hansu spoke in a serious tone. I will hold them back, so you just focus on the combo attacks. Understanding his intention, Misha somewhat grasped it. You mean the moves with the ice attribute? Got it. All right, let's fight.
Both of them coordinated and rushed forward, like arrows flying straight at the mob of monsters. Hansu and she ceaselessly unleashed attacks toward the monsters. Misha suddenly released a ray of frost, causing them to gradually freeze. Her gaze became sharp as she unleashed fatal blows one after another. Ice condensation and ice shatter were combined. Wrapped in the sharp, cold rays of ice, they roared incessantly. The horde of zombies screamed continuously. The system suddenly popped up a notification. The zombie is casting Call of Death. At this moment, he was surrounded on all sides. Misha shouted anxiously, "Bjorn, be careful!" Suddenly, just when Hansu was off guard, a zombie immediately bit into him. That bite didn't make Bjorn flinch at all. His voice rang out confidently. "So what if you bite me?" Hansu simply flicked his hand and sent the zombie flying far away. Suddenly, two black lights crossed each other, and her voice cried out in panic. Misha approached, staring at his arm, and asked, "Are you okay?" But in just a moment, the wound had disappeared, astonishing her to the extreme. "You've already recovered from the wound? Are you a monster?" That remark made Hansu feel a bit awkward, and he quickly changed the subject. "Stop observing and let's finish this." A thought silently crossed his mind. "Gosh, if I get serious, you probably won't consider me human anymore." After a while, they continued moving north in training.
The two of them set out on the path ahead once again. From Misha's hands, beams of cold air were continuously fired. Misha had gradually grasped the timing when frostbite would convert into freezing during combat. In no time, the monster's entire hand was completely frozen solid. She stood facing it with a demeanor full of confidence. In addition, Misha had also comprehended how to use Indomitable after defeating the Chimera Wolf with its paralysis skill. Hansu glanced at Misha and reminded her, "That move consumes a lot of spirit power, so you should only use it when necessary." Hearing his words, she laughed heartily. "Do you think I'm a child?" A while later, Misha went limp in Hansu's arms. Naturally, her face turned pale, and Misha's voice sounded exhausted. "Something is wrong. My body feels so empty." She seemed to dislike being carried by him like that, so she shouted, "Let me go. I'm not that tired. I can still walk on my own." Seeing that Misha was exhausted, Hansu spoke gently. "Enough. Focus on recovering." A moment later, he reminded her again, "Next time, distribute your strength reasonably."
She whispered softly, "I thought I could handle it." After a period of fighting, the flames burned brightly, illuminating the space, while he kept watch for Misha to rest. He suddenly heard someone's voice speak up. The person laughed softly and asked, "Really?" The person sitting next to them immediately replied, "Let me tell you this." Their voices kept echoing, "You should have been dead by now." The other person heard that and spoke up. "After all, the scariest thing is humans, right?" Hansu peeked through the crack in the rocks to clearly observe their every move. It seemed they didn't know we were nearby. Without further hesitation, he slowly stood up, a plan already forming in his head. It was time to wake Misha up anyway. No need to chase them away, just need to be on guard. One person asked, "By the way, that barbarian kid is unconscious, right?" The other heard that and immediately replied, "If someone were to carve its heart out, it wouldn't even know. It's sleeping very soundly. Come on, let it sleep." The voice continued to resonate. "After all, mages prefer fresh ingredients, right?" Hearing every single word, the fire of anger in his heart flared up violently. "I can't let this slide." He immediately stood up abruptly, scanning the area. A moment later, Hansu gritted his teeth, his hand clawing at the rock face. Among those adventurers, there was clearly a barbarian child sleeping. The image of barbarians preparing for the coming-of-age ceremony appeared.
The barbarians who had gone through the coming-of-age ceremony with me, among them the survivors. At this moment his eyes glinted with sorrow. Only 1/3 remained. Most of the others were dead. The image of monsters flooded back into his mind. Was it really caused by those monsters? Thinking of this, Hansu gritted his teeth. Impossible. Their voices continued to echo. One person raised his voice to make a suggestion. "Then I will take the rest and give you a share." Hearing that, the person next to him asked, "Is it my turn next time?" The other replied softly, "Yeah." He had listened to the entire conversation. A thought flashed through his mind. It seemed they would not act today. What should I do? Hansu looked down at his weapon, whispering to himself, "Should I go and kill them all?" The answer he received surprised him. No, killing them would be too easy, but it was not the best option. More importantly, it was for the future of the young barbarians. The best way was... Right at that moment, Hansu suddenly woke her up. "Misha, wake up! Change your clothes!" The fire suddenly blazed fiercely.
In this place, a group of people had stopped to rest. The person assigned to keep watch was constantly sniffing due to the cold air. He appeared nearby, exhaling a breath of biting cold air. This caused the entire group to startle awake and shout loudly, "Who's there?" Hearing the scream, Misha annoyedly asked, "Why are you suddenly screaming like that?" Bjorn, standing next to her, immediately replied, "Just felt like screaming."
Panic-strickenly spoke up, "Stop, don't come any closer." The other person's voice rang out, "Lewis, wake that guy up." Hearing that, Lewis whispered, "Got it." pulled up unexpectedly. Kalen startled and shouted. As soon as he sat up, he yelled, "What is it? Is there a monster?" Hearing Kalen's question, the man immediately replied, "Other adventurers have arrived." Hearing this, he looked a bit dazed. "Adventurers?" Pausing for a moment, Kalen started grumbling. "But why wake me up? I was sleeping soundly." Hearing this, Lewis also complained. "I told you last time you have to be as wary of adventurers as you are of monsters." Hearing this, it seemed he remembered something. "I remember, but..." Recognizing Bjorn, Kalen rubbed his nose and excitedly continued, "Isn't that a fellow barbarian?" That sentence made the man feel helpless. "No, you mean..." Without waiting for Lewis to finish, he rushed straight towards him. "Hi!" Bjorn also quickly rushed forward with a beaming face. "Hi!" The two shook hands tightly. Kalen introduced himself gently. "I am Kalen, son of Tassin." He also happily replied, "Nice to meet you. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel." The scene before them left everyone stunned. Misha could only think helplessly, "What the hell are these two barbarians doing? I know he's just acting, but I don't want to get close at all." After getting acquainted, he turned back to his teammates, smiling and saying, "See that, everyone? Put your weapons down."
Bjorn, son of Yandel, is not an evil adventurer. Standing beside him and hearing that, Han-Su also chimed in. "That's right, I'm not an evil adventurer." Seeing Dalen's appearance, he sighed. "So, barbarian." He immediately interrupted. "Bjorn, son of Yandel, the name is very important. Yandel was my father's name." Seeming unwilling to listen any further, he spoke up. "All right, Yandel." He softly called out, "Bjorn." But that statement made Han-Su unhappy. "We aren't that close yet, so please call me by my full name." Looking at the frowning face in front of him, he quietly asked back, "Is there a problem?" But then he still spoke in a gentle, advising tone.
"So Bjorn, son of Yandel, if you have no business here, then leave. As you can see, we are resting, watching the fire burn cracklingly." Han-Su pretended to be surprised. "Is that so? I thought you understood." The man spoke slowly. "Yeah, now that you know, get lost." But before he could finish his sentence, Han-Su cut him off. "Perfect. We are also looking for a place to rest." That statement made the man freeze. It seemed his attitude didn't bother Han-Su at all. "What? Wait, overnight companions? Yes, isn't that great?" Those words made them grit their teeth in anger, while a secret joy welled up inside Han-Su. "Speechless, huh? Our barbarian's stubborn mode is just getting started." Gripping the hammer tightly in his hand, he explained in a low voice. "What are you saying?" One of the guys in the group spoke up. "From the second floor onwards, we don't need overnight companions. We have enough people. We've been with reliable teammates from the start, so we don't need anyone else." Listening to the story for a moment, he asked softly, "So you mean you don't need overnight companions from the second floor?" The man replied with a rhythm that was neither fast nor slow. "That's right, now that you understand." Bjorn's rage flared up like a fire. "You guys are so stupid. Are your heads just for decoration?" They all let out cries of horror simultaneously witnessing the scene. "What?" Han-Su's words made them even more stunned. "You guys have 4 people, and we have 2. His steady voice rang out, slowly manipulating the opponent's psychology. "If 6 people rotate the night watch shift, then each person..."
Among us, everyone will get to sleep more. As soon as Han-Su finished speaking, Calson screamed out in a high-pitched voice, "Is that so? There is such a good method? Why didn't adventurers do this from the beginning?" Observing their expressions, a thought flashed through Han-Su's mind. It seemed the more he spoke, the more useless it was with these guys. In his helplessness, he could only continue trying to dissuade them. One guy spoke up, making it clear he didn't want to hear anything else. "Look, we'll mind our business, and you mind yours." Immediately after, he praised him. "Thinking of this trick, you truly are an amazing warrior." That remark made Han-Su feel happy. "Thanks." Suddenly, the image of Misha appearing behind him made the guy freeze, stunned for a moment. His eyes were glued to her red lips, then slowly slid down the seductive curves of her body. Quiet now. A smirk flashed across his lips. "What do you think about spending the night?" Catching that look, Misha was slightly flustered. "I'm not sure. You guys also have a barbarian, so perhaps you aren't dangerous people." Finishing her words, she stepped closer to him and added, "Actually, he lost all his weapons, so I was worried and didn't want him to take the watch alone." That statement made the joy inside him explode. "Oh my, he lost his weapons?" He explained, "I was fighting a monster when the axe slipped out of my hand and just disappeared." Standing nearby, Calson immediately spoke up to encourage him. "It's okay, Bjorn, son of Yandel. You still have your fists." Indeed, his face lit up with distinct joy, in contrast to the group who seemed oblivious. "Yeah, that's a bit of bad luck for you, but it's no problem." Han-Su muttered to himself. This clumsy excuse actually worked? These guys are truly stupid simps. As if everything had been decided, a voice suddenly rang out. "So we'll be overnight companions, right? I'm getting ready to sleep, so decide who will take the first watch." He glanced at the person standing behind him, unable to suppress a scornful smile. It truly was an unexpected situation. However, it didn't matter.
His voice rang out again, sounding like a command. If you want, you can stay here tonight. Once you guys have rested enough, we'll let you take the final watch shift. Everyone quickly drifted off into a deep sleep. Misha whispered, Bjorn. However, Hansu just calmly replied, Be quiet. She couldn't help but ask one more question. Do we have to go this far? Hearing that, he spoke soothingly. Just bear with it a little longer. I'll grant you a wish. Just as expected, these words were effective. Really? You promised? Just at that moment, the sound of someone's footsteps echoed back.
They subtly exchanged glances and continuously signaled each other. Hansu tightened his embrace around her and thought to himself, It's time. Kale was still fast asleep, oblivious to the world. He kept his eyes closed, thoughts racing through his mind. 2 people on this side, 1 person near Kale. It seems they plan to finish us all off at once. As they approached stealthily with weapons in hand, Hansu suddenly woke up. He immediately turned to look at them and spoke up. Did you guys wake up because you're hungry too? Realizing Hansu was awake, the man was startled and stammered an excuse. There's some jerky over there. Do you want some? He asked back gently. Jerky? As if finding his favorite item, Hansu happily stepped forward. Where is it? I want to eat right now. From behind, the guy brandished his weapon, secretly plotting to ambush him. He thought to himself, Goodbye, idiot. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon down at Hansu, but he luckily dodged it by a hair's breadth. The man exclaimed in shock. Huh? What? Hansu replied in a tone full of contempt. Seems like you guys are surprised, aren't you? He silently cursed in his heart. Idiots, you should have slashed again. Witnessing the man's missed strike, his face darkened. Well, missed, didn't you? Hansu's words made the man even more dumbfounded. How could you commit such a basic mistake? Hearing this, the man hesitantly spoke. Sorry, I was just careless. Before he could finish his sentence, a punch slammed straight into his face amidst the unfinished apologies. Sorry. Vitan, witnessing that scene, was scared out of his wits.
He also said, Damn it, my hand slipped because I couldn't control myself. Hearing this, he shouted loudly, Do you guys really think I'm a fool? At that moment, Carlson startled awake and sat up. What's going on? A commanding voice rang out, Lois, shoot! Only then did he realize something was wrong. The reflection of someone holding a bow made Carlson flinch. Immediately after, an arrow whizzed by, embedding itself straight into his arm, causing him to scream in pain. It had missed Carlson's eye by a mere inch. Ignoring the searing pain in his arm, he stood up and demanded through gritted teeth, Lois, what the hell are you doing? The question made Lois stammer, unable to form words. Well, he clenched his teeth, his face darkening with rage. So that's how it is. Carlson moved as fast as lightning, tightening his grip around the other's throat, his voice chilling to the bone. Speak, say something. As he strangled the opponent, he questioned, Shouldn't you explain why you shot me? It seemed like his breath was being choked out. Lois struggled desperately. Let go! But that action only fueled Coulson's fury further. You're not going to say anything? The scene unfolding before him filled him with utter terror.
But then he also collapsed before Misha's blade. Her eyes flashed with panic, as if she had just realized something. Honestly, at first I wasn't very sure, but Bjorn, just as you said, they really were bandits. Rot Miller hesitantly read each line written in a notebook. Are you planning to kill him right away? The truth was, that was the very notebook they used to exchange information earlier. He tremblingly raised his voice to read the content. He seems quite stupid. The barbarian's heart is valuable right now. There is no reason to spare him. Another person wrote, I find him quite suspicious. Is there any barbarian that ignorant? Suspicious? Well, those barbarians are always stupid like that, especially one joining an expedition like this right after his coming-of-age ceremony. We just need to wait for him to sleep or let his guard down. Then we will... By this point, his face had turned pale as he looked up at them and faced a question. Why did you stop reading? It seems you thought what I said earlier was a joke. Rot Miller, shaking all over, replied, Come on, wait a moment. Hansu, with a calm expression, once again made the demand.
Continue. Lois hesitated before starting to read the next lines. We just need to... At that time, taking down that barbarian will be quite simple. In terms of intelligence, this barbarian is equivalent to monsters, so he won't be on guard. Carrick's face showed clear annoyance as he listened to the words being read. His hand gripping the weapon had tightened at some point. This matter. Who said that? Lois replied hesitantly. Vidvat. He confirmed. Yeah, that guy. Hansu then intervened in the dialogue. That's enough. Read on. Lois obediently continued reading what was recorded in the notebook. Also, the 2 newcomers look quite vigilant, but there's a barbarian there too. He's probably stupid as well, so we can rest assured. As for that cat person, she's probably just as stupid as that barbarian, but her face is, well, quite good looking.
If we capture her alive, we'll have a slave. She rolls around with the barbarians, so she probably... Hearing this, Misha could no longer control herself. She reached out and snatched the notebook from his hand. Then she frowned, reading the content inside, and unleashed a barrage of questions in a rage. Who said this sentence and this sentence? The other guy's voice trembled slightly as he replied. Doer said. Upon hearing this, she turned to Hansu and made a firm request. Bjorn, I will kill him with my own hands. Facing her expression, he could only nod in agreement. As he wished, he signaled, skip that vulgar conversation. The next part explains their murder plot in detail. Lois's whole body trembled as he presented the content in the notebook again. I will handle the barbarian Carrick. He looks down on me because I am an archer. That makes my blood boil. He won't even know he's going to die. Only then did Carrick speak up with a puzzled look. I really don't know what I did wrong. Tell me, Bjorn, son of Yandel, what should I do? And attack was launched. Carrick used his weapon to finish him off. The archer's head was severed from his neck with a jagged cut.
The leader of the cruel adventurer group writhed in pain as Misha stepped on his vitals before being sent to the afterlife with a sword strike. The last one was Vitvod, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged for his life. Please spare my life. I promise to live honestly from now on until the end of my days. Hansu crouched down beside him and began to question. So you're saying you'll become a moral robber, huh? Vitvod stammered, but still obediently replied briefly. Yes, I beg you. You can have whatever you want, just please. Hearing this, he couldn't help but secretly remark, this idiot doesn't even know what nonsense he's spouting anymore. He thought, the way to punish these bastards in the dungeon is... Absolute terror appeared on Vitvod's face the moment his head was severed from his neck. Hansu showed no emotion at his action and said, there's only one way. Kalen poured a recovery potion onto his wound.
Hansu silently noted this action. Just as he thought, the boy intentionally left a scar, pouring only half of the recovery potion. He silently pondered about the barbarian tribe. Barbarians regarded scars as honorable traces to review their weaknesses and become stronger warriors. He made an offer. Kalson, if you need anything else, just take it. The guy refused without hesitation. No, I'm not a shameless person. Even so, he still spoke up to persuade. Didn't you take down one yourself? Hearing that, Kalson began to waver. If that's the case, then thank you. If I can't kill them with an axe, I'll replace it with this hammer. Observing him, Hansu made his own assessment. Just as he thought, barbarians liked heavy weapons. He asked in a soft voice, is that all you're taking? Misha, standing nearby, also encouraged him. Yeah, take more. However, Kalson refused. The rest are too small for me. A sudden idea popped into his head. If you don't use them, selling them would also be useful. He said, then let's go. We'll follow you to the first floor. Not long after, they returned to the southern portal inside the crystal cave on the first floor. At this moment, Kalen spoke up once again. Bjorn, son of Yandel. Feeling that the other party was trustworthy enough, Hansu decided to clarify. Let me introduce myself again. Sorry for deceiving you. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. Hearing this, Kalen couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. What? Are you that famous? He frankly admitted upon hearing the question from the guy. Probably. That's right. I am known as Little Balkan. Kalen's excitement rose even higher after verifying the information. I understand now. It is an honor to meet you, Little Balkan. Then there is no need to hesitate anymore. I accept these items. I will sell everything you gave me to buy useful items for myself for future expeditions. These words from Kalen made Hansu extremely satisfied. Good idea. Don't forget, the stronger you are, the more support our tribesmen will have. The guy maintained his excited tone as he declared, I understand. I will ensure that, for the future of our fellow tribesmen. This implied a reality that, at the present time, the barbarian tribe was the weakest tribe on the continent. Individually, they possessed great potential, but they lacked education and were not supported by the noble officials. Most of them died young in the dungeons due to a lack of combat experience. Hansu thought, but what if their numbers grew stronger, starting with Kalen? If more warriors survived and became top-tier adventurers, then a cycle would continue, and the barbarian tribe would also become stronger.
Like it or not, I am currently one of them. If the tribe's influence grows, I will also benefit. Look at the mages. If not for the large numbers from the magic tower and the support from the nobility, would they dare to be so arrogant and superior? Although it's just a small start, planting this seed will create opportunities. With that thought, Hansu seriously presented his views to Kalen. Listen carefully. When choosing a team, it's best to have someone from another tribe. And, afterward, after Hansu offered a lot of advice, Kalen spoke up. The tone of Kalen's voice was enough to make both Misha and Hansu freeze in astonishment. Thank you, Bjorn, son of Yandel. Hiding an axe within innocence to catch the opponent off guard? That truly is a great method. Even I couldn't help but feel confused. Didn't today's events surprise him at all? The smile on Kalen's lips gradually lost its human quality. From now on, I will definitely do my best to find my own companions. As for those who reveal evil intentions, I will crush their heads the moment I meet them. Just by observing his appearance, Hansu could reach a conclusion immediately. From the moment I recognized the change in Kalen's eyes, I was certain of one thing. However, things didn't stop there.
Kalen spoke, his tone becoming increasingly decisive. Furthermore, when I see fellow warriors of the tribe, I will share what happened today and advise them. Just like you did, for our tribe. He hesitated a little but ultimately accepted this declaration from the guy. Naturally, from now on, if anyone touches even a tiny barbarian, they will have to watch out if they don't want to die. 2 days later, in the Deadlands on the second floor, Han-Soo walked while straining his eyes to scan the space ahead.
Searching for the Death Knight seems difficult. It's too hard to see here. Misha stood by, smiling and encouraging him. Don't be discouraged. There is usually a super large grave in the middle of these Deadlands, and on the 7th day, the Death Knight will be summoned right in front of that grave. Bjorn replied sincerely, I've never heard of that before. She responded with an air of knowing everything. Things in books aren't always right, you know? So don't bury your head in the library all day anymore. When you're free later, come out and hang out with me. Hearing this, he immediately turned and pressed, Why do you conclude that books aren't right? Unexpectedly, just that one sentence was enough to make Misha flustered. That's due to experience. Bjorn abruptly cut off her explanation with a sigh. Enough, let's keep going. But in the very next moment, a cold chill ran down his spine. Misha also sensed that tension. Bjorn immediately asked, Can you feel it? She also expressed agreement. Yeah, my spine is cold. Then a series of notifications rang out from the system. Your character has come into contact with a malicious aura. Healing and recovery effects are significantly reduced. As if to verify his hypothesis, Bjorn bit his lip until it bled, then began to count silently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He sneered and reached a conclusion in his head. The wound that should have healed in a few seconds refused to heal. Even the girl standing next to him noticed it. The wound. Then the truth is, the Death Knight is near. Very near. Both of them immediately sped up their movement. While moving, Bjorn secretly calculated again.
Its automatic skill, Malicious Aura, has already been activated, meaning it had to engage in combat the moment it was summoned. This implies someone was waiting there to launch a preemptive strike. Could it be a player? I should be careful, but our goal is experience points and items after all. Even if someone is currently fighting, there are still ways to intervene. Misha called out loudly upon seeing his actions. Bjorn, what are you intending to do? Han-Soo already had the answer in his head. Before his eyes right now was a group of people surrounding a Death Knight. What else could it be? Han-Soo decided to intervene in the battle with a surprise attack. Just like this, a system notification appeared immediately after just one move from him.
The Death Knight has been defeated. EXP +4. Han-Soo raised his voice and declared to everyone present, Don't worry, I will save everyone. The barbarian's frenzied combat mode had been activated. The group of adventurers looked at each other in bewilderment. Another member of the team questioned, What is this? Only Misha's eyes shone brightly, looking at him with admiration. In short, just rush into fight and pretend to be saving people, and it's done. Han-Soo calmly explained, I was just helping a bit, why are you angry? The female archer was so furious she wanted to use violence against him. What? Do you want to die? Why did you hit our monster? The teammates around hurriedly tried to stop her. Calm down, sorry, it's over. At that moment, Kijin sighed and spoke up. I remember now. Back then on the 3rd floor, you were little Balkan, right? Han-Soo observed him, simultaneously recalling the past events. He still clearly remembered Kijin's fearful expression back then. I don't know the details, but if we don't get out of this malicious zone in time, we will all die. It's written in the books. The time until the boss attacks this place will be soon. He was the one who had led a group of adventurers in the battle against the Earth boss on the 3rd floor. The other members of his team couldn't hide their skepticism as they whispered amongst themselves, Are you really little Balkan? Then the person standing next to him continued, It seems we misunderstood. It seems he has good intentions to help us. The female archer still asked with an unfriendly look, What? Keegan also agreed with their opinion. Of course, a hero like that wouldn't do such a despicable thing as stealing experience points. Han-Soo stood to one side, silently evaluating. Is this the reason why I need reputation? That's great. Misha was also speechless, telling herself that reputation actually had an effect now. At this moment, Keegan spoke up and approached. Since we've met like this, we should introduce ourselves. Han-Soo accepted without hesitation. Sure, I am Bjorn, his son of Yandel. What is your name? His answer made the hand Han-Soo was extending freeze in midair. Kien? Han-Soo's entire body recoiled reflexively. Hearing that name, he hurriedly created distance from him and loudly declared, Stop right there. I'm leaving. I have business to attend to. Dragging Misha away, he silently thought, I didn't foresee this. A player entered his body? This is the first time I've encountered such a crazy situation. She let out a soft cry. Bjorn, we have to get out of here quickly or we're done for. Only now did Misha speak up while Han-Soo fled, leaving Keegan alone and bewildered. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? He replied, Damn it, I'll explain later. Just run for now. I don't know what's about to happen, but my heart has started pounding like crazy.
if only I had brought some salt to ward off bad luck. Time passed until day D+1.
At noon in Lavoya, a little girl's voice rang out as she rushed into her father's arms. "Father!" The man, having just returned from the labyrinth, gently responded to his daughter. "My dear daughter." Witnessing that scene, a guy burst into hearty laughter, a sound that made everyone turn their heads. Other barbarians hesitantly spoke up. "Tassin's son, Kalen?" Kalen, with a triumphant look, gazed at them and said, "Is everyone still alive?" The other barbarians couldn't help but be astonished looking at the pile of equipment he was carrying. "What is that? What is that bag? Is this all equipment? Did you loot in the dungeon? Speak up quickly." Kalen loudly refuted those baseless accusations. "Looting? No way. Everyone gather here. I'll tell you everything." His boisterous voice successfully attracted the attention of many others. "Where did those bags come from? What happened?" Kalen recounted everything he experienced in the labyrinth. After hearing it, everyone turned purple with rage and roared. "What? We are not monsters. We are warriors." Kalen thought, "Just as predicted, my clansmen are furious." And then a few people started expressing their admiration for Bjorn. Little Balkan, son of Yondale. How could he read the intentions of those cunning bandits? Truly a great warrior, the wisest of our tribe. System notification. Character fame increased by 1. Character fame increased by 1. Kalen once again raised his voice to affirm. "That's right. All the loot I obtained is thanks to his teachings."
Everyone praised in unison, "Truly a great warrior, Little Balkan, Little Balkan." This noisy scene caught the eyes of some adventurers outside, causing them to judge. It's starting again, so noisy and annoying. Anyway, apart from their hearts, they are useless. From ancient times until now, the barbarian tribe has always been the weakest in the labyrinth, an undeniable truth. Those words only solidified Kalen's determination. So from now on, I will pass on those teachings to everyone. Although I don't want to admit it, that is the reality. Yandel's son, Bjorn, said that all of this would be our great transformation, but everything will be different from now on. Time passed until the 9th day. In the afternoon at the dark river mouth, the group entered the 3rd floor, the pilgrimage road. After some time, Hansu reached a conclusion. Next time, it's best not to come here without a guide. He thought, by chance, I discovered a portal while secretly following a nearby expedition team.
Misha was on high alert, scanning the surroundings and remarking, "But if the name Han really brings bad omens, shouldn't we head back to the 1st floor? I feel something is wrong. I'm not at ease." Hansu then responded to her, "But there isn't any solid evidence yet. Conversely, if Han's curse is real, returning to the city won't help us avoid the disaster either. That's how I see it. It's best to complete the mission to minimize the damage." Hearing this, Misha reluctantly reminded him, "If that's the case, then don't say anything. Saying that just makes me feel more uncomfortable." Hansu smiled faintly and continued, "I don't know what it's like when we're happy, but when two people share difficulties, at least it reduces the burden by half." Misha couldn't hold back and shouted at him, "Are you even listening to me, you crazy barbarian?" Hansu laughed in response, "I was just kidding a little." However, this attitude angered her and she scolded him loudly. "Don't lie, your eyes just now were very sincere, do you know that?" Unexpectedly, Hansu admitted something that made Misha blush deeply. "It's just, I might have unconsciously come to rely on you, so it's a bit difficult." Misha stammered in reply, So what? You did well. From now on, don't keep it inside, just come to me whenever, okay?" But at this moment, Hansu revealed his teasing face again as he replied, "Just kidding." The moment those words ended, Hansu's figure vanished. Misha indignantly shouted, "You bastard, what are you laughing at?" She immediately turned and chased after him. "Stand right there for me." After walking a distance, Hansu finally stopped and cautiously observed the situation.
He announced, "Stopping point at the Dark River estuary. We've arrived. Get down now." He thought to himself, "A bit tense, isn't it? Luckily we arrived before the water rose, otherwise it would be very difficult to travel, though arriving late meant losing a good spot inside this shelter." At this moment, Misha spoke up shyly. "Out of respect for you, I'll let it slide this one time. It's not because I have any special feelings or because I don't want to get wet or anything, okay?" Buzzing chatter from the other side greeted them. "Is there any tree that doesn't fall after being chopped 10 times? But you know her." Bjorn and Misha couldn't help but be surprised as they approached to hear more clearly.
Someone spoke up to remind them, "Hey, everyone is sleeping. Have some manners. I can't sleep." The other person replied, "Sorry, I'll be more careful. I won't speak loudly anymore." Hansu recognized this voice. They had successfully reunited with Hickrod, Leo, and Bjorn's group. "Hickrod, why is everyone here?" Leo said, "Clearly fate has bound our team together. It's unbelievable." Hickrod smiled and spoke, recounting how they coincidentally met here. "What mission do you two have? Why did you come here?" Hansu immediately offered an explanation. "The client had business on the 1st floor, and he has already returned to the city. What about you guys? I thought everyone was on the 2nd floor. He laughed it off and replied, "The 2nd floor mission ended earlier than I expected, so we took on another mission here." He continued, "After that, we all carried out Hickrod's 3rd floor mission together. In less than 3 days, we already completed the mission." Misha looked down at the corpse on the ground and asked, "Is that so? So it's done, right?" Dwaki was the one who answered her. The distortion magic was successful. As expected, it's thanks to Miss Misha that we were able to complete this mission luckily. At this moment, Hickrod made a comment. "This guy is blinded by items. In my opinion, this is thanks to Bjorn, not Misha, isn't that right? He always gets lucky. It's like that every time he goes with us." Hansu's expression turned unsightly as he cursed inwardly. "How can that be, you old dwarf?" A person in the group suggested, "Since the mission is complete, shall we proceed to the 4th floor next?"
The others discussed among themselves. It was true that staying only on the 3rd floor wouldn't maximize the benefits of this trip. If they started now, they might make it there in time. Then let's quickly pack up and set off immediately. Let's pack up our things. After agreeing on the plan, the group advanced toward the 4th floor together. They set off immediately. Let's move out, quick. After 3 days of continuous travel, the system notification finally rang out. Your character has entered a special area. The Witch's Forest effect is activated. With only 3 hours left before the 3rd floor closed completely, they finally reached the portal. At this moment, Hansu placed his hand on Bjorn's shoulder, who was out of breath from exhaustion. "You've worked hard." John Millet, when the door opened, seized the opportunity and announced, "Now is the time. Let's enter the portal." Then the group proceeded inside together. Hansu's eyes widened in shock when he heard a whispering voice. "Master." He couldn't believe it and asked himself, "That voice belongs to—" However, a system notification cut off Hansu's train of thought. "You have entered the Sky Tower, 4th floor." He thought, clearly that was a familiar voice. Was it Erwin? This area is too vast. Maybe it wasn't her. How could it be such a coincidence? Right then, the call of his teammate pulled Hansu back to reality. "Bjorn, what are you doing? Move it, quickly." He silently steeled his resolve. "All right, this is the Sky Tower. Upon entry, monsters will immediately swarm to attack the players." He said, "Sorry." Right at the start, an incredibly annoying lineup of monsters appeared. Orc mages, golems, and undead. While calculating, he and Hyrod defended together, continuously repelling the monster waves. A few Death Knights tried to counterattack with some powerful strikes, but they still couldn't penetrate Hyrod's defense. Just as he blocked an attack, the guy notified the others. These guys might be low level, but those monsters coordinate pretty terrifyingly. They managed to maneuver and quickly wipe them all out. By this time, Dwaki started chatting with Misha. "This is the magic I just learned. What do you think? Is it okay?" She sincerely gave her feedback. "It's actually quite strong. Looks like you've learned a lot." Only Hyrod seemed astonished. Is fighting on the 4th floor supposed to be this easy? System notifications kept ringing out. Trial completed. A yellow door opened, and next to it was a red door. Following that was the appearance of a purple door, causing the whole team to immediately fall into confusion. Which direction to go now? Leo boldly spoke up to suggest, "There isn't much time left. It's better to quickly climb to the next floor right away." Misha, standing next to him, also agreed with his opinion. "That's right. The lower floors are too easy. The rewards are also insignificant." Hansu made the final decision. "Then let's go with wisdom." Information about the door they chose was displayed. Stairs of Wisdom. This is a route that requires a professional adventurer to accompany. The path is very complicated. There are traps and occasionally monsters appear, but you can climb 5 floors at a time. He led the group and said, "Then follow me carefully." Inside, Hansu kept questioning himself. Suddenly I thought, what if I had chosen a different path back then? The scene before his eyes suddenly sank into despair. If I had done that. On the blood-stained ground, Hansu trembled, trying to force himself up. He silently pondered in his heart. Maybe things wouldn't have come to this. Opposite him were his teammates who were heavily injured. Hansu's eyes widened. He glared straight at the opponent. The story continued to be told. After choosing the Stairs of Wisdom on the 1st floor, we reached the 12th floor by choosing the Stairs of Courage.
And so we chose the Tower of Wisdom again. There, we encountered a bull rhino ranked as a high-tier level 10 among the grade 5 monsters. Hikakrod cried out in panic, "A bull demon!" Misha beside him was equally astonished as she continued, "Why is it here?" Hansu's expression immediately worsened. "You kidding me? Why is this tough guy appearing here?" he thought to himself. Of course, grade 5 monsters could appear in the Sky Tower, but encountering them was extremely rare. In 10 years of playing this game, I only met them exactly 7 times, but back then it was always above the 100th floor. Yet such a high-ranking species monster could appear on the 12th floor. He suddenly remembered the name of a person he had met and Misha's words, "Always be wary of those who harbor hatred in their hearts." Han and Hansu. He quickly came to a conclusion. It's that damn Han effect. He loudly announced to everyone around, "Everyone, pay attention." All 4 people immediately got into combat readiness. He told himself, no matter how unlucky it was, if this unfortunate situation happened, they still needed to act first. Notification lines appeared as they started the battle. Character has cast Berserk. The ferocious monster rushed forward and attacked. Hansu used his whole body to block its strike.
His face became increasingly unsightly. He thought to himself, almost lost the shield there. From behind, Hikakrod's voice rang out, "I'll help." He activated his skill and the system announced, "Hikakrod Murat has cast Sturdy Shield." Hikakrod's face also became equally terrible. He was pushed back and received support magic from teammates. Murat had cast Rapid Recovery. Meanwhile, Hansu kept wondering, why isn't it dealing any damage? I told you to change the shield already. He unleashed a slash, only to uncomfortably realize, the attack has no damage, but the battle hasn't reached its end yet. It's not over yet. In the back, the mages and Dwalki had also completed preparations. Buff, Ice Spear, done. They simultaneously launched attacks towards the buffalo. The monster swung its arm to block, and the blocks of ice just shattered before they could cause any damage. Leo's eyes widened in astonishment.
No, impossible. Someone is continuing to attack. Not yet. Misha also moved and remarked, its skin is too hard. Hansu concluded, its defense is really good. Freezing seems to have no effect, but at least it can slow down the recovery progress a bit. Dwalki's face went pale as he declared, "We have to run. At this rate, we won't be able to beat the snake tiger demon." As soon as these words were spoken, he was yelled at by his teammate. "Wiki, shut your mouth and focus on the fight." Dwalki worried, "So what do we do now? How do we plan to escape?" He recalled and hadn't. When facing a grade 5 monster at the Blood Citadel, there was also a grade 6 mage beside them. A mage's damage is usually increased by 1.5 times, so at that time we had someone dealing damage stronger than grade 5 beside us.
She initiated the attack with solar attribute damage targeting the Ashfire demon's weakness. Before that, she had even used the Holy Tears, a treasure powerful enough to take down a Death Knight in a single strike. But what was the result? At that time, that monster didn't even fall after such a powerful move, and that was just a vampire, a monster with strong regeneration but weak defense. But an Ashfire demon is different. It has the strongest regeneration and defense among grade 5 monsters, meaning that without perfect timing, even a lucky shot wouldn't be able to defeat it. Even so, he did not give up hope. There was still a chance. Perhaps there was a way to overcome it. This was when his plan officially commenced. Everyone listen. From now on, we must fight tenaciously. Even if it's hard to win, we must do it. 15 minutes passed, feeling like an eternity. A grade 8 weakness curse magic was released by Leo Volk. Following that, a grade 9 slow curse magic and a grade 7 enfeeble curse magic were also cast by Leo Volk in succession. Just as Leo was focusing all his mana on the curses, another system notification appeared, indicating that Hikakhrod Murat had just activated Rapid Recovery. While the other two poured all their strength into holding out, John Millet was tasked with drawing the monster's attention.
Under my command, Misha aimed at a single weak point, continuously dealing damage to the monster's opening. A frenzied and furious roar erupted from the monster, causing Bjorn to immediately reach out and pull Dwalki back. "Dodge it, Dwalki!" That attack nearly hit him, and Dwalki, while Hansu remained deep in thought from beginning to end, thinking to himself, is this what hanging by a thread feels like? After the character used Berserk, he and Hikakhrod had to struggle to withstand the relentless chain of attacks from the monster, while Rotmiller, although panting heavily, immediately joined in upon the command. "Dwalki, how much magic do you have left?" He trembled as he calculated mentally, then spoke up. 2 minutes. No, I can force it to 3 more minutes. Hansu asked again, what if we drop the slow effect? A specific number was given almost instantly. Then 7 minutes. I can last up to 7 minutes. He commanded. Understood. Don't use the slow anymore. The time limit has been set. In that moment, Misha retreated to report the situation. No matter how I slash at it, I can't cut into its skin. Hansu quickly grasped the crux of the problem. The issue was that grade 3 bone material. He ordered, if that's the case, Hikakhrod, from now on it's your task. Handle it. The guy started moving according to the command, but didn't forget to ask back, got it, but what's the plan? Hansu explained while moving and calculating. Plan B, to break something, a mace is best. A system notification rang out. The Demon Lord has activated Berserk. Its sense of pain temporarily disappeared, and its physical stats increased significantly. Following that, its attack forced Hansu to dodge. A stone rolled on the ground. He roared with full spirit as he rushed in to attack. The monster took a direct hit from Hansu, and the mace in his hand continued to swing.
The weapon tore through the wind as he unleashed another strike. A scream rang out, signaling his teammate. He called out, "Misha," as one of the monster's arms was severed. The system notification sounded again. The troll has activated Super Recovery. Super Recovery is an active skill that focuses on specific body parts, providing extraordinary regeneration capabilities to rapidly heal injuries in that area. Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but let out a curse. Damn it! Being a troll is bad enough, but it still takes at least 2 minutes for it to recover. A quick conclusion was reached, so for at least 2 minutes, it cannot use Super Recovery. Hansu's counterattack began by activating a skill. The character cast Gigantification. In other words, if he destroys its brain or heart within 2 minutes.
His body immediately swelled up to match the size of the monster. I have to cut off this bastard's head. Hansu used his entire body to pin down the monster's movements, then signaled his teammates. Misha, stab it in the eye.
It's got my blood in its eyes, so it can't see well. Immediately after, Misha frantically unleashed a barrage of attacks on the monster, causing blood to splatter everywhere, creating a scene where one person held it down while the other attacked. The onlookers could only drop their jaws in amazement at the sight. Misha, keep stabbing. I've got it pinned tight. Hit it. Misha's eyes revealed an increasingly determined look. Amidst exerting all her strength, she shouted out a report. The blade isn't going in. They strained their ears to listen to even the faintest sound to reach a conclusion. That sound, it couldn't penetrate the skull. Damn it, this monster's bones are too hard. Hansu, while struggling to keep the monster pinned, urged her on. Keep going, we have to crush its brain. She replied briefly. Got it. At this moment, the monster let out a miserable howl of pain. It struggled frantically, intending to counterattack to escape the siege. It targeted Dwalki. He shouted, Dodge it quick! Leo was looking at the monster in terror.
How? It shouldn't be able to see anyone anymore, right? Bjorn beside him hurriedly shouted a warning. Dodge, hurry up! The monster's foot stomped down on the ground right after both of them barely dodged, and Hansu cursed in frustration. This bastard, even though it can't see, it knows exactly where to run. He wondered, can it sniff out the magic power emitting from everyone? He concluded, whatever the reason. He realized, just when he thought everything was under control, it immediately got worse. Hickrod used his shield to block between the monster and his two teammates. Stop, damn it! Its power terrified him and knocked his whole body backward. Monster! Hickrod spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and in despair, I'm out of mana, so I can't use Holy Shield. Why now of all times? Misha then called out worriedly, Bjorn, He loudly cut off her train of thought. Don't worry, just focus on stabbing him hard. Hurry! Without another question, Misha unleashed a barrage of attacks. A series of decisive slashes were swung in just a brief moment. The hand grasping Leo's lapel loosened, and his body slowly collapsed. Misha's eyes widened as a system notification popped up. The curse effect of the Tro has disappeared. Her hand gripping the sword froze for a moment. Hansu roared almost immediately to stop her. Misha, keep hitting! She steeled her resolve, gradually channeling magic into her stabs, while the system notification continued to ring. Misha has cast Ice Shatter. Misha frantically stabbed the monster's body. Die! Go die, you monster! Misha cast Ice Shatter once again. I said go die! Their coordination remained incredibly seamless until the very last moment, when a notification rang out. Gigantification has ended. Both their bodies collapsed to the ground, while the legs of the Tro still stood tall. Hansu, his whole body trembling, struggled to crawl up. The massive size of the monster struck his eyes directly. Finally, a notification appeared, stating that the troll had been defeated and 5 EXP was received. It was dead. The loot was a magic stone, and this time there was no significant damage. This moment suddenly felt incredibly real to me. Hansu became more and more certain of one thing. That's right, this is not a dream. He thought about the decision he had just made. It was a close call, having been thrown far away after being hit by the troll. John Millet, Hickrid, wake up! She kept shaking them with a worried look on her face. Misha, stop shaking them. After observing their condition, he couldn't help but exclaim internally. It really is a miracle, he remarked. John Millet's leg was only slightly injured, and Hickrid was just unconscious. They were fine.
Everyone's attention immediately focused on Dwalki. The problem was Dwalki. With a face pale from pain, he was lying sprawled on the ground. The issue was Dwalki. Misha called his name with tears in her eyes. Dwalki! She helplessly looked up at him. Bjorn, what should we do? Dwalki isn't breathing anymore. Hansu simply stated quietly, step aside. He thought he knew this was just a temporary measure. He assessed the situation. Dwalki was just a normal person, a mage with a frail body. He observed his injuries. His spine was half bent and his leg was twisted. Furthermore, his internal injuries were severe, with blood ceaselessly gushing from his nose and mouth. He punched the ground in anger. Damn it! If I hadn't used the high-grade potion on the first floor, I could have healed him right now. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Bjorn's voice was heard. Use this. I bought this as a precaution. Use this on him. Hansu couldn't help but feel astonished. A high-grade potion? Following that, Dwalki's voice rang out. What a relief. Misha hesitated before asking again. Then, she tried hard to wipe away her tears as she responded. Bjorn, everyone is alive. No one lost their life. She continued. Truly thank the goddess. Thank you so much. However, there were too many uncertainties to rejoice yet, because the road ahead of them would be even more arduous. With that thought, Hansu commanded them. Listen, everyone. From now on, the only way is to plan carefully in advance, he explained. That way we will handle unexpected variables smoothly when they appear. He concluded, only then will things be better. Everyone won't have to bear risks on their part. He looked up and concluded uncomfortably. We were just lucky. After going through these incidents, I finally truly understand the harshness of surviving as an adventurer in this damn world.
He judged that with luck like today, the Reaper wouldn't be visiting us. Only then could Hickrod breathe a sigh of relief, so everyone was still alive. Bjorn nodded slightly, showing agreement with him. And Pai-chan is still safe and sound. We should go to the temple to pray when we return. Thank God, truly. On this side, Hansu also quietly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, I didn't think you would act like that at the last minute. However, the whole group voiced their objection in unison. How could it be your fault? We are the ones who should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, no one would have survived. Bjorn, standing nearby, also agreed with Hickrod's opinion. That's right, your assessment was very accurate.
So don't blame yourself anymore. These words only make me engrave this lesson in my heart for next time. My decisions are too important now. I think I need to weigh everything before acting. Their eyes were drawn to a slight movement from Rot Miller. He was awake. He looked at the group with eyes full of worry. Is everyone okay? Misha quickly replied, We are all fine, don't move. Dwalki forced a smile. Miss Misha, it's good that you are safe. She replied with teary eyes. You idiot, you're the one we should be worried about. He smiled bitterly and agreed. Right? Hickrod quickly changed the subject. But this isn't something we can brag about. No one will believe that the 5 of us took down a troll. Misha pouted. It's so unfair. We didn't even get any essence or anything, right? Bjorn simply asked back. Aren't we alive? A remark was made, and Rot Miller smiled. You are too humble. That is exactly the problem. Hickrod agreed from the side. That's right. We even used high-grade elixirs, didn't we? Of course, we will all share the cost. He just nodded slightly as an admission. Truly as humble as he said. Hearing that brought me the greatest relief I've had in years. At this moment, Misha turned to look at Hansu and spoke.
But Bjorn, what now? He asked back, a bit confused. Really? What do you mean? She immediately explained. Do you plan to go deeper into the labyrinth? Hansu said, For now, let everyone recover first. Hansu replied somewhat curtly. We will stop until the labyrinth closes. Unexpectedly, Dwaki's voice cut in at that moment. Wait a minute, Misha. Why ask Bjorn about that? I'm the captain, you know. The group kept joking back and forth like that. Right, you know, sometimes. As for him, he was secretly cursing inside. Damn, Hansu, we've spent so much energy on this expedition already. Immediately after, a system notification appeared. The labyrinth has closed. Your character is heading to Lavoya. Just like that, a week passed and the expedition concluded. My 6th expedition journey ended on a late afternoon. Erwin's face couldn't hide her anticipation. Is this the place, mister? We finally meet again. The story was only recounted after the group had escaped the labyrinth and returned to the city. We hurriedly took Dwaki to the temple. As Hickrod and I left that place, Rot Miller finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I feel relieved. Misha shouted excitedly when she saw him. Wiki! Hansu stood aside and quietly commented, Truly divine power. He thought even wounds that couldn't be healed by high-grade potions were cured. However, it couldn't heal mental wounds, so I'd have to check again later. At this moment, Bjorn spoke up once more.
It took more time than I thought. Are you okay? He scratched his head and smiled in response. Don't worry, I can enter the labyrinth right now. He let out a long sigh. He was satisfied with the answer. Then that's good. Dwalki also agreed. Yes, that's great. Immediately after that, they split up. Then we will meet again in 2 days. Go home and rest for today since the amount of magic stones collected isn't worth much. We decided to distribute it after receiving the mission reward. It is estimated that each person will only receive about 400,000 stones. I really couldn't help but curse. He tortured us like that, but didn't drop a single crystal. At that moment, Misha, standing next to him, spoke up. Bjorn, what do you intend to do? He answered leisurely. I will go back to your place with you to bathe. However, his words made her misunderstand. Together? The subsequent words completely dispelled that misunderstanding. And then clean up the equipment. Hansu cut Misha off with a declaration. You have already rested comfortably in the labyrinth. Don't even think about escaping. She replied with embarrassment. I didn't mean that. Another suggestion was then put forward by him. Then I will take a shower at your place. I'm too lazy to go back to mine. Misha asked again in disbelief. Really? Hansu's head at this moment was full of calculation.
There was no need to waste time moving. A moment later, she spoke up. Are you done bathing? As he began pulling items out of his bag, Hansu slowly replied, Take your time bathing. I have to organize my things. It will take a while. She couldn't hide the joy on her face. Really? All right. Inside, he was silently making calculations. I have to sort the equipment before Misha comes out. He sorted them. Sell this? Keep this for use. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside. Hello, Mr. Bjorn. Are you in there? Hansu muttered with a skeptical look. Who is that? What's the matter? The person replied hesitantly. Hello, I'm from the Adventurers Guild. He cut them off bluntly with a statement. Enough. Get to the point. The person's voice rang out with hesitation. The thing is, a barbarian named Kalen Tassin has requested you as a witness. He said that you would prove he isn't a robber. Hansu's eyes widened, filled with astonishment. The little barbarian was in danger. Hansu hurriedly made a suggestion to the girl still in the room. Misha, cancel today's schedule. She called out in confusion. Huh? Why? He explained with a calm expression. I have to go to the Adventurers Guild because of Kalen. Misha still couldn't process the information. What do you mean? Explain it more clearly. Hansu cut her off bluntly. Anyway, you just keep bathing. She unleashed a stream of resentful curses. Is explaining it that difficult? Paying little mind, Hansu just focused on urging the person next to him. Let's go, quickly.
The person sweated profusely, stammering, yes, at District 8. Erwin was running hurriedly with a thought weighing on her mind. Thank goodness he is still alive, Erwin thought. Mister? A few days prior, following the timeline within the labyrinth, Teresia was present at the witch's forest. Understood? Even if you want a professional adventurer, you must know how to find the way to the 4th floor. Erwin asked back with a puzzled look. Listen to the sound of magic power? The other person explained gently. That's right, listen to the sound of the portal. Immediately, Erwin followed the instructions and pointed in a direction. That way? Teresia commented with satisfaction. Well done, let's go then. They moved quickly, feeling the magic power becoming denser. This made Erwin gasp in astonishment. Is the sound of magic louder now? She heard a call. Sister, a familiar voice echoing in her ears. Good work, Rottmiller. Erwin let out a nonchalant sound. Teresia panicked and called out. She shouted when she saw her younger sister suddenly speed up. Erwin, where are you going? Erwin silently exclaimed. This voice, both strict and warm. Teresia's shout from behind kept echoing. Erwin! She rushed forward with a strong conviction in her mind. For sure, this is definitely Mister's voice. Although the equipment is different and I can't see his face because of the helmet, but I know, she cried out in joy.
That's right then. Her eyes met Hansu's. Mister, stop! But right at that moment, Teresia moved as fast as lightning. She stood blocking right in front of Erwin. Erwin, what are you doing? If you follow him up to the 4th floor, you'll be considered a robber, she asserted firmly. But that is... She raised her voice, cutting her off. You haven't even seen his face clearly yet. However, Erwin remained steadfast in her decision. I know. I recognize him. Let me go. Why? Why are you stopping me? Why? Her face immediately became confused upon witnessing her younger sister's tears. I didn't expect him to be so famous. Other adventurers started gossiping about them. Yes, of course I know that party. I heard someone saw him on the 1st floor, one person said. The barbarian in my group said that... Erwin silently blamed herself. She thought, I was so stupid to keep hiding in the room and misunderstanding everything. But why didn't my sister say anything to me? She probably didn't know either. But that doesn't matter. When I meet him, I have to apologize first. Surely he is looking for me too. The reason he didn't come to find me first, right?
It must be because he doesn't remember our place. Just then, footsteps slowly approached the door. Erwin's expression did not hide the excitement on her face. She shyly told herself, my heart is beating so fast. Unexpectedly, the person who appeared was Misha. Who are you? Erwin's face almost immediately became unsightly. Who is this girl? Isn't this his room? The thing is, I think I have the wrong room. Do you know which room Bjorn is in? Misha asked back immediately. You are looking for Bjorn? This statement confused Erwin. What do you mean? Misha then explained. Bjorn just finished showering and went out. You can come inside and wait. This offer made her even more bewildered. Just finished showering and went out? Wait a minute. So that means this is his room? She wondered. What is going on? Misha continued to offer a friendly suggestion. If you don't want to wait, just tell me your name and I'll tell Bjorn when he gets back.
However, Erwin was still immersed in confusion. No, it couldn't be. Like that, it was no different from them living together. She asked, you said he just finished showering and went out, right? Misha admitted once again. Yeah, are you leaving? The corners of Erwin's lips curled up slightly as she replied. No, can I go inside and wait? Misha agreed without hesitation. Sure. Upon stepping inside, she was even more astonished. Misha hurriedly continued. It's a bit messy, isn't it? It's not usually like this. Erwin suddenly interrupted. I know what this is. I've done that with him too. These words left Misha stunned. Are you an adventurer too? She replied, yes, that's right, but don't misunderstand. These are things I took from some robbers. Erwin responded with a melancholy voice. Don't worry, I won't misunderstand. I know better than anyone that he isn't that kind of person. If he coveted other people's belongings, he would deserve punishment, wouldn't he? A voice rang out as the scene shifted to District 7 at the Adventurers Guild headquarters. Bjorn asked curiously, why would the woman I took hostage want to meet me? The other party replied vaguely, just go meet her there and you'll know the reason. These words made him laugh contemptuously. Is that so? Then I refuse. This choice of words surprised him.
What? Hansu explained briefly. I'm always hungry. I don't have time to waste. That's it then. At this moment, that guy hurriedly stopped him. Wait, hold on. I can't explain in detail, but I guarantee I have no bad intentions or harm towards you. He made a blunt offer. Just tell her I refuse. However, he didn't accept it easily.
What the hell is this? Hey, stand there and listen for a bit, Bjorn. In his mind, he thought, so this is what's happening. 20 minutes earlier, a declaration had been inadvertently uttered. Only Bjorn stays, the rest disperse. The situation here is quite safe. I want to speak with him privately for a moment. Hansu recalled and briefly summarized the situation. Carlson was baiting to lure him. The guy started to present. Honestly, I intended to call you sooner or later anyway. Hansu asked with a puzzled look. Call? Why? He slowly presented the issue. Miss Oban wants to meet you. Unexpectedly, this statement was questioned back by him with an extremely serious attitude. Oban? Who is that? The story was retold. Are you serious? You took her hostage before, do you remember? Only then did Hansu suddenly remember. Wow, the daughter of the guildmaster?
Wouldn't it have been better if you said that sooner? Anyway, what is it? A declaration from Julian rang out. I will not spend my entire life being a puppet in my father's hands. Following that, a question arose. So, are you planning to usurp that guildmaster's throne? She said, a woman also has the right to live. The guildmaster calmly asked back, so the branch manager has decided to choose my daughter, huh? That must be the reason she was present at that competition, right? The assistant standing nearby reported seriously, yes, perhaps the meeting with that barbarian today was also arranged by her. He replied in a sarcastic tone, fool, didn't I tell him to learn his place, yet now you dare to oppose me? The only one I can turn a blind eye to for opposition is my daughter. If you try to cling to my daughter to oppose me, I won't let you off either. The guildmaster's hand slowly reached for the teacup on the table. His expression became a few shades more cruel as he thought to himself, I'll take this opportunity to separate the two of them. They've been really annoying me lately. And that barbarian, too. The sky quickly churned with dark clouds. Hansu looked around in confusion as he was alone on the street. Not good. Why is it raining? He thought, should I find something to line my stomach while keeping watch? An invitation made Hansu swallow his saliva. Food is served. Enjoy your meal, sir. While his hand was dipping bread and his eyes never left the table of food, his other hand quickly grabbed a piece of steak. As he chewed, Hansu pondered, Misha's cooking is truly number one. Give me some more wine. Coming right up. He wondered, should I ask her to grill some meat tomorrow? I wonder what she's doing right now. Saying that, he cast his gaze outside again. Pancakes and rice wine? I guess they don't sell those here, do they?
He thought, after all, he didn't feel compelled to return. He had simply grown up and become too familiar with everything. The bed that always creaked and rusted, the 3-square-meter room with a toilet, the days passed with laughter and conversations with friends. He pondered. Naturally, he could list the evil, filthy, and terrible things about this world all day long. But thinking about it differently, he realized he was perhaps more attached to this world than he thought. He decided that to achieve what he desired, he needed to form a new, stronger team. He thought he had been thinking about it for a long time, and now he had decided. He would go to the upper floors where there were more resources, but it would be impossible if he kept going with the current team. He analyzed that the upper floors were filled with creatures even stronger than the trolls. He shouldn't rely too much on luck, as he couldn't possibly survive by luck like the last time. A call made him look up. Bjorn. That person spoke slowly to correct him. It's Amen. If the name is too hard to pronounce, just call me Amen.
Hansu hesitated but agreed. All right. He started the conversation curiously. What wind blows you here to be a guest at my place? This statement surprised him a little. Guest? Amuni continued his explanation. This is my wife's shop. The more he listened, the more skeptical he felt. A man with a wife like him going into the labyrinth alone to be an adventurer? Amuni explained with a hint of dejection. Business has been tough lately, so someone has to go out and earn some income. Hearing this was enough for Hansu to understand the situation. I get it now. Anyway, never mind that. Meeting the owner here is quite a coincidence. Amuni followed up. Coincidence doesn't even begin to describe it. Thank you. I've been persuaded, Bjorn. Hansu asked with a puzzled look. Persuaded about what? He presented it nonchalantly. Persuaded to join your team. This statement raised a concern in him. Is that so? Amuni began to explain thoroughly. You are the one who saved a complete stranger in that dire situation, so you are certainly not the type of person who would betray a teammate. Hearing this, his expression gradually changed. Things seemed to be progressing a bit differently than he had anticipated. He thought to himself, a person with the ability to summon creatures for support and terrible physical archery skills. With this bear-like guy here, I would definitely climb higher than the 5th floor. But there seems to be a misunderstanding here. I already have a fixed party. Amuni immediately showed understanding. Oh, is that so? Then let's discuss this another time when there is a vacancy. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel curious. What do you mean if there is a vacancy? He stated seriously. You surely understand what I mean. After that, we had a short conversation.
We discussed the most suitable time to enter the dungeon. Then an appointment was set. Let's meet here in 10 days. Both of them agreed. Sure thing. I returned to the inn immediately after borrowing a raincoat from that bear. On the other side, a deep voice rang out. If you covet someone else again, punishment is what you deserve. Misha commented with a puzzled look at Erwin's expression. You seem stricter than you look, don't you? What is she saying? Erwin herself was going through a fierce internal struggle. To be precise, he wasn't lost or anything. He wasn't an object after all. I was the one chosen to accompany him, but what is this feeling? If I act now, can I win against her? Now Misha continued to speak. I'm Misha. What's your name? She replied, Erwin. Misha gave a sincere remark. Such a beautiful name.
Nice to meet you. Please sit here and wait a moment. I'll clean up a bit. The space between them fell into silence. Erwin clenched her hands as if struggling, until a question was voiced. Are you dating anyone? Misha blushed and hurriedly denied. Dating anyone? Bjorn and I are just colleagues. Observing her expression, Erwin seemed to have realized something. So that's it. Sorry, because I heard you talking about bathing together. This made Misha confused. Bathing together? What are you talking about? I just borrowed the bathroom for a bit. Erwin continued to question. Borrowing a strange man's bathroom? Then you must live far from here. She explained hesitantly. Well, not exactly far. Erwin's face immediately darkened. Not far? Is this girl using some cheap, despicable trick to hide the truth? This time it was Misha's turn to ask. So what is the relationship between you and Bjorn? Erwin slowly recounted. Mr. Bjorn and I are colleagues. Misha felt curious about that noble title. Mr.? He's only about 20 years old. She hurriedly explained. Just out of respect, that's all. When it's just the two of us, I'll address you differently. By the way, is your team just two people? Misha replied somewhat reluctantly. Well, not exactly just two people. Erwin continued asking, is there something wrong with you? And Misha didn't tell the truth. No, nothing at all. At this moment, Erwin began to ramble endlessly. Bjorn and I have a special connection. He was my first colleague, and we survived and returned from our first expedition together. Misha suddenly cut her off. But is that so? But that doesn't really mean anything to me. Erwin's action paused instantly. What? Misha explained. Well, I've spent months traveling with Bjorn, but I've never heard him mention you once. This statement made Erwin ask again in disbelief. No, that can't be true. Misha smirked and continued. Erwin, right? I find your attitude somewhat cute, but if you show too much hostility and treat someone like an idiot like this, it makes me a bit worried. Do you understand? Erwin's eyes widened, filled with horror. She thought, Misha, just a casual meeting, and I can already feel the killing intent from her. At this moment, Misha spoke up again. But I also thank you for one thing. Thanks to you, I no longer feel conflicted. Erwin asked back with curiosity. No longer feel conflicted. What do you mean? She replied half-jokingly. Don't you already know what I mean? Erwin came to a blunt conclusion. This girl is my rival in love. She is trying to take my precious thing, this damn cat. Misha didn't hesitate to respond to that reaction. Oh, is there a problem with what I said? Erwin's hand trembled slightly. She's too strong. I can't win. I'm going to lose him. Just like back then, someone important to me. Just like that. No, it can't be like that again. Don't take him away from me, please. The silence mixed with the sound of rain could be likened to a bucket of cold water splashed straight into the face. With teary eyes, Erwin clasped her hands and pleaded, Please don't take him away from me, I beg you. Bjorn's footsteps carried the moisture from the rain outside. The door was pushed open slowly, and he exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her, Erwin, an unexpected reunion awaits me. Misha immediately turned her head to look. Bjorn, you're back. Here, there's a guest who wants to see you. Conjecture kept springing up in Bjorn's mind. How did those two know each other? Did Erwin come looking for me and accidentally meet her? Misha smiled radiantly and acted somewhat shadily. You're back quite early. Is everything all right? Bjorn kept wondering to himself. Why is she speaking in that nasal voice? It's giving me goosebumps. It's fine. Carlson was just suspected of being a robber. Everything is settled now.
Hearing this, she continued to act coquettishly. So that's how it is. You've worked hard. Hansu asked back with a puzzled look. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Misha explained in a coy manner. What do you mean what? I just wanted to praise you for doing a good job. Come on, give me your stuff. She remarked. You can't treat a barbarian like a normal person, right? These words made Hansu confused. Not a normal person? No, that wasn't my intention from the start. Misha continued to drape a towel over his head and suggested, Come here, dry your hair first, you'll catch a cold. Hansu also went along with it and agreed, All right then, just in time, Erwin. I was actually planning to visit you. Erwin's expression changed almost instantly after just one sentence. Really? You intended to look for me? He confirmed calmly. That's right. She stated bashfully, I'm so happy, I thought you had forgotten me. Hansu smiled and explained, You were my teammate during the first labyrinth exploration. How could I forget? Erwin were along with that and continued, Right? It's not just me who feels special. The exchange between them made Misha feel unhappy. Probably not. Great, I knew it. After that, Erwin started chirping like a baby bird, ceaselessly recounting the things that happened while we were separated. Erwin excitedly showed off to him. Look, I can control 4 great spirits now, and 3 of them have even reached the peak of power. Hansu looked up at her with an incredulous look. Peak? 3 great spirits? Erwin admitted once again. Yes, I worked very hard. He had to look at her with different eyes, and silently remarked, can this be considered talent? He thought, in less than a year, a fairy archer has managed to completely control 3 spirits. This is certainly very rare. If she can fully grasp 4 elements in the later stages, that becomes even more feasible, if not for her sister.
At this moment, Hansu finally spoke up. It's a relief that she has always been focused on her own development. I actually thought she couldn't find me because I moved. Erwin gently denied that. That's not exactly the case. Misha's hand suddenly draped over her shoulder. Bjorn is right. If it's under a year, shouldn't you focus on finding your own path first? Erwin agreed with this suggestion. This matter was inherently logical, but only Hansu, standing to the side, could sense something strange. Erwin's gaze at this moment seemed to be seeking a reaction from Misha. A voice raised in question. While I wasn't here, what exactly happened? Misha feigned blushing cheeks to deny it flatly. Nothing happened. He hesitantly asked again, really nothing? I thought you two had a conflict or something.
She didn't seem to want to say it. Hansu said, how could that be? We are very close, right, Erwin? After a moment of hesitation, Erwin also nodded in agreement. That's right. Karlstein? Misha let out a laugh in response. Karlstein, just call me sister. That's more like it. Erwin knew better and complied. Yes, sister. After observing for a while, Hansu became even more certain that something had happened between them. He then made a suggestion. The rain has stopped now. You two should leave quickly. I need to rest. I don't know why a wave of fatigue is hitting me right now. A moment later, Misha spoke up again. Are you going this way too? Erwin casually asked back. Yes, why? She replied. Then you go first. I'll follow in a bit. Erwin smiled and suggested. It's okay. You go first. I can follow. Deep down, Misha shared the same thought. Think I don't know you plan to go back to his room? You'll follow? Yeah, right. Like I believe that. Erwin glanced at Misha, and she glared back. Both let out a heavy sigh, and then reached a consensus.
So should we go together? Fine, that sounds better. The two of them leisurely walked down the path. Erwin glanced at the person beside her as she walked. If he hadn't arrived at that exact moment earlier, I would have almost knelt and begged her. In that moment, I only thought of doing whatever it took to not have him taken away, even if I had to look pathetic. I must have looked like a crazy woman. Misha's voice rang out again, breaking the silence. I'm going this way. Where are you going? Erwin replied. Luckily, I'm going the opposite direction. Misha responded reluctantly. All right, are you coming here again tomorrow? Erwin quickly explained. Yes, I am. Why? Misha's face immediately darkened. Why did things turn out like this? I just wanted to spend some happy time by his side. Anyway, I'm leaving. She said her goodbyes. Take care. Erwin suddenly spoke up at that moment. Thank you for not mentioning what happened to him. Misha took this opportunity to propose. Whatever, let's make a pact. She asked back doubtfully. A pact? Misha began to explain. Even if I try to stop you, you'll still keep coming here, right? So let's keep what happened between us a secret from Bjorn. You don't want to make him worry about such petty things either, right? Erwin didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Okay, but... Seeing her silhouette, Teresia turned her head in surprise. A warm embrace wrapped around Erwin. She whispered, Sister, Teresia asked, did you go find that person? She didn't hesitate to tell the truth. Yes, he is still alive. Teresia subconsciously felt her soul lighten a bit. So that's how it is. Does that mean you won't have to train as hard as before? Who would have thought she would say it straight out? Sister, I will become stronger. I have a rival I need to defeat. Fine, if you don't want to lose him, then please continue to help me. Let's become the one who captures his heart.
A terrified scream echoed, Bjorn! The next morning, Misha impatiently knocked on Bjorn's door repeatedly. Wake up, wake up! How long do you plan to sleep? Hansu woke up with a start, clutching his head and muttering, what the hell is wrong with her? I said wake up! He wondered why she was causing a commotion so early in the morning. What time was it that she was making such a fuss? 6:30 a.m. What was going on that she was here so early? She simply asked a short question. Are you up yet? Today, I'll treat you to something delicious. Hurry up and get ready. Come on, we're going to take a trip to Kombi. Team Bjorn.
Misha reported the results of the first expedition, selling the robbers equipment for 3 million stones, equipment repair costs 350,000 stones, high-grade potions and expedition supplies 2.1 million stones, totaling 640,000 stones. Fortunately, we didn't have to touch the common profit fund. That night, Misha's voice suddenly rang out. All right, I'm off. Good night, Bjorn. He also maintained politeness and replied good night. The very next moment, he was stunned by the scene appearing before him, because Erwin's figure was standing there waiting outside the door. Erwin, as soon as her name was called, she looked up. Mr. Hansu spoke softly. How long have you been waiting here?
Erwin smiled and started the story. Not long. Did you two just go out together? He explained briefly. We had some business to attend to at Kamibi. Erwin replied hesitatingly. I see. Hansu continued to probe. So what brings you here? Erwin explained with blushing cheeks. Tomorrow I will start special training with my sister, so I probably won't be able to come here more than once a week. I really want to come often, but this will last for a very long time. This statement puzzled him. Very long? But by then, Erwin had already farthically run away.
Fine, see you in 2 weeks. There was no other way, Hansu could only agree. All right. An unceasing heaviness invaded him. What is this heavy feeling? From another place, a voice rang out. John George Millett, 34 years old. In Jan's office within District 7, a person was being questioned. You've been an adventurer for 8 years, haven't you? John did not hesitate to admit. That's right. Jan, the head of District 7, why would someone like him? He continued to present. I quite like you, especially that patient and enduring personality. He urged. So, can you get to the main point? Jan declared with a smile full of hidden meaning. You're too guarded. This proposal doesn't cause you any disadvantage, you see. The scene shifted to noon the next day. At a famous tavern, a voice suddenly echoed. Splitting 550,000 stones each is okay, right? At the dining table, only 2 people were chuckling. The loot from Mage Max sold for a higher price than I thought. It's all thanks to John Millett stripping them clean. John, although drunk, still maintained his demeanor in his speech. Since I couldn't help much in combat, I had to do that work. Seeing this, they immediately started teasing.
You're being too humble. Hansu remained silent, calculating. So my income from this expedition is... An exploration result report for Bjorn appeared before his eyes, summarizing the magic stones obtained from the rift and the first floor. Second floor, 400,000 stones. Stone exchange money and byproducts sold yesterday with Misha, 320,000 stones. Quest completion rewards and sales of byproducts, 550,000 stones. Total, 1,270,000 stones. Hansu exhaled sharply, raising his beer mug while lost in thought. In any case, he had earned significantly more than 2 months ago. No, in reality, with the essence Misha absorbed into the chaser's equipment, he had made a huge profit, not to mention the 5 million stones from the old bear. At this rate, he might soon be able to engrave a grade 6 imprint. Witnessing his action, Hickrod's eyes went wide in surprise. Hey, you! Why are you drinking the first glass alone? Hansu was still wiping his mouth with a bewildered expression when the dwarf suddenly stood up and exclaimed, We have to toast together to celebrate our return. As soon as the words were spoken, 5 beer mugs clinked together. Come on, let's celebrate this successful return. Several slurred, drunken voices quickly rang out in the tavern. Come on, drink some more. It looks so good. We even beat a troll. That's right. Amidst the height of the celebration, Misha suddenly hurried away.
I'll be taking my leave first. I have to stop by my house for a bit today. See you next time. Hickrod watched her retreating figure with a regretful gaze. Is that so? Too bad. Let's meet again at the next regular meeting. Meanwhile, Bjorn continued to lower his eyes, deep in thought. Immediately after, he slammed the table and stood up abruptly. I also beg to take my leave here. I have some business to attend to. Hansu silently watched Bjorn with a regretful gaze. So I'm a step too late. If I also leave, that old dwarf will get angry. He rolled his eyes toward where the guy was happily draining his glass. But he has friends here too, right? Hickrod arrogantly recounted the situation. That's right. That troll wasn't anything big, right? Noticing that, Hansu intended to silently retreat to another table. He gave the guy a reassuring look and was about to leave. Since he's like that, I can probably go home in peace now, right? However, Twalky suddenly grabbed Hansu's hand. Bjorn. He blushed, gripping the beer mug in his hand tightly. Hey, can we talk a bit? We haven't ever chatted privately, have we? He didn't respond, only silently wondering with curiosity. Does he have something to say? Twalky tried to act tough like a manly man and raised his glass. First, let's cheers. But he didn't know Hansu wanted to curse in his heart. Damn it, I should have just went home. This is so awkward. The atmosphere became too awkward, so he decided to start the conversation first. Is your body okay yet? Twalky hugged the beer mug, recounting the story from beginning to end. I'm fine. After getting treated, it was still a bit uncomfortable, but now it's completely healed. Hansu pointed to his temple with a meaningful expression. That's good. But what about up here? How did it feel encountering a troll for the first time? Can you continue entering the labyrinth? He looked at him with those eyes and spoke timidly. That is... Twalky involuntarily recalled the ferocious face of the troll. Actually, just thinking about the labyrinth makes my hands tremble. Back then, he was still lying motionless on the ground.
That day, I really thought I was going to die. Leo decided to stabilize his mind on his own, but everyone has to go through it to get over it, right? Me too. Before the next expedition, I'll be fine. Hansu couldn't hide his curiosity and pressed. Are you determined to overcome it just because of that? He seemed a bit hesitant. That... Finally, Leo looked up and admitted everything to him. Because I like it. He didn't forget to add a few words. Of course, at first it was for a different reason. Do you remember what I said? Strangely, he still remembered everything clearly. You said you would become a great adventurer and bring glory to the Baron family. However, Leo only let out a forced, helpless smile. That was all a lie. At that time, what I really wanted was the attention of my father, the former Baron, but he passed away early. Negative emotions were always hidden deep in his heart. And as you know, my brother, the heir to that position, didn't even know of my existence, because Leo had to witness the scene of being looked down upon by two men. An illegitimate child? Is there such a thing? Him? That's right, because he wasn't worth paying attention to. The subordinates didn't report it.
His emotions kept pouring out endlessly. I felt empty, like I was floating on water all day. Dwalkie suddenly stood up as if provoked, but I was able to overcome it. That is, thanks to... Hansu remained silent but whispered a denial in his heart. Don't say it. No way. It can't be. He shouted across the tavern. It's thanks to you guys being by my side. However, Dwalkie paid no mind to his darkening expression. Really? Realizing his mistake, Dwalkie ignored Hickrod and turned to Hansu. I mean, despite going through things like that. However, he was a step ahead, cutting him off. All right, I won't bring that up anymore. Dwalkie downed another large gulp of beer and started whispering confidingly. You look like that, but you're very sentimental, even though you pretend like it's nothing. At the same time, Hansu was still gritting his teeth in endurance. I should have just gone home earlier. He slammed his glass down on the table again. Dwalkie leaned forward to question him. Hey, Bjorn, I have something to ask you. He was also very direct, yielding the lead of the conversation to him. Go ahead, ask. His tone was a bit hesitant when mentioning Misha. Are you and Misha... Dwalkie rolled his eyes constantly like someone who was jealous. Dating? Hearing this sentence, Hansu finally understood everything. I see, so this was your main goal. On this side, the powerful footsteps were gradually slowing down. Bjorn silently walked alone. He remained deep in thought, unable to speak. Bjorn's memory returned to the house that night. I looked at your file. Last night, Non-Oben had spoken mockingly to him at the District 7 manager's office.
It looks quite unfair, doesn't it? You took 8 years to reach grade 7, yet a barbarian only took half a year to reach grade 6. He rested his chin on his hand, nonchalantly sowing discord in Bjorn's relationship. Think about it. Perhaps your teammates will continue to advance. Nan Aban's eyes flashed with a mysterious light. Unfortunately, they are not ordinary humans like you. Those words caused him to sink into silence. Do you think they will remain your teammates forever? 3 months? 4 months? If you're lucky, maybe longer. Soon after, Dwalkie's feet suddenly stopped in front of the house. The man's words from last night echoing again, but only as long as they feel pity for you. His mind remained troubled by Nan Aban's words. I trust you will make a wise choice. Meanwhile, in Bjorn's room, the lights were still on. He couldn't help but continuously let out curse words. Damn it! Downing a few glasses at once and then passing out cold. Hansu was stunned by Dwalkie's terrible alcohol tolerance. I swear I'm never drinking with him again. Suddenly, she appeared from somewhere, cutting through his frustrated train of thought. Hello, Mr. Bjorn. Since you refused to meet, I found my way here myself. Hansu was slightly confused as he recalled their previous conversation. What is it? Who is she? The area manager's daughter? Deep down, he always felt a sense of repulsion towards her. She must have heard my rejection through the branch manager already. Immediately, Hansu spoke glumly. I refused, clearly. Go home. I don't want any more trouble.
However, she was a step faster, cutting into his words. John George Millet, he met my father. This incident surprised Hansu slightly. What? She unexpectedly showed goodwill and wanted to warn him. That means my father definitely played some tricks on him. Be careful. These words made Hansu sit back and listen. So that's all you know? What kind of trick is it? Her tone was somewhat hesitant. About that, I'm not really sure either.
He sighed, weary of the current situation, but still responded to her. There was nothing concrete. Then what is your goal? Since it has come to this, just answer what I'm curious about. Who would have thought she would express her views so directly? My goal is to bring about my father's downfall. She was conversing with him, but her tone was almost screaming. If not, I'll have to live like a doll. Therefore, I really need your cooperation. Bjorn Yandel. However, Hansu simply shouted 2 words in her face. Get out. While being dragged away, she still tried to explain further. It seems you misunderstood. If you help me, you will also receive many benefits. But he saw through her intentions. Benefits, my ass. Making enemies with the area manager yields nothing. When thrown out, she immediately put her hands on her hips and screamed. Are you serious? Unable to hold on any longer, she could only leave a few words. If you change your mind, come find me, because the only person who can stop my father's conspiracy is me.
A long time later, the screaming outside finally died down, making Han-Soo sigh in relief. Finally, she was gone today. Dwaki's face unintentionally appeared in his mind. John George Miller, huh? Need to observe him a bit more. The following days, Han-Soo immersed himself in his own hobbies. It was a peaceful silence. He said to himself, "Every morning I eat grilled somiya meat." Misha kept bringing food over. Eat plenty. After that, he would head into the library, ignoring all the gazes around him. From noon to afternoon, I usually go to the library to gather knowledge about this world.
He thought this world was a bit different from the game he knew. Once a week in the evening, Han-Soo had to sit between two women who were secretly antagonistic towards each other. Whenever Erwin appeared, she always showed an attitude of wanting to drive others away. "Don't you think you come here a bit too often?" However, Erwin wasn't one to back down easily and retorted, "I was just about to say the same thing to you." Contrary to what he imagined, the reality was that the three of them had dinner together and cultivated their relationship. At the gatherings, Han-Soo happened to meet Bjorn. He calculated, "Well, there are regular team gatherings. Been hear anything about the meeting with the area manager? Should I just ask directly?" In another scene, a bracelet from Amon appeared on his hand. He recounted, "In the meantime, I also received 5 million stones from the old bear." The guy was reaching out, signaling he wanted it back. "Give it back, quickly." Meanwhile, Han-Soo really wanted to possess it. Oh my, this thing isn't meant for an archer anyway. Regardless, gifting it as a bracelet works too.
The watch spun its usual 30 rounds as always. Time quietly passed, and the night of the 15th had arrived before he knew it. According to the system notification, Han-Soo quickly returned to his familiar office. The system announced, "Character soul synchronization, guiding you to a special world." It was time to experience a different kind of daily life. His hands nimbly glided over the keyboard. He thought, "I can check the exchange later. Let's browse the chat rooms for a bit." Suddenly, Han-Soo's eyes stopped at a chat list. The Barbarian chat room, empty and unpopular. Since it's a hard class, they probably all died at the start of the game, right? He noticed the header section with surprise. There are only 3 posts? Suddenly, Han-Soo's mouse cursor moved to a strange name. This is a Korean person. The ancient scenery quickly returned as his fingers reacted automatically. He rolled his eyes, looking around with boredom. I thought it would be a basic area like a vacant lot or a meadow. Just then, a shrill scream made Han-Soo jump. It appeared. He stared wide-eyed, stammering speechlessly. "Sergeant Lee? Could it really be you?" A nameplate was neatly attached to the military uniform. The name that appeared left Han-Soo stunned. "Sergeant Lee?" His tone suddenly trembling strangely. "Is it really you?" Bjorn's words made him believe it even more. "That's right."
Tears suddenly gushed from his eyes like a stream. It happened on the day I was discharged from the military. Han-Soo stepped back, unable to believe the truth. What the hell is this? His face darkened with confusion. What's going on? However, 5 minutes later, Han-Soo had to try to suppress his own tears. After temporarily putting aside the sadness, we decided to introduce ourselves. He took the initiative to reach out his hand to strike up a conversation. "I am Lee Han-Soo, 29 years old." The word surprise quickly appeared on Bio's face. "Is your surname Lee like wine?" He introduced himself with a shy look. "I am Lee Bio, 23 years old." Han-Soo was slightly astonished by that muscular physique. "Only 23 years old and already?" Bio blushed and gave a forced smile. "Actually, I've been here for about 10 years, brother." These words stunned him. "What?" He rolled his eyes and silently calculated. "So technically, you're older than me, right?" Seeing this, the young man hurriedly raised his hand to stop him. "Don't say things like that, brother. I still have to go home, so we should calculate by real age, right?" Bio's face suddenly became eerie. "You don't need to use honorifics." Han-Soo was slightly taken aback for a moment. "All right." Very quickly, the boy returned to his blushing face filled with admiration. "Anyway, since we are here, I hope you can guide me. And by the way, can I test you?" Han-Soo tilted his head slightly and questioned. "Test?" Bio's tone suddenly became icy. "It's not that I don't trust you." His eyes narrowed slightly, as if glaring with killing intent. "But I think I should still verify a little."
He walked over to the sofa, curiously looking at the man sitting opposite him. He analyzed the situation. From what was said, it seemed like a Korean citizenship test. Although not stated explicitly, his intention appeared to be a verification. Han-Soo seemed to have vaguely guessed Bjorn's purpose, seeing if he was impersonating a Korean for personal gain. That was why he spoke like that. He excitedly and quickly spoke up. "I'll say a word and you say one back, okay?" He suddenly changed his tone. "Let's start." Although he was playing along with Bjorn, he still felt a bit hesitant inside. Fine, why was he suddenly so tense? Unexpectedly, the word he blurted out was a famous Korean dish. Kimchi, a steaming, fragrant bowl of tofu stew, immediately appeared in his imagination. Bjorn also mentioned a familiar animal to farmers, oxhead. Even foreign cuisine was dragged into the story by him, kebab. Bjorn even mimicked the tone of an African person, Saudi. Han-Soo quickly chimed in, Arab. Immediately after, Bjorn stood at attention and shouted, "Serve the people." He immediately followed up, "That is the oath in our military." After a while of chatting, Han-Soo pulled him back to reality.
but out there I was just an office worker. Bjorn sat back down with a contemplative look. Then he rested his chin on his hand, looking up at him with a scrutinizing gaze. One last question. Hansu felt a bit unnatural under that gaze. What was with that important expression? It was as if he had been acting this whole time. Bjorn calmly stated a name, Lee Wan-young. Can you recount the biography of that person? This crazy guy. That is a politician considered a traitor in Korea during the Republic era.
After finishing answering, Hansu immediately retorted, "Why did you ask a question like that?" He gently leaned back in his chair, evaluating him once over. "Okay, looks like you really are Korean." That attitude terrified him. What was wrong with this guy? In front of Hansu was the mysterious expression of Pyo, a player from Korea. He had been brought here on the very first day of his discharge from the military and had spent 10 years here. The corners of his mouth turned down slightly with a bit of disgust. It seemed he wasn't a bad person, but his mind was a bit hard to understand. He couldn't figure out what kind of person he was. As if reading Hansu's thoughts, he quickly spoke up to explain. "I apologize for speaking impolitely. These are questions I prepared for when I might meet a fellow Korean. I didn't think it would be so long before I used them."
Bio scratched his cheek shyly, saying that meeting him finally made his persistence in logging in worthwhile. At this moment, Hansu looked at him in a different light. He seemed quite lonely and friendless. Even someone as seemingly emotionless as Hansu felt somewhat moved when talking to a compatriot. A sudden sense of sympathy rose in Hansu's heart. When the boy first arrived here, there probably wasn't a player community like this, and such a living environment would naturally make people indifferent. All right, it seems I should help him, seeing as he doesn't know anyone here anyway. Thinking this, Hansu sat up straight, regaining the initiative. "If I ask you something, will you answer?" Having the situation reversed on him, Bio hesitated slightly. "Well, even if you ask, I'll just tell you." Hansu nodded perfunctorily. "All right, I understand." With just a glance, he understood the boy's intention. It seemed he also partly realized that Hansu was a bit different from ordinary players. Bio was trying to probe how many times Hansu had beaten the game before. Hansu had heard his confession earlier. The boy claimed to have cleared it 10 times. So, Hansu said the same thing. The boy seemed to shed his facade and laughed uncontrollably. 10 times? As expected of Korean gamers. If this game had a Korean version, surely even more Koreans would have beaten it, right? Don't you think so? Hansu analyzed that somewhat high self-esteem, acknowledging it was true. But that very smile helped him discover Bio's weakness. He must have been quite lonely not meeting any other Koreans here. Then Bio actively made an offer. "Then let me transfer you some magic stones." Since he wasn't lacking anything, Hansu quickly refused. "No, there's no need."
"I'm not that poor." Hearing this, Bjorn's face fell. "Then it seems I can't help you." Hansu took this opportunity to evaluate him again. Looking at his actions, he seemed quite easygoing, yet still cautious. Generally speaking, in some aspects, he was just living alone. In this world, every action requires attention. Acting cautiously like him isn't wrong at all. Thanks to that, he has managed to survive here for 10 years. Bjorn clasped his hands tightly, revealing an imploring expression. "Just meeting up to chat with you occasionally is enough to make me happy, okay, brother?" He tried hard to show his enthusiasm, replacing a plea. "If you have anything to ask, just ask me. I'll tell you whatever I know." He didn't hesitate to decline the pleasantries. "Then, do you know who the administrator is here?" Upon hearing this, Bjorn's face instantly turned pale at Hansu's inquiry. Somehow, although not entirely certain, he could still list them out.
Mages who might hold high positions here, he intentionally emphasized to remind him, don't reveal your identity in this community. Hearing that, he looked curious. Why? Bjorn's tone immediately became serious. There are some guys who will cause trouble. They specialize in hunting people like that. Hansu also fell into thought for a moment. I see, but can the administrators know the members' information? He quickly fell into contemplation. That seems difficult, because this space was merely created by modifying a simulation. He frowned with a bit of curiosity. What? Thanks to Bjorn's account, Hansu quickly visualized the battle from that year. The story he recounted was somewhat surprising. Evil spirits had existed in Zaganir for over 100 years. Compared to Earth, the dungeons existing here had appeared much longer ago. Strange numbers and characters appeared before his eyes, one after another. Bjorn continued his story. Many people had arrived in this world from various different dimensions, and they became stronger in many ways. For example, by reading more books from Zaganir's library in the early days, a half-monstrous face appeared in his train of thought. From there, they could possess special powers. Among them, a powerful person created this virtual space. He visualized the scene of that man granting power to a hooded figure. As for the current administrator, they merely inherited this space.
After hearing the story, Hansu couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, this was a story he hadn't heard before. Nevertheless, it was quite useful to him. But how did this kid know about it? If possible, he might need to extract a bit more information from him. However, the boy scratched his head shyly and confessed, I've been in seclusion lately, so I haven't updated any new information. That made him pause. Seclusion? Pyo was still very thoughtful, not forgetting to add a few sentences. Yes, but I can show you. The information he provided completely enlightened Hansu. Another chat room. From there he could find out more information. It was like a social club. A giant circular space appeared. Pyo described the round table as being operated with many secrets, requiring a password to enter, and being a community of longtime players. Being knowledgeable about that guild, he told me quite a few stories. After confiding for a while, Pyo still reluctantly said goodbye. I have to go now, brother. He also replied with a bit of awkwardness. So soon? The boy didn't hesitate to reveal all his secrets. The potion I drank to get in here is the cactus type. It only lasts for 1 hour. I didn't intend to come here originally, but I was being chased at that time, so I just drank it to hide. Receiving this information, Hansu's face suddenly darkened. Being chased? He didn't understand how that kid was living. His eyes quickly turned towards the computer. After that, the boy left. Hansu pondered for a long time in front of the flickering blue light. A notification appeared. The round table can only be accessed at 030310. Do you want to access it? He thought to himself, I'll give it a try.
The system immediately proceeded with the welcoming ceremony, confirming the new member. Congratulations, you have joined the round table. The meeting will be anonymous. After that, he was suddenly teleported to a strange room. Is this a customization room? It really isn't simple to get in here. The wooden door slowly creaked open in the dim space. In a flash, Hansu covered his face and appeared on the red carpet. He told himself, let's go in and see what's there. Every step he took created loud echoes. Hansu's pace quickened, and he soon arrived at the round table's meeting room. Hearing the noise, Gardner's eyes lit up. Crescent Moon looked over with curiosity, while the clown widened his eyes, emitting an overwhelming aura. Only the fox, half covering their face, showed an indifferent attitude. This made Hansu uneasy. Everyone's gaze looked so ferocious. One person took the initiative to speak first. This mask looks quite strange. Another woman also chimed in. How did you get in here? It's been over a year since the association had any new members. His steps were somewhat heavy and silent. Is there a problem? They showed no restraint in threatening Hansu. Speak up. Who introduced you? Tell the truth, or you'll be expelled. Hansu remained silent, putting his hands in his pockets and calculating secretly. I heard that if you lie, the mask will break and you'll be expelled from the room immediately. He glanced around, assessing each person. But that rule applies when the meeting is started. The fact that they are questioning him in unison suggests they might all be on the same side, or perhaps they are just curious about a newbie like him.
At this moment, Hansu recalled Bjorn's advice. Don't be afraid when you go in there. If you get stuck, just do as I told you. He began to act according to his words. He thought to himself, he prepared a role for me to deal with this difficult situation. Hansu suddenly clenched his fists and cringed. Me? The woman slammed the table impatiently. Who else would it be? So he immediately put on a bizarre act just like Bjorn. Your mother introduced me here. He thought, I heard this from Sergeant Lee, so I just played along. Hearing these words, Fox trembled violently. What did you say? But Hansu calmly replied, the person who introduced me here is your mother. A scream instantly echoed in the room. What the hell is that? At this moment, Fox spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. Hey, she raised her hand, surprising him a bit. Is that a skill? Hansu bit his lip, sweat involuntarily breaking out. A skill that could only be used in the game. In this world, to use such a skill required an incredibly strong will. As soon as the killing aura exploded, Fox slammed the table and stood up. Say that again. He smirked slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Then bring it on. Hansu confidently radiated an internal energy even stronger than hers.
The one who introduced me to this place was your mother. But what, is there a problem? Fox became bewildered as her aura gradually weakened. How is this possible? It was clearly covered by intent. At this moment, another person finally stepped up to replace her. You're taking the joke a bit too far, newbie. He kept laughing to the point of trembling. This is interesting. The kind Crescent Moon spoke up to remind him. That kind of attitude will only make you more enemies. But they had no idea that Hansu was also frantically worried. Hey, I tried to act deep to build an image. If they are a club of veterans, this shouldn't surprise them at all, right? On this side, Fox still refused to surrender even though her body was trembling. You dare look down on me? He didn't care about her but was silently analyzing. Currently, their assessment of him was an interesting person, an arrogant person, a pitiful person, and a person who makes others annoyed. Still not enough. A moment later, Hansu spoke up. Do you want me to release killing intent again? Hansu quickly followed Bjorn's instructions and emitted more killing intent. He told himself the enemy must be destroyed and eliminated. Thus, Fox immediately had to bear a heavy pressure weighing down on her body. A voice rang out. Stop it. That voice immediately caught his attention. Why? However, Gakne, standing to the side, was showing fear, but still tried to put on a brave face. You, what are you doing?
Hansu ignored him and shifted his gaze to the left. Why was it like this? Realizing he was the target, the clown hurriedly dodged. I didn't say anything. Even the others couldn't speak up to refute, which made him feel triumphant. My method is quite effective, isn't it? However, in a certain moment, he felt a strange sensation. Suddenly, it felt as if his brain was being wrung dry. It seems I've overexerted myself. I've never had this kind of feeling before. Damn it, I've reached my limit. I can't maintain the killing aura any longer. At the same time, the fox struggled to speak up and beg, please stop. As soon as the words were spoken, her aura vanished immediately. Wagner couldn't help but turn to mock the fox. Getting into trouble just by lifting your head? It seems your future here will be difficult. The clown also took the opportunity to praise Hansu. Even so, it was quite an interesting experience. How many more do I have to kill to generate a killing aura as powerful as this? Seeing their attitude, he breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know what that was, but it's been resolved smoothly. As soon as I realized this was an atmosphere they created to ostracize newbies, I wanted to create a strong image, and I succeeded in becoming a madman that no one dares to touch. Suddenly, the 4 wooden doors slammed together, creating a sound that startled Hansu. What is that? Did the doors just close on their own?
Fox quickly regained her dignified appearance, though it was still tinged with a hint of fear. Is it time for the gathering already? Crescent Moon took the opportunity to probe him. Lion, this is your first time participating in this gathering. Sensing such killing intent, I thought perhaps you were a veteran member. The Order of the Masks suddenly flashed through his mind. However, the Lion Mask, a rookie member, had essentially been fixed motionless on the wall from the very beginning. With a look of bewilderment unconsciously appearing on her face, Crescent Moon spoke in an icy voice. So what exactly do you want to say here? Could it be that the master of the room himself invited you to this gathering? If you wish to obtain something, then state the necessary information. It might be hard to satisfy you. He felt a rising sense of contempt at that gesture and that timid, submissive tone. Should people really live by feigning weakness like this? Thinking this, Hansu quickly walked over to a chair. Fine then, what is the reason you think that? He just stammered, his words getting stuck. Well, he casually chimed in. A newbie, appearing 1 year after the master of the room disappeared, thinking that you were invited by the master of this room is also reasonable, isn't it? The clown suddenly interrupted the conversation, not forgetting to drop a sarcastic remark at Fox. Because there's a newbie, Fox tried to make a strong impression to scare people, but perhaps failed miserably, right? Through their conversation, he had somewhat visualized the situation. It seemed the master of this room was the one who initiated the gathering. Crescent Moon had skillfully set a trap for Hansu, if it was hard to speak in detail.
Just tell me where and when you last saw it, that will suffice. However, he decisively cut him off, the answer being, I refuse. In the end, Crescent Moon had to begrudgingly remain silent. So that's how it is. She was also a bit afraid, so she went along with him. Then let's just leave it at that, Clown, not wanting to cling to this issue, urged. However, that answer isn't satisfactory. Whatever the master of this room is doing is fine. Can we start the meeting quickly now? As soon as the words ended, a blue stone appeared, following the rules of the game. It finally started. The rules in this room were simple. Each person takes turns providing a piece of information. The stone will emit a blue light and pass if half of the people present have never heard of it. Otherwise, it changes to red, implying that the central stone will glow red if the majority of attendees know it or if it is false information. Clown tilted his head to start the meeting, but the information he offered caused the stone to turn a blazing red. I heard that King Lavajan's illness has worsened. Fox looked disgruntled and grumbled at him. Illness? That information is too vague. Crescent Moon immediately and seriously reminded Clown. Everyone knows about this already. Give us something more valuable. Among them, no one could foresee the level of Hansu's arrogance. I didn't know that. This is the first time I'm hearing it.
There are absolutely no such rumors in the city. He smacked his lips and shook his head in disappointment. Don't you know how important this matter is? Truly disappointing. But that attitude caught his eye. If it were him, he surely knows what it means, right? That look seemed to convey this meaning. All right, I'll stay neutral then. A mechanical voice spoke up, cutting off Hansu's train of thought. Try again, so the clown can only reveal another secret. The commander of the Rose Knights passed away yesterday. Well then, you all have to admit this one, right? Blood will flow in the palace. He screamed silently in his heart as he witnessed the stone emitting blue light once again. Wait, who is the commander of the Rose Knights? Meanwhile, the others told themselves, so we must prepare as well.
A familiar voice rang out again.
Next turn. The next person to provide information is Fox. The Jaehoon Guild has successfully destroyed the first floor lord. As soon as this news was heard, the rest of the group immediately buzzed with discussion. Is it really that guy? So that's why the purchase post on the exchange disappeared. At this moment, Hansu also focused all his attention on that news. The old man who bought information from me is a member of the Jaehoon Guild. I tried to investigate him in the city and couldn't find any clues. Sure enough, I was right to join this meeting. The notification sound rang in his ears once again. Next turn. Just then, Crescent Moon spoke up first. When activating the hidden stone fragment at the silent beacon, 3 Leganos will definitely appear. This guy seemed to have some interest in this secret. This is certainly good news for anyone looking for that monster's essence. However, Fox revealed a look of utter confusion. Wait, hold on, what is that hidden piece? He, Crescent Moon, acted arrogant and preachy, but froze a second later. Expecting to get all the information I have with just one question? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Anyway, next turn. Clown raised his voice in mocking provocation. Crescent Moon, don't be too disappointed. Usually no one knows about that. He had no choice but to laugh it off to hide his embarrassment.
Previously, it was fine as long as the clown didn't know, but now another person has appeared. The mechanical, inhumane voice bluntly ordered, "Try again." Crescent Moon was forced to grit his teeth and reveal another secret. The fairy race claimed to have found traces of the one who stole the holy relic. However, everyone rebutted him. Traces? Isn't this information too vague? Crescent Moon still firmly offered an explanation. This is information regarding the thief of the holy relic, for which there were previously no clues whatsoever. Just that alone was already a top-secret matter. Fox didn't bother to nitpick and quickly let it slide. Fine, I will accept it. At the same time, the clown had also deduced his background. Crescent Moon. Turns out you really are from the fairy race, aren't you? Then his attention shifted towards Hansu. Anyway, the next person is... The drawn-out voice made him panic a little. Is it my turn already? Being someone who always wanted to maintain a mysterious image, he chose a piece of information that others would find hard to know. Hansu closed his eyes and randomly revealed a secret, but unexpectedly, the stone turned blue. If you defeat a half-demon with 3 people, the essence will definitely drop. How did I pass with this information? Completely contrary to Hansu's prediction, she let out a cry of astonishment.
3 people destroyed a half-fiend to get the essence? His confusion was no less intense. Is that the grade 3 monster I know? The clown was so shocked that his whole body stiffened. Crescent Moon couldn't believe his ears either. Is that even possible? Meanwhile, his forehead was wrinkling behind the mask. Why are they surprised about that part? Even destroying it is simple. Hansu suddenly recalled the ferocious appearance of a demon. The grade 3 monster, half-fiend, is a rare species with specific appearance conditions. Its difficulty to conquer is only at the medium or low level of grade 3. He remained lost in thought for a long while. Therefore, he prioritized choosing this information because it's not only rare to encounter, but requiring 3 people to destroy it makes it even harder. In short, this is useless information even if one knows about it. Eventually, the stone returned to its original white color. After that, I finished sharing information about the deer in the final turn and received consensus. After completing a round, those present would decide whether to continue or not. Crescent Moon quickly withdrew. I think this is enough for today. He also intended to follow suit and run. Then I also... But before he could finish, Wagner interrupted. Me too. I am satisfied with the information the other 2 shared. The clown turned curiously to look at Hansu. What does Sir Lion intend to do? He just nodded indifferently, going along with them. I will stop here as well. But everyone was astonished by these words.
Why? Hansu stood up abruptly, only daring to explain silently in his mind, because if it was just a 2-person Q&A, the risk of exposure would be very high. The other side had started releasing probing information. If the green light lit up, the fact that he was a newbie would be exposed immediately. Raising his head, 4 pairs of scrutinizing eyes scrutinized him. Hansu rolled his eyes before realizing that before leaving, they seemed to expect him to leave some words behind. That's right, the main character of today is me. Who else? Then the most appropriate sentence in this situation is, turning his back, he added a cold remark. Is this all there is? After that person disappeared, Fox finally revealed her fear. He was gone. Seeing this, the group immediately approached to console her. Fox, are you okay? I saw your fingers trembling this whole time. She could only silently sigh for her fate. It would be fine. Luckily, she didn't suffer severe mental damage. If he had withdrawn his killing intent any slower, even just a bit, what would have happened? In the worst-case scenario, perhaps she would have become insane. Fox suddenly recalled the terrifying scene just now. However, what was truly astonishing was that the person, right when he realized she had reached her limit, immediately withdrew his killing intent, and that happened in just an instant. Just like her, Crescent Moon was experiencing a feeling of extreme confusion. Indeed, I wasn't mistaken, was I? To be able to dispel a materialized concept in an instant,
Is that something a human spirit can actually achieve?
Only he remained calm, reminding everyone of the important matter. As for what you said earlier, what do you think? 3 people working together to catch a demi-fiend, clearly referring to the 4th floor demi-fiend. But isn't that a bit absurd? If it were easy mode, maybe after trying about 50 times it could be done, right? But I don't think Jin completed it that way. Suddenly, the clown uttered a sentence full of hidden meaning. Everyone confirms that the information Lion gave is correct, right? Seeing the deadly silence, he finally spoke up. All right, next time I hope everyone prepares more thoroughly. Yet, after just one slam on the table, the clown's tone changed in the blink of an eye. Prepare? This information, what on earth is this? He screamed frantically, as if someone had stolen a treasure. Finally, someone like that came here. If he doesn't come back, we will lose a lot of information. From now on, what should we do? How can we drag him back here? He intended to crane his neck to argue back. He lost interest. No one could know that. But the clown choked off Gardner immediately. Did you not hear what I just said? Clearly, he is disappointed. Disappointed indeed. He started making baseless judgments with a self-righteous attitude. If there is nothing else, then at least bring something stimulating and interesting.
I don't want to miss this opportunity just because of you guys. Suddenly, everyone fell into silence as that familiar voice rang out. The Round Table Watchman, a secret gathering place, whose existence ordinary players didn't even know about. They took pride in being members of that organization. However, that person suddenly remembered Hansu's icy words back then. Is this the extent of your capabilities? With just that one sentence, he couldn't help but be astonished. Everything had vanished into thin air. Watching that cold figure turn his back and walk away, I unconsciously admitted it. He had drawn a deep well, burying the masks. Ultimately, this implied that the knowledge of everyone here was merely like the bottom of a small well in the eyes of another. Scene change. The clock quickly appeared as the system sound rang out. Character is moving to La Vision. Only upon returning to his private room did Hansu let out an exclamation. What an interesting place, the Round Table Watchman. It is perfectly suitable to become the source of high-level information that I lack the most. Next is White Tiger. I really have to thank him. He was still sharp enough to notice White Tiger's unusual expression earlier. Of course, I don't intend to keep a relationship where I only receive like this.
Moreover, that wasn't what I wanted. A veteran like him, who was so steeped in experience that he reeked of rot, certainly wouldn't be a fool easy to exploit. Hansu looked up at the ceiling and sank into thought again. Both of them laughed. Knowing one's limits is the only way a relationship can last long. Come to think of it, did I use too much killing intent? His eyelids couldn't withstand the weight and drooped down. The fatigue felt much heavier than last time. Time flew by until Misha came to wake Hansu up. Bjorn, are you finally awake? She put her hands on her hips and questioned him. Sleeping all day. Just what exactly did you do last night? He took a breath and made up a random excuse to let it pass. I just had a bit of trouble sleeping. Hearing that, Misha was rendered speechless with helplessness. You did? At this moment, Hansu raised his head and questioned her back. But staying all day? Have you been here since morning? Misha was startled, hurriedly offering an explanation. No, I wasn't being lazy. I've been training extremely hard since morning. She listed her entire schedule for the day. I even met Dwalki for a bit, then stopped by the main house. However, his attention focused on only one thing. Wait, did you say you met Dwalki? Yes, Misha honestly recounted. He said he had some troubling matters, so I counseled him for a while. This detail made Hansu's brows furrow slightly. He couldn't ask in too much detail. In the dungeon, romantic feelings arising between teammates were always the shortest path leading to bloodshed. The moment he thought of that, he immediately asked in a serious tone, So what was that troubling matter? She replied with a bit of hesitation, Anyway, that's someone else's business. However, Hansu interpreted it differently. Why are we considered outsiders?
The setting sun hurriedly shone into Bjorn's in-room just as Misha spoke up. Anyway, this is someone else's business. Hansu didn't think much, retorting, But why do you call us outsiders? She looked slightly confused, instinctively taking a few steps back. What? That's not what I meant. It's just like that. Precisely because of that scene, he felt even more triumphant, perhaps because his disappointment had shown. Misha was still a bit worried, clasping her hands together. That's right, we aren't outsiders. After Hansu achieved his intention, Misha gradually revealed Wiki's concerns. A moment later, his face turned so pale he had to cover it. Turns out he has a crush, but is hesitant about whether to confess his feelings or not. He's that cowardly. So Misha did. Hansu didn't stop at the first question. So how did you answer? She laughed with a teasing tone.
Shouldn't a man be straightforward when confessing? Upon hearing that, a frantic scream rose up inside him. She said that, but I don't even understand what that idiot means.
This was the answer I had anticipated. Just observing his daily actions towards me was enough to understand that she didn't care about the romantic aspect between the two of them at all. Seeing Hansu silent, Misha blushed even more and stuttered, I mean, since we are not strangers, yes, if you are okay with it. She suddenly extended a suggestive invitation. Can you take me home? My father wants to meet you for a bit. Not letting Misha explain, Hansu hurriedly interrupted her. Sure, what else can I say? When should I go to your house? This enthusiasm briefly surprised her. What did you just say? He maintained his innocent look and repeated himself. I just asked when we are going. Misha had been in a panic for a while. Really? Then she became shy and bashful. About that, I don't think we can go right away. I'm not ready yet, and I haven't been able to tell my father. Hansu even encouraged Misha. All right, just tell me when you're ready. After a moment of silence, she plucked up the courage to ask again. You're always busy when I ask you to hang out, so why do you want to meet me this time? He replied straightforwardly without hesitation. Didn't your father call for me? Of course I have to meet him. Misha was completely stunned, only able to mumble to let it pass. Is that so? On the contrary, Hansu was very excited. That's right, of course. That expression immediately made her so shy that she was shaken. You really are. How can you say such embarrassing words? Meanwhile, he was silently dissatisfied. Didn't they say before that beastkin and barbarians are outsiders? Quickly, Hansu stood up and paced around for a while.
Waking up the next afternoon, he ate a light meal before heading to the temple. I finally feel comfortable. I slept for a whole 36 hours. I need to control my use of physical strength in the future. It's too exhausting. Anyway, let's finish what needs to be done today. Just as he was motivating himself, a tremor struck. The system voice suddenly appeared at that moment. Activating Undying Imprint Stage 5. However, Hansu wasn't happy at all, only lamenting, my 8 million stones. The notification voice continued echoing. Strength increased significantly, spirit increased by 88. He could do nothing but feel regret. But there's just one step left, just one more step, and I can finally use it. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in a flash. The carriage finally came to a stop. Hansu sat listlessly in the carriage, having traveled from District 7 and crossed the restricted area to reach the temple.
The journey back to her home took up to 6 hours. Truly, it was quite a tiring trip. Misha, on the other hand, was very excited. Bjorn, we're here. Let's get off. She even got off the carriage faster than him. The two began to stroll around the Beastkin Sanctuary with Hansu's curiosity. I had heard about it, but I didn't expect it to be like this. I heard this place developed just like the humans. Indeed, the level is on par with a normal city. Suddenly, a young beastkin started whispering about him. Dad, look, it's a barbarian, a barbarian. But Hansu was just busy looking around. This place seems to have quite a lot of people living together. The child was quickly silenced by their parent covering their mouth. I know, stop talking. Just then, his eyes were glued to those two retreating figures, causing her to be confused. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Immediately after, Misha had to shout, do you want to go back? How ungrateful. Hansu kept rolling his eyes, observing while explaining. I just looked back because I found it interesting. I don't want to go back. Feeling embarrassed, she could only reply perfunctorily. Is that so? He strode forward, inadvertently remembering the barracks. The scenery here was completely opposite to the harsh environment of the barbarians. Misha, are other Beastkin sanctuaries like this too? The Beastkin sanctuary was like a village outside the city, dedicated to the Beastkin tribe. Misha asked back in bewilderment. I don't understand what you mean. Hansu fell silent for a moment before speaking up. Shouldn't the Beastkin tribe live in the forest and raise animals? Because her thinking was too narrow, she only gave a vague answer. I heard that in the past they lived like that to preserve the tribe's traditions, but now it's different. These explanations made him want to go crazy, so that's how it is. Why are only the barbarians the ones who haven't changed? After walking a long way, the two stopped. Misha stood in front of an elegant castle and introduced, Here, this is my home. Hansu was completely overwhelmed by this magnificence. Whoa, is this real? It's huge. Then he looked down at himself. This is terrifying. Even the barbarian clan leader of my tribe still has to sleep in a tent. Misunderstanding Hansu's gesture, she approached to comfort him. Don't be too tense, nothing is going to happen. However, Misha's tone was trembling unusually. My father, he really likes famous adventurers. After looking up, he bluntly exposed her. It seems the one who is tense is actually you. With no other choice, she took a step forward to evade. No, not at all. I'm perfectly fine. Waiting for just that sentence, Hansu immediately raised his voice. Then open the door. How long do you intend to stand there? Urged by him, Misha tremblingly rang the doorbell, but her mind was unexpectedly turbulent.
I know. There was a time I believed that if I just formed a contract with a spirit beast and gained power, all my worries would disappear. However, the man in her memory spoke with a voice sharp as a knife. Amlet Karlstein. Amlet tilted his head and questioned, Have you ever told this truth to anyone? Misha remained very honest. I haven't told anyone. Hearing these words, he immediately instigated her. Well done. For now, only you and I know about this matter. Naive Misha simply accepted. Yes. However, her hands hidden in the corner were trembling ceaselessly. Nevertheless, her father's cold voice and distant gaze remained unchanged. Did father know that I couldn't form a normal contract with a spirit beast? Amlet issued an order without hesitation. Sometime bring that barbarian, the one you often talk about, here. Misha was momentarily stunned and looked up. Why? Immediately he turned into a fierce, murderous aura threatening her. Is there a problem with my opinion? Misha could only obediently comply. No, sir. She unconsciously recalled that happy dinner that night. Of course, I didn't say a word to Bjorn about father's reason. Although everyone knew my situation, with Bjorn, I still wanted him to think I was living very well. I didn't want him to overthink. Therefore, I frequently returned home and pretended to be better. I didn't want him to know I was trying to act strong. Misha felt even more troubled when recalling Dalen's discriminatory gaze, the questioning looks from her siblings asking why I kept coming back. During the family reunion meal, she felt more lost than ever. Those looks made me feel lonely, as if abandoned on a deserted island. The contemptuous gazes of the servants exhausted me. I faced all of that without complaint. Even so, Misha still tried to pick up a piece of meat to fill her stomach. Even if I ran away, it would never bring me anything else.
She lowered her face to hide her weakness, for she had learned that from Bjorn. At this moment, Aglet continued to urge, "Has that person not arrived yet? You must bring him here within this month. After that, I will reconsider how I treat you. To put it bluntly, announce that you have formed a pact with the family spirit beast, and I will treat you more decently than before." Misha stood still, silent, yet politely replied, "I really cannot understand why he is so desperate to meet Bjorn. Yes, however, if I am acknowledged by the family, I will be able to stand confidently before Bjorn." Furthermore, receiving support from the clan was also a way to help Bjorn better than before. Hansu's indifferent face suddenly reappeared in her mind. "All right, when can I go?" This proved that her anxiety had gone too far. Contrary to my worries, Misha agreed easily. However, for a fleeting moment, Misha's expression became unstable. The joy only lasted for a moment, followed by a sudden wave of uneasiness. If she returned to the clan, everything could no longer be hidden. What should I do? If he finds out about how I am treated with contempt in the clan, what will happen? Before entering the gate, she paused. He knew perfectly well that he was still standing behind her. Misha continued, "Just say it." She clenched her fists, forcing herself to speak. "The matter of me contracting with a spirit beast, currently only my father knows. Therefore, no matter what happens inside, I hope you won't lose your temper, understand?" Hansu also noticed that action, but did not expose it. "That depends on what happens to you." Fearing he might misunderstand, Misha hurriedly explained, "It's nothing, it's just—" Immediately after, a servant's voice interrupted her. "Who are you people?" Hearing the noise, Misha raised her hand to greet, her legs feeling a bit stiff. "It's me. Can I come in?" However, the servant turned his face away, clearly revealing his disgust for her. "Just my bad luck. Why do you keep coming back home?" Being looked down upon, Misha still smiled to cover her embarrassment. "Don't pay too much attention to it. This is normal anyway." However, she was terrified when she caught sight of Hansu's vicious smile. "Bjorn, don't smile. It's really scary if you do that." Misha tried every way to distract him. "My father said it's almost done. Until then, you just need to endure a little longer, and it will be fine." However, she had no idea that a supreme rage was rising in Hansu's heart. The man who called himself a father knew everything, knew how badly she was treated by the people in the clan, yet still turned a blind eye, whatever the reason for that silence might be. For his own benefit, he pushed his child into this painful endurance. Hansu silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, filled with indignation.
To think such a person dared to summon me to this private residence to discuss matters? It seems he looks down on me. After that, Hansu had the opportunity to observe the castle more closely. Suddenly, from this massive mansion, he began to sense a hidden malice, a feeling like standing before a dungeon filled with monsters. He couldn't control himself and opened his mouth to take a deep breath. Perhaps that was why he felt angry. Suddenly, the rage within Hansu became powerful, causing him to shout loudly to vent his anger, causing the door to burst open as a result. This action of Hansu made him feel even more annoyed. "What are you doing, barbarian? Have some manners." In his heart, he immediately refuted these words. "Manners? Manners? Since when does a barbarian observe etiquette with an enemy in this world?" Hansu flew into a rage, stepped forward, and loudly scolded Bayon.
"Clearly you have issues with your head, you servant." His face turned pale with fear, but he still deliberately tried to change the subject. "No, what are you talking about?" Misha, fearing he would be affected, hurriedly stood in front of Bjorn to block him. You lunatic! don't do that. Han-Su became even more provocative, teasing her. You said you wouldn't do anything? Misha stammered for a long time before uttering a sentence. That's it, Anger? He crossed his arms and calmly questioned her. Anger? Cornered, Misha panicked even more. I'm not sure. She suddenly remembered what Han-Su had said earlier. Clearly you have issues with your head, you servant. Misha wondered. Did you mean just now? Her face darkened at her own speculation. You wanted to smash his head in, didn't you? He didn't show a shred of fear at being exposed. His intentions had been detected by her. Han-Su looked down in silence, while the shorter Misha could only look up with teary eyes. A call made her ears twitch.
Misha, I am trying my best to persuade you. Sometimes it's okay to just do what you want. Why hold back? Even if you endure it, in the end, it's just doing. But Misha panically interrupted Han-Su's words. It's not others, it's family. As soon as she paused, he seized the opportunity to silence Misha completely. So what? Is that family more important than your own life? Her fiery red hair obscured her wavering gaze as she listened to Han-Su's words. Answer me, Misha. If that's the case, I will stop here. Misha unintentionally bit her lip until it turned red. Her step shifted, and he successfully pulled Misha towards him to comfort her. I understand. So from now on, just watch everything. The thing you were worried about will not happen. Meanwhile, Beyonce was showing displeasure and rebuking the two of them. What are you two talking about in front of me? When he wouldn't stop nagging, Han-Su was forced to flick Beyonce hard on the forehead. Even if you don't know manners, this is too much. He didn't hesitate to kick him right in front of the gardener. Beyonce was thrown far away amidst the horrified scream of the yard sweeper. Beyonce! At this moment, Han-Su boldly walked in, ignoring the scolding. What is all this noise about?
Her footsteps quietly followed behind him, and she heard everything completely. Why is there a barbarian here? He attacked Bayat, who was guarding the main gate. Misha, looking slightly worried, hurriedly grabbed Han-Su's arm. What do you intend to do? If father finds out, he definitely won't forgive this. He arrogantly led the way into the courtyard. Just watch and you'll see. At that moment, a head of red hair appeared. Stop right there, you barbarian. Upon seeing Han-Su, the person froze for a moment. No, is it you? He acted friendly and greeted. Misha's older brother, right? However, Dalen brought his weapon out to meet Han-Su. Long time no see, Bjorn Yandel. Surely the person father called for is you, right? Greetings aside, what is this all about? He showed an aggressive attitude to threaten him. If you don't explain clearly, even if it is you, you won't be able to leave safely. Han-Su only needed to glance at Dalen to recognize him. I saved his life once in the labyrinth. That time without me, he would have been crawling like a bug. He and his guild would have been dead for sure. Anyway, he really is an unlikable guy. After composing himself, he calmly faced him. Who allowed you to speak like that? As you said, I am a guest of your family. Han-Su walked up to Bayat as a signal. However, this gatekeeper not only looked down on me, but also dared to insult Misha, a family member. Even if he is just a servant, what is this all about? Hearing this, Misha whispered in his ear, I told you to be careful with outsiders. Han-Su couldn't hold it back and just wanted to curse. Damn it, this place is even worse than I thought. Dalen stood watching this scene and laughed scornfully. Your reaction. So, as expected, you all knew but still turned a blind eye, didn't you? Barbarian, you don't need to care. This is my family's business.
He politely proposed a vague solution. Anyway, if that guy really insulted you, I will deal with him appropriately. So just accept this. However, he was not at all satisfied with that proposal. Accept it? Accept it, really? Han-Su's back began to overflow with killing intent, causing Misha beside him to be astonished. I should have taught that rude brat a proper lesson. My plan was even to make him realize that I am not someone easy to deal with. But after all, he still kept enough reason to argue with Dalen. Do you have brain problems or something, letting servants treat your sister like that? Standing in a defensive posture, he also had to freeze in confusion. Heh, at that moment, Han-Su had made his own decision. Even if everything ends here, I will accept it. Suddenly, she frantically screamed, Bjorn, don't! His mind was suddenly clouded by negative thoughts. I am just a normal barbarian. Misha's voice echoed even louder in his ears. If that happens, it really can't be salvaged. Under the urging of reason, Han-Su lushed forward to confront the group of armed men. Therefore, I'll just do what I want. At this moment, a guard noticed Dalen's trembling legs. Lord Dalen. Even so, he still tried to salvage some face by raising his voice. You barbarian, what are you doing? His face gradually darkened, radiating a powerful killing aura. I ask you, is the reason you treat Misha so terribly because she cannot form a contract with a spirit beast, despite having a direct lineage? Dylan still knew no fear, and deliberately provoked him. If you already know, then I have no need to hide it. Yes, what you said is the truth, so stay out of it.
But Han-Soo quickly cut him off. But what if that was just a misunderstanding? Dylan froze upon hearing these words. What? He silently clenched his fists as Han-Soo laid out the condition. If Misha has formed a contract with a spirit beast, are you prepared to apologize for everything you've caused and accept her as part of the family? Dylan once again tried to deflect. It's been 25 years. How could that...
Cowardly Talon dared not resist and could only accept. Fine, if that actually happens, I'm willing to apologize and accept it. After all, she is just a useless person. She won't be able to form a spirit beast soul contract. Creating such a miracle is impossible. Waiting for exactly these words, a smile immediately blossomed on his lips. That is enough. Han-Soo turned back to look at her with a triumphant gaze. Misha, show them. However, Misha trembled, wanting to dissuade him. But father will not let this pass. He immediately turned his head to comfort her. So what? Just admit the mistake. It's family after all. It won't be a big deal. Even so, Misha still appeared somewhat hesitant. But Han-Soo decided to encourage her once again with a decisive tone. Just try doing what you want for once. Don't you have a teammate like me by your side this time? Because of these words, Misha and the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. She didn't have enough courage and could only stammer incessantly. Oh. Unable to stand that timidity, Aglet immediately stepped forward.
Enough, everyone leave. Misha became even more awkward facing him. Father, thanks to her call, he also realized who it was. So this guy is that crazy person? In a flash, Amlet had brought Bjorn to the study of the Karlstein mansion's head. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Bjorn, son of Yandel, he pretended to be polite and responded. I also thank you for the invitation, Lord Karlstein. Faced with that politeness, he immediately placed his magic hands on Bjorn's shoulder. Turns out, inside here, you are a more polite fellow than I thought. But why did you act like that? Right then, a warning sound from the system rang out. Amlet had activated the skill Nightmare Lord. Your character has fallen into a terrified state due to the effect of the skill Nightmare Lord. Amlet cast a terrifying lordly gaze that startled him. How rude. As anger spread through the room, mingling with the system sound, terror was forcibly etched into his body. Although his reason recognized this was just a skill, his body couldn't obey that thought. Truly, this was a cursed, unpleasant sensation for the one under the curse. Bjorn stood frozen at that moment. Now I understand why Misha was always submerged in fear when standing before him. At that very moment, his system issued a warning, stating the character's magic resistance stat had exceeded the limit. When his fighting spirit rose to a certain threshold, and simultaneously his will broke the limit and neutralized the terrified state, Bjorn was finally able to shed the burden and sigh in relief. That fear spell had no effect on him.
Seeing him just standing there blankly, the man started shaking his shoulder vigorously. Hey, why are you so silent? Say something, or at least... Before Amlet could finish his sentence, Han seemed decisively swatted his hand away. How dare you touch me without reason like that? A gesture clearly showing his annoyance. That is an act of rudeness. Visualizing Misha's face, Han-Soo's mind rippled once again. Since I'm already in this situation, what is there to be afraid of? I might as well reveal everything. During the time living as himself within the clan, her image had never faded from his mind. I happily accepted the clan head's invitation from the start for 2 reasons. The first reason has already been stated, to prevent Misha from running away. That is entirely possible if Misha is accepted as a member of the clan. With the clan's influence, allying with another great clan to take Misha away is completely within their grasp. I've invested so much effort into making her stronger. How could I let her leave just like that? A crucial detail flashed through Han-Soo's mind. Second, to prevent suspicion regarding evil spirits. Attention would inevitably fall on Misha's late awakening, while her image as a shining gem had deeply engraved itself into his heart. He thought he should be present here, at least to offer a satisfactory explanation should the family head discover the secret regarding Misha's awakening. A simmering rage rose in Han-Soo's heart as Beite's face resurfaced in his mind, but it turned out Misha's pitiful situation within the family hadn't changed at all. The family had not only immediately imposed that discipline, but also used that damned skill to threaten him. "Are you not afraid of death?" A sarcastic remark from Amlet pulled him back to reality. Han-Soo faced him directly, his eyes hiding no contempt. "I'm not too sure about that, but honestly speaking, facing you doesn't seem all that frightening." He had thought that for a long time. Disgust surged within him as he faced Amlet, a man who was once an adventurer on the 8th floor. So what? Does that mean if we fight, I'll be completely crushed? So what? He told himself if this man killed him, the barbarian clan leader wouldn't let it slide. Han-Soo's smile gradually became deep and unfathomable. "Are you sure you can kill me?" Killing the most promising talent of the barbarian tribe like me, right in the middle of the Beastkin's Holy Land? The place he was invited to? No way. Memories of the battle years ago only strengthened his speculation. Because barbarians were inherently a warlike race, the conflict with the Beastkin from 10 years ago would repeat itself once more. Hansu looked at him, laughed loudly, and figured it out immediately.
Trying to appear calm, but one look is enough to tell you are angry to the point of going crazy. Albert turned slightly, slowly peeling away the truth about him. I know you used that thing. He was momentarily stunned by the man's insight. So he also knows about the ice spirit ring. Thinking that feigning ignorance would be better, Hansu continued his innocent act. What item are you talking about? Albert stroked his beard while uttering a disparaging remark. Your acting is truly clumsy. This statement made him even more annoyed and uncomfortable. Clumsy my ass? I fooled so many people with this exact method before. He responded to the man's vague and ambiguous statement. What are you saying? Speak clearly. I mean that thing, the item that helped you form a contract with the glacial magic beast, Psychania. Albert turned halfway around and questioned him. You can't possibly say you know absolutely nothing about that item, right? This probing attitude ignited a latent dissatisfaction within Hansu. That thing again? So what exactly is that thing you keep mentioning? The old man still refused to speak plainly, offering only roundabout hints. If you admit it, then I will tell you. At the same time, he noticed the drop of sweat rolling down Albert's neck.
A strange feeling arose when his intuition, the weapon that had helped him take down countless bastards, began to speak up. The clan head right now, he was clearly lying. Thinking of this, Hansu had partly deduced it. He seemed to know about a material that could support awakening, but didn't fully grasp its nature, right? How about that? Yet he claimed to know nothing at all. Amlet deliberately targeted Misha, who was trembling with fear. Just one word, and all problems could be solved. Only then did he secretly understand the situation. It turned out he intentionally let him witness Misha's miserable state. When he witnessed that scene, a sense of repulsion gradually rose within Hansu. Whether Misha was hurt or not didn't matter to him. He didn't care, as long as he obtained the information he craved, which was by threatening her. He used those vague words just to dig up information about the item from him. This bastard was worse than a beast. Hansu ignored him and turned to look at the girl. It was time to bring it out. This was the core reason why barbarians became the most trustworthy teammates on the battlefield. At the same time, his hand clenched, preparing to unleash his most favorite technique. Hansu struck his chest and swore a solemn oath. By the honor of a barbarian warrior, I swear that I know absolutely nothing about that object. He utilized his ultimate move, betting on the honor of the barbarian race, something he didn't care about at all, yet it could deceive quite a few people. Looking at his face, it seemed he was completely fooled. Seeing Amlet look stunned, he smiled slightly in satisfaction. Then let's continue. Hansu continued his act of feigning ignorance. However, I will definitely find out what that object truly is. So until then, you must definitely resolve Misha's issue within this family. So what do you intend to do now with an innocent barbarian like me who knows nothing?
At the Karlstein mansion, the setting sun created a magnificent and solemn scene. To think it was a natural awakening, the train of thought continued to flow. Why Sphereer of all things? In front of him was an ancient book with rotting pages titled Collection of Damaged Artifacts. You can sign a contract with the ice magic beast Sphereer. Falling into a state of extreme confusion, they tried to cling to the last ray of hope. I even called that barbarian over, thinking he might have some information to help me achieve an artificial awakening with this unidentified artifact. While she was still confused and anxious, he was stunned into silence. I must solve Misha's problem. Surely he isn't acting right now. Elsewhere, a figure stood silently by the window, holding a book. I don't trust his oaths, though I'm not entirely sure.
But I can feel the sincere affection that barbarian brat has for the girl. A thud echoed as the book was closed. Ridiculous. That mediocre girl actually has talent. He curled his lips in a mocking sneer. And immediately, a voice spoke up from behind. Clanhead. Amlet turned around with a puzzled look. The other person spoke again. Misha Karlstein has returned and wishes to see the clanhead. He only replied indifferently after hearing this. Let her in. With large, round eyes, Misha stood with a straight back and spoke in a gentle voice. Earlier, there was something I didn't say. Before she could finish, Amlet hurriedly interrupted. If it's about that issue, don't worry, I will keep my promise. From now on, no one will dare think that you are not a member of the family anymore. Seeing her only bowing her head in silence, he silently suspected. Strange, why is she not reacting at all to my recognition? Immediately, he repeated his statement. From now on,
"You will be my daughter." But she remained silent, causing him to be unable to control himself and speak up. "Why aren't you saying anything?" A chaotic stream of thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What happened earlier? Time rewound to when Han-Soo and Misha were walking together on a path. He asked, "What do you mean?" She answered while walking, "Earlier, you swore in front of father." Clearly, both stopped, looking straight into each other's eyes as she accused him. "You lied." Han-Soo's expression instantly changed. A sense of tension began to spread, while her eyes still stared at him, as if waiting for an explanation. Finally, under the pressure of that gaze and those words, he had to admit, "Yes, I lied." Before her stunned and unbelieving gaze, Han-Soo spoke directly without hesitation. "Because you were more important than a warrior's honor." Misha's eyes suddenly welled up with tears as he continued, "Living alone in a family like that, you must have had a very hard time."
A soft response rang out. "Because suddenly your eyes became sharp and strangely murderous." The accusation continued, "You didn't come here for that." Returning to the present, she asserted decisively, "Father? No, you are not my father, are you? Before she passed away, Mother told me." Hearing those words, Amlet began to stammer in fear. "That matter, how?" Without waiting for him to justify himself, she turned her back and walked away. "Actually, we don't share the same blood. I came because I wanted to say this. I hate you." A sudden thought arose in her. "This is necessary. I need to say it." Facing that cold attitude, Amlet could not suppress a shout. "Why is it like this? If you hadn't said that, I would have truly accepted you as a member of the family. Why did you throw away that opportunity yourself?" Amidst the tension, taut as a string, she suddenly smiled radiantly and happily replied, "Just because. I wanted to." Status lines continued to appear one after another. The supreme clan leader of the Signu tribe, Amlet Karlstein, was standing amidst a flickering light. His body stiffened like a statue, trembling as if trying to suppress something. That status line continued to appear, completely unable to understand. Those words were her renunciation of this clan. The scene shifted to another place. 10 days later, inside a tavern in District 7. "This is really a headache," a mocking thought rang out. Two people sat opposite each other. It was unclear if they were voices, but the thoughts continued. To distrust one's own teammates just because of a few words from outsiders. Why is it so contradictory?
That train of thought continued incessantly, filled with both vigilance and anxiety. Despite the warning, I still couldn't believe John Millet would stab me in the back. A girl rested her chin on her hand with an indifferent look, but her tone was hesitant as she began to explain. "That means my father played some tricks and bribed his teammate, so you should be careful." Han-Soo appeared confused and asked back, "You mean my teammate is going to betray me?" She replied, "I'm not sure either." Those words couldn't help but make him suspicious. He sank into thought for a moment. "No, on the contrary, if I suspect my teammate just based on a few words from her, I would feel guilty." That train of thought continued. Finally, he came to a decision. "But the more this is the case, the more I need to judge correctly to clarify everything before entering the dungeon." Returning to reality, Han-Soo suddenly asked John Millet, "After the last expedition, what did you go to the guild for?" He abruptly slammed his cup down on the table. Then he raised his voice with skepticism. "You've been coming to see me often lately, so it turns out it was for this reason." He looked straight ahead, questioning with a tone full of suspicion. "How did you know that I went to the guild?" Han-Soo calmly replied, "I have an acquaintance in the guild." He thought to himself. Sure enough, he went there. Dwalki let out a sigh, his face visibly darkening as he began to explain. "I was called to the guild and met the head of District 7 there." His memory returned to the cunning face of a man. "That he had offered a reward for me to betray you, but I said I would pretend I didn't hear anything. Is this answer satisfactory?" At that moment, Han-Soo's brows furrowed. His voice was full of interrogation. "Then why are you only telling me now?" John Millet looked confused, but still tried to maintain his composure to reply. "I told you already. I said I would pretend I didn't hear anything. Besides, if I brought it up and lied to you, it would just make things awkward between us." The atmosphere afterwards almost stagnated, but then Han-Soo slowly raised his beer mug. "I understand. Thank you for your answer." The sound of 2 glasses clinking was like a conclusion. "Nothing has changed. I still trust him. Everything is quiet now, but thoughts are still churning." He thought immediately after, without any hesitation, that for this expedition he would still accompany John Millet. The next day, a girl appeared with a radiant face. "I'm heading out first. You must return healthy," she said. Han-Soo immediately replied, "You have to work hard too," his eyes silently fixed on the door that was now tightly closed. Then suddenly the door burst open, and Misha, with a scowling face, raised her voice. Why was she here? The suddenness made him freeze and worry. She just stopped by to say hello. Anyway, after receiving the binding magic, there's nothing else to do. Seeing her uncomfortable expression, he only gently added, "By the way, I also plan to sleep for a bit until the appointment time." Misha immediately asserted, "I will be watching you."
Time passed. About 7 hours later, a majestic figure in iron armor appeared. It seems Dwaki and Hickrod will be late, Han-Soo assessed. Just as he finished speaking, a group of people on the opposite side attracted attention with noisy sounds. Bjorn, look there, he thought to himself. It's barbarians. They are still young. It seems they are lost. He did not hesitate to approach them, asking aloud, "Lost your way?" Han-Soo used his hand, calmly guiding them.
Then follow those who look like adventurers over there. They will lead everyone to the Tower of Trials. However, his presence made them both confused and wary. What is it? Who are you to say such obvious things? He froze for a moment, his confusion evident. What is this reaction? Finally, he awkwardly explained, "I am Bjorn, son of Yandel." As soon as he finished his sentence, the crowd became extremely agitated and astonished. "Little Balkan, nice to meet you." A young man with wide-open eyes filled with confusion asked, "But what do you mean by obvious? Aren't people lost? We just need to follow the adventurers. We learned that at the temple, so how could we get lost?" Hearing that stunned Han-Soo. He raised his voice, both amazed and in disbelief. "Is that what the temple teaches? Since when did the barbarian sanctuary have people teaching things like that? Don't you all need a map?" However, the response he got was a skeptical question. "Map? We haven't seen any map." His thoughts became deeper than ever. He quietly considered, "Should I warn them about the hardships of reaching the Tower of Trials? Be careful of the humans you meet on the road, isn't that obvious?" Another voice rang out decisively, and the others, without further thought, cheered excitedly.
Our hearts, our lives are protected by ourselves. Witnessing the scene, he silently felt helpless. The barbarians had become smarter. After a while, he asked again, "At the sanctuary? Who taught everyone that?" Suddenly, the expression of one of them became terrifyingly abnormal. It was Kalen, the son of Tassin. The name just mentioned made him freeze. Huh? It was Kalen? The conversation ended right after that, as they waved goodbye to each other. "All right, let's go." Little Balkan said, "It's an honor to meet you." Watching their figures disappear into the distance, Han-Soo curled his lips in a slight smile as he sank into endless thoughts. Before I could even realize it, new winds had rushed in from all directions, sowing seeds of hope in my heart in the entire barbarian tribe. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a hesitant and worried voice. Sorry for being late. Everyone has been waiting for a long time, right?" Two figures ran up gasping for breath, then frantically explained, "Sorry, please sympathize with me. This friend Dwaki here, he probably ate too much during the day, so he needed time to excrete it." Before the other guy could finish speaking, Dwaki hastily interrupted. What are you saying?" Even so, Hickrod still appeared extremely calm. "Come on, everyone saw it. What's there to be shy about? We're all acquaintances." Then they continued to argue. "You really are." This time, Han-Soo had to remind himself. "Enough, let's set off." Thanks to that, both of them finally obediently obeyed. "Okay." Next, the whole team walked through the purple teleportation portal together. They had entered inside the crystal cave on the first floor. "So let's move out." Bjorn led the way, while the others followed carefully. The journey passed by peacefully. Suddenly, a while later, their movement speed began to increase. Not only Misha, but other members also had to hurry up. The reason for this came from their plan, as a few days ago, John Millet had suggested a rapid movement method within the dungeon.
He discussed it very seriously and thoroughly. "If everyone permits, this time I want to try a new movement method. I might not do it very well yet, but I still want to see how far I can go." And the result obtained was relatively promising. Because John Millet, a usually quiet person, suddenly expressed his desire, everyone happily agreed. Han-Soo thought to himself as he ran along the guided path, "Is this a speed run? Trying it out will be interesting." Not long after, Bjorn spotted another team moving ahead. He immediately decided and changed direction to another path. "We're going this way." At the same time, Bjorn also spoke up to signal, "I'm speeding up." Misha, who was following closely behind him, raised her voice in warning. "John Millet, going alone is very dangerous." Just as she finished speaking, 3 green goblins suddenly rushed down from the cliff. Due to the physical exertion, he could only gasp for breath.
Meanwhile, Misha gently leaped onto the wall. "Everyone needs to." Then she swung her sword to clear the obstacles on the path. "Let's go together." The remaining members also hurriedly called out names, making him even more panicked. John Millet. A few thoughts began to arise in his mind. That's right, this is so troublesome. But Hickrod suddenly urged him on, making him startle. "Don't stop," he repeated. "Right, don't stop." Reflexively, Bjorn immediately put all his strength into running again. Just like that, his heavy footsteps echoed on every path he passed. "All right, this way." Right behind him, Misha was always following closely. "Careful, on the left." Gradually, Bjorn's breathing became more distinct. Every time he shouted, "Right side," Hickrod's stubby legs flashed by. This time, it's in the middle. In the whole team, only Dwaki was impatiently observing them. He thought to himself, thanks to physical strength and training, we can far surpass normal humans. But, after running for a while, his sweat was pouring down like a bath. With that thought, Han-Soo immediately said, "Dwaki, you look heavier." Hearing that, he awkwardly explained, "Didn't you tell me that Miss Misha likes chubby men?" That answer made him feel a bit guilty. He only said that to delay Dwaki from confessing his feelings to Misha. That's right, you've been working very hard. Putting this matter aside, he quickly turned to Hikrod. Regardless, Dwaki and John Millet are both trying their best.
Even Hikrod was the same. By the time the whole team was nearly exhausted, they had stopped in front of the door, but the portal to the second floor had already been activated. Dwalki couldn't accept the truth and roared in anger. Damn it, why am I? Why? At the same time, Hansu's speculations were gradually becoming certain. The clear difference in strength meant the time for him and Misha to leave this team was approaching. At this moment, Dwalki's palms slowly clenched. If they started now, it wouldn't be too late. Then he calmly looked up. Looking at the traces, 3 teams have already passed through before us. The gap with the first team is only about 30 minutes. After that, he decisively declared, if we chase quickly, we can overtake them on the second floor. No, I'm sure we can do it. Rot Miller, standing nearby, started in fear. He also chimed in. That's right, let's get moving. Hikrod immediately chimed in as well. I also agree. Not only that, Misha nodded in agreement. I also feel it would be a pity to give up right now. However, Hansu frowned and reprimanded them. Is there something wrong with everyone's heads? We're exhausted just getting here. And you still plan to overtake those ahead? It's utterly absurd. On the first floor, there was already a 30-minute gap with the leading team. Crossing the second floor, the gap will only get larger. Faced with such persuasive arguments, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. John Millet, don't be stubborn anymore. Your obstinacy could put your teammates in danger. Finally, he let out a weary sigh. I apologize. It seems I lost my composure just now. Please forget what I just said. Hansu quickly responded, I forgot it. This surprised the others. Oh my, that was fast. Just like that, the team stepped into the new area together. Entered second floor Stone Desert. Entered third floor Pilgrimage Road. Although the expedition resumed with apprehension, contrary to their fears, John Millet continued to lead the team excellently as always. As they advanced, Hansu carefully observed him while thinking, I'll just observe everything for now. His condition is stable. I hope he isn't involved with that area manager from before.
And so this time they stopped before a cliff glittering with myriad colors. Looking at this place always feels truly beautiful. I don't understand why I never noticed this until now. Oh wait, you don't have anyone to share this beauty with, do you? That exclamation of admiration was immediately met with contempt from Misha. Dwaki, you were a bit too cheesy just now. That remark also made him blush in embarrassment. But that was my honest feeling. Suddenly, Hikrod cut into the conversation. I understand, I think just like you. Misha shuddered in horror upon hearing that. Hikrod! But right after that, Bjorn had to speak up to remind them. Stop talking, focus for a moment. According to the group's custom, we rested for a while and enjoyed the magnificent scenery of the third floor together. It was unclear who initiated it, but since the first expedition, this had become a silent pact that we always adhered to. As they moved a bit further, the system issued a notification. Entered the 4th floor of the Sky Tower. Bjorn, in the role of the vanguard, immediately took the initiative to speak. These are all enemies we've known from before. In the first encounter, the team faced a pack of ferocious orcs. The Sky Tower was structured like a layered stage with many entrances. After passing the gate to reach this floor, you could choose one of the 3 appearing stairs to proceed. They overcame the first battle quickly. Having completed the trial, a blue spatial portal opened up, symbolizing the stairs to reach the next gate.
It was a brilliant golden door, a symbol of courage and wisdom. Next to it was the gate with a pale purple aura and patience. Finally, the red door and destiny as well. These 4 types of doors would appear randomly, sometimes all 4 appearing at once. Among them, courage allowed you to ascend 1 floor easily. After wiping out the monsters and waiting 4 hours for respawn, the next gate would open. Wisdom required traversing complex paths full of traps. This place needed more calculation to clear the stage. In return, players could climb 5 floors in one go, without waiting 4 hours to open the gate like the other side, so it was often prioritized. Conversely, the patience door was a place everyone wanted to avoid. The way to overcome the challenge here was to recall terrible memories. The entire party at this moment each had their own mood. If even you abandon me, then I really am a lonely person, Hikrid said tearfully. The sword I made is worse than a pile of scrap, only he silently lamented. Oh why, the barbarian is truly pitiful, then that train of thought continued. However, after completing the challenge, a chest would appear. If lucky, one could receive a numbered item or a grade 6 spirit essence. However, the thing Hansu opened only made him more disappointed. Nothing good at all. Gradually, his voice became increasingly mysterious. Finally, destiny. On the 19th day of the exploration, at dawn, Bjorn suddenly began to confide in him. I plan to leave the team after this expedition. Hansu glanced over, his eyes revealing curiosity. Is it because of me? He thought to himself. Although quite sudden, this was not outside his expectations, because he had also thought of this scenario. However, he blamed himself. No, it is precisely because of me. That statement made him unable to understand it all. What do you mean?
Before explaining thoroughly, John reached out his hand and requested something. That thing, give me one too. After receiving the item, he let out a bitter smile. Thank you. I can't say that this decision wasn't related to that area manager you mentioned earlier. He continued, if it were me, I would definitely have greedily followed him too. He promised to arrange a position in an adventurer team of a major clan, after all. John George Millet then poured out his heart to him. Even though I knew clearly it was a lie, my heart still wouldn't stop pounding. At that moment, for the first time, I realized it was time to leave this team. But don't feel too pressured. Actually, this kind of thing is already too familiar to me. The subsequent words carried a hint of reproach. It's true that talented people easily climb to higher positions in society. John also revealed the things he was still conflicted about. Over the past 8 years, I have participated in many different adventurer teams, and not a few times I was left behind because I couldn't keep up with them. Finally, he sincerely confessed.
Sometimes I was expelled, other times I left on my own before the situation got worse. That was how an adventurer like me survived. After those confiding words, Bjorn suddenly exclaimed, "But this time, it's not easy at all." Hansu curiously asked, "Why?" Without any hesitation, he immediately gave his answer, "Because I care about you guys. I had hoped that our journey together could last a little longer." A faint smile flitted across Bjorn's face at that moment. However, everything must come to an end eventually. Hearing his decision, Hansu's hand suddenly clenched tight. Before he could even finish a sentence, the alarm clock rang loudly, forcing him to stop. It was time for everyone to wake up. Because of that, Bjorn took the initiative to leave first. "You should get ready too." Then he approached Misha, who was whining. "I still want to sleep." Meanwhile, Hansu over here just silently hid his inner thoughts. "All right, let's talk when the team gets back to the city. Anyway, Misha and I might leave, but you don't necessarily have to leave the team. You can recruit other members with the other two." Just like that, the dungeon conquest proceeded very smoothly. After completing the trial, Hickrod suddenly complained. Encountering such a bizarre combination, how troublesome, Twalkie tiredly told everyone. Once again, I realized that negligence in the labyrinth is taboo. Meanwhile, someone else was pondering. "All right, next up, the next room is..." Suddenly, Bjorn gave a slight start from shock. What is this?" Twalkie and Hickrod also slowly backed away. "This is the first time I've seen such a scene." In their view, the first red gate appeared, and right next to it was an identical area. All three were stairs of destiny. It didn't stop there. The team encountered a third passage that left everyone stunned. It turned out it really appeared. Hansu immediately began calculating carefully. He reckoned, "So far, we have never chosen the stairs of destiny. Moreover, its appearance probability doesn't even reach 5% compared to other stairs. This staircase contains too many variables, so there is no reason to choose it." After a moment of surprise, Misha nodded and said,
"Isn't it fine to just pick one at random and walk in? I tried entering before, only monsters appeared, and then it was all over." He nodded in agreement. It seemed that was how the doors operated. He analyzed and it was similar to Misha's case. However, most people would still undergo one of the 3 trials, courage, wisdom, or patience, when on this low floor, even if they chose destiny. As for Dwalkie, he was lavishing praise on her. It seemed Miss Misha had been very lucky. According to what I read in books, no trial appears completely at random. However, Hansu's sharp intuition was warning him. The problem, however, was that with a 20% variance rate in door appearances, there would usually be a distinct trial for people to choose from, rather than 3 choices for the same trial type like this.
In his mind, he began to reflect on the trial cards, facing a grade 6 monster, staying in a closed room 3 times in 4 days, defending against 99 goblins. Returning to the first floor, in the game, there were a total of 32 types of trials. However, once things had come to this point, there was no other choice. Unlike him, Hickrid seemed quite excited. Even so, just standing here waiting was somewhat wasteful. If they continued to choose a door to enter and level up, they could earn 1.5 million stones. Hearing this, Misha became even more excited. "So, shall we go in?" Then she immediately asked him, "Bjorn, what do you think?" Hansu also answered quickly, "Of course we go in. The fact that all 3 stairs of destiny appeared simultaneously has only one meaning." The excitement peaked as he decisively thought to himself, "We've reached a special floor." Then Hansu approached the door with anticipation. "So it's a boss fight?" In other words, behind these doors are 3 types of hidden areas. While being teleported, he still couldn't hide his curiosity. Where exactly is this place? Just then, the system displayed a notification. Your character has entered Lacasa's labyrinth. Once they had fully entered the new area, Bjorn finally spoke up. Currently, there were no enemies. A straight path suddenly spread out around them, but this was a place with absolutely no information available. Suddenly, Misha shuddered. Could it be dangerous? As for Hansu, he was secretly frowning. Why did we have to end up in Lacasa's labyrinth? Just as he finished speaking, the system appeared again. Area effect Guardian of Balance activated. Participant stats are adjusted for balance. They walked a bit further before Dwalkie tremblingly asked, "What if we stay here and then leave?" In 4 days, the labyrinth would close. Even Bjorn clearly showed confusion. He worriedly said,
We still don't know anything about this space. What if this is a space similar to a rift? Misha also exclaimed in fear because of that.
Cannot clear the labyrinth. Are we going to be stuck here forever? Unlike them, he calmly analyzed the situation. In this place, we won't be stuck forever, like in a rift. However, with the team's current strength, it will be difficult to finish in time. First of all, let's check our status. Misha, do you feel anything different about your body? At that question, she immediately looked at herself. Come to think of it, her body felt a bit lighter. Hickrod, standing nearby, just snorted dismissively. I'm not sure. Could it be a hallucination?
Even so, Bjorn quickly spoke up. It's not an illusion. Right now, my body is strangely overflowing with energy. As for Dwalki, he awkwardly recounted everything. I feel my magic power increasing significantly. Right now, perhaps I can even use grade 6 magic. He himself also silently wondered what on earth was going on. He understood very well that the entire team's stats had been redistributed in a balanced way, circulating from one person to another. This area effect, the guardian of balance, made the stats of all participants equal. To be more certain, and because he couldn't state the truth directly, Han-Su tried pretending to be tired. I should give a little hint. Oh my, Misha immediately expressed her concern for him. Bjorn, does it hurt somewhere? Waiting for just that, he immediately said, my body feels so strange. Suddenly I have no strength. And very quickly, Bjorn realized something. If not everyone is in a better condition, and you are weaker, then there is definitely something unusual. Perhaps our stats have been scrambled and shared equally among each other. Hearing this, Han-Su immediately praised him.
In the end, I can only rely on you, John Millet. Then he cautiously added, anyway, what should we do now? However, he just asked in return, Bjorn, what do you think? The answer was immediately given by Han-Su. I think we need to explore this place and find a way out. At this, Dwalki suddenly brought the whole team into consideration. That may be so, but there will be danger. However, he immediately explained clearly, if this is an area that no one else knows about, wouldn't the rewards be greater? With that reasoning, Bjorn nodded in agreement. Truly the perspective of an adventurer. As for Hickrod, he appeared relatively calm and spoke up. In any case, we might be stuck here for another 4 days, so looking around isn't a bad idea. Just then, Dwalki suddenly interrupted him. No, I just thought of something. Perhaps this place is the final legacy left behind by the great sage. Hearing this, Misha turned around curiously. What? Are you talking about the Gabrius legacy? Meanwhile, Han-Su was also silently calculating. The Gabrius legacy is what I call a hidden piece. He thought there was definitely a possibility. The narrative continued, with Bjorn noting the detail of the presence of the 3 stairs of destiny, while Hickrod tried to maintain an optimistic spirit. That's right, this is the place we chose to enter anyway, so no unreasonable monsters should appear. Hey, are you listening to me? Ignoring the dwarf's words, he remained engrossed in his own train of thought. The group's final exploration now carried a distinct time pressure, as the labyrinth gate would close in 4 days. The quiet space was only stirred by the rhythm of their leisurely footsteps on the polished tiled floor, until a cold, sound rang out, shattering it all. Misha spoke up after glancing around with an anxious look. The atmosphere felt like something was about to appear, yet it was strangely quiet. Almost immediately, Hickrod dropped some flirtatious words towards her. Miss Misha, don't worry. However, she voiced her rejection of his words. What? I should be the one protecting you. Hearing that, Hickrod remained shameless to the end. Then let's protect each other together. That suggestion made her even more horrified. What? What are you saying? Not only Misha, but Han-Su on the opposite side also gritted his teeth. While in a dangerous situation, how could these two still argue? The guy seemed to enjoy this atmosphere immensely, in complete contrast to him. Cheer up, Leogevsky. Just as Hickrod's voice stopped, an unpleasant noise suddenly rang out. Vikenruth, a grade 6 monster, appeared. With sharp eyes, it immediately locked onto its target and cast a ferocious glare. Instantly, it tightened its grip on the handle of its great axe. On this side, Han-Su was the first to raise his shield in defense, shouting loudly, "The monster is here!" Vikenruth, as if reacting reflexively, also swung its weapon powerfully. The axe blade in the first strike slammed straight into the shield face, creating a force that made Han-Su slide backwards. After taking the full brunt of that attack, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Damn it! I don't have enough strength to block its blow. Is it because I shared my physical stats with my teammates earlier? It felt like we weren't just facing a grade 6 monster, but rather a high-ranking monster comparable to a dungeon boss. At that moment, the scepter in Leo's hand suddenly glowed. That Leo Gofrovsky had cast an 8th circle support spell,
Ice reinforcement. Wiki had cast an 8th circle support spell, Ice Spear. Suddenly, a warning shouted out, making him turn his head. Bjorn, watch out! Just like that, Vakaros was hit by Wiki's magic skill while he was still bewildered. What? With just one move, the entire cave shook from a terrifying explosion, sending Vakaros's weapon flying away. Leo and the rest of the teammates couldn't help but be stunned by the scene. Defeated monster Vakaros, experience +4. By this time, Hansu finally realized he was no longer a useless person in this place as he witnessed Wiki's giant ice spear. At the same time, Wiki was tearing up with emotion. Is this my magic? Not only Wiki, but joy was also spreading in Hansu's heart. Wiki, before this, I thought the team would have a hard time completing this trial.
But now the story was different. After that impressive display of strength, they continued their journey exploring the mysterious area inside the cave, Lacus's labyrinth, where even a talented pathfinder was useless, a place created so that anyone could get lost. He moved while using a knife to carve a few symbols onto the wall. Wait a moment, I will mark this spot just in case. At first, I thought, what use is an adventurer when even the pathfinder cannot find the way? Then Hansu turned to observe Bjorn, realizing that was my mistake. Bjorn Yandel, the one who climbed from the lowest floor to the higher ones. Honestly, he is a resourceful person. He immediately made a request after checking for a while. Give me the map, I need to edit it. Though still surprised, he quickly obeyed. Here, I never thought he would have such skills. While waiting, Hansu did not spare any words of praise. No matter how many times I see it, it's truly impressive. He had the ability to easily sketch a valuable map, yet he humbly replied, "It's not too complicated. I can remember it by walking and measuring distance by counting steps." Bjorn quickly stood up right after. "Sorry for wasting time. Let's keep moving."
Meanwhile, all of this was captured in his view. Now with increased stats, John Millet was ready to join the battle whenever needed. Hansu silently formed his own assessment of him, like a veteran adventurer with years of combat experience. As for Bjorn, he was slowly drawing his weapon from its sheath. "There are 4 ahead. They are coming this way." As soon as his words ended, Leo was the first to respond and counter with his skill. Enhanced Ice Spear, chant, leave it to me. He suddenly realized that was double casting. Is this magic double casting? While the shock hadn't yet faded, Hansu suddenly felt something unusual, but its trajectory. Immediately after, each Ice Spear automatically weaved past them. John George Dwalke had used grade 8 support magic, trajectory adjustment. 2 Vikenruths hiding behind the wall were instantly locked on as targets. Just a moment later, that place exploded and was covered by a blast of cold, icy air. Hansu couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive witnessing it all. Dwalke had used double casting, and above all, he had used support magic on top of support magic for his attack magic to increase both the accuracy and power of the move.
His magic power level is low, but isn't he too talented? Then Bjorn suddenly spoke up to remind them. There are 2 left. Karlstein and I will handle it this time. Let's finish this quickly and move on. Hearing that, he nodded in agreement. Got it. Hansu's hands suddenly clenched unconsciously, feeling a bit ashamed. Even though they had been together for a month, he had never truly tried to understand them. While he was still lost in thought, Leo, with his new power, was incredibly smug. So no matter what appeared, don't worry, whatever it is, I, Leo Govsky, will take care of them all. It was also at this moment that Hansu gradually realized a truth, one he had noticed too late. Unexpectedly, after their stats were increased, they were much stronger than that. Next, he continued to consider carefully. Guardian of Balance, that was the effect of this area. Normally, it would benefit mages the most. He tried to find an answer while unable to stop his skepticism. Not only that, because mages cannot use essences to increase their main stats, so when stats are supported, mana becomes the thing that increases the most. But even if stats increase, there are limits. Will everything go smoothly here? By then, Leo was still giggling. How mysterious. It's like all my shackles have been removed. Meanwhile, Hansu was summarizing the whole situation himself. Anyway, after observing for a day, I have also assessed my team's strength. I failed many times, but looking at the whole picture, in this dungeon, we are at least twice as strong. At this moment, his eyes were scrutinizing the entire formation intently. Of course, this is a game originally based on team combat, rather than relying on the strength of a single person. A team works best when everyone does their job correctly.
Old memories suddenly returned, making him hesitate with a bitter feeling. Suddenly. But that is the reason why I want to leave. The exploration time marked day 20:46, causing the regret within him to rise even higher. After all, this was the first and perhaps the last team I ever had. Suddenly, a loud call rang out. "Bjorn!" When he turned around, Misha was standing there looking grumpy. "How long are you going to ignore me?" Hansu asked back with a look of surprise. "What did you just say?" She didn't hesitate and immediately shouted, "I said do your guard duty properly." Hearing those words, he gently comforted her. "All right, don't worry and go to sleep." The clock hands just ticked to 01:04, which was also when the train of thought in Hansu's mind became increasingly tangled. Then, just a few more hours and we can get it.
He sat nestled in a corner, resting his chin on his hand, and silently contemplated. Now we just need to find the boss room. With our current strength, the boss won't be a problem.
It was a pity. If we had just one more week in this dungeon, we could have obtained everything before leaving. But right at that moment, someone spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. Over here, this way. Dwaki sat up awkwardly. Didn't you tell me Miss Misha's preferences last time? Those words made him feel confused. Why mention Miss Misha now? It was a bit... Meanwhile, Dwaki's face gradually became tense. A drop of sweat started rolling down his cheek, and then he let out a long stream of words. I intended to ask if that was true, but now that I think about it again, whether it's true or not doesn't matter anymore. Her preferences don't matter. Wanting sincerity without revealing one's true nature is truly stupid. Even so, Hansu was still full of questions. What do you mean? Dwaki's words finally revealed his intent directly. You know, right? That I love her. As soon as that sentence ended, veins popped out on his forehead. You're not serious about that, are you? He continued mumbling, paying no attention to him. If I survive and return this time, he interrupted before the guy could finish the sentence. Stop! That action caused Dwaki's face to darken instantly. Why? Why did you stop me? Wait, could it be that you also like Miss Misha? Hansu's mood became increasingly worse. Should I hit him? Maybe I should knock him out. Then he spoke in a stern voice. Stop it, Dwaki. I understand you've misunderstood some things. But this time, Dwaki suddenly cut him off.
It didn't change anything. Being treated like that, Hansu could only curse silently in his heart. Come on, despite his attitude, the guy resolutely declared, when we return to the city, I will confess to her. Faced with this situation, Hansu involuntarily exclaimed, this is clearly a bad omen. At this rate, we need to get out of here as fast as possible, like we're being chased by dogs. A while later, at 16:15, they began to face their first challenge. Only Hansu was showing anxiety. It's finally here. I don't know which boss we'll face, but with this power, perhaps... He continued to calculate carefully in his mind. Now the only thing left was to open the hidden area without attracting attention. Just then, Bjorn suddenly spoke up first. Wait a minute, what is that? Just like that, his proactive action of scanning the wall surprised Hansu. Honestly, I am a bit surprised. Is that a sixth sense, or his observation skills? Regardless of what it was, a moment later he pressed the secret switch. Whatever the case, thanks to that, I don't have to step up to handle everything.
The secret door opened accordingly, causing Misha to startle. The door just opened. Hickrod spoke up with a voice full of vigilance. There might be danger. Everyone be careful. Bjorn also quickly raised his shield in defense. I'll lead the way. Let's see what's inside. Accompanying that curiosity, the first thing to welcome them was the flickering red torchlight from within. The whole team stepped in cautiously while Bjorn was scouting. He discovered a dangerous magic circle featuring a goat's head. Misha was the last to enter, yet the first to speak up suspiciously. This place. Her eyes were directed towards the goat head, which was stained with dried blood. It was truly worrying. She continued to ask with an anxious voice, There's no portal? On the contrary, Bjorn seemed quite confident. Worrying? Compared to other rooms, this is nothing. Should we leave? Anyway, if it's this room, finding the boss and destroying it is a trivial matter. However, it could appear at any time. One of his hands slowly pressed down on the floor, as if checking it. That action made her startle. Bjorn, you aren't planning to smash it again, are you? Meanwhile, he was silently making a judgment. How can we know when it will appear? We might need some blood here to summon it, I suppose.
But doing it now seems suspicious. A sudden current of electricity ran down his spine, making Hansu freeze. The other members also started to stir, no different from him. What is happening to my body? John took the initiative to speak. So I'm not the only one feeling it? Leo exclaimed in surprise. My mana is increasing ceaselessly. Hickrod also hesitated with a look of disbelief. Wait, you too? As for him, he was slowly feeling the transformation. His armor felt light as a feather, and energy was overflowing throughout his body. As more energy poured in, Hansu became even more astonished. This is crazy, this power. He immediately turned around and called out loudly, John Millet, this is even more than using gigantification and outburst at the same time. Only then did John nod slightly. It seems you're thinking the same thing as me. Meanwhile, thoughts kept racing through Hansu's mind. Other powerful adventurers had entered the labyrinth. Some force was approaching from behind them. At this moment, at least one, at most 5 people, all were possible. However, there was one thing he knew for sure. Hansu's face immediately turned gloomy. Accompanying that was the ice-cold notification sound from the system. Whether good or evil, the Guardian of Balance Zone effect has been updated. The stats of all participants have been equalized. That made him even more certain. They were also extremely strong. Elsewhere, inside a stone chamber of Lakasha's labyrinth,
A sudden earthquake threw the entire party into chaos. Instead of panicking, Leo Govsky just smirked. Lakasa's labyrinth finally made it in. The high priest standing next to him was trembling uncontrollably. Oh God, why did you grant wings to this wicked man?
Those words immediately irritated him. "Old man, should I cut out your tongue?" Even so, the old man replied steadfastly, "Fear is nothing. Physical pain is just—" However, that will was coldly brushed aside by him. "Of course, I meant your nephew's tongue." As for the man, he was collapsing, whispering in a faint voice, "Curse you." Leo Govsky casually remarked, "Just lost an arm and already whining. Who would have thought, after searching for years, there was such an easy way to get in here?" He glanced at the man's wound and continued to smirk. "Just sacrificing the arm of a grade 5 adventurer opens the door. This evil god is truly amusing." By this point, the high priest was so terrified his face was drained of blood. "Isn't he your teammate?" Hearing that, he just shrugged. "Teammate? Never. I only brought him along because he was useful." Leo Govsky then kicked the man directly. "Hey, up yet? Since we're late, we don't have time." The old man tried his best to stop that behavior. "Please stop. He sacrificed a part of his body for the evil god. This pain is beyond imagination."
Immediately, he shot a glare sharp as a knife to warn the man. "Old man, is that enough?" Realizing the situation was extremely critical, the man struggled to speak. "I'm fine, High Priest." 2 lines of notifications suddenly rang out in his mind. Area effect, Guardian of Balance updated. Stats of all participants have been balanced. Jivahos showed a look of surprise. Guardian of Balance? Even so, this kind of changes. He immediately turned to question the High Priest to be more certain. "Old man, has anything changed? Your divine power or anything else?" The old man answered honestly. "It decreased a little." Hearing that, the suspicion in his heart rose higher. "Decreased, not increased? Are you sure?" In the end, the High Priest firmly affirmed, "I am certain." Next, Jivahos turned his eyes towards the man. "Adventurer, what about you?" The other party immediately replied, his voice both fearful and tearful. "Including spirit power, all physical abilities have decreased." After listening to the report from the guy, he smiled a mysterious smile. "I can understand the effect on the High Priest, but for even a grade 5 adventurer to have their power reduced, it seems there are some rats that have entered here." The hood was slowly removed by him. The identity of Dragon Slayer Jivahos, a member of the rebel group Audible, was thus exposed. "Our goal is a coup. Now let's see how far they can hide." Returning to Hansu, he was extremely panicked, realizing one thing. Another group of adventurers had entered the labyrinth, and they were much stronger than his group. Synthesizing all the changes together, he became more confident in his judgment. "I can feel my stats doubled, so they must be at least adventurers from the 6th floor, and they aren't an organization but a small group." Facing that truth, Hansu asked himself tensely, "So what should we do?" Contrary to him, Misha innocently suggested, "Cooperate?" Hekrot appeared extremely friendly. "No, we have to find a way to escape first. Bjorn, you talk as if they are bandits."
Meanwhile, Dwalki was displaying his complacency. Even if that were true, the power here is balanced, so we should be able to cope. Only Bjorn maintained a neutral attitude, thinking that just as a precaution, it would be best for them to find a way out and avoid the others as much as possible. Those answers led him to a conclusion. Indeed, collective intelligence is useless. Suddenly, someone spoke up asking, "Bjorn, what do you think?"
When asked, he only hesitantly replied, "I am." The plan to act first and persuade later had already been mapped out in Hansu's mind. Suddenly, the matrix flashed with a brilliant red light. Baphomet, the demon of the labyrinth, had caught the scent of blood. While everyone was still bewildered, Baphomet rose from within the magic formation. "What is that? A monster just suddenly appeared." "Bjorn, did you step on something?" Hansu, however, displayed a rather calm demeanor, quite different from the others. The sub-boss of this labyrinth, Baphomet. Normally, one must exploit its weakness to defeat it. But this time, it took less than a minute to focus fire and take it down. After the final boss was destroyed, items immediately dropped. Baphomet has been defeated. EXP +5. Reward for defeating the variant, EXP +1. Obtain the map of Lacus's labyrinth. However, a moment of doubt suddenly rose in his heart. I didn't expect to take it down so easily. Just how strong are the people who entered here? Meanwhile, Bjorn was glued to the scroll. This looks like a map of this place. It's very detailed. At the same time, Hansu secretly made a decision. He had to act fast. "Hekrot, we must leave immediately before we run into them." The abrupt proposal left the man astonished. "What? Although being careful isn't bad, why are you reacting so strangely?" He quickly offered an explanation for his actions. "My teammates might think I'm weird, but we have to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Look back at the battle just now."
We have become extremely strong, which means they are much stronger than us. While the words were still flowing, Hansu's palm clenched tight from the tension. Power balance? No, the gap in levels and the number of abilities is still there, and if we count equipment, the distance is even further. If a fight breaks out, we will definitely lose. Then he decisively issued a warning that stunned the entire team. "This is exactly why I feel uneasy. Someone among us could get hurt. A lion might not think much when seeing a rabbit, but what about the rabbit? When encountering a lion, it has only one choice: to run away."
After that, they urgently set off. We ran through the labyrinth, not wandering aimlessly, but heading towards a clear objective. Bjorn's commanding voice quickly rang out. "Intersection ahead, go right." Han-Soo replied almost instantly. "Copy that." A moment later, he came face to face with a swarm of monsters. To escape this place as quickly as possible and to deal with the worst-case scenario, they first had to take down the boss. At that moment, Han-Soo loudly signaled Dwalki, "Uki." In response to that powerful voice, he hurriedly replied, "Leave it to me." With just a brief incantation, Dwalki quickly swung his staff to release his stream of magic.
The Vaqueros were thus trapped by the frost storm within a curtain of cold snow. It was a grade 7 attack spell. While its single target damage was low, it had a wide area of effect. Their skin and flesh slowly froze under a layer of ice. Witnessing that scene, he unconsciously smiled with satisfaction. Usually it was only used to support Misha's rapid attacks or to clear out small mobs. But now it could freeze grade 6 enemies? Afterwards, Han-Soo put aside his astonishment and immediately raised his mace. However, this effect would only last for a few more short seconds. Just as predicted, cracks began to spread across the frozen surface, signaling that they had to finish them off immediately. In the end, they successfully exterminated the Vaqueros, leaving them behind as the team continued their journey to find the exit. Another period of time passed in a hurry. At 12:12 a.m. on the 21st, Hickrod suddenly spoke up. "Let's rest for a bit." Rot Miller, walking beside him, asked with concern, "Hickrod, are you okay?" Hickrod replied calmly, "I'm fine, just a bit out of breath, but since my abilities have improved, I don't feel too tired." Then his gaze shifted towards Han-Soo. He actually felt more comfortable than when he was running on the first floor. Hickrod hesitantly spoke, "Hey, Bjorn." What answered him was a terrified look from the man. That reaction immediately made him sweat with fear. "Don't stare at me like that."
Even with breaks, we've been running for over 6 hours. Has your sense of unease still not changed? A few fragments of memory suddenly rushed back. After the battle with Baphomet just now, I felt uneasy for some reason. I had a similar feeling when we met the floor master on the 3rd floor. Hickrod's face was extremely panicked at that time, so I wanted to ask him a favor. Just this once, please trust me. As his voice faded, Rot Miller spoke up. "That's right, isn't this enough? Even if they are bandits, they probably won't find us. We've also moved far away from John Millet's signal. Not only that, Misha is breathing heavily right now. Do you still think we should keep going?" Bjorn nodded with hesitation. "Yes." After hearing his answer, she simply agreed in silence. "Fine, I have no objections." The remaining member of the team slowly walked over and started a conversation. "Bjorn, actually, John Millet pointed at the map and asked, "I still don't understand why you are so sure that the exit is in this direction." But he chose to hide the answer to that question, because the boss was there. He couldn't say it clearly. He didn't stop there but added, "Not only that, but from a while ago, I've had this feeling that if we don't listen to you, something very bad will happen to us." Hearing that, the others exclaimed in horror. "What?" The reason for this was explained shortly after. John Millet, the one who had absorbed the mimic's essence, possessed the intuition stat, and our team had benefited greatly from that stat.
Because he was so astonished, Leo stuttered and asked again, "You're telling the truth, right?" This time, Bjorn just silently nodded, making the atmosphere even heavier. Now that he suddenly said this, Han-Soo alone had already realized it early on. The weight of those words was completely different. Even Misha was trembling incessantly. "John, don't stand there anymore. Let's go quickly." Hikrod's reaction even clearly revealed fear. "Right, let's go immediately. We just need to endure for one more day." Following that, Dwalki also forced himself to chime in. "That's right." Those expressions made him feel uncomfortable again. Then he quietly reminded himself. "What? This Mr. saying that makes my heart skip a beat too. It's really worrying." It wasn't just simple intuition, but intuition with increased stats. He signaled, "Let's keep moving." The command was just issued. Misha hurriedly followed. "Leo, I said from the beginning that I didn't have any opinion." Hikrod also ran after them with a flustered look. "Let's go together." Gradually, the familiar battles with the pack of Vaqueron Ruths reoccurred. It was unclear how much time had passed.
To respond, Rot Miller's ice magic was endlessly unleashed to control them, while another Baphomet took a full slash right to the neck. After defeating 3 Baphomets, they moved continuously for 12 hours, and at 5:13 a.m., the team finally stopped in front of a door. Finally reaching the destination, Misha spoke up with a voice full of worry. Could a grade 4 monster appear? As soon as her words ended, the patterns on the walls suddenly emitted a brilliant light. The master of the labyrinth had sensed the presence of the challenger. Along with that, violently shaking sounds came from every corner of the labyrinth, and in the blink of an eye, the terrain completely changed. Large stone slabs slowly shifted from their original positions.
Hansu hurriedly raised his defensive shield right then, preparing for battle. Dwalki behind him suddenly exclaimed, "Is it really a grade 4? Just like that, the Minotaur, the true master of Lacus's labyrinth, charged directly out of the portal. As for Hansu, he aggressively rushed straight towards the boss. Just as Misha feared, although it wasn't a grade 4 monster, the axe in its hand immediately chopped down, but if compared, it was around grade 4.5. After all, it was a boss, and a high-ranking named variant at that.
The shield face and the sharp axe blade collided, creating a shockwave that sparked fire. With just this, there was no need to use gigantification. Suddenly, its entire body burst into flames. The master of the labyrinth, Lacus, had activated Fireskin. The teammates also hurriedly shouted, "That is Ignis, Ignis's skill. Bjorn, be careful." But Lacus struck immediately, giving him no chance to dodge. Hansu's legs remained steady, not wavering in the slightest. It was just a bit hot. Thanks to the fire resistance from the level 3 imprint, he could still withstand it. Even so, stand here forever would get him cooked. He needed to use magic. Before he could finish his thought, the staff quickly cast the next skill. Dwalki used grade 8 enhancement magic, Cold Blood. This time, Hansu was slightly surprised. I haven't even given the order, yet Dwalki used the spell automatically. It didn't stop there. Hikrod valiantly rushed in to support. Now it's my turn. Misha also appeared right beside him. It's not hot at all anymore. Just like that, Lacus continuously suffered various types of damage. Hikrod Murad used Electric Shock. Dwalki used grade 8 Curse Magic, Weaken. Dwalki used grade 9 Curse Magic, Slow.
John George Dwalki used the grade 7 curse, Weakness, to land the finishing blow. Misha calmly drew her sword. Misha Karlstein had used poisoning. With extremely agile movement, she dashed past Lacus and left a fatal slash. Hansu was still stunned, as if he had turned on auto battle mode. Was the coordination really this good? Is this really my team? After a moment of astonishment, Lacus's body was slowly turning into nothingness. A moment after that confusion, the Minotaur was destroyed. The high-ranking variant was destroyed. He himself couldn't believe it when looking at the watch reading 5:21, not even 10 minutes since meeting the boss, and they had already defeated a high-ranking variant. If they could maintain this form outside, perhaps this was the team's complete form. Then Hansu began to quietly reflect on everything. A stable 2-tanker formation, accompanied by a powerful melee fighter maintaining continuous damage. The next factors were immediately added to his list: a mage who could deal damage from single target to area of effect while supporting teammates, and finally an adventurer who didn't get in the way during combat. If this could truly be maintained, we could advance to the highest floor. However, he quickly reconsidered. But dreaming wasn't his style, especially when the real problem hadn't been solved yet.
In another direction, Misha was sighing in frustration. No essence this time either? Leo was whining to him. Even the portal we were expecting didn't open. Dwalki suddenly made a suggestion. Everyone wait. I have a hunch there's something in that stone room. Let's check it out. The idea was quickly approved by Misha. Sure, who knows? Maybe the portal is inside? As for Hansu, he replied silently. Not a portal, but there is something important to get. Leo was the first to exclaim as they entered the room. I can feel a terrible mana from that gemstone, while Misha was looking around. No portal? Only Hansu was picking up the gem. Then just take it first. If my hunch is right, in the worst-case scenario, this thing will be extremely important. Hearing that, he sighed. So what now? We have to find the portal, right? And Dwalki suddenly made a conjecture at that moment. I'm not sure, but I've had a very strong feeling for a while now that a portal just opened at the location marked green on the map. That made Hikrot's face brighten up. Really? Inside, he also silently praised him. Correct, John Millet. Is this the power of an intuitive adventurer? Hansu spoke up without hesitation. All right, let's go there then. His words were suddenly interrupted by Giavajos. Hey, see that? I told you so, didn't I? Old man, I was right. On his side, the man was currently in a perilous situation. If I hadn't sacrificed another arm, we might have missed it.
Leo crossed his arms over his chest and leisurely asked again, Hey, barbarian, you should thank me. Thanks to me, you were able to take it down that easily. At this moment, the high priest beside him spoke up to beg. I beg you, just take what you need and let them go. However, he only annoyedly let out a curse. Damn it, hey, why isn't anyone saying anything? Hansu's group turned pale and silently told themselves, Bastard, just one sentence, yet the oppressive aftershock keeps echoing in my ears. The warrior's heart sensed danger instinctively and began preparing for the worst-case scenario even before his mind could react. Seeing no reaction from him, Leo spoke up to urge, Hey, hey. Sweat was already pouring like a stream down his face, while Hansu was silently calculating. This was the decisive moment, where every passing second was extremely precious. Ears wide open, eyes glued to the opponent, information was being gathered rapidly. Leo continued to speak. Do you guys really intend to do that? He began to perform mental calculations. First, that guy knew about this place, which was shown by his demand. You should thank me. Thanks to me, you were able to take it down that easily.
Based on that, Hansu reached a conclusion. So the moment he realized our presence, he ran to the boss room, but he was too fast. Second, something about a sacrifice. He prayed to Kaorui. That old man must be a priest. But third, the evil god's priest is not cooperating with him.
The proof was the request from the high priest. I beg you, just take what you need and spare them. Thinking of this, he was even more horrified by his final conclusion. No way! Did he kidnap the priest and force him to change his class? The person who sacrificed their hands must have shared the same fate. I've guessed it. This guy is... Unexpectedly, Giavajos' patience had reached its final limit. Ignoring me, Hansu came to a direct conclusion. A madman. All my plans from A to D are useless now. Giavajos lazily proposed a way to continue. Whatever, bring it all up. Hansu suddenly cut in before he could finish his sentence. I didn't expect to meet an adventurer here. At this moment, Giavajos dropped a sarcastic remark. So you know how to speak? Although still fearful inside, Hansu felt somewhat relieved because his plan had a successful start. All right, I've bought some time. Do you know how to get out of here? Must ask as if knowing nothing. The weaker I look, the more he will lower his guard. Unexpectedly, the situation changed immediately after due to his question. What are you? Aren't you and these bastards the ones making the yellow color on this ring light up? Hansu looked at the ring on this guy's hand in astonishment. That item is Fate Tracker 6111.
Also known as the traffic light ring. Green means a good event, red means a bad event, and yellow means somewhere in between. This is a numbered item. The yellow light in this area means there is a possibility I will smash his head in. Hansu calculated internally and continued to observe. So this is what mixed feelings are like. That's good for me, but the problem is he realized it too. The only advantage of the weak, waiting for the strong to let their guard down, has disappeared. Leo had already begun drawing his weapon while interrogating. You recognize my ring. Hansu replied with a hesitant voice. That is a sword created from adamantite. Adamantite is harder than most metals in this world, a grade 6 metal. It is considered the highest tier in this world. Then, based on his equipment, that guy must be at least an 8th floor adventurer. At a minimum, he has 8 essence cores, and all of them are grade 5 or higher. While he was lost in thought, the opponent continued to speak. Barbarian, if you don't want to die, hand over everything you found. Hansu was forced to quickly make a decision. There was no way to resolve this with words. He immediately took out the silver ring and held it up. You there, are you talking about this? Seeing it, he replied with satisfaction. So you do have it. Hand it over, and I will spare your lives. Misha, with a pale face, readily agreed. It's fine, we don't know how to use it anyway.
Hugo, standing nearby, added, I agree, if possible, it is best to avoid fighting. Hearing this, the confusion in his heart rose to the point where he had to silently exclaim in surprise. Hansu raised his voice in irritation. Trust a madman who forces a priest to change class and drags them around? Say something sensible, damn it, I'm starving. As soon as he finished speaking, Hansu put the crystal into his mouth and swallowed it whole, an action that made the high priest and the adventurer next to Jurang so terrified that their faces drained of blood. Veins popped on Jurang's angry face. He roared and rushed to attack the barbarian. Jurang's sword tip thrust straight into Hansu's shield, transmitting a shockwave to his armor. Jurang's eyes were now bloodshot with rage. This action of his made it impossible for Hansu to understand. Why did you stop? Plan B, replacing all cancelled plans. If you had stabbed further, my guts would have spilled out, yeah? And that gem too, damn it, you bastard. Jurang finally stepped back, questioning, Madman, what do you want? Hansu slightly relaxed his guard and replied, You gave up faster than I thought. However, the opponent showed impatience and threatened. Speak quickly if you know what's good for you. Next time I will aim for the bunch behind you. Hansu raised one finger, making a proposal. 1 day, just give me 1 day.
Then I won't use such cheap tricks. This proposal left Zegel bewildered. You're not begging for your life? He must have heard similar pleas countless times. You'll spare me, right? Why do I have to do that? However, those words had become meaningless and dull. With the tone of a madman, Hansu reluctantly offered an explanation. A warrior does not beg for their life like that. To get what he wanted from this guy, he needed to pique his interest. Even so, the other guy remained cautious and retorted, How can I trust you? Hansu blurted out, I swear on the honor of a warrior. We haven't slept for days and are completely exhausted, but if you give us 1 day, we will face you head-on. Zegel responded with a look of utter contempt. Don't tell me you think you guys can win. The truth was, Hansu himself was aware of it. Well, honestly speaking, the chances are very slim. But so what? Should I surrender then? This wasn't an act, but his truest feelings. After the deal was concluded, his party was free to leave. Hickrod spoke while gasping for breath. Wait a minute. Let's rest before we talk.
It was 8:57 a.m. John approached and announced, It's been 3 hours and there's been no movement. It seems he intends to keep his word. However, he merely replied indifferently. That's not certain, because earlier Leo declared, 12 hours. I'll give you 12 hours. But I'm warning you, when that time comes, don't dream of using that trick again. The more he sank into his thoughts, the more annoyed Han-Soo felt. Damn it. He let out a sigh and thought to himself, if it weren't for that damn ring, I might have been able to wait peacefully for the whole day. Nothing ever goes smoothly. Nevertheless, he had to reforge his will by recalling the dull days he had once experienced. He cleared his mind and etched a single goal into his head: survive. With everyone gathered, Bjorn held up a map and began to explain. Just a little more and we'll reach the 11 o'clock passage as you mentioned. I kind of figured that out, but what is the current plan? A team member spoke up with visible concern. Are we going to fight? Dwalki's face went pale as he continued. But that doesn't seem like a good choice. Hickrod also expressed agreement with that assessment. You saw it earlier. Your shield was sliced through like mud. Yet in that moment, Han-Soo only asked a single question. Hickrod, Misha, John Millet, will you all trust and follow me one last time? Misha was the first to answer. Of course. After careful consideration, Hickrod also spoke up. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the Blood Citadel. I will trust you. Even though his hands were still trembling, Dwalki also voiced his decision. I, Bjorn, I will believe in the heroic destiny you carry. The last member of the team also spoke up. When everyone was frozen in fear, you were the only one who acted. No matter what you say, I will trust and follow you. Han-Soo wanted to quickly wrap up the matter.
Well then, but he interrupted. But besides that, there is something I need to tell you. While we were running here, I remembered. The evil sword and the burn scar on his face. If I guessed correctly, that guy is a dragon slayer. The information just now left all members stunned. You mean that guy is cursed by dragons? Oh, you mean a member of the Witch's Eye Guild? Han-Soo's eyes widened in surprise after hearing that. Witch's Eye. Although he wasn't clear what a dragon slayer was, he knew about the organization that used the ancient language of the Witch's Eye to name itself. This is an organization of madmen who publicly aim to kill kings, but one cannot simply underestimate them as crazy.
Despite the exorbitant bounties offered by the royal family, over several decades they only managed to eliminate 7 of them. They have existed for decades, each individual possessing power comparable to the entire world. He realized he had encountered a trouble far greater than anticipated. Do you have any information about the Dragon Slayer? Responding to his question, John quickly explained. Of course, I will tell you everything. John explained, the Dragon Slayer, Giovahos, a dragonkin who killed his own clan leader, an ancient dragon, and was cursed by the dragon race. John continued, after that he disappeared, but about 10 years ago he single-handedly terrorized the spirit sanctuary and began operating as a member of the Witch's Eye. The only good news is that his most ominous ability, Dragon Tongue, or in other words the unique skill of the dragon race, has been sealed by the dragon's curse. His main weapon is an evil greatsword. John continued to reveal more information. His nickname is Dragon Slayer's Sword. It has been confirmed that he possesses 6 essences, 3 grade 5, 2 grade 4, and 1 grade 3 based on known essences. He is a swordsman with pure stats, meaning he has no real weaknesses. Hearing that, Han-Soo fell into deep thought, considering carefully.
He thought to himself, it's been 10 years, so things might have changed, but that's unlikely. How could a criminal possibly remove an essence core? Han-Soo deduced, so that's why he was curious enough to come all the way here. With this, he can compensate for his weakness. First, we need to retrieve what we stored here. This notion made the whole group pause for a moment. Stored? Immediately after, the entire formation hurriedly advanced deeper into the labyrinth. Han-Soo signaled them. Over there. Everyone ready. John Millet, open it up. He replied curtly. Got it. In his mind, Han-Soo continued to calculate ceaselessly. He analyzed the situation. So it's the Dragon Slayer, Giovahos. The enemy is a much greater threat than imagined. If I didn't have the Guardian of Balance boosting my stats, my head would have flown off before I even realized it. Just imagining fighting him sends shivers down my spine. However, as he thought deeper, another hypothesis became clear. The thing standing tall before them was the demon of the labyrinth, Lacus. Realizing that, Han-Soo's train of thought continued to flow. After all, running away wasn't the best solution. Misha raised her weapon high, commenting with a look of disgust. So lame. Leo and Bjorn also immediately got into combat stances. Hickrod and Han-Soo were the 2 leading the army. He suddenly remembered a quote, "There is no paradise for those who run away." System notifications kept popping up. Defeated Lacus, EXP +5. Defeated high-ranking variant, bonus EXP +1. Han-Soo quietly calculated while reading the notifications. 2 mid-bosses destroyed, conditions met, so that room must have appeared somewhere. He bent down to pick up a scouting scroll, thinking to himself.
I turned out to be exactly what was needed. But why do I feel so uneasy? But still, if there's anything usable, I should make full use of it. After that, he turned towards his teammates and began assigning tasks. John Millet, now we need to find the hidden room. He quickly understood the issue and replied concisely. I see, I understand. Everything happened next when John Millet stepped up to take the vanguard position. Dwaki's voice rang out as he touched a surface ahead. Once every 2 hours, we would find a hidden room. This place looked suspicious. Hasu quietly observed the situation and made an evaluation. The problem was, even though it wasn't the room I needed, time just kept passing until the 12-hour deadline I had promised him was about to strike. Finally, a breakthrough was found. Wait a moment, I suddenly have a strange feeling. Hearing this comment from Dwaki, those behind stopped curiously. What's wrong? He reached out to a lamp, and after a manipulation, a treasure chest immediately appeared before their eyes. Found it. Hansu once again reached for the switch. First, let's just close it. Once that's done, rest here for a bit. I'll stand guard. These words left the others confused. Resting all of a sudden? What exactly is this room? Not letting them wonder any further, Hansu explained directly, "When we get out of here alive, I'll explain everything, so just listen to me." Hickrod and the others had no choice but to accept reluctantly. Understood. A while later, while observing everyone resting, Hansu carefully pondered. Everyone trusts me for the time being and hasn't pressed for answers, but thinking about what excuse to concoct later is quite a headache. He continued to calculate. Saying I read it in a book probably won't be easily accepted, especially by John Millet. Anyway, as long as I come up with a reasonable story, it'll be fine. He brought the crystal to his lips, temporarily enhance, and then vomited out. All right. He crushed the crystal in his palm. I just need to return alive. A system notification rang out. Character has used the pledge of restraint. Character is being teleported to the room of balance. As soon as he absorbed the crystal, Hansu's body immediately felt the change. It's truly magical. In the game, I just had to select it and be done. Unexpectedly, reality turned out like this. Please select the essence you wish to exchange. He began to plan silently, as the necessary course of action had become all too clear. He reflected, Constraint Wish is an item that can exchange a grade 4 or lower essence for a random essence of the same grade. Presumably, through a corresponding door, the essence would be changed. He told himself he had already decided on his choice. A door with an image of an orc appeared. Orc hero, of course not this one, even though it is grade 5. He continued his analysis. It belonged to the core group of essences in his final build. Then what about the corpse golem? He intended to discard it later anyway, but now was not the time to use Constraint Wish on a grade 7 essence. He muttered, who would do such a wasteful thing? Finally, the remaining option appeared. He selected the vampire essence. This offered a set of skills and stats extremely suitable for a tanker. He assessed that, furthermore, since it was a guardian's essence, it came with all 3 accompanying skills. But Constraint Wish also had hidden factors. Even so, he did not hesitate in this decision. He continued calculating. The guardian essence increased the grade of the essence that could be selected. But what is this? The next notification line made Hansu's face show visible astonishment. This essence is currently owned by no one. He asked again in surprise. The system displayed more information. The Guardian of Balance acknowledges its value and proposes a new corresponding option.
The system displayed the first option, Liquiz, possessing the passive skill Soul Present along with many destructive active skills, a typical grade 4 psychic type monster. The system continued to present the options. The Giant God Soldier Soul had no stats in strength or agility but poured all points into the Spirit stat, a grade 4 spirit type monster. Reading this, Hansu could hardly believe his eyes. Did 2 Guardian essences appear at the same time? He reflected, yes, although rare, there were times in the game when Guardians appeared. Up to now, it could still be considered luck, but this was certainly not a coincidence. Another option appeared, an independently operating grade 3 boss monster, Ole. Simply put, this is the type of monster that grade 3 or 4 adventurers must form a party to defeat. He continued reading, a melee monster with top-tier stats, jumping 2 grades. This was absolutely not luck. It was just that there were still elements in this game he didn't know about. As he stepped across the threshold, system notifications continuously appeared. A system notification rang out. The essence of Ole has merged into the character's soul. Strength 140, magic resistance 140, physical resistance 40, all resistance is 10. The system further announced, natural recovery 40, perception 40. 4 hours passed. Hansu and his teammates were ready to continue the journey.
He silently made an evaluation, a set of stats and skills that any tanker would go crazy for. But it wasn't in his final combination, not because it wasn't suitable. He thought further. It was due to practical factors. Not only was it hard to catch, but even if caught, the drop rate of the essence was even lower. He considered that among the 7 colors, there was no guarantee he would receive the type he needed. In short, the collection difficulty was extremely high. He continued his analysis. Furthermore, if considering defense alone, at the cost of being unable to use weapons, then at grade 4, the Iron Giant still had better performance. Finally, it was a matter of preference. He gave his judgment. If chosen between a damage-dealing tanker or a purely defensive tanker, most people would choose the pure defense tanker, because in terms of efficiency, the effort spent hunting Ole isn't worth investing in a stronger DPS, and in reality, that choice is completely correct. He recalled that thanks to that, he was able to open the original version of the Abyss Gate that no one had ever touched. However, if considered carefully, Ole was actually a bit better.
he thought to himself. Although it was a bit regrettable that it wasn't a gold essence. Honestly speaking, he was a bit confused. He didn't expect his luck to be this good. He asked himself what the substitution conditions were. If it was the essence of the Vampire Guardian, then could he confirm the Guardian class and advance to Tier 2 immediately? Anyway, thanks to it, his survival rate, which was fragile, has increased by about 30 to 40%.
While he was deep in thought, a voice rang out from beside him. Bjorn! Bjorn's face darkened as he spoke up to warn them. Something is approaching. The others immediately took a fighting stance. The person who had just appeared was none other than Jurang. What, still alive? Suddenly seeing the recovery power, I thought someone had died. Han Su observed the two newcomers and quickly remarked, "Looks like you left that old man behind." He thought to himself, luckily my new plan was correct. I guessed the priest of Karoo would stay behind to guard the central gate. They looked at the miserable state of the adventurer accompanying him. The whole group felt indignant on the guy's behalf. "You are too cruel. How could you do that to a teammate?" However, Jurang only focused on a single detail. "But is everyone really still alive? Oh right, did you just absorb the Vaikun Rethrescence?" Han Su and the other members remained silent, not responding. He thought to himself, it's just a grade 3 essence. Compared to Vaikun Rethithix, its power increase is certainly not equal. He realized the guy was intentionally probing him. Jurang drew his sword from his inventory and asked, "Barbarian, did you keep your oath? Now give me that stone." Unexpectedly, he replied with a provocative attitude, I didn't mean to. I just intended to play with it a bit out of boredom." The moment the truth was revealed was also when Jurang's rage flared to its peak, so you never intended to keep your word from the start.
Han Su's face also turned pale with tension. "Hey, I said I was sorry." Before he could react in time, the damn blade had pierced through the shield. Just as planned, Han Su retreated while dodging and signaled his teammate. "Gofsky, go!" System notification. Leo Gofsky has cast Grade 7 attack magic, Ice Storm. A giant blizzard was summoned and crashed towards the opponent. However, the opponent also began to retaliate. System notification. Giavajos has activated Lauren. He thought to himself, it's useless. Lauren, one of the special abilities of the Grade 4 Lava Golem. When activated, it grants immunity to ice and fire damage, while drastically increasing physical stats. Reading the skill stats, Han Su couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Sure enough, he still kept it. Originally, it was used to take down the Minotaur. Immediately after, the system sound rang out again. Greedy Flame is scanning for fire attribute skills in range. Target confirmed. Leo immediately froze. What? System notification. Giavajos' Lava Golem essence will be sealed for 48 hours.
He was knocked back by Leo's attack, but immediately the blade was swung once more. Giavajos asked his opponent in a leisurely tone, "Do you believe in this nonsense?" Meanwhile, Han Su was secretly astonished that everything was going so smoothly. The skill he just used was Dark Curtain, but that skill wasn't in the list of essences John Millette had told him about. In other words, this was a variable he had been wary of from the start. At this moment, the enemy attacked first, his eyes blazing with fury as he declared, "Die, barbarian!" A loud explosion shook the sky. Han Su had used his bare hands to block Giavajos' blade. He thought to himself with some dissatisfaction, I didn't intend to reveal this so early. In reality, he had his own calculations. I wanted to hide it until the perfect opportunity arose. System notification. Activated passive skill of Ol Grade 3. The system continued. Doubles physical resistance. For slashing attacks specifically, physical resistance is doubled again. He analyzed. With his level, he will surely realize this ability quickly and have a countermeasure, so I must use it first, the first real offensive skill I have. That is the attack called Smash. A system notification appeared. Character has activated Smash. Blunt weapon damage will increase greatly based on strength stats. At this moment, Han Su was still gripping the weapon tightly and calculating silently. Therefore, I will use it before he realizes. He decided on his first real offensive skill. The attack launched was Mace Swing. A system notification rang out. Character has used Mace Swing. Blunt weapon power increased greatly based on strength. He ordered, "Dworki, don't give him time to recover." The system notification immediately rang out. John Millette has used Grade 9 Curse Magic, Weakness. Giavajos was pushed back repeatedly, gradually becoming furious, and roared, "You maggots!" A system notification appeared. Giavajos has used Suppression. This unexpected attack forced him to reassess the situation. His stats have been buffed, and he's even slowed down, yet he's still this strong?
He was exerting his full strength. I couldn't keep up with my agility stat. The system announced Giavajos had used Afterimage. He shouted loudly while swinging his weapon, "I won't die that easily. Give it up!" Giavajos' blade stabbed straight into Han Su, but he himself was also hit by Han Su's teammate. He silently praised, "Excellent." This attack astonished Giavajos so much that he had to exclaim, "How dare you? You don't know your place." Misha reacted immediately. She swung her sword to block his move. "What the hell are you saying? Your horns are just as twisted as your personality." This insult made Giavajos even more furious. "You bitch, don't get cocky." Just then, another team member joined the attack.
System notification. Hikrad Marat used lightning. Take this. Hikrad Marat used release. Giavajos was continuously pushed back. However, he immediately prepared to counterattack, mocking them at the same time. Do you think grouping up will make a difference? System notification appeared. Giavajos used Boundary of Ruin. He realized it was the Boundary of Ruin ability of a Grade 4 Dark Monster. This is a skill that can temporarily instill powerful fear in enemies to regain corresponding physical stats. Hikrad choked out a comment. As expected, you were right. He is too strong. System notification appeared. Giavajos used Protect Ally. This skill has the effect of knocking back enemies and granting temporary immunity to all status ailments. In the moment of rushing to attack, Hansu realized one thing. As expected, Guardian of Balance is not considered a status ailment in this dungeon. Anyway, the shield is useless against the evil sword. He told himself, I will trust in the iron armor and step up to face him. Therefore, he decided to attack with full force instead of defending. System notification. The character used Frost Outburst. Giavajos gritted his teeth in anger, preparing to counterattack and declared, none of you will make it back alive. System notification. Giavajos used the sword. The beam of light from the strike shone so brilliantly that no words could describe it. Hansu hurriedly shouted to warn his teammates as the sword strike descended. Dodge it! Misha's face turned pale, her whole body trembling as she replied, I'm fine, don't worry. Giavajos seized the opportunity, rushing straight at her. First, one goes down. A reminder rang out at the same time. Arrows flew in from somewhere to stop his advance. Back off! The plan to attack Misha had completely failed. This guy just swatted away the arrows while cursing. Damn it! Standing to one side, Hansu silently commented, Excellent, John Millet. Right now, he and the enemy were facing each other, and the battle continued to drag on. He thought to himself, Luckily, it seems he doesn't have any essence or items related to recovery. Of course, I also no longer have the vampire essence, so my wounds can't heal themselves. He recounted, but John Millet checked my condition from behind and threw me a potion from his spatial storage. He realized he had entered a berserk state. At that moment, Jurang growled and declared, You bastard, it's time to end this. Hansu kept moving while constantly calculating. After 30 minutes of fighting, I have grasped all of his skills. If this battle keeps dragging on, he could retreat and bring a priest to heal, so I need to seize the opportunity right now. Without waiting for the perfect moment, Hansu immediately lunged forward to attack. Surprisingly, the opponent also stepped back in time to dodge. He noticed the red light on the ring lighting up. He concluded that meant my tactic was successful. An outburst of spirit. Just like that psychopath, he only moves when necessary. One hand of Hansu grabbed Jurong tightly, the other raised the weapon high. Gotcha, let's end this. A system notification rang out. Character has used Mace Swing. The system announced that the power of blunt weapons increases greatly according to body stats. Giavajos gasped in horror and prepared to defend. The space suddenly blurred as system notifications rang out continuously. The system continued to announce that the character's spirit energy was drastically reduced by a mysterious force. Character does not have enough spirit energy, gigantification has ended. He wondered, what the hell is this bastard doing? The answer appeared immediately. It was the innate skill of the Dragonkin, something he couldn't use before because it was sealed by the dragon's curse. A system notification appeared. Giavajos has used Dragon Tongue, Soul Silence. That's Dragon Tongue, Misha spoke up, her face drained of blood. My body suddenly lost all strength. Hansu pondered the skill of the Guardian of Balance. This area effect makes everyone's total basic stats equal. Moreover, we are outnumbered.
He continued his analysis. A grade 4 essence had also been sealed. The evil sword, something I couldn't withstand before, was now manageable thanks to the Ol essence. He realized, I thought that with this level of skill I could easily destroy him. It really isn't easy to deal with the Dragonkin. After exhausting his strength in the recent battle, Hansu had to bitterly admit a truth. How stupid. System notification. Character has entered an exhausted state. All stats temporarily decreased by 70%. System notification. Misha Karlstein has entered a weakened state. All stats temporarily decreased, damage dealt reduced. He thought, I forgot one thing. Despair can come to anyone at any time. In short, a growing child suddenly contracting a terminal illness. His train of thought continued. A loved one suddenly dying in an accident while traveling. The house of a relative one is living in suddenly catching fire. The mother who promised to be by one's side tomorrow suddenly vanishing without a trace. All of these can happen in reality, without warning, striking suddenly. He realized the new plan A had failed, and as the price to pay, I will soon suffer a similar fate. At this moment, Giavajos propped himself up with his sword in pain. He threw the sword away and cursed. Damn it, I won't be able to use it for a while. I don't know how many times I've fallen to the ground.
But don't you dare think about leaving here. As soon as the sentence ended, Ziegel's figure vanished, reappearing right next to Hansu with an attack that he could not withstand. Misha exclaimed in surprise, unaware that she was the next target. Ziegel closed in and dropped a comment as cold as ice. Trash. His hand grabbed her wrist and directly flung Misha away. Although his whole body was trembling, Hansu still stood in front to protect his teammate. He loudly signaled to her, Misha, run!
But at this moment, Ziegel growled in annoyance and strode towards them. He thought to himself, just because of this bunch of trash. The gap in strength he displayed sent a chill down my spine. In this dire situation, Misha still worriedly asked, "Bjorn, are you okay?" "Cuff, cuff. Misha," Hansu spoke to reassure her. "Wake up." However, even in this situation, he habitually analyzed every clue. "He is here. Look at me," he deduced. "He is also not in his best state. It seems he cannot use the evil sword anymore. The recovery potion, perhaps it is in his spatial storage." But anyway, the pain from the battle was unbearable. However, he was still in a much better condition than us. The situation was truly desperate, and countless chaotic thoughts filled his mind. What should I do? At this rate, even escaping will be difficult. Unexpectedly, the scepter in Dwalki's hand suddenly glowed as he declared, I will protect Misha." Only now did Hansu remember his existence. Dwalki? Right. I don't know why I forgot. System notification. John Dwalki has used Grade A defensive magic, Ice Pillar. He realized mages do not use spirit energy, so they do not suffer from spirit exhaustion. In other words, we have a real mage. Where they stood was the center of Lacasa's labyrinth. Inside the stone chamber, the high priest was silently pondering, hoping they wouldn't come here. He was Hito Lekis, the revered high priest of the Liplat Church. Now he was just a pitiful, pathetic old man. He had been forced by the Dragon Slayer to become a follower of the evil god. From one side, curses rang out ceaselessly. "You hypocrite, do you still hold on to vain hope?" The high priest looked toward Hansu's terrified party and silently offered a prayer, because the twinkling star amidst that twilight would guide them. Right in that moment, he recalled the most tormenting moments of his life. In his memory, Ziegel grabbed his grandson tightly, making the boy scream, "Grandpa!" The high priest at that time could only helplessly beg, "Please, stop it." He blamed himself. If only I hadn't succumbed to evil that day.
Perhaps many have drowned in despair, and that guy will never set foot here. Even so, the priest's eyes welled up with tears as he silently prayed, "O goddess of adventure and the celestial spirits." Liplat Church, all speculations are meaningless, only regret remains. Even if he could return to that day, the demonic voice kept echoing in his ears. "Witness this, you hypocrite. This is the despair you created, the pain stemming from you." Juto unleashed a kick that sent Millet flying. Hansu raised his weapon high, roaring a steely declaration, "Protect Uiki." Leo was already pale with fear, his whole body trembling incessantly, and his voice stuttered. "Miss Misha, I will protect you." He was also pursuing his own train of thought. It wasn't for no reason that I suddenly found courage, it was just instinct telling me. Whether due to an ability or something else, I could realize that everyone around was acting abnormally, except for me. And at that very moment, I suddenly came to a conclusion upon witnessing my teammate being beaten to the ground. Leo spoke up, "Miss Misha." Meanwhile, Bjorn quickly handed her a potion. "Here's the potion, drink it." A conclusion was immediately reached by him. If I don't step up, we won't be able to survive. This time, it's my turn to protect. Magic was cast, followed by system notifications. System notification. Leo Gavkowski has cast Grade 8 attack magic, Ice Spear. However, their opponent only spoke coldly. "All right, I have to kill you first, right, mage?" Even Leo himself couldn't understand. But why? Why am I still? Hansu took the lead, rushing to block Juto's path. "Move." Hickrod also charged in to support him. "Stand back, Uiki." He let out an exclamation. I didn't expect to be protected by an old teammate who is also a love rival like this. He remembered a saying from long ago, "If you are truly grateful,
then never become an adventurer." He certainly remembered a conversation from his time at the orphanage with a Mani adventurer. An adventurer? I can't do that, and I don't want to either. He recalled saying exactly that back then. The call of a teammate pulled him back to reality. "Where's the magic, Wiki?" Wiki stammered a bit, but still tried his best to answer. "It's ready, but you two are too close."
Hansu used all his strength to parry the opponent's blade while responding to him. "It's fine, just shoot." Following that were magical attacks. System notification. Leo Gaskowski has cast Grade 8 attack magic, Ice Spear. Bjorn exclaimed in surprise as he tracked the attack's trajectory. It curved? He struggled to defend as it suddenly changed direction and still aimed straight at him. Magical light flashed accompanied by piercing sounds as the attack landed on a spot right next to Bjorn. The attention of the other teammates shifted to the injured girl. "How is Misha?" Bjorn quickly reported the situation. "It seems her ribs are broken, but she has taken a potion and regained consciousness. She should be fine soon." At this moment, Leo turned his head back and suddenly realized something. He told himself, "I?" Before his eyes was the image of Misha writhing in pain from her wounds. This time, it's my turn. However, the voice of a teammate once again pulled him out of his train of thought. Fall back. Dwalkie, be careful, Bjorn. Bjorn, fall back. Leo was so helpless he had to grit his teeth in frustration. I should have been the protector. Will I become that strong one day? The boy from the past had timidly asked. Strong enough to protect those important to me. That person had replied, don't worry too much, you will become a great person. In the present, there was only the scene of blood continuously splattering along with terrified screams. The system notification rang out as Han-Soo continued to rush forward to attack. System notification. Thanks to the recovery effect, the body is regenerating. Leo himself was still imprisoned in his own thoughts.
A great person, huh? What exactly did he see in me? Jurong was able to easily bypass him and rush towards the teammates behind. Too slow. Do you only know how to stand there and watch? Hekrod reacted in an instant. Get back. However, he couldn't withstand Jurong's strength. Dwalkie kept asking himself, is that what he meant? Meanwhile, Bjorn, the last one capable of fighting, also rushed forward. He was intercepted and took a full stab. John Millet. Jurong frowned in frustration as he realized something. That guy. Although his face was pale from pain, John George still tried to speak. This belongs to us. System notification. John George Millet has used the treasure chest. The snake's poisonous fang has been stored in the subspace. Dwalkie himself had his own thoughts. Of course, I also once wanted to become someone special. Magic continued to be cast. It was John George. The system notification rang out. John George Dwalkie cast offensive magic, expelling mana. He recalled his own reasoning. That's why I chose to apply to the team most likely to be wiped out. Misha took long strides and thrust her sword at Jurong, forcing him to retreat continuously. If a team is full of warriors, the existence of a mage becomes even more precious, she declared loudly.
Don't let him get near Dwalkie. However, with what little strength she had left, she was absolutely no match for that dragon slayer. Han-Soo was the next to rush in and attack. He ducked to dodge and clicked his tongue in annoyance. He thought, it won't take long for my true strength to be revealed. Giavohis finally spoke in a mocking tone. Mage, do you really intend to keep trying? Except for a few curses, that stone spear only has a bit of cold air. Do you really plan to rely on such trash? The humiliation made Dwalkie tremble with anger. He recalled unpleasant memories. Trash? I even get goosebumps from that audacity. Memories flooded back. Stop bragging about being a mage, someone who isn't even considered a mage by other mages. Just then, Jurong drew his sword once again. He thought, it's a pity. It seems he has given up. Jurong said, Mage, you know it too, right? Everything ended a long time ago. Dwalkie held on to a final ray of determination. But does that mean our whole team are idiots? That's actually great. That way no one has to feel inferior when looking at each other. I feel like I've been saved. He reminisced about the happy moments with them.
He recalled, I will continue to try my best to be helpful to the team. Let's do our best together. I hope this team can survive for a long time. A thought suddenly flashed through my mind that the 25 years of existence in this world seemed to be only so that I could meet them. At the same time, Han-Soo was still bracing himself against Jurang's storm-like attacks. I have to admit, you barbarian, I have never met anyone like you in this life. Reinforcing the determination in his mind, he mustered his remaining strength to move forward. That's right, I can't give up, because my important teammates are still fighting. To be able to protect everyone, fragments of memories inside Dwalkie's mind kept flooding back. Dwalkie was slightly confused by the unexpected question. You look more cheerful. Do you really cherish your teammates? No, not really. It's just that lately I find magic very interesting. Another question was raised. What, how to take down a troll? The mage replied, it's not impossible, but there is a price to pay. He hurriedly responded then, I don't care what the price is. The response rang out from that mage. I will tell you, but absolutely do not use it. Just knowing it is enough. For that reason, Dwalkie now decided to pour his heart and soul until his last breath. A series of magic spells were cast overlapping each other, from thought acceleration, mana amplification, to heartbeat stimulation.
He employed a sequence of magic spells, infamous for their unpredictable side effects, to manipulate the mind and the five senses, including expanding perception and enhancing sensations. Techniques such as neural forecasting, mana condensation, mana circulation, blood flow resonance, and burning vitality were all utilized. Asking for its name? The weapon in Han-Soo's hand clattered to the ground. Leo murmured to himself while his teammate was in a tight spot. There isn't an exact title, just a combination passed down by word of mouth. Let's see, sacrifice doesn't sound very good. If I really have to name it, then it is shell, time, mana manipulation, awakening. That's right. It seems awakening fits best. The magic used is indeed awakening Diagnosis, and Jurong took the full brunt of that move in a moment of distraction. He immediately tried to maneuver for defense. Damn it, mage, you lowly scum. Really, are you ready to die? In the end, the ice blocks created by Leo successfully embedded themselves into Jurong, making his whole body look no different from a hedgehog. Standing from one side, Han-Soo couldn't help but silently utter words of admiration. Crazy. He blocked that magic?
Only protecting the vital parts? The rest he endured using magic resistance? As expected. Right at this moment, Leo's voice echoed once again. Sorry for keeping you waiting. It took me a while to make a decision. Han-Soo felt extremely confused by these words. Decision? No, before that. But he cut him off before he could finish his sentence. Leo, can you heal our teammates? Especially John Millet. It will be dangerous if he isn't treated immediately. Understanding his concern, Leo immediately replied, I want to too, but there are high-grade recovery potions in the backpack. Han-Soo nodded slightly after grasping the information. I see. Leo then coldly declared. Then, first of all,
Deal with that guy, then talk later. He observed the other's status while silently concluding. What is this? His status is somewhat unstable. Zagel then spoke up in a sarcastic tone. Barbarian, don't you know what that mage just did? Leo interrupted him without hesitation. If you're planning to stall, don't waste your effort. Even I know time is running out. Following that, he deployed another attack. Awaken, Ice Spear. Giavajos' hand once again placed upon the sword. Because of the pledge, I tried not to use it. The moment his hand slightly touched the hilt, a terrifying energy instantly spread out. Giavajos roared loudly. Petty tricks. Then he swung a slash without hesitation, making Leo stunned by its power. How is this possible? Only Han-Soo immediately understood everything, because the evil sword inherently possessed magic-countering attributes, but he hadn't expected him to calculate this far. Giavajos rushed forward again, while Leo on the opposite side pushed himself to the limit. A dry notification sound rang out accompanied by freezing cold currents. Leo Govsky has cast grade 7 attack magic, Blizzard. Don't come any closer. That guy's steps slowed down a bit, but he still didn't give up on moving forward. Han-Soo standing beside silently remarked, I see, it's not easy until the very last moment, huh? It's nothing special anyway. After all, I've never lived a comfortable life just simply protecting an assassin as Bjorn. He aimed straight at the opponent and rushed in. This repetitive scene started to make Zagel feel annoyed. Troublesome guy. Their weapons clashed. Go to hell. A question suddenly flashed in Han-Soo's mind. Damn it, am I just going to die like this?
Zhirong was struggling to resist the power of the curse hidden within the sword, and he was forced to let go of it. Damn it, the strange thing. All of that could not escape Han-Soo's eyes. After using the command spell, the sword seemed to reject him. Leo Govsky continued to issue a notification from behind. Bjorn, get away from him. Sequential notifications appeared. Leo Govsky has cast grade 9 curse magic, slow. Leo Govsky has cast grade 8 curse magic, weaken. He followed the instruction, fighting while gradually retreating. But why is he clinging to me so tightly? If it's like this, Leo Govsky cannot use powerful attack magic.
His train of thought continued, thinking that the guy could still help him by using curses or mana control like just now. Clearly, this situation was advantageous for him, but for some reason he felt uneasy. Did the guy not realize that? If he planned to stall for time, it would be a waste of effort. Impossible. Even he knew there wasn't much time left. The answer, the time. Rot Miller's cooldown was limited. He suggested Rot Miller use Blizzard. He knew he had guessed right when looking at his face. Leo was momentarily flustered upon hearing this suggestion. But, however, Han-Soo roared decisively. Forget it, use it now. The magic was immediately unleashed. Rot Miller had cast grade 7 offensive magic. How can you withstand the cold so well? Anyway, if Wiki retreats, our side will be wiped out, so it must end right here. The entire space immediately plunged into frost. Under the freezing weather, the duel between Han-Soo and Zhirong took place. Annoyance could not be hidden on his scarred face. In just a moment of distraction, Han-Soo immediately threw a punch at the guy. He smiled with satisfaction, but immediately after, he himself had to cough up a mouthful of blood, because Zhirong had managed to stab his weapon into his flank. Ignoring his wound, Han-Soo still struggled to attack relentlessly. The mace in his hand landed a thunderous blow on Zhirong's stomach, and when he retracted it,
a stream of the enemy's blood was dragged out. However, difficulty struck once again. But just in this moment, the activation condition of the second heart that Giavajos possessed was met. The character will receive absolute protection until the heart is restored. Right then, an unexpected variable arose. Number 312 second heart, a numbered type consumable item, activates upon receiving fatal damage to the heart. When activated, a hard shell will encase the owner and restore the heart within that state. Han-Soo quickly analyzed the situation. First, he had a numbered item hidden away, and unfortunately, it was a healing item. Han-Soo's face turned pale, but a feeling of bitterness kept rising in his mind. Second heart. I intended not to curse anymore, damn it, this bastard. The second point was the blood gushing from Dwaki's eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. He pondered. In survival, choice and focus are very important. What to give up, what to keep. The more rationally one solves this problem, the higher the survival rate. But this time, I failed to do that. Now the most realistic option is to use all the high-grade recovery potions on John Millet to save him. Wake him up as soon as possible, so he can retrieve high-grade and advanced recovery potions from the spatial storage.
At that time, not only Dewaki, but I could also be healed. But it seemed like Dewaki's life force was about to extinguish at any moment. I didn't hesitate to split the highest grade potion in half and use it on him immediately. His train of thought closed. Desiring for the whole team to survive, I had made an unreasonable decision that could have cost the entire team their lives. Hekrot sat anxiously next to Dewaki, constantly offering words of encouragement. Hey buddy, hang in there. From the opposite side, Misha also spoke up with a voice full of worry. Bjorn, John Millet is trembling like this. Is he going to be okay? Meanwhile, he himself was silently calculating the next steps. I had drawn a line. A notification from the system echoed. In a moment, the soul exhaustion state will be lifted. Reduced stats will be restored. The stats are back? It feels like coming back to life. Just then, Dewaki's whispering voice was heard echoing back. That guy, how is he? His two teammates immediately rushed to stop him. Dewaki, don't say anything. That's right, just lie still, rest first. However, all of Dewaki's attention was focused on a single person. That guy. What happened to him? Han-Su was the one who gave him the answer. Not dead yet, but thanks to you, the immediate danger has passed. Leave the rest to us and rest now. Following that were only weak groans. Misha couldn't stop her tears as she offered encouragement. Even if it's uncomfortable, please try to endure it a little longer. Hekrot, who was by his side, also chimed in when John Millet regained consciousness. Use the potion. However, a declaration like a bolt from the blue was uttered. This isn't something that can be cured with potions. They continued to argue endlessly. What are you saying? This is the highest grade potion. That's right, you know it too, so don't say such nonsense.
Leo's hoarse voice rang out, cutting into the quarrel. Miss Misha, Hikrot, and Bjorn. Han-Su tightened his grip on the boy's gradually cooling hand and responded. Speak, I will relay it to John Millet. Leo whispered his final words. There is something I need to tell you guys. My mother loved the sea very much. Although she had never seen it in real life, only hearing stories about this thing called the sea, she spent her whole life wishing to see it just once. When I was young, I couldn't understand, but the older I grew, the more I realized that because we cannot have it, we crave it even more. There are things like that in this world. Because we don't know, because we aren't allowed to have it, it becomes even more dazzling in our eyes. For me, such a thing is you guys. Leo gave a warm smile as he spoke words from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for becoming my teammates. Tears streamed down the faces of his teammates even more. Don't say that, Wiki, please. I should be the one thanking you for becoming my friend, for joining the team I created. Even Han-Su had to speak up before this noble sacrifice. Leo Govsky, you were a more brilliant mage than anyone else and a wonderful teammate.
Your decision is truly noble and sacred. It is an honor to accompany you. Their sincere words made his heart warm again. Dwalki thought, I was overwhelmed with emotion, yet felt a bit serene. To be considered an honor by a warrior who seemed to step out of a story, a half-baked mage like me is also marked in the pages of his life. Thus, perhaps there are no regrets left. Yes, it should have been like that. But why do I feel resentful, indignant, afraid, and empty? Why? That is death, being erased from the next page of someone's story. Misha knelt beside his body, her voice whispering, Uiki. It means not being able to see someone's next page anymore. Han-Su gently offered, Do you have any last words? If you want, I will step back. Misha trembled as she pleaded, Please, Uiki, don't die, okay? Please. Even Bjorn had to be moved by her words.
Am I greedy? Leon, you're not a sharp person, but please don't keep evading it. Answer me. Han-Su immediately declared, not letting him finish his sentence. I understand. Movement from the other side interrupted their farewell, appearing with a notification cold as ice. He is about to wake up. Dwaki asked weakly in a trembling voice, Can we win? Han-Su replied firmly, his hand already tightening around his weapon. Don't worry, I will definitely bring everyone back safely. Only then did his expression relax slightly, not bad at all. A notification board immediately appeared. The team's mage, Leo Govsky, having protected his precious teammates from the dragon slayer Giovahos, a member of Audible, has heroically sacrificed himself. The system's emotionless notification appeared once again. Achievement condition met. First teammate character died in battle. Reward, spirit stat permanently increased. Somewhere far away, a young boy finally fulfilled his wish to see the sea with his mother. The high priest observed the entire situation, pondering ceaselessly. Even if he closed his eyes and covered his ears, the sounds still echoed clearly. His train of thought continued. How desperately they fought. At first, witnessing that scene was miserable. That meaningless resistance only bred greater despair and suffering. But as that desperate battle dragged on, I kept asking myself, why not submit? Do they not see clearly that the outcome is determined? What vain hope are we embracing after all? Dwaki's trembling voice also reached his ears. Can we win? Even the encouragement of that teammate echoed in his ears. Don't worry. The high priest constantly questioned his conscience.
For what reason? Why is it like this? When he witnessed Hansu's determined expression, I will definitely save everyone and bring them back. Can one still move forward so brilliantly, even now? In another corner, Giovajos was huddled on the ground, his inner voice ringing out. Second heart. That's right. I didn't expect to use this so soon. How lucky.
If I had been stabbed in the head, I would have died instantly. Following that was the mocking tone of someone echoing from the past. Do you want to know why you always lose at gambling? You always bet just enough to keep up at that moment. Even when the decisive moment comes, you are the same. Simply put, you lack determination. Hansu's hand tightened around his weapon. He was completely ready for a new battle. Hikrod's eyes were streaming with tears. There is no paradise for those who run away, but there is also no paradise for those who stay and fight. Nothing changes. His train of thought continued. Kill him right here while the Guardian of Balance still exists. If this opportunity is missed, meeting again anywhere else would result in a tragic ending. After completing his calculations, Hansu signaled his teammate, Hikrod, prepare for battle. The dwarf hurriedly wiped away his tears.
He regained his composure as he replied, I know. Opposite them, Giovajos once again summoned the sword from the void, readying himself for battle. At this moment, Hansu couldn't help but curse upon seeing that sword. Damn it, his evil sword is back. Hikrod gritted his teeth, making a declaration filled with resentment. That's right, it was he who had killed Rottmiller. Hansu immediately reached out to stop him before he could make any rash moves. Hikrod, calm down and take the shield. I understand how you feel, but if we're not careful, we're all done for. Thus, Hikrod raised his shield in defense instead. A system notification immediately appeared. Hikrod Marat has activated emergency recovery. He spoke in an understanding tone. Don't worry, I know exactly what Rottmiller would have wanted. Hansu silently agreed in his heart. That's right, so he began the attack with a sprint. In this wretched battle, sharing a common goal, the two vanguards charged forward together. Let's end this right here. Immediately after, the system's voice echoed again. Character has activated Flesh Explosion. Giovajos has activated High-Grade Acceleration. Hikrod Marat has activated Emergency Support. Hansu's hand gripped Giovajos' neck tightly, causing him to grimace. It was a true chaotic brawl. The system notifications continued to ring out with each of his attacks. Character has activated Flesh Explosion. The problem was, even this guy with the majestic title of Dragon Slayer was just a bloodthirsty mad dog. He broke through the defensive line, brushed past Hansu, and used the momentum to unleash a strike. They fought fiercely, tearing at each other until flesh was crushed and bones were broken. Hikrod's hand was sliced clean off, but their fighting will did not waver in the slightest.
Both continued to desperately bite back at the enemy. There was no glory, nothing at all. This was purely a death match of wild beasts. Misha also regained her composure and joined the fray. They took turns attacking ceaselessly, and then, the outcome for him was... A notification sound rang out as Hansi was knocked flying far away and lost a hand. The character had less than 20% vitality remaining. Due to the passive Steel Hero's Path, all resistance and resilience stats increased. Ziegel on the opposite side also retreated a considerable distance. Even at this moment, he still had the mind to smile contemptuously. You insolent brat. Another notification line appeared. Lilevos has cast Divine Sword Blade. The sword in his hand once again emitted a powerful light. As that slash was swung down, Hansu hurriedly shouted a warning to his teammate. Back! Run! Surprisingly, the high priest appeared from nowhere, chanted a spell, and attacked Ziegel from behind, causing the sword in his hand to be flung far away.
Ziegel turned back to look at the high priest with an expression of disbelief. You there, what are you doing? His whole body was pale as he spoke to explain. The answer was actually quite simple. Ziegel screamed in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Deep inside, the high priest was secretly calculating. Courage, right in front of the one who had abandoned courage. Those who embraced that brilliant radiance had appeared. That must be the final grace the goddess bestowed upon a lost soul. Thus he raised a prayer. The twinkling stars in the twilight will guide me. Liplat, I vow to follow your will, even if I cannot return to your embrace. Karui, I offer myself. Karui questioned almost immediately, what do you desire? The high priest bluntly stated his demand, take me there. The price for this transaction was also revealed, your descendants will not be saved. But he had long made up his mind and replied without hesitation, that does not matter. I learned from a young mage in that labyrinth that humans can become noble and great at any time if they themselves desire it. Ziegel roared in rage. He gritted his teeth and demanded, you, hurry up and heal me. Meanwhile, the high priest himself was activating a skill, Kinship Manifestation, a skill that absorbs the souls of the dead to increase stats when certain conditions are met, and can even bind the living.
Turn them into slaves. Streams of dark aura ceaselessly wrapped around his body. The high priest spoke while being gradually torn apart by a more mysterious force. Rejected. Giovajos kept questioning incessantly. You, what are you doing? What is Karui? But the high priest had made up his mind to complete this transaction. Grant me the power to kill him, Karui replied with a low voice. Impossible.
Hansu could only stand frozen to the side, watching the whole event in astonishment. Is this voice Kurui's? It's terrifying. The high priest continued to bargain the price with Kurui. Then let me be able to protect them. This price was finally accepted. I agree. Kurui immediately took deep root into the high priest's body. That eerie scene made Giovanni stare in shock. Kurui then shifted to attack him, just as agreed with the high priest. You, what is this? What the hell are you doing? Even if your descendants will, but his determination could not be shaken. This is what I should have done long ago. Giovanni gritted his teeth at the backstab, and he roared a curse as his body was forcibly teleported. Damn it!
Hansu quickly saw through his intentions. That bastard trying to escape with his sword, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning and blocked Jerong's attempt to snatch back the sword. This action caused him to curse. You son of a bitch. Hansu tensed his whole body to hold onto the sword tightly. The effect of the magic caused Jerong to continuously cough up blood. His eyes were filled with extreme hatred as he looked at him. Barbarian, we will meet again. Hansu on this side also retorted with similar reasoning. Yeah, we'll meet again, Dragon Slayer. Because he had truly promised himself, I will survive each day tenaciously until I become strong enough not to rely on luck. I will come find you. Today you lost something. The black vortex became increasingly dense, and Jerong completely vanished from the labyrinth. Hansu's voice was the last sound echoing. You're not the only one. A stream of warm golden light enveloped Hansu's body. This is divine power. This is the first time I've received it while conscious. He asked himself, what is this feeling? A solid, warm recovery without any pain. Truly a cheating power. However, it seems the body torn apart by Kurui cannot be recovered. He reflected. Honestly speaking, it was pathetic. What exactly was he after? What was his state of mind to sacrifice himself for strangers like us? Carrying that uncertainty, Hansu curiously approached the high priest. Why? He wheezed out a reply. Go back to the church. He took the piece of paper he was entrusted with and asked, the Liplat Church. Don't worry, I will definitely deliver the message. Only then could the high priest lift the burden in his heart. Thank you. And then Hansu, without hesitation, immediately asked the question that had been weighing on his mind for so long. Why save us? What was the reason for helping people you met for the first time? The high priest gave a satisfied smile in response, and those were his very last words. Magic, spoken with all his reverence. He quietly replied, I see. Thank you for telling me. Afterward, Hansu slowly walked back towards his teammates. We survived. Misha did too. That old dwarf did too. And even John Millet. No one had to die, but they were looking at him with eyes full of worry. Bjorn, are you okay? Yet he himself at that moment was drowning in self-reproach. Like this, he couldn't say he had kept his promise. The promise between him and Rick resurfaced in his mind once again. Will we win? He had firmly asserted. Don't worry, I will definitely bring everyone back safely. He reflected again. But in the end, the one who protected us was him. The fact that we could all return alive wasn't just mere luck, but felt like a miracle granted by the gods because of a person who fought until the very last moment. The last words of the high priest were heard thoroughly by everyone. Leo Gavovsky's magic. That was the legacy he left behind for them. Afterward, they paid their respects to the deceased together. If only I could have shown you a wider world. Hansu observed the scene before him and silently commented. John Millet, who did not witness Leo Gavovsky's final moments, held a brief moment of silence. Then he quickly organized everything, immediately returning to his usual professional demeanor. We've taken what needed to be taken. Let's go back. Hickrod asked the group worriedly as he looked at the path ahead. This way? Speaking of which, what exactly is this room?
Hansu spoke up to explain it to him. When the chest is opened, we will be teleported to the center of the labyrinth where the portal is. In other words, this is a type of trap room. That Dragon Slayer intended to use this route to escape with the mage. Hearing that, Hickrod finally understood everything. He then added another remark.
But anyway, it seems he's about to be caught again. The guy also agreed in a soft voice. I think so too. Surprisingly, the voice of that adventurer rang out from behind them. Escaping from here isn't easy. A few lines of system notifications rang out again. The character had escaped from Lacus's labyrinth and entered the 4th floor of the Sky Tower. The group found a safe spot and set up camp there. When they returned to the Sky Tower, the time remaining before the labyrinth gate closed was about a day and a half. And while the other three gradually calmed their grief and found a place to rest, Misha remained constantly by Oiki's side. She asked softly, Bjorn, is there no way to bring Oiki back to the city? He considered it for a very long time before answering. No. Misha didn't seem too surprised. Is that so? Because rules are rules. A corpse in the labyrinth was classified as an object. Hansu pondered. Without distortion magic, it couldn't be carried out. But there was an exception, the heart of a barbarian, a special item that could be brought back to the city without using magic. Perhaps the magic tower had also noticed that, and started researching it as a magic material. Reality was too cruel. The person who sacrificed himself for us couldn't even be brought back to the city for burial.
Hansu decided to change the subject to distract their minds. Misha, aren't you going to rest? She gently refused with a reason that couldn't be more unconvincing. I want to stay a little longer.
When we leave, he will be very lonely. Hearing these words, he had no choice but to accept it. Yeah, he told himself. To avoid thinking about random things, I opened the letter the old man left behind and read it. The page was covered in scribbles. His train of thought continued. It was the story about his kidnapped grandchild. Was the place the child was taken to the underground city of Noark? I see. So there is such a place beneath the sewers. Do Noark and Noark have a cooperative relationship? No wonder she said that back then. Amelia's threatening face appeared in his mind again. And you, how did you know about this place? You were the one who opened the door and barged in first, barbarian. And then he formed a hypothesis. Could that woman also belong to Noark? What? There are even teleportation gates underground. Information that never appeared in the game poured out one after another. Noark, Karui. So many people are constantly getting dragged into everything. His train of thought finally came to a close. There were more things to investigate and preparations that absolutely had to be made. Now was the time to cast aside distracting thoughts and rest a bit. This place is safer than the city now, especially since the Dragon Slayer has been released. There were still countless things to do out there, but there was one strange thing. For nearly 2 whole days I had gone through such fierce battles, yet I couldn't sleep, and his teammates were in the exact same situation.
As the time limit expired, system notifications rang out. The labyrinth had closed. The character was moving to Lavoya, the interdimensional plaza. He thought, as soon as I return, I already know exactly what needs to be done. Everything happened incredibly quickly, from stopping at the checkpoint to exchange magic crystals to gathering at the nearest guild branch. A voice echoed from within. Grade 8 mage recognized by the royal family, Leo Gavsky. Death report has been fully accepted. Hansu listened attentively to the guild staff's presentation. 1 minute to fill out the form, 2 minutes to verify. A human life took a mere 3 minutes to close. He silently told himself, death has become such a normal thing in this world. The staff member looked at their faces and gently commented. The deceased must have had very good teammates. They consigned Leo's relics along with all other items. The group left the guild, leaving behind a void that could not be filled. They quickly moved to another location, the vestibule of the Liplat Church's cathedral. Baston bowed and greeted. Long time no see. Baston continued. I heard you came here at the request of the high priest. The person who went missing many years ago. Do you bring any evidence? His choice of words made them confused, asking back, evidence? Baston gently explained. Because this is an extremely sensitive issue for the church, I hope you understand. I heard that quite a few serious incidents have occurred due to the wanted reward posted all over the city. Hansu questioned Baston. Reward? He bowed his head and began to recount. That's right. Because the amount of money was so large, many people became greedy. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked bluntly, how much is it exactly? Baston hesitated slightly before giving an answer. About that. Fortunately, the teammates nearby spoke up to remind him.
Bjorn, even for you, this is going a bit too far. Hansu immediately composed himself. Sorry, I misspoke. Van maintained a professional demeanor as he responded. It's fine. It's just that the reward will vary depending on the extent of the information provided and the existence of the holy relic, so I'm afraid it's difficult to clarify right here. At this moment, he handed him the letter that the high priest had entrusted. Can this letter be considered evidence? Van's expression instantly turned to astonishment as he skimmed through the contents. Huh? What is this? His attitude immediately made Hansu confused. Is there a problem? Van gave a brief explanation. My apologies. If the content of this letter is true, then this is an extremely serious matter. Please wait a moment. He could only accept this request. All right. After that, a longer period of time than expected passed, and we were led to the second floor, an area reserved exclusively for members of the church. That was the chapel area. Bjorn and Van immediately paid their respects when facing these people. A believer pursuing the stars seeks an audience with the Holy Patriarch.
A voice responded from the opposite side. Turns out there's a believer of the goddess here as well. Please be at ease. This information caused Hansu's face to betray his astonishment. The Holy Patriarch? The contents of a book about the church that I once read in the library suddenly flashed in my memory. In other words, present in this place right now were... Balmain smiled and responded to him. Please rise, all 3 of the church's only knight commanders. Only then did Hansu truly consider the status of the people standing before him. All the highest-ranking clergy, including the Holy Patriarch, a person with a status equivalent to the Pope in Catholicism. And wait, who was that child? All the most important figures were present at the same time. Balmain spoke in a solemn tone. For the evening star shall guide our way. Hansu replied politely. It is a great honor to meet you. Don't look at me like that, John Millet. I am a barbarian, you know. Right at that moment, Balmain made a request. High Priest Lewis was an incredibly important person to us. Thank you for delivering this letter. May I ask how you obtained it?
He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Of course, he thought, very politely. His train of thought continued. Surely they aren't always like this. That proves that old man really held an extremely important position. I briefly recounted what had happened inside La Casa's labyrinth. So that is how it happened. This is his keepsake. Balmain reached out to receive the item with all gratitude. Thank you. Although it isn't what we were looking for, at least it can comfort his soul somewhat. However, a corner of Hansu's mind felt a twinge of regret. So it wasn't a holy relic after all. Which makes sense. If there was one, that Dragon Slayer guy would have looted it all. Just then the old man turned to ask the person next to him.
Cardinal Huan, how much is the reward for them? Bjorn presented without delay. Although the holy relic has not been found yet, considering they brought back the handwritten letter, the mementos, and even the final moments of that day, I believe we can pay the full 70 million stones according to the treasury regulations. Hearing this, the other person immediately approved. Then just do it. Only the party members clearly showed their astonishment, because the number just called out was 70 million. Although he was a barbarian, he suddenly felt full of faith. No, that's off topic. He then raised a question. Of course, that amount of stones is important, but what do you intend to do next? I'm curious if you plan to take revenge for the high priest, because now we've been dragged into this as well. Balmain smiled and began to explain. About that, I cannot say right now.
No one expected the Holy Sun to suddenly intervene in the conversation. Do not worry too much, great warrior. The scene stunned everyone present. What is this? All of a sudden? The members of the church showed visible panic. Oracle, another member screamed out. The oracle has descended. Only then did he realize the boy's role. I see. So that child is the Holy Sun. Wait, if that's the case. The Holy Sun smiled and began to explain. Just now the goddess has spoken. That ring can prevent a powerful ill-fated connection up to 3 times. Hansu looked down at the item on his hand in amazement. A new holy relic? The Holy Sun looked up with worshipful eyes. The goddess has just spoken. Looking at the glittering item on Hansu's hand, he affirmed firmly, that ring will prevent 3 karmic calamities. He couldn't help but be astonished. Karma? Are you talking about the Dragon Slayer Jehovah Haas and Audible? The Holy Sun immediately confirmed. Yes, the goddess said it can only prevent karma with him. She also didn't forget to give a warning, so be ready to overcome destiny when all the binding strings of the ring are severed. Hansu was so scared his face went pale. An oracle from a god? I was truly struck dumb. It's not like I'm a hero going to destroy the Demon King. He absolutely couldn't understand it. What the hell is this? Why would the goddess give me a gift like this? And being a god, shouldn't she know everything? Everyone surrounding Hansu appeared extremely excited. Bjorn, just what the hell are you? A doubt rose within him. Is he really chosen by fate? No, it's not that simple. How? How could a barbarian be chosen by the gods of humans?
A look of weariness was evident on his face. Hey, look at that idiot. I also have a ton of questions to ask. A sense of complete helplessness enveloped Hansu. The meeting that day had to be concluded because the saint had suddenly collapsed, and it was unclear if this was the price for the oracle or not. As the priests rushed to take him away, his tangled state of mind was revealed in the temple's reception room a while later. Jervis, honestly, I don't understand what just happened either. Jervis didn't hold much more news either. I'm not sure either. Hansu felt that granting an oracle to a foreign race was something extremely hard to explain. Normally, foreign races don't receive oracles, do they? He continued to present his thoughts. As far as I know, this is the 3rd time. His brows furrowed tightly in tension, trying to find a clue. What happened to those people afterwards? Jervis replied. According to the records, he still remembered relatively clearly. They were considered heretics by the entire barbarian tribe and were expelled. Hansu expressed deep empathy. When I appeared, the Archbishop of Lieplat ordered my expulsion. He clearly realized his own difficult situation. The core of a barbarian's growth is the spirit imprint, yet to be expelled from the tribe. Since that day,
I am no different from a fully grown character, Bjorn spoke up with a determined tone. Even so, please do not worry about our side. We won't let this information leak out, Misha also quickly confirmed. Hey, I will keep my mouth shut, believe me. He nodded and repeated once more. I swear on my faith, I didn't hear anything today. Hansu calculated in his mind. These 2 I can still trust. He glanced at Hickrod with a look full of suspicion, making the guy startle. However, the problem was, hey, you there, what's with that look? Hansu didn't show any hesitation. You ask because you really don't know? Hickrod blurted out a commitment to carried little weight. From now on, I will quit drinking for good. He wearily held his head. I shouldn't have dragged the whole bunch here. Hansu tried hard to redirect his train of thought. All right, let's focus on the positive effects. Having the ring to prevent an encounter with the Dragon Slayer is already an incredibly overpowered effect. The question was, how long would that effect last? 2 years? 3 years? He
he silently calculated, deciding it was best to plan based on the shortest possible time frame.
And clinging to Hansu's arm, continuously repeating the promise, "I won't tell anyone, believe me." He had made up his mind. He decided to spend about half a year to a year to mentally prepare. I decided to prepare myself for at least half a year to a year. Just as Hansu finished preparing, Misha spoke up. A new problem had arisen. "All right, time to get up." "Huh? Bjorn?" Her face turned pale with horror. "It seems a strange has snapped or something. Wait, don't tell me." As a bracelet disappeared, the system suddenly appeared. "The activation condition for the blessing of the ring has been met." Cold sweat poured down his back. Seriously? On the walls of the Norark fortress, located in the underground city, a patrol soldier detected an unusual object. When Amelia approached to check, she was stunned to recognize the person's identity. "Javahos, why are you here? Weren't you at the plaza? Don't tell me he opened a portal to escape the labyrinth." She lowered herself to observe more clearly. If he used that poor old maid and that adventurer as sacrifices, it might have been possible. But what did he fight to end up in this state?
Durang's condition was indeed miserable. His right arm was burnt to a crisp, his left shoulder was both dislocated and crushed, and blood continued to pour out. A satisfied smile blossomed on Amelia's lips. This was perfect. Among the Audile, he was the one she wanted to kill the most. Just leaving him there would be enough for him to die. Suddenly, he let out a fit of dry, labored coughing. It seemed Durang's luck was still strong, for he had regained consciousness. The moment he saw her, he immediately issued an order. "Great, heal me." Amelia narrowed her eyes coldly. "Why should I do that?" Durang replied with a trembling voice. "We signed a contract, didn't we?" Her attitude remained unchanged from beginning to end. That contract, even dogs and cats know about that by now. A long time ago, she had established a contract with the Lord of Noark. The contract, engraved into the soul, stipulated that no one had the right to murder another within Noark. In Noark, killing is not permitted. However, Amelia had exploited a loophole in the contract after stripping him of his belongings, because not saving someone and murdering them were two completely different categories. "This ring and other useful items, I will keep them safe in my personal space." Durang spewed out painful curses. "You devil! Damn it!" She calmly found herself a place to sit down. Since it had come to this, she had to watch him die with her own eyes to feel at ease. If he happened to survive, it would be a major disaster for her later. Not long after, the sound of footsteps got closer and closer, and Amelia immediately realized it was the patrol squad. It was the patrol. She stood up with a look of regret. "Seems like you're lucky." The Dragon Slayer tried to utter a threat. "You won't get away with this crime." Amelia didn't care in the slightest as she approached. "That's true, if you remember and reported to the city lord." Giavahos didn't understand anything. She pulled out a tiny item. "Since the opponent is dangerous, it's better to be safe."
That item was an enhanced version of the Blessing of Lethe, capable of erasing a few days of memories. Better choose the one that wipes a week. Once used, it would erase all memories from the past week. He had no strength left to resist, only able to struggle desperately. Damn it. After everything was settled, Amelia calmly turned and left. The longer he remained forgotten, the easier it would be to believe he was beaten to this state inside the labyrinth. Although it was a precious potion, she had gained quite a lot in return, so she didn't regret it. She wondered, but who exactly beat him up to this state? Right. At that same moment, Hansu also realized something important. Right. Finally, he could calmly face the truth. He thought that the top priority right now was the moment the last string on the ring would snap. Don't worry too much. A knock sounded on the door. "Are you inside?" Hansu went to open it and met Erwin. "Is something wrong?" She asked for permission with an affectionate attitude. "Can I come in?" He sat and chatted with Erwin by the bed, but he couldn't recognize her true intentions, because he originally thought she came for something important, but unexpectedly, he only heard stories about the labyrinth.
"Erwin, I'm tired today. Go back." Erwin's eyes widened in surprise. "But the second part is just starting." He bluntly cut her off. "Save it for later." She felt incredibly regretful. "Yes." The door slammed shut ruthlessly, making Erwin burst into sobs. "I even wore nice clothes here." The next day, at the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild in District 7, Hansu's squad received information following the battle with the Lords, and everyone was utterly astonished because early that morning, the whole group had received a summons letter from the guild. The reason was completely different from what he had imagined, because all 4 of us were designated as Dwalki's heirs. "I thought he would donate to the orphanage that took him in when he was young. Why is it us?" Murat clenched the stack of papers in his hand. Unexpectedly, he had already amended his will. He realized that he had arranged everything in advance, and this was the worst shock he had never anticipated. Hansu recalled his smile and his saying, "Because it's fun."
his heart wrenching incessantly when thinking about that name, always full of hope and positivity, only for the group to leave the guild in the posture of the defeated after accepting ownership of his old house.
A heavy sadness hung over everyone. How could we repay this debt to him? But if it were Dwalki, he surely wouldn't want us to pay him back. If it's that friend, that's definitely the case. Afterward, the group went to receive their rewards from the temple, and Misha happily ran off, saying, "Come over there after you're done talking." Only Han-Soo remained alone with Jervist. Sitting there alone, he took the initiative to speak, hoping to receive a pledge. "From now on, can you keep what I say a secret?" He guaranteed it immediately. "As long as it does not go against the will of God, I will not reveal the benefactor's words to anyone." Han-Soo took out an item. "Do you know what this is?" "It's the Dragon Slayer's sword," he explained while waving his hand. "I don't know why, but every time we try to use it, a rejection reaction occurs. If it's due to a curse, I would like to ask you to dispel it." Jervist began to explain. "The power hidden within this sword is not a curse. The thing is, through him, Han-Soo learned more information. It turned out the original name of this sword was the Dragon Sword. Since ancient times, this was a sword that only the Dragon King could use.
Passed down from generation to the ancient dragon, this was a treasure of the dragon race. It was only because Giavajos murdered the ancient dragon and stole it that it came to be known as the Dragon Slayer sword." Jervist quickly offered his assessment. "The reason the Dragon Slayer could not wield this sword properly in the battle against you was due to the dragon's curse. Before dying, the ancient dragon left behind a curse. Because of that, although Giavajos was of the dragonkin, he became an entity that was no longer of the dragon kind. The characteristics of the dragon race, such as dragon scales, were burned and peeled off. Even his heart, the source of power known as the dragon heart, had transformed into something resembling that of a human." He began to slowly recount the story. Giavajos had committed a grave sin by betraying the entire dragon race just to obtain a single sword. Yet in the end, he could not even use the sword he had stolen. Han-Soo finally understood the core issue. The one who was cursed was not the sword, but Giavajos himself. Jervist also confirmed this fact. Yes, he had to weigh his options carefully. Finally, Jervist asked him about how he intended to handle the sword. He advised that Han-Soo should return the sword to the dragon race in exchange for a reward. Han-Soo put away the sword while lost in thought. "Thank you for your advice. I will think about it a little more." He made the suggestion comfortably. "Think nothing of it. You are a benefactor of our church. If you ever need my help, please visit it any time." Han-Soo immediately asked excitedly, "So, does that mean I can receive free blessings from now on?" Jervist looked a bit awkward. "That is a bit."
"I really want to help, but another oracle was handed down this morning." The information he provided immediately made Han-Soo uneasy. The Evening Star decreed that everything will unfold according to the preordained order, so do not intentionally misinterpret his meaning or forcibly go against his will. He tensed up out of guilt, feeling as if those words were aimed directly at him, implying that giving him the holy relic, the ring, meant the debt was settled, so don't expect to get anything else. Jervist kindly advised, "Even so, I can still listen to your problems, so come find me anytime." Han-Soo could only offer a stiff, grateful smile. "Thank you," he tried to reassure himself. "Surely the feeling of fatigue is just due to my mood, right?" Immediately after, I rushed to the tavern where my teammates were waiting. The scene there was extremely gloomy. Marat was dead drunk. Although they weren't close friends before, now he was gone. Han-Soo wasn't too surprised, as this was a situation he had somewhat anticipated. He sat down in the seat reserved for him. I am just like them. He recalled memories of him as a teammate who fought side by side, then silently downed a few glasses of wine until it was over. The four of them split into two paths to go home. Misha walked unsteadily and suddenly fell against Han-Soo. He silently reached out to support her. "Hold on." She obediently obeyed. "Thanks." Twilight was about to fall. The evening shadow stretched long on the road as Han-Soo helped Misha all the way home. "We're finally here." She stood firm right before the doorstep. "That's right." The two silently looked at each other for a moment. Then Misha broke the silence. I'll go in first. Rest well." He suddenly held her back, startling Misha. Han-Soo expressed his feelings with skepticism. "Do you, perhaps, like me as a man?" Before passing away, Leo had tremblingly advised. "You're quite sharp when it comes to feelings, aren't you? Please don't turn a blind eye to her anymore." Before closing his eyes, Rodmiller had tried his best to confess. "You're really dense. Don't avoid it anymore."
Now Han-Soo was questioning her directly. "Misha Karlstein, do you like me as a man?" The atmosphere between the two instantly became tense and strangely silent. Misha seriously acknowledged her feelings. "I like you as a man." Tears quickly filled her eyes. "Did you already know?" At the same time, Erwin, in another place, suddenly felt uneasy. Teresia asked with concern, "Erwin, what's wrong?" "It's just..." Her face turned pale and she began biting her nails.
It's just that my heart suddenly started beating too fast. She frowned, observing suspiciously.
Since returning from that person's place, your complexion hasn't been very good. Did he do something terrible to you? Erwin hurriedly denied it. No, it's not that. It's just that his complexion didn't look stable. I don't know if something happened in the labyrinth. Teresia thought with a look full of suspicion. A bad complexion after returning from the labyrinth? She kept waving her hands around to justify herself. It's definitely that. Other than that, nothing else happened. A sudden idea flashed through her mind. Is that so? Then let me find out for you. Absolute joy appeared on Erwin's face. Really? Teresia stuffed an apple into her sister's mouth. So you need to calm down. Erwin obediently complied. Yes. Returning to Misha, she was still standing right in front of her door. You knew? Hansu gripped Misha's wrist tightly. I wasn't sure. He thought to himself, to be more precise, he had used that as an excuse to avoid it. Hansu was also torn internally because she had never once said it directly, and if he knew, he only had one choice left. She began to cry. So that's how it is? In this aspect, Misha was still much stronger than him. So what do you think about this? Although still hesitating, Hansu knew clearly that the answer was already determined.
Uiki once said that desiring sincerity but not daring to reveal one's true self is merely an expression of cowardice. He asserted this decisively, his expression unchanging. I consider you an important teammate. She gently withdrew her hand. Is that so? Am I not good enough? Bjorn began to explain his reasoning. It's the same for anyone. We don't know when we might die. Moreover, it hasn't even been a full year since I completed the coming-of-age ceremony. Misha's face darkened. Survival is the most important thing. He was well aware of himself. Once romantic feelings got involved, it would be very difficult for him to make rational decisions when faced with choices. That's right, so I hope you see me only as a teammate as well. Unexpectedly, she shouted decisively, No! Bjorn looked stunned. Ah, answering right away? Misha landed a powerful punch on his stomach. Why should I? The system displayed a notification that the character had taken ice attribute damage while she ceaselessly vented her anger on Bjorn. I didn't even intend to confess my feelings today in the first place. You hateful Bjorn, you liar. Did asking Bjorn like that mean you would accept me? Notifications from the system kept popping up that the character was taking ice attribute damage, while Misha was forcefully expressing her emotions. Who told you to accept me anyway?
I know your situation doesn't allow for a romantic relationship, but forbidding me from liking you is just too cruel. She buried her head in his chest and sobbed. I don't ask for much. Misha trembled, her voice choked with pleading. Even just being like this right now is already luckier than I expected. So could you please stop saying things like that? Why do you want to deprive me of even that? Large, round teardrops fell onto the cold pavement. A while later, once her emotions had stabilized, Misha declared decisively, Don't expect any food tomorrow. The next morning, warm rays of sunlight bathed the space. The pot of food looked so wild that it made Hansu question his life. His eyes went wide, completely speechless. What is this? Is this cat-style revenge? Misha hummed coldly and turned her face away. Remember to chew thoroughly before swallowing, got it? Hansu had to struggle in misery with the pot of stewed carrots. Since I committed a sin, I have to scarf down this whole pile, can't even fucking breathe. He hugged his distended belly and obediently asked, I finished eating, what do we do now? She glared at Hansu again with an annoyed look. Misha let out a weary sigh, her voice hiding a hint of regret. Things aren't bad as they are now. He was about to voice an objection, but she immediately slammed the table, cutting him off. You don't have the right to decide anything at all. No buts, so don't bother worrying about it. I'm simply doing as I please, understood? Hansu could only silently admire her in his heart. Returning home, after a night of thinking, I came to a conclusion.
Misha was even more mature than me. He carefully adjusted his sitting posture. Understood. She made the request immediately. Fine. From now on, discussing this is forbidden. Understood? Hansu obeyed immediately. Okay. Afterwards, he and Misha left, met John Millette and Hygrid, and the group headed towards Combi together. Because of Hygrid's presence, the group went straight to the Central Administrative Bureau. Misha asked with a bit of worry, Is that okay? Marat had already made his own decision. I have always dreamed of having a house of my own, and this time there happens to be a large sum of money. He decided to buy the house that Leogovsky left behind. Through the appraisal of the Administrative Bureau, the house was valued at 24 million stones. After adding the auction price, each of the three of us received 5 million stones, and the deal was quickly completed along with the paperwork. He smiled as brightly as possible. All right then, let's go back and have a drink now. At District 7, Marat was the first to start the conversation. It's probably time to talk about the team matters. Hansu was relatively surprised, because he intended to announce that he and Misha would leave the team, but Marat spoke up while drinking. About that, I have something I want to tell everyone.
He uttered those words nonchalantly. I will quit the adventurer job. He was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. What? Bjorn asked anxiously. If you quit this, what do you intend to do later? Marat had already calculated everything. I will open a smithy. Buying his house was also for that reason. A deep sadness shone in his eyes. I wanted to be an adventurer to escape reality, simply because I had no talent. But Marat has been imbued with more strength. But now I don't want to do anything I'll regret anymore, as that would be an insult to him. Hansu secretly admired those determined words. It was a will that no one dared to stop. Although reluctant, he still raised his glass to encourage him. I hope you will fulfill your dream. Misha also gave her full support. I will definitely visit you later. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Rachel will also be your shop later. Bjorn suddenly revealed a piece of information. But Hikrot, you don't need to feel too guilty. Anyway, I also plan to leave the team after this expedition. Misha's eyes widened in surprise. What? You? Why on earth? He spoke very briefly. Because I feel that I am still lacking, that's all. He continued to encourage his teammate. With your dedication, I believe that whatever your goal is, you will achieve it. Finally, it was Hansu's turn. Misha and I will form a new team. He clearly stated his goal. Then we will climb to even higher floors. The other two showed no surprise. I knew you would say that. They gave Misha deep sympathy. Miss Karlstein will probably have a hard time. She just shrugged. Well, it's my karma. That night, the whole group celebrated to the fullest. Come on, we can't just sit still.
Let's raise a glass. Sounds good, but what are we drinking for? May I say it? Sure. A relieved smile appeared on John Millet's lips. 4 large cups clashed vigorously, full of excitement. To our Bjorn's graduation. Not long after, Marat was dead drunk, knowing neither heaven nor earth. Misha also collapsed right after. Hansu remained sober, a fitting end for this half-baked team. He suddenly spoke up, his voice unexpectedly becoming unusually serious. I have something to ask you. He looked up. Speak. The question suddenly steered towards a grave topic. Are you an evil spirit? Hansu angrily slammed his hand on the table, the muscles on his arm bulging clearly. John Millet, I hope you have another reason for insulting me like that. He replied with a smirk. Perhaps I would have believed you were truly outraged. Bjorn's eyes were sharp as knives, full of scrutiny. That is, if I didn't understand you well enough. He uttered a firm affirmation. You are not the type of person bound by an oath of honor, nor are you someone so impatient as to be ruled by emotions.
John seemed to have grasped Hansu's weakness, hadn't he? Hansu once again slammed the table in anger and gritted his teeth to show his attitude. John Millet, I hope you have another reason for insulting me. John just smiled faintly and replied, his eyes still scrutinizing, as if wanting to see through Hansu's heart. Perhaps you think I'm truly angry, if it were before I understood you well. He felt he had been exposed, and that feigning anger was just to pressure the guy. John continued to make assertions. You aren't the type to be bound by oaths or honor, nor are you impatient enough to be ruled by emotions. Hansu tried to protect his last bit of cover. John Millet understood him too well. A sudden chill ran down his spine. The warrior's oath, which was essentially a type of trickery, would no longer work. He smiled mockingly. Isn't that right? But Hansu also had his own preparation. That's why I shifted my position a bit. His brows furrowed tightly. Hearing those words from a teammate, even I find it unpleasant. Bjorn continued drinking comfortably. That's understandable. The cold liquid flowing down his throat brought a refreshing sensation, and he was enjoying that flavor. But he began to exclaim sincerely, You are too special compared to others. A warrior who knows how to read, isn't ruled by emotions, and places pragmatism above honor. And you know information that a first-year newbie couldn't possibly know. John analyzed his suspicious points again after the group left the labyrinth. He said he heard the oracle of the ancestor Elhe, but who could believe that? He also started to get a bit tipsy. I can't believe it either.
That is also why I once thought you might be an evil spirit. Hansu grasped the key point in his words. He said he once thought so. Does that mean he doesn't anymore? John explained simply. In the books I've read, evil spirits are described as those who view all of humanity as puppets. But you are not like that. There was once someone who trembled in fear, saying, I haven't apologized yet, have I? Sorry, I thought you were an NPC. If I had known, I absolutely wouldn't have done that. He reflected and realized that made sense. Ah, that's right, she was like that too. He had dismissed all doubts in his heart. Furthermore, the goddess of the stars has granted you an oracle. I saw that scene clearly with my own eyes. How could I doubt it? Hansu silently exclaimed that it was indeed a divine move. John gave a self-deprecating smile. He realized his own short-sightedness. For me to view you as an evil spirit, it must be because I looked at you with the eyes of a mortal. He was startled and thought to himself, No, actually, he saw right through it. He intended to praise Hansu. In this world, there truly are those specially loved by the gods. In history calls them heroes. He denied it immediately. That is too much praise. John once again offered his observation. You have a tendency to underestimate yourself. He frankly presented his perspective.
But at least I honestly think so. Han-Soo adjusted his sitting posture to be more comfortable. Then why say those words? Bjorn felt he had had enough to drink. He thought it was time to stand up. I want to give you a warning, and also a piece of advice. He was surprised. Warning and advice? He said as he helped Marat walk. Yes, you are very wise, but in aspects like this, you are quite naive. No matter how much you trust your teammates, you still need to know how to conceal yourself. Han-Soo immediately understood Bjorn's meaning. You mean in the new team I'm about to form? He nodded in confirmation. That's right. Your uniqueness cannot be hidden forever, like a sharp awl in a cloth bag. Bjorn kindly offered his sincere advice. There might come a time when someone wants to judge or impose upon you, just like I once did. So as long as you cannot freely speak about the divine oracle, try to hide yourself well. That will help you avoid unexpected disasters. He carried a very strong belief and wanted to convey this with all the heart of someone who had lived a simple life. Recalling Bjorn's words, Han-Soo couldn't help but look up at the goddess statue. May the path you walk always be filled with light, he thought to himself. If a teammate, someone I have bonded with emotionally, firmly believes that I am an evil spirit and even has evidence, then what should I do at that time?
Han-Soo firmly made up his mind. Perhaps even if he had to become a terrible person, if it were him, he would still try to survive. Misha turned around, full of curiosity. Bjorn, what are you standing there spacing out for? What are you thinking about? Aren't we going? He immediately stepped forward. It's nothing, let's go. She immediately bristled with vigilance. I didn't get drunk yesterday and say something weird, did I? Han-Soo showed a clear look of absent-mindedness. Who knows? He walked straight ahead without bothering to turn back. Let's go meet Uncle Jervis and then head to the Mebi Gate. Misha was so tense she broke into a cold sweat. Wait, say something, say something. Han-Soo and she hurried on. I found Uncle Jervis and asked him to arrange a meeting with the Dragon Clan. After considering all possibilities, I tried my best and realized that his advice was still the best option. Returning the sword for a reward, plus the meeting through the temple, would ensure they couldn't force the price down. He had calculated all of that. And then at the Mebi Gate, the two of them entered the central trading area. Han-Soo was weighing his options. I purchased the necessary materials for the 6th level spirit imprints. The merchant brought out the items, the byproducts of Choma that he requested, along with the undying heart. Just like that, 18 million stones flew away without wings. Next was Misha's turn. She bought a Tier 3 Yeti greatsword. The sword was crafted from an alloy of mithril and steel. She exclaimed in astonishment, "To think there would be a day I'd buy a sword worth 12 million stones? I can't believe this day has come." Misha's face turned pale, and she told herself, "Yeah, I really need to save money now." He frowned, looking confused. "Hey, why do you need to save?" Han-Soo then made another reckless decision. Except for the minimum funds, use all the rest to buy beast blood and drink it. All the fine hairs on her body stood on end. Huh? Really? He was determined to spend lavishly. Yes, you haven't unleashed the power of your spirit beast form yet. Don't be stingy, just invest it all in there. Misha's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Ah, I understand. Both returned home as dusk fell. So after a few hours of overspending, we returned to the residential area. She cried silently. Now I'm really a beggar. Han-Soo didn't feel sorry for the money at all. Stop whining. Misha happily prepared to sleep. Then good night, Bjorn. Suddenly he called her back. Ah, Misha. Han-Soo unexpectedly asked, do you have any special preferences for recruiting teammates? She pondered for a moment. Teammates? Then Misha shyly stated her decision. As long as it's not a fairy, it's fine. He was utterly stunned, his mind filled with wandering thoughts.
This was a request beyond his imagination, and he wondered if Misha was a racist. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He found an excuse to leave quickly. Because the truth was so shocking, he let Misha walk away, even though he still had things to say. Han-Soo raised his voice. I just remembered I have a place to visit. She was so startled she couldn't react in time. Hey. Just as he stepped into an eatery, the owner welcomed him warmly. Welcome, dear customer. Aman looked surprised. Bjorn Yandel? She started grumbling in annoyance. What is it? A friend again? We have no customers, yet you keep inviting friends over all day. He went pale, pulled out a chair and sat down. Suddenly, he really wanted to order some snacks and alcohol. I just came to talk. The guy also looked extremely awkward. Just bring something moderate. A moment later, Han-Soo exclaimed, You're quite skilled at serving, aren't you? Aman awkwardly started explaining. It's not always like this. It's just that the restaurant has been busy lately, you know? He bluntly commented on the situation. Even so, it's completely empty. Being a family man wasn't anything for Amon to be ashamed of, and he immediately realized the issue. By the way, seeing you come here like this, you must have left your old team, right? Han-Soo let out a heavy sigh. The team has disbanded. Aman held out his cup.
Just looking at your face, I know you've lost someone. The two clinked glasses to share their grief. What a shitty situation. Yes, truly a shitty situation. He continued to order more food and 2 more drinks. The proprietess looked very pleased.
Yes, the man asked with deep concern. So it's you, the girl from the Red-Eyed clan, and me making a total of 3 people. What about the rest? Hansu had his own calculations. First of all, there must be a mage, and if a healing priest could be obtained, even better. However, the requirements for recruiting members were much stricter than in the game. Jervis had once told him that the party must have at least 3 people at grade 5 or higher, and they must also complete temple missions to accumulate contribution points. Hansu clearly showed his dilemma. Recruiting people like that is a bit difficult for me. He seemed to agree. That makes sense. You are picky after all. He briefly explained his current direction. So at least there must be a navigator, but such a person is not easy to find. So for now, I plan to hire a substitute adventurer. Amuni immediately asked, what about item distribution? Hansu replied instantly, except for the adventurer, the rest will be split equally. The man suddenly made a serious proposal. I see. If I act as the navigator, can you give me a larger share?
He excitedly slammed the table and stood up abruptly. What? Amon confirmed once again. I mean it literally. Hansu showed no sign of trust at all. Are you serious? Didn't you say you got lost on the first floor for 19 hours? The guy stiffened because that was indeed an inglorious past. Did I even mention the duration? He began to explain. Because a rift opened around 1900 on the first day I entered. He understood. Ah, about that. Hansu found it a bit hard to speak. Surprisingly, the bear was a guide but had no sense of direction. He was seriously considering the offer. Regarding the distribution, I will think about it more. I also need to hear the opinions of those joining later. Eamon wanted to finalize this deal. That's enough then. I look forward to your help from now on. The landlady brought out a new dish while glaring daggers at her husband. Hey, how long do you plan to sit there? The guy stammered. No, about that new team. After listening to the whole story, she laughed incessantly. Oh my God, why didn't you say so sooner? To be teammates with someone like Mr. Hansu.
Now I feel completely at ease. The landlady even told me many other strange stories. Honestly, I never liked his previous teammates anyway. He did missions in a team for over half a year, yet not once did his teammates show their faces at this tavern. This was the first time Hansu had heard this story. Huh? Team? Immune immediately avoided his gaze. Previous teammates? Did he sneak behind his wife's back to solo dungeons after that getting lost incident? His image is now completely collapsed. I thought he would be a reliable teammate like the Earth Bear, but it turns out he's just an uncle living day by day. The next day at the Barbarian Sanctuary, Hansu wandered around alone, searching. What's this? Is no one here? Or do I have to go to the clan leader's tent? I don't really like that. Suddenly, someone recognized him. Bjorn, son of Yandel. Did you also come to attend Kazuba's funeral? Hansu was astonished and recalled this timeline milestone. Kazuba? So that's it. So it has been half a year since Einar started her training. He exclaimed with sincere admiration. He didn't expect today to be that day. The man spoke up. Do you know the reason? To be able to leave something behind for the next generation is a great honor. Let's go together. He led Hansu deeper into the forest. We're here. The scene before them, though simple, exuded an immensely solemn atmosphere. Has it started? Einar was sitting in a corner and called out, Bjorn! He was surprised. Einar? Hansu was bewildered, not understanding the reason. Why are you staying here alone? She remained silent, seemingly drowning in torment. If I had known how things would turn out, I wouldn't have done it. He was surprised, wondering why she didn't know. I thought they had already told you. In the game, it was a process of physical cultivation to forge a worthy warrior. Upon completion, the physique stat would be greatly enhanced, and that person would be qualified to accept the spirit inheritance, a special spell that only the barbarian tribe can use together with the spirit imprint through a ritual.
A barbarian can pass down one of the essences they possess to the next generation, but the recipient can only accept it once in their lifetime, and the person passing down the soul essence to the descendants will certainly have to sacrifice their life. Hansu expressed his honest feelings. It seemed that the elder really cherished her. But Einar was still drowning in guilt. Why did no one tell me this? If I had known it was such a ritual, I would have stopped it immediately. The clan leader gave a sneer and spoke. Kigba, he shrugged, his face revealing clear disdain, was a coward. Anger flared up, causing her to spring to her feet. Clan leader, please do not insult him. Kigba was a warrior who knew no fear. The clan leader's tone instantly changed. Then perhaps it is you who are the coward, making it impossible for Kigba to tell you about the soul inheritance. Einar kept screaming in agitation. I am a coward? He suddenly headbutted her violently, causing a few drops of blood to splatter on the ground.
The clan leader used a cold voice to instill determination in Aya. So what? If that is the case, do not defile his death. Try to live and become the pride of the barbarian tribe, young warrior. He stood before Kizuba's corpse and spoke eloquently. No one in this world has never felt pain, but even so, stand up, face it, and walk forward steadily. That is the path of a warrior. The clan leader affirmed with a majestic posture. That is the path of a warrior. Completely contrary to his unyielding appearance was Aya's gaze, which was still full of hesitation. The priest spoke up, breaking the tense confrontation between the two.
Now, the soul of Kizuba, the third son of Toha, has left the body and resides in the forest. Who wishes to be kept in the memory of that soul? Step forward. Her face turned pale, her whole body motionless. Aya bit her lip tightly, cold sweat starting to seep out. Inside the tent, the priest joyfully welcomed Hansu. I knew you would come, young warrior. Did you bring the materials? He opened his hand. Then the old man looked excited. You found it yourself? Hansu replied frankly.
No, I bought it at the exchange. The priest didn't beat around the bush and asked directly out of curiosity. How much was it? He took out the items while replying. Why are you curious about that? 18 million stones. The old man unconsciously exclaimed, How can someone be born like this? You really are blessed, warrior. Hearing those words, Hansu's blood boiled. If you don't know anything, then don't talk about being blessed or whatever. His sharp intuition helped the priest immediately grasp the key point. Could it be that this is compensation money after losing something? He slumped down next to him. I don't want to answer. The old man showed an unconcerned attitude. That's fine. That's not bad either. Even so, warrior, you will become even stronger when you lose precious things. Hansu's patience had run out. Enough. Can I receive the spirit imprint today? The priest hurriedly went to prepare. Of course. He threw the bag of items inside. Then let's begin. The Stage 6 Undying imprint was activated, powerfully increasing soul regeneration capabilities. The magic power stat increased by 240, and the commotion startled a flock of birds. During the ritual, an extremely bizarre smile appeared on the old man's lips.
When the weapon spirit resides within the body, equipment performance is amplified corresponding to the character's abilities through the special effect called fusion. Hansu, struggling to endure the pain, finally reached this point. Fusion is a passive skill with a permanent effect, enhancing equipment performance based on the character's stats. The skill itself is already powerful, but it hides another aspect, literally merging with the weapon. When using gigantification, the equipment will also scale up proportionately. This means he no longer needs to undergo the hassle of removing his gear. Not only that, but he can also use a giant mace and shield to smash enemies. He dreamed of a brilliant future and laughed like a madman. Behela. The priest showed obvious interest. As expected, truly a lunatic. The next day, Hansu slept soundly until the sun was high overhead. He clambered up and looked around. Had a day passed already? Where was the mage? The old man approached and called out, Warrior. The priest went straight to the point. How did you receive a spell from the human gods? Hansu was instantly terrified. What do you mean? Did the old man realize it early on? The ring you are wearing, it is tied so tightly to your fate, do you not realize it? It seemed the priest had no intention of interfering. Don't worry, the others won't find out. He stepped back, his eyes full of wariness. Are you planning to tell the clan leader? The old man looked bewildered. Why would I do that? According to legend, since ancient times, the ancestral spirits led us away from our homeland to live in this city. In doing so, we learned the true meaning of civilization and knew that gods are real. Hansu frowned, trying to find the crux of the matter. What are you trying to say? The priest continued his explanation. The ancestral spirits led us to Levoya. He spread his arms wide and whispered, and the gods of Levoya also exist where the ancestral spirits guided us.
Then isn't stubbornly denying their existence stupid? He really had no words left to say. That old man still spoke as confusingly as ever, not changing one bit. Hansu showed a hint of anxiety. So what will the clan leader think, if he knows I have received an oracle? The priest seemed somewhat astonished. You know the answer. Why ask? If it were that arrogant man, he would immediately label you a traitor and banish you, perhaps even behead you and burn your corpse. Even though he knew everything beforehand, he still felt a chill run down his spine, just as expected. The priest spoke up once again. However, warrior, you are worrying about unnecessary things. The old man began listing a few typical examples. Beastkin, dwarves, and elves have all abandoned their old traditions long ago. Why do you think they were able to do that? Hansu replied with a slightly hesitant tone. Because there's no need to think too deeply. The history of Earth was also like that. The priest placed his hands on his hips, straightening his posture. Are you afraid of being banished, warrior?
If so, the answer to that worry was very simple. His body stiffened, and he instinctively took a step back. Could it be? The horror made Hansu swallow hard. He thought that, after all, that old mage was just a barbarian, no more, no less. Otherwise, he would never have come up with such a solution. If there is a problem, just smash it. In other words, he immediately painted a beautiful prospect. You just need to become the clan leader. How about it? Isn't that truly the path of a warrior? He smirked, showing agreement with the priest. You speak of interesting things, mage, a story that is quite fascinating, especially because it is quite logical. The next day, Hansu took a walk around the forest.
As he strolled leisurely, he began to calculate. First, I need to start by building a support force. Hansu nodded in his thoughts. Even if I don't become the clan leader, having influence will still be beneficial. After walking for a while, he saw Einar falling asleep under a tree. Turns out she was still here. Hansu called out to wake her from her stupor. Einar, are you sleeping? Einar woke up groggily. Bjorn? She hurriedly sat up. No, I didn't intend to come here, Bjorn.
Bjorn stood up. He squatted down to Einar's eye level and started asking after her. Her head was tilted to one side. Are you feeling better now? She looked a bit downcast. Einar's gaze turned towards Kizuba again. She was a bit annoyed, but felt much better. Hansu showed confusion. Annoyed? Memories of the days beside Kizuba suddenly came flooding back. Because I was deceived by you. He really cherished Einar. If you had been honest from the start, I wouldn't have shown such a pathetic state. Kizuba almost turned me into a coward in front of everyone. Her sharp eyes had realized that. But more importantly, Bjorn, did something happen to you too? Hansu couldn't quite grasp it. What do you mean? Einar confessed honestly. It's just a hunch. Her sensitivity is remarkable. Compared to the last time I saw you, your complexion looks much gloomier. If it's because of me, there's no need. He silently pondered for a moment. A gloomy complexion? Hansu decided to open up and share a few things. That perhaps it's because a teammate of mine died. Einar sat quietly listening. So that's it. She cautiously brought up the subject. Can I ask what happened? He answered decisively. Yes. After a moment of silence, Einar stated firmly. Rot Miller. I will remember that name. Her brows furrowed tight, expressing sorrow. What a pity, if only I could have met that person once before. Einar quickly regained your spirit and issued a challenge. But Bjorn, don't you want to test your skills against me? I want to know if I'm strong enough not to be a burden to you anymore. Hansu couldn't help but be surprised by those sharp eyes. Do you mean you want to join the team I'm forming? She smiled mischievously. If you find me qualified. He began to consider the matter seriously. Tank, melee, ranged, mage. The mandatory positions were all filled. But since Bear Brain was acting as the guide, the scout position was currently vacant.
Depending on who is selected for that position, the team's character will be shaped. Bursting with power using 2 mages, or sustaining damage with 2 ranged attackers, or choosing 2 melee fighters to ensure stability and hunting speed. Before the match began, Hansu spoke a few honest words. Einar, apart from the mage position, there is only exactly 1 spot left, and I originally planned to use that spot for another mage. Einar also understood clearly. In other words, he raised his shield high. I challenge you, strike with all your might. She rushed forward with astonishing speed, every swing of her sword concealing powerful might. Einar's speed was unbelievably fast, even though she was carrying a rather heavy sword on her shoulder.
The next slash forced Hansu to step back. Is this chain slash? He exclaimed in astonishment. Was it due to the training effect? She really had become much stronger, and furthermore, he didn't expect her to inherit that essence. She really was lucky. Let's test a bit more. A dark shadow suddenly enveloped Aya. Hansu activated gigantification, unleashing his feral instincts, and with the added fusion effect, his body became gigantic. He nostalgically recalled the past. Last time that apprentice knight ran away immediately upon seeing this skill. Every step Hansu took caused the ground to shake and crack. Then now it's your turn, Aya. Without any hesitation, she leaped up to his head level, and then Aya delivered a decisive and powerful slash. Current status board of Hansu: Bjorn Yandel, level 4, Physique 424.4, Spirit 320.3, Magic Power 736.6, Item level 197.7, Overall Combat Power 1529.95, Collected Essences, Grade 7 Corpse Golem, Grade 5 Orc Hero, Grade 3 Ole. Hansu was still immersed in the feeling of self-satisfaction regarding his new skill. Now what are you going to do, Aya? Just then, Aya judged the situation and decided to leap and attack. When she swung her sword down with all her might, his nosebleed flowed endlessly. To be fair, thanks to the iron skin, he wasn't cut. It was just... Hansu retracted his skill, returning to his original form. That's enough. Let's stop here. Aya confusedly raised her sword high. Eh?
I can still keep going. He decisively wiped away the streak of blood. I know, but continuing would be meaningless. She stood stunned on the spot. Am I not qualified? Hansu immediately denied it decisively. That's not it. He gave his assessment. Even though she hadn't used her full power, she had managed to make him bleed while he was in his gigantified state. There was no need to say more. She met the requirements. The only problem right now is that the formation would be too melee heavy if she joined. Einar was so excited her face flushed red. Then for the next expedition, can I come along? Hansu didn't dare to decide immediately. Can you give me some time to think? She excitedly set a deadline. Understood, of course. Is 1 minute okay? He felt a bit of pressure. 1 minute is too short. Make it 3 minutes. Einar really was an impatient person. I can wait that long, she continued to brag proudly. As you know, I am very patient. Look,
I can even hold my breath. Hansu carefully considered it from many angles.
Einar has very high growth potential, although she might be a bit lacking right now. Regardless, from the 6th floor onwards, I need to operate with a few more members. Even though 3 minutes hadn't passed yet, he called out. Einar. She was still holding her breath tight. Speak. Hansu nodded, seemingly having made his decision. Yeah, from now on I look forward to your help. Einar collapsed, gasping for air. That statement means... He confirmed. It is exactly as you think, Einar, the second daughter of Felolin. Hansu strode back to his tent to rest. Deep in thought, he silently made a decision. Now only a mage is missing. I have to go back and raise the adventurer rank for Misha and Einar first. Hansu made use of a short amount of time. After the notification that she had joined my party, Einar went to the elder's tent to pack her things. He said, then wait at the gate. As for me, I was on my way to the village gate in a different direction. Kalin was extremely delighted when he accidentally bumped into him, the son of Yandel, Bjorn. Hansu recognized him immediately, the son of Tassin, Kalin. Kalin raised his voice, his face full of surprise. Great to see you, but why are you here? He replied instantly. I just finished visiting the mage and am on my way home. He excitedly invited Hansu. Then it's perfect timing. How about it? I'm on my way to train some young warriors. If you come along, the kids will be very happy. He felt a bit surprised and started calculating. Young warriors. Normally I would have refused, but Hansu silently weighed the pros and cons. Whatever. Didn't I really decide to aim for the position of clan leader? I can't miss this good opportunity to build a support base from these warriors. Thus, he agreed immediately. All right, let's go. Kalin led the group and shouted the slogan. Come on, everyone, shout along. Humans are... Everyone responded in unison. Enemies. The shouting of the crowd echoed everywhere. Hansu told himself that although it was almost a brainwashing type of cramming education, just that much was enough to increase the survival rate of these kids. Of course, the next part of the lecture, tactics for hunting robbers through the history of the barbarians.
That really was a bit too much. A sinister smile appeared on Kalen's lips. From now on, I will only choose you as an overnight companion if I trust you, and if you later reveal your true colors. He played the role of a villain exceptionally well. If any excessive action catches my eye, I will smash your skull immediately. Kalen harbored somewhat extreme thoughts. The sooner those bastards die, the better this world will be. Since Hansu was standing there peacefully, I didn't bother to intervene at all. After that, when introduced and stepping onto the platform, he introduced with great enthusiasm. This is Bjorn, son of the great warrior Yandel.
He was put in a difficult position. Now what should I say? Excited cheers echoed everywhere. The louder their acclaim, the more panic grew in Hansu's heart. Although he clearly knew it was all due to being brainwashed by Kalin, he still couldn't stop the strangely surging sense of excitement. In the end, can I not escape the nature of a barbarian? Unable to endure it anymore, he also let out a loud roar. Yes, they are my clansmen. Hansu loudly taught the younger generation. When you have money, the first thing is to buy recording equipment. It will be very useful when you are falsely accused of being robbers. He also raised his arm high. Come on, chant after me. What happens to robbers? The ones below also responded. Robbers must die. Hansu had completely mastered the skills of the Adventurers Guild. The younger generation chanted in unison again. Don't trust them. He tried to teach them the foundational ideologies. When meeting strangers in the labyrinth, the whole group mimicked Hansu's fist-swinging motion. No, you get lost, unless you want to die. He did not spare his praise for them. Well done, truly people of the barbarian tribe. Suddenly, right at that moment, a chilling cold ran down his spine. The clan leader, from out of nowhere, charged with a weapon, aiming straight at Hansu. Killing intent. Can it be used even outside of actual combat? He decisively swung the axe down, shattering the stone pedestal. At the same time, Hansu retreated backward to create distance. Damn it, who is that? The clan leader roared in anger. Is it Bjorn, the son of Yandel?
He released a threatening aura. I received many contacts from the Adventurers Guild lately, so it turns out everything was your doing. Explain yourself immediately before I misunderstand you. After identifying the opponent, Hansu couldn't help but feel guilty. The clan leader pointed directly at his face and greeted him. Making money by killing people instead of monsters? Do you think that is the correct behavior of a warrior? He knew very well this was an unforeseen situation. His burning hot head immediately cooled down, leaving only one way out. Hansu affirmed with a serious attitude. Clan leader, this is originally something you should have done. He waited in suspicion. You speak interestingly. What do you mean? He frankly questioned the clan leader back. I mean exactly that, clan leader. Do you know how many people die in the labyrinth every month? With an indifferent look, he didn't bother to care. You, of all people, should understand clearly. A person who fears death cannot become a warrior. Only surviving warriors are strong warriors. Hansu asked back in a doubtful voice. Only warriors who survive become strong? The clan leader pointed straight at his face and declared, That's right. You are the proof of that. He had to silently admit it. Indeed, the old man was not wrong. Hansu gritted his teeth, rage beginning to well up, but he still couldn't forget the scene when he first set foot in the labyrinth, when so many of his kin had fallen. Then, half of the survivors also lost their lives. Just like that, after the coming-of-age ceremony closed and half a year passed, the number of barbarians who became adventurers remained very few. 90% had died. That was a selection mechanism so skewed it could hardly be called natural selection. Hansu still remembered the dazed face of Carrick. What about the rest? Almost all had perished. He tried to suppress his anger and continued to question. Clan leader, when you first became a warrior and entered the labyrinth,
Are there really that many deaths? He firmly asserted. Not at all. Hansu continued asking. Then is it because we are weaker than other races that we die so much? Clan leader, do you really believe that? Clearly, the clan leader began to waver slightly. That is not it either. He intentionally stirred up the story. Inside the labyrinth, there are monsters in human skin. They view us as goblins, as stupid monsters.
Why do you think that is? Cold sweat poured down his body due to the extreme tension. Those mages aimed for our hearts. Hansu decisively cut him off. No, he bluntly accused, leaving the clan leader stunned. It is because you did nothing. At the very least, you should have warned us about the dangers. Hansu poured out all the pent-up frustration from his entire journey. You should have told us what kind of monsters or treacherous adventurers were lying in wait inside the labyrinth. I had to endure countless dangers and figure out how to deal with them on my own. You should have told us beforehand. You should have let us prepare. The clan leader stubbornly defended his stance. A warrior who has come of age must face the labyrinth with their own strength. That is the tradition inherited from our ancient ancestors. I cannot change that. Hansu almost screamed in his face. Clan leader, look at us right now. His words caused everyone's gazes to gradually shift. In the labyrinth, we are not warriors, but prey for those cunning bastards. Hansu loudly questioned those illusory beliefs. Is this what you call tradition? Is this what our ancestors left for us? The clan leader tried to use his authority to suppress him. Calm down. Hansu became increasingly agitated as he spoke. If it were me, I would at least give the new warriors plenty of advice. He stomped his foot on the ground in anger.
Roar, Bjorn, son of Yandel, he asked himself. Perhaps he had crossed the line a bit. The clan leader pointed the axe in his hand directly at Hansu, questioning. So what do you really want to say to me? He could easily perceive that. The man couldn't refute it, but sitting there listening made his anger flare up. The rage made Hansu clench his fists. If you don't do it right, he declared war on him without hesitation, then I will become the clan leader. Hansu silently resolved in his heart, for myself and for this entire barbarian tribe, I will make them strong. Not long after, a crowd gathered in front of the tent. He suddenly opened his eyes wide in bewilderment. Hansu hurriedly sat up and looked around. The clan leader's tent? What the hell happened? Finally, his flow of memories gradually returned. After confidently declaring his ambitions, the clan leader remained silent for a long time, and then suddenly swung his axe down. I almost ended up like the guy standing next to him during the coming-of-age ceremony. The system issued a confirmation. Character has activated gigantification. Hansu had quite fast reflexes, and I immediately rushed in to counterattack. Even so, he still got punched and lost a few teeth. Honestly speaking, I was completely no match for him. Anyway, it felt like I managed to land a punch on the clan leader's face, though of course I took a counter hit right after and passed out. A voice rang out from nearby. You woke up early. Hansu looked up blankly. Clan leader? Your nose? He immediately replied, still better than yours. He felt weary. Have you cooled down now? The clan leader sat down right next to Hansu. I wasn't angry from the start. He immediately scooted to the side. Then why?
His answer was incredibly simple. It was just that he found him a bit cheeky, so he wanted to punch him. Hansu had nothing left to say. Clan leader, people call that feeling anger. Who goes around chopping off people's heads just because they find them cheeky? The clan leader turned and glared questioningly. Do you crave my position of clan leader that much? He replied decisively. Yes. He admitted it. You are indeed different from the other warriors. With his brows knitted tight, the clan leader began to ponder. Other warriors want to become clan leader for their own honor, but you stand up for the sake of our clan. Hansu thought to himself, thank goodness it's not like he's possessed by a demon or anything. He sank into nostalgia. The previous clan leader was just like you. Whenever it involved the clan, he wouldn't calculate the consequences. He would just rush in. With a hoarse voice, the clan leader asked, do you know how that ended? Hearing that, he suddenly realized. Do you mean the Holy Relic War? He began to recount the stories of the old days. That war started when a barbarian warrior picked up a holy relic of the elves in the labyrinth.
The elves thought their holy relic had been stolen, so they captured and intended to interrogate him, but that warrior resisted to the end and died in battle.
The previous clan leader, in extreme fury, launched a war before the royal family could intervene. We fought against the elves for over a year, and the previous clan leader also lost his life in that war. The Holy Relic War was the primary cause of the barbarians' weakened power. Countless warriors who were meant to be the pillars of the future generation perished in that conflict. The magic tower even declared that barbarian hearts were highly valuable for magic training. Letting out a regretful sigh, the clan leader said, "When I went to the Tower Master to demand justice, they simply asked why they should give up such good magic materials just for our sake. I knew they were wrong, but we could not wage war against the magic tower." Han-Su was so agitated he sprang to his feet. "So, as I said," the clan leader agreed without hesitation, "yes, just as you said, if we had warned the young warriors of the danger beforehand, the situation would be better now." He couldn't comprehend it. "Then why? Even thinking so, you still didn't do it." The clan leader crossed his arms and began to explain. "You are truly foolish, warrior. What you just did was no different from sowing hatred against humans and elves in the hearts of the warriors." Han-Su corrected him, "Not humans, but plunderers." He shook his head, looking weary. "If you truly believe that they, those young warriors, can distinguish who is a robber and who is not, then perhaps I have misjudged you." He still couldn't understand. "So why are we not allowed to hate humans?" Fear was evident in the clan leader's eyes as his face darkened. "Because if we hate them, we will have no place left to survive." Han-Su grasped the core of the issue. "So it turns out you fear the Lavajon royal family." It wasn't hard to understand. I also knew well how immense the power held by that royal family was. That was what the current clan leader truly feared.
He recalled the memory of trembling and kneeling at the feet of the royal family. Is there anyone in this world who exists without fearing him? He knew clearly what the clan leader was dreading. It wasn't because of the royal family's authority or the military forces under their command. He couldn't stop trembling, saying, "If one day you meet him, you will understand me." That fear seemed to be etched deep into the clan leader's heart. Han-Su drew a conclusion. It wasn't fear of royal power, but fear of that king. The person himself was too terrifying. The clan leader decided to propose a deal. "I will overlook you teaching the warriors about the robbers, but absolutely do not let them harbor deep hatred towards humans." Han-Su agreed to act more cautiously. "I understand." He saw the guest out, while not forgetting to offer words of encouragement.
"And if you truly desire my position, with all sincerity," the clan leader encouraged Han-Su, "become even stronger, warrior." He was so surprised that he froze. "What do you mean?" The man declared clearly, "I will watch over you until you can prove yourself." Han-Su immediately felt incredibly excited. "Right," the clan leader hesitated before speaking. "One more thing." He pointed to his large nose. "That punch hurt quite a bit." He suddenly had a completely different view of the clan leader. Who would have thought? As soon as he stepped outside, Han-Su couldn't help but be astonished. "Huh? Don't tell me everyone gathered here just for me?" Everyone had to turn and look at him. "What is it? He's still in one piece? I heard the clan leader got a bloody nose, so why are his limbs still intact? With his personality, could he really be thinking about passing on the throne?" Aya walked out carrying a huge backpack. "Are you okay? I heard you fought with the clan leader." Han-Su immediately reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Many curious people rushed up to ask, "What exactly happened? Did you really declare that you want to become the clan leader?" He answered them honestly. "He told me to become stronger and prove my ability." They were immediately stunned. "Does that mean you have to defeat the clan leader? For a little Balkan, that's impossible in a short time, isn't it?" Everyone seemed eager to hear the story. "Then what? Bjorn, how did you answer?" Standing in the distance, the clan leader watched Han-Su's back as he confidently walked away. "I told him it wouldn't take too long. That was how I responded." He continued his journey. Later, when leaving the sanctuary, he met Kalen and explained everything clearly, that the warriors should not be taught a deep-seated hatred for humans. Because the clan leader's words also had some validity, the boy appeared extremely confused by their decision.
"But aren't humans enemies?" Han-Su started to explain. "About that." However, Aya interrupted him. "Not all humans are enemies. Among them, there are also honorable warriors." She recounted enthusiastically, causing the luggage to press against him. "His name is Dworki, a human who was Bjorn's teammate. The story goes like this." A moment later, Kalen was moved to tears. "That's right. There are such noble men among humans too. Sweat is leaking from my eyes. Can I tell this story to other warriors?" Han-Su couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. The story about Dworki? Aya showed extreme excitement. "Unbelievable. What a wonderful idea." He immediately responded, "Yes, that would be a very good example." He felt a bit confused. Even though Dworki isn't a warrior but a mage? "Yeah!" Kalen burst into hearty laughter. "Bjorn, what weird things are you saying? Someone who risked their life to protect teammates? If not a warrior, then what are they?" Han-Su was completely dumbfounded. "Is that so?" he thought to himself. "Well, if two true warriors like you say so, then it must be true." After bidding him farewell, Han-Su continued his journey.
Leaving the sanctuary, I arranged for her to stay in the empty room next door since it happened to be unoccupied. Upon entering the room, Einar showed extreme excitement. Can I really sleep in a place like this? This bed, this window, is it all mine?
He cheerfully gave a firm affirmation. Of course, something like this is just a small matter, so there's no need to repay the favor later. She jumped up and down on the bed, screaming, "Bjorn, I will follow you for the rest of my life. From now on, whatever you want me to do, I'll do it." As Einar was enthusiastically shouting, she was interrupted by Hansu. He pushed her down to sit and began to instruct her seriously. "Quiet down. This isn't the sanctuary. Don't run and jump around wildly." Einar spoke up to confirm. "I know." Hansu advised carefully. "Right. From now on, just being careful is enough."
Suddenly, Misha appeared with a face full of murderous intent. "Bjorn," I heard a female voice, so I came to check. Her tone was as cold as ice. "Who is that girl?" His whole body stiffened. "You were here?" Sweating from fear, Hansu hurriedly spoke up. "Come say hello. This is the new teammate who will be with us from now on." Just as she was released, Aya appeared extremely enthusiastic. "I am Aya. Nice to meet you." Misha also responded, "Nice to meet you." With an unchanged expression, she called out to him, "Bjorn, follow me for a moment." Hansu obediently followed behind. "Yeah, I know. Misha furrowed her brows tightly, clearly showing dissatisfaction. "Back then, you said she was a barbarian." He showed confusion. "So?" She was so angry her tail stood straight up. "How can you look at her and say she's a barbarian?" Their viewpoints were truly opposite. Anyone looking at her would see she's a barbarian. Misha couldn't understand it at all. "Stop joking. There's no barbarian that small." Just as her complaint wasn't even finished, Aya broke down the door and barged in. "Misha-chan?" She was furious and growled. "Are you insulting me because I'm short?" She jumped in surprise. "No, you heard it wrong." Aya aggressively rushed over to question her. I heard it very clearly otherwise.
My ears are very sharp, Misha spoke up to explain at the same time. "Sorry, I didn't mean that. It's just because you were so beautiful." So, hearing that, she immediately froze. "What did you say?" Einar became more and more aggressive. "How much more do you intend to insult me?" "Duel. I want to challenge you to a duel." Her whole body bristled. How could praising someone as beautiful be an insult? Misha's explanation did not reach her ears at all. "Fine. What is that tone? Are you mocking me?" Misha explained with difficulty. "I'm sorry. I used to have a tongue injury, so my voice is just like that." Hansu quietly returned to his room. The next day, at a tea house near the administrative office, he sat drinking tea with two others. This meeting was organized about once a month by Savin, a grade 7 civil servant at the administrative office, and I also attended. Although this was not a job I liked, sometimes Savin revealed some useful information from the government, so I still accepted the invitation. Hansu carefully observed both people. "The reason I have to try this hard is definitely because of that kid. I don't understand why Savin seems to want me and Ratna to become closer." For that reason, Savin enthusiastically asked Han, "So, is there anything interesting lately?" She showed a cold attitude. "Nothing at all," he spoke up, expressing his intention to recruit Ratna to join the party.
Have you ever thought about becoming an adventurer? Lala didn't even bother to pay attention. It was the same offer as last time. Savin was so agitated she slammed the table and stood up. "No way, what are you saying?" Hansu told himself, "What the? I thought she would happily agree." She was flustered with worry. "Lala, of course you will refuse, right? You know what kind of place the labyrinth is." Lala indifferently took a sip of tea. "Yes, Savin, don't worry too much," she firmly reaffirmed. "I'm not going anywhere." He felt a bit regretful. "So you refuse my offer?" Lala expressed her own view. "Yes, I am very satisfied with my work at the library." Hansu thought to himself, "Satisfied with being a librarian? That doesn't seem like it." He made a serious speculation. "Honestly, I feel regretful, because through this friendly meeting, I learned she is at least a grade 5 mage. Thinking back, for someone with such strength to work as a librarian, there must be a specific reason." Savin calmed down and sat back in her chair. "By the way, what about the mage in Mr. Bjorn's party, the one who used to be a travel mage?" Hansu replied concisely, "He's dead." When the meeting closed, the main story truly began. He shifted his recruitment target to the magic tower. In other words, another invitation to join the team. Anlua sat perched on the edge of the table. "Mr. Yendel, you still remember the condition I mentioned last time, right?" Facing her in the research room, Hansu began the negotiation. "I said it must be a team with all members at grade 6 or higher, and if there's a priest, even better." Being a grade 6 age herself, Anlua seemed quite interested.
"Is that so? In the end, does your team meet the requirements?" To build trust, he candidly revealed everything. I decided to introduce the team honestly. First of all, it must be said that there are no priests. The first person is Misha, a grade 7 melee fighter. Anlua fell into thought. Grade 7? Hansu informed, expected to advance to grade 6 this month. Hansu had no intention of hiding anything. Because she seemed not to fully trust him yet, I read out the rank of the essence that Misha possessed. She raised her eyebrows, looking thoughtful. "If that's the case, Misha is the one who conquered the Blood Citadel with me, so there's no need for much explanation." Anlua began to consider it more seriously.
Inheriting a grade 4 essence? Then that's a different story. He gave a firm affirmation. Of course, she can be considered nearly grade 6 already. I've fought with her before. To be more certain, she decided to ask him again. I will decide on the evaluation myself. So what about the last person? Hansu replied instantly. The last one is Amun Ojakchus.
He continued enthusiastically, introducing the grade 5 adventurer from the Black Bear tribe. Kalson is a heavy crossbowman, but can also summon a tanker, making him a high-contributing pillar of the team. And Lua wore a curious and perplexed expression. With that level of skill, he would be welcomed anywhere. Why did he join Mr. Yandel's team? Hansu himself didn't really understand the reason. Perhaps it was fate. At least he wouldn't stab his teammates in the back. And Lua had almost forgotten about this. Indeed, regarding that aspect, he could be trusted. Wait, but what about the Pathfinder? This was the question he had been waiting for a long time. Finally, the question I anticipated has arrived. Hansu leaned back in his chair. I haven't talked about that yet, have I? Uiki is the Pathfinder. She immediately adjusted her posture to sit upright. Is that true? A look of displeasure flashed across his face. Do you need me to swear on it for you to believe? If there's a Pathfinder in the party, the profits will increase exponentially. And Lua hurriedly denied in embarrassment. No, I didn't mean I don't believe you. Hansu thought to himself. With this condition, even Lua couldn't help but be interested. A casual smile appeared on his lips again. Of course. Hansu smirked. It will certainly be a good opportunity for you, too. You always complain about the lack of research funding, don't you? We will go to at least the 6th floor, so the rewards will be sufficient. She closed her eyes, sinking into thought.
He continued his solicitation. With a Pathfinder, entering rifts or finding hidden spaces in the labyrinth will happen quite a few times, although the fact that John has no sense of direction is a secret. Hansu decided to use reverse psychology. A true mage like you couldn't possibly fail to understand this value, right? Anlua hummed for a moment before finally letting out a sigh. Goodness, for you to speak so earnestly. However, Anlua is not someone who yields easily, but I do have one condition. A look of surprise flashed across his face. A condition? She gently waggled 2 fingers. For me, exploration is always the second priority. Number 1 is magic research. Hansu immediately cut in. Keep it short. Anlua warned him so he could prepare. If I have a subject I need to research, I might take a break for 1 to 2 months. I hope Mr. Yandel understands this point. There is also a possibility that I will withdraw from the party entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. Fine. Hansu silently assessed that although he had some hesitation, this request was still within an acceptable range. He also added a condition. As long as you notify me in advance. If you withdraw permanently, I'll need to find a replacement mage, and if you take a break for a month or 2, hiring a mercenary will suffice. She hopped down to the ground. Yes, I will do that. Anlua reached out her hand with a friendly gesture. Then from now on, we are truly teammates. I look forward to your help. Hansu responded with equal enthusiasm. I look forward to working with you too, Anlua. He had successfully recruited the orthodox grade 6 mage Anlua of the Atanon school. Following that was a string of peaceful days with no particular incidents. Occasionally, he visited the library and caught Lala dozing off during work hours. Aya, on the other hand, was immersed in her delight with sweets. It seems she and Misha got along quite well. You punk, do you live here too? The landlady cracked her knuckles, asking Eamon to account for his crimes with a murderous aura. You went into the labyrinth by yourself all this time and hid it from me. His face turned pale with fear. Honey? Eamon trembled as he tried to explain. I was wrong, please spare my life. For the sake of the baby in your belly, let me go. While the two of them were in a tense standoff, Misha could only explain awkwardly.
I'm sorry, I didn't know about that. He had to endure a barrage of blows. Wait a minute. Daily life just continued peacefully like that. And then the night of the 15th finally arrived. At a familiar moment, the character's soul resonated and was transported to another world. Hansu was sitting across from a state-of-the-art computer system where he had been stationed for the past 12 hours. Among the data were things he absolutely had to exploit. Audily, Noark, Dragonslayer. His hands skillfully glided over the keyboard as he contemplated. All information related to Audily is now closely tied to my survival. Hansu frequently buried himself in piles of paperwork. Relying solely on books in the library had certain limitations, as knowledge in books always had a lag compared to reality. He logged into the group after all preparations were complete. All right, I've posted the information purchase request. Now then, just at that moment, Uiki pounced out, screaming and sobbing. Brother Hansu, why did you only arrive now? Hansu couldn't help but feel flustered, his limbs becoming clumsy. Wait, I came right away. He stomped his foot on the ground in anger. It took 3 minutes and 28 seconds. What are you talking about?
Do you know how worried I was thinking you were dead? He only dared to silently pass judgment. How starved for affection must he be to worry about me like that? Bekko's eyes were actually welling up with tears. I haven't even talked to anyone yet, haven't even cursed at those politicians or the military yet. You're the only one I can do that with. Hansu let out a sigh of relief.
So that's what it was. I thought. He walked towards the sofa nearby. Sit down first. He immediately reverted to his normal self. Fine, Hansu told himself. Thinking about it, expecting normal human emotions from this person is truly difficult. He recalled their first meeting, an image of misfortune, being dragged here right on the day of his discharge. Although there seemed to be nothing wrong with his appearance and he seemed to crave affection, he had acted extremely close to me right from the first meeting. Hansu's vigilance did not relax in the slightest. Thinking carefully, he is a veteran who has survived in this world for nearly 10 years, meaning that superficial appearance could just be an act, so I need to be careful.
He swallowed hard, cold sweat starting to bead. Even though they were both Koreans, here the other guy was just another stranger whose face and name he didn't truly know. No matter how close they acted, he couldn't reveal too much information. Baiko put on a very sincere face. Anyway, I'm glad to see you again. Hansu shrugged and gave a forced smile. I told you I'd come back. Just meeting to chat a bit. He sniffed excitedly. Okay, so what should we talk about first? Aista's second album. That's probably still the peak, right? He froze immediately. What? Who is that? He had a feeling he'd get glared at if he showed he didn't know. Hansu tried to steer the conversation elsewhere. Let's talk about the military. Baiko was stunned for a moment. Great, but come to think of it, didn't you do public service? He didn't hesitate to point out the truth. But I still had to go through the training center, you idiot. Anxiety showed on his face. Or let's just talk about idols. This time it was Hansu who stiffened. Actually, I'm not really knowledgeable about idols. Baiko was so shocked his jaw dropped. What? Looking at you, I thought you were definitely the type to like that stuff. He couldn't comprehend it. Thought I was the type? The atmosphere suddenly became heavy with awkwardness. A moment later, the guy suddenly burst into amused laughter. Hansu was bewildered again. What are you laughing at? Baiko tried to suppress his laughter until his face turned red. No, brother, our conversation just now. Don't you find it funny? You really can't grasp the situation. Which part? He laughed until tears streamed down his face. I can't explain it clearly, but just now, I really felt like I was back in Korea. Hansu nodded in admiration. If it's that feeling, I understand it too, roughly like that, Uki expressed his agreement. Right? Afterward, the conversation between us continued naturally. The story drifted on. Sometimes the two of them would chuckle together, chatting about everything under the sun. By now, GTA 6 must have been released, right? I think I could hold on for another 10 years. What about Astralis? Has God won the championship again? He suddenly raised a hypothesis. But if we go back, we'd probably be put in a mental hospital. He couldn't quite connect with the concept of a mental hospital. Uki began to raise a few points. If someone bothers you, kill them. If you suspect them, kill them. When meeting a new person, the first thing is to worry if they will harm you. He pointed out the cruelty of this world.
Everyone acts like game characters. It's truly crazy, isn't it? Wiki buried his face in his hands and sighed heavily, making the atmosphere heavy, as if the laughter just now was merely a lie. Hansu used a serious tone to encourage him. You will adapt quickly, just like when you came here. He just nodded in response without looking up. I guess so. His voice was also a bit hesitant. Well, Wiki's eyes went dark, with not a ray of hope remaining. Anyway, thank you very much. Lately, I've really been thinking about whether it's necessary to go back. Not because I like this place, but you understand what I'm saying, right? He had struggled to find comfort for himself. At least for me, it's motivation. If I can laugh here, then when I go back, I can do the same. Hansu thought to himself. Faith, huh? Since that moment, a strange uneasiness suddenly welled up inside me. But he made a decision on his own. It's best not to dig too deep. While uncertain, bringing it up won't do any good. First, let's try to find more information. Hansu relaxed, leaning back comfortably. By the way, do you know anything about the Autoli guys? Wiki looked slightly surprised. Autoli? He changed his sitting posture, looking intent on listening. Why ask about them all of a sudden? He immediately felt a tension. What is this? Asking for a reason here? Before, he answered everything smoothly. I'm getting more and more suspicious. Who exactly is this person?
Hansu fluently presented the reason he had prepared beforehand. If you want to reach the final stage, you must have the divine body artifact. I suspect they stole it. You've heard about that theft too, haven't you? He tried to calm himself down. Don't panic, just stick to the prepared script. Lee Baiko sighed in relief, his whole body relaxing. I know about it, of course, so that's why you asked. I'm relieved. Hansu didn't understand. What do you mean relieved? The other guy comfortably recounted the past. You actually thought that far ahead? Actually, I used to think so too. He maintained a calm demeanor. So you don't think so anymore? Lee Baiko's story went like this. The Genesis legend was wiped out by the 6 great races half a year ago, and it happened on the same day. Hansu recalled the village and the elders' words, that perhaps other races were facing a similar situation. It turned out to be true. Anyway, something like that. Even Audley couldn't do it no matter how good they are. He shrugged, looking helpless. I also investigated just in case, but found no clues.
If you find out anything, please let me know. If there's a way to return home, in the end, that's the only thing left. He felt nostalgic about his previous judgment. After all, this kid knew nothing about the Genesis legend. I imagined he might be the final boss standing behind everything. I'm rambling. Anyway, I learned something unexpected. Lee Baiko was startled and hurriedly explained. You don't think I'm a competitor or something, do you? After all, I opened the door with 5 people at the same time. I'll be useful. Hansu blurted out the problem. No, it's not that. If even you can't find it, how would I know how to find it? He hadn't thought about that aspect either. Hearing that really leaves me speechless. It's just that I saw you were special from the first time we met. He scratched his cheek awkwardly. I'm the one who doesn't know what to say hearing you say that. Lee Baiko was stunned. What do you mean? Didn't you say 10 times more? A confident smile blossomed on his lips. In about 10 years, you'll probably catch up to me. Actually, I don't have anywhere left to get stronger now. Hansu made his judgment. Having no potential to get stronger could be discussed later. I could feel Lee Baiko speared through that blurted remark. Astonishment was clear in his eyes. He determined that finding the Genesis legend would take at least another 10 years, yet he had no intention of giving up. How on earth did he get that kind of will? Suddenly, Lee Baiko became extremely excited. Right, do you want to hear something interesting? You might not know this, because this is a setting that wasn't in the game. Hansu was slightly surprised. What? It was a story related to the underground city of Noark, information he hadn't known before. For instance, the Audible Revolutionary Group, which could only be accessed when famous in the game, was the one that founded Noark, accepting that their event would lead to a deadly ending. I also heard that the royal family is about to organize a subjugation army against the Noark Audley Alliance. There's a guy called the Dragon Slayer. That name is truly funny. I heard he kidnapped the high priest and then let him slip away.
He was filled with anticipation. It had finally arrived. Hansu spoke up to ask him to dig deeper into the news. What do you mean by let him slip away? He made a gesture like pointing a gun at his temple. I don't know the details either. Baiko pretended to fire a shot. That Dragon Slayer wasn't injured in the head at all, yet he lost his memory. He doesn't even know what hit him. He thought to himself in surprise. Amnesia? Could it be related to a vine of the ring snapping? The other continued the story coherently. Anyway, the problem is that someone picked up the high priest's letter and returned it to the temple, so everything that happened before was exposed.
Lavijan was the side that broke the treaty first, so the likelihood of a punitive force being formed is very high. Baiko crossed his arms into an X shape. However, Audley didn't just survive peacefully underground until now for no reason, so if there's a choice to join the punitive force, definitely do not get involved. Otherwise, you will get hurt. Remember that. He suddenly realized something and immediately vanished. Shoot, time is up. Bro, next time. Hansu hurriedly stood up. Hey, wait! But by the time he managed to stand, there was no one left around. Damn it. After Baiko left, I returned to my room to organize my thoughts. Hansu continued his calculations. It was only a matter of time before he was discovered. He glanced at the ring on his pinky finger. If they traced the person who delivered the letter to the temple, they would find out about him sooner or later. The ring only helped delay that time. Hansu had chosen a course of action. Assuming that even Audley would become an enemy, I accepted and gathered information. Not knowing how much time had passed, he kept working diligently until 3 a.m. It's time. The system notified that he had entered the surveillance area of the round table. Hansu deliberately waited until the very last minute to enter, leisurely striding across the red carpet. Because the joy of role-playing lies in those little details. Everyone in the room was anxiously waiting. Is that person really not planning to come this time?
Maybe that person doesn't even need us, right? They exchanged information while not forgetting to warn each other. No, who is that person that makes everyone say such things? It's hard to describe. He's an eccentric. If you meet him, remember to be careful with your words, or you'll experience a miserable time for sure. Goblin looked tense, letting out a weary sigh. Really? I can't understand it. Everyone is teasing me, right? Even physical attacks are useless, and his identity is unknown. So what is there to be afraid of? The clown rested his chin on his hand, replying in a calm tone. Just one thing. Killing intent. He truly couldn't comprehend it. What? No matter how strong that thing is, with our level, we should be able to block it. The door burst open, instantly drawing everyone's attention. His excitement could not be contained. Long time no see, Mr. Inquisitor. Fox and Crescent Moon held their breath as they watched. Hansu stopped right in front of the threshold. He calmly accepted everyone's gaze. Only one feeling engulfed them all. Fear. He silently turned his eyes towards Goblin. He spoke in a strained voice. Is there really a newcomer? Hansu did not reply, only thinking silently. That's right. He glared, and a wave of killing intent radiated out. A newbie has arrived. Goblin's breath seemed to be sucked out instantly. I have to assert dominance, right? That's the tradition here. While exerting pressure, Hansu calmly thought, technically speaking, I am the newbie.
As for that one over there, calling him a returning player works too.
He trembled as he begged, "Enough, please!" Absolutely no one dared to intervene. "But since you've come back after so long, you should listen carefully to the patch notes taught by your senior." Still not retracting his killing intent, he pulled out a chair and sat down. "I thought it would be interesting since there was a newcomer." Hansu calmly looked at him, squirming in misery. "Turns out it's actually boring." The clown hurriedly spoke up to flatter him. "Don't worry, Lord Inquisitor." He gestured wildly with an excited look. "You'll definitely find something that interests you this time." He showed a bit of anticipation. If the clown was saying this much, it must be very important information. Resting his chin comfortably on his hand, Hansu signaled for the meeting to begin. "Then I look forward to it." The members of the round table had gathered in full. "It's time." He feigned concern and asked Ton Goblin, "We have to start now. Wake up." Fox let out a mocking laugh. "This person is funny too, always acting so tough." The clown lost his patience and slammed the table. Even though he went easier this time compared to the last, it still ended up like this. "Because of you, I feel secondhand embarrassment." Crescent Moon spoke up in agreement. It really wasn't as bad as that time, but the fear still lingered when she recalled it. "Right, I could endure it this time too." Hansu thought to himself in awkwardness. "Well, last time was full power after all. My killing intent can be toggled at will, but this is the maximum limit."
It's thanks to seeing guys like the clan leader use it in real life that I practiced gradually to get to this point. Goblin tried to regulate his breathing. "So, sorry, I'm fine now." He made an assessment. Indeed, this guy was far inferior to the other four. The clown returned to the main topic of the meeting. "So, who shall we start with?" he suggested with an enthusiastic tone. "How about we go in a circle, starting from Goblin? Then how about saving Lion for last?" He tilted his head, feigning surprise. The clown began to explain. "Delicious food must be saved for last, right?" The meeting of the Round Table Watchmen opened its first round. Goblin spoke in a solemn voice to announce his news. "Surely everyone knows that the High Priest of the Stars, Lord Lois, went missing. The culprit is Atali. They kidnapped and controlled him. It was fortunate that Hansu had concealed more than half of his face behind a mask. This bastard, is he a cleric or something?" The clown commented with an unenthusiastic attitude. "It seems more than half of the people here already know this story, right?" He couldn't escape his self-deprecating train of thought. It was ridiculous. Less than half a month had passed since he delivered the letter, yet the information had already reached those who needed to know. Fox, sitting next to him, kindly spoke up to advise. "It's best to get used to this quickly, because to satisfy those two, ordinary information won't be enough."
Hansu couldn't help but be a little surprised. Those two? Crescent Moon then put forward a hypothesis. "I also don't know about this matter. Who knows, maybe this time the temple will side with the royal family." He suddenly realized something. "Wait, so the only ones who know this information are the clown and gardener?" Hansu ground his teeth as a way to show his attitude. The clown keenly detected his expression. He immediately slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and shouted loudly, "Hey, are there no unwritten rules anymore? We agreed not to say outright who knows and who doesn't." Fox sheepishly spoke up to explain. "Sorry, I just suddenly felt so sorry for the goblin." The clown sat back down in his chair. "There's a newcomer, so everyone should be a bit careful," he replied stammeringly. "I know." Hansu couldn't figure out the reason. That statement was technically correct, but didn't he do the same thing last time? The clown had once used kind words to comfort. "Crescent Moon, don't be too sad." Ordinary people wouldn't know about that matter, he speculated. "Not entirely sure, but I think that person is the type who calculates their actions carefully, even if they don't look like it." A reckless idea flashed through Hansu's mind. Perhaps he thought the information just now could be used to deduce his true identity? He began making efforts to narrow down the possibilities. If that hypothesis was correct, then the clown definitely belonged to either the temple or the underground city. If he had to choose between the two, Hansu relied on his intuition and leaned more towards the underground city option. The goblin continued to exchange information. "How about this? The goddess of the stars has issued an oracle." The clown couldn't hide his astonishment. "An oracle? Can I buy information about the chosen one?" He wasn't entirely sure either. "I don't know about that myself." He suddenly revealed a bit of information. "Even the holy knights don't know? It seems the temple really wants to keep it hidden." The goblin's face showed clear shock. "We agreed not to mention that anymore." The clown calmly asked back. "Sorry, but everyone knows anyway. Why be so sensitive?" He was maintaining his guard. "No, it's because of the newcomer." He turned his attention toward Hansu, who appeared uninterested. "What, the lion? Do you think he cares about you?" In reality, he had memorized everything in his head. Regardless, the meeting had to continue. It was Fox's turn. "Next month, at the Paradise Auction House, a numbered item will be put up for auction." Hansu tried to suppress his thoughts. "I also need to break into the Paradise Auction House soon, but right now it's just a pipe dream." Next came information from Gardner. The royal family is planning to destroy Noark. He mentally confirmed in surprise. So Bako's words were true. Crescent Moon spoke up. "Equipment believed to belong to the Dragon Slayer from a member of Audible has appeared on the black market, though without the Dragon Slayer sword."
But clearly something had happened to him.
Hansu began to link the deductions together. What? On the black market? At first, I was panicked too. Days later, everything appeared in my head. My guess is that on that day, the Dragon Slayer was beaten to a pulp and flew off somewhere, and his gear was stripped clean by someone. Beiko's words echoed in his mind again. Heard he didn't lose his mind due to head trauma. Who knows what he got hit with? He tried to connect the details, and if Beiko's words from that day were true, Hansu drew a precise conclusion. He had also lost his memories. It must be due to that drug. Feigning interest, he covered his mouth and laughed. That's right. This is likely an infighting struggle within the underground city. The one who dosed him is the one who gathered and sold all the equipment to the black market. Must have made a fortune. The clown looked towards Hansu with an attitude full of reverence. It's my turn, right? Holy Lion, do you want to step up? Hansu made a comment. You look confident. His excitement was palpable, even hidden behind the thick mask. Of course, if I only spoke of obvious things, the Holy Lion might not have come. Next time, he waved his hand, interrupting the clown. Skip the preamble. The clown still followed the sequence. Well, I guess that can't be helped. 3 years. He loudly announced a shocking piece of news. Within the next 3 years, link magic for up to 6 people will appear. Everyone became agitated instantly. Now you expect me to believe that? The gem. What about the gem? The clown announced with an indifferent tone. It turned green. Hansu's gaze immediately changed. That meant the clown's words were true. No, at least he believed they were true. Gardner jumped up in shock. Damn it, I didn't think that could be done. Fox trembled and curled up.
From the guilds, the royal family, to the tribes, everything will change. He analyzed that if this were truly the case, it would be a shocking event. From the basic team structure to the entire method of conquest, everything would change. Whether it's the 10x or 100x mode, combinations and resonance effects that were previously impossible would become feasible. In other words, the possibility of clearing the game would increase manifold. The clown looked towards Hansu with eyes full of expectation. How is it? Impressive, right? He felt the situation was a bit awkward. Surely he isn't a child wanting praise, right? But Hansu wasn't stingy at all. Fine, let's reward him with a piece of praise cake then. He said, this is quite interesting. He, along with everyone else, focused all their anticipation.
So now it's the lion's turn, huh? He thought to himself. So nervous. I did prepare a few things, but the quality of information has increased so sharply. Hansu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. It seems that because of the statement I left last time, everyone has gone all out. That's good, but the pressure has also increased. Perhaps that is still the best choice. Consider this a reward because everyone has made me happy. He began the dialogue with the clown. Just now, it seems you were quite interested in the oracle. Cold sweat immediately broke out on him. Yes, but I don't intend to say the reason. Hansu bluntly interrupted the clown. Along with that oracle, the stone turned blue as soon as he spoke. A new holy relic has appeared in the world. The goblin jumped up in excitement. What? Who are you to know things that even I don't know? His exhilaration could not be hidden. About that holy relic, may I ask what kind of holy relic it is? Hansu once again offered a mysterious condition. If you bring something interesting again. He noticed the clown's concern. I see. To him, what the holy relic is matters more, not who received the oracle. He clutched his head and then burst into convulsive laughter. Anyway, hearing you say you will return, I feel more reassured. Yes, I will definitely prepare that interesting thing carefully.
Hansu replied in a flat tone. I am looking forward to it. He silently told himself, anyway, the more interesting information I hear, the better it is for me. It's just that when that moment comes, I'll probably speak like this. The clown couldn't sit still any longer. Did you hear that? His body trembled like a madman. Lord Lion is actually expecting something from me. Hansu intended to pour a bucket of cold water on the clown. Lion, Fox asked carefully, full of tension, do you know the whereabouts of Matek? He just shrugged in lieu of an answer. If he brought something interesting, there was no reason he couldn't tell. She unconsciously clenched her fist. Hansu's train of thought continued to wander. Then I definitely will. Anyway, whatever is brought will be criticized as terrible. He had determined from the start that it had absolutely no value to them, but then he quickly brushed that feeling aside. After all, this relationship was just business hidden behind masks. Hansu was eager to start the plan. Then shall we start the next round? The meeting of the Watchers of the Round Table entered the second round. Crescent Moon spoke up to give a comment. If it were before, it would have been fine.
It would be hard to pull the wool over their eyes with things like this now. Goblin, as always, sold cheap information from the temple just to get by. Fox mentioned a numbered item about to be auctioned. Boredom began to rise in Gardner's heart. Although that information had value, using the same information twice was redundant. Next, Gardner shared political information related to the royal family. Crescent Moon told the story about the heir of the elf race committing a grave crime and being deposed. Finally, it was the clown's turn. My turn, is it? He suddenly mentioned cheerfully. Actually, the masks we were wearing weren't chosen at random. Fox couldn't hide her surprise.
What do you mean? The clown revealed that the master of this place once said everything has a reason. When entering for the first time and choosing a mask, people tend to choose the one that most resembles their destiny. He bluntly touched upon the issue. That's why Goblin is always looked down upon by me, because that is the destiny of a weak and cunning person. Gardner let out a sigh. I don't know about that, but I understand why a clown like you makes people uncomfortable. Crescent Moon also gave her opinion. However, this doesn't seem like very important information. She also expressed agreement. Well, I heard it was chosen by the master of this place in the past, so I was a bit curious. Finally, the clown spoke about information related to the Adventurers Guild, and this time no one voiced any objection. Hansu continued to take the floor. All right, my turn again. I decided to release a piece of high-grade news, so advanced that even if they got hold of it, they wouldn't be able to use it.
The resurrection stone was real. The moment the stone turned green, everyone's expression changed, except for the fairy who understood nothing. He was immensely satisfied, fully enjoying this moment. That's right, this very silence. Exactly, this was the reaction he wanted. He trembling raised his hand, intending to speak. But apologies for breaking the silence. However, the fairy suddenly asked a question. What is a resurrection stone? Am I the only one who doesn't know? Hansu really had nothing left to say. This guy. The resurrection stone was an item whose existence was only known through rumors. Legend had it that it had the ability to resurrect the dead. Even in the game, to possess it, one needed heaven-sent luck and had to meet extremely harsh conditions. Even Lee Han-soo had only obtained it once in his 9 years of playing the game. In the end, Fox was still the kindest one. It's a resurrection stone, an item that can bring people back to life. She corrected herself to be more precise. No, that's how people rumor about it. The fairy looked utterly astonished.
I thought those things only existed in games. Fox showed annoyance at his naivety. It implies it was just a rumor, but now it's no longer just a rumor. Crescent Moon excitedly stood up. If that thing really exists, can it resurrect the dead? Hansu confirmed. Yes, he thought to himself. Although the accompanying conditions were quite complex, the effect was indeed true to the rumors. He showed his curiosity. So where can it be found? Hansu coldly cut him off. Enough. I have already provided a crucial piece of information. Crescent Moon could no longer sit still. Right, if that's the case, then at least let me know what you are interested in. I really need that item. He was a bit confused. This development was unforeseen. Beneath an ice-cold expression, Hansu calculated how to answer. That of an eccentric who had grown bored with everything. A guy wearing a monk's mask who came to this strange gathering just to seek something interesting. He increased the pressure while responding in a cryptic manner. I don't know either. I don't know what I'm interested in. Hansu was secretly satisfied with his decision. Yes, even a monk wouldn't know clearly. He himself was the same. Setting up these two concepts was a bit cliché, but ignoring that point, it was not a bad move. Speaking in circles like that, people would surely bring useful information to him on their own. He enjoyed this terrifyingly silent atmosphere. Saying anything else would likely be judged as boring anyway.
Each of them tried to rack their brains, pondering what exactly they would need to bring to please a person like this. After a moment of silence from Crescent Moon, the meeting came to a natural conclusion. As Hansu pulled back his chair to stand up, everyone stared at him in unison. His gaze turned toward the stone lying in the center of the table. Again? What should I say now? Hansu walked straight toward the door, not forgetting to leave a parting promise. I look forward to our next meeting. His heart was filled with glee. Just like that, he had obtained some juicy information. Goblin suddenly spoke up, offering a conjecture. That person, perhaps he is on our side after all. The clown burst out laughing. What are you saying, Goblin? He began to speculate on Hansu's true identity. Even within the order, fewer than 10 people know about the oracle, and they are all high priests or high-ranking officials. If he is one of them, then... He let out an angry sigh. I thought you were talking about something else. The clown, annoyed, spoke up in reproach. Why is your thinking so simple? Do you think that man is only capable of that much? Goblin hurriedly shrank back. But if that's not the case, it really doesn't make sense. The oracle only descended less than half a month ago. He slammed the table hard, loudly criticizing. Truly disappointing. No wonder he is always looked down upon.
The clown offered a speculation. Don't you think Lion could be one of that person's henchmen? He was so agitated that he stood up abruptly. That's absurd. To reach that position, one must be personally chosen by the goddess. Isn't that right, everyone? The other three remained silent. No one spoke. Fairy's face showed clear astonishment. What? Do you all really think that? Fox also presented his view, as there was no other reasonable explanation besides that. Crescent Moon also had a different perspective on Hansu. I thought he was the conservative type who wouldn't listen to reason from anyone, but that's completely not the case. Gardner also couldn't hide his worry. Who knows, maybe we've accidentally gotten involved with a character even greater than we imagined. He obediently shut his mouth and sat back in his chair.
He made an assessment. He seemed to have already known about the plan to destroy Noark. Gardner quickly reached a conclusion. He must have eyes and ears even inside the royal family. Fox also made his own judgment. He didn't seem to care much about numbered items either, perhaps because he was strong enough not to need them. The clown excitedly recounted with boundless admiration. I'm not sure, but he's definitely killed thousands of people. He doesn't know what he himself cares about? I've only met a few people with that mindset. Crescent Moon's voice lowered, hiding fear. Maybe he already knows our identities clearly. Gardner couldn't help but startle an aura. What are you saying, Crescent Moon? At that moment, she was extremely panicked. Before he mentioned the resurrection stone, he looked straight at me. It was as if he knew my story clearly. Very had thoughts she didn't dare utter. Isn't that overthinking it? It's highly likely just a coincidence. He might have just been glancing at everyone, from left to right. The clown and the other members began to nod. At that moment, he suddenly mentioned the resurrection stone, so I was a bit suspicious. But if that's the case, then everything makes sense. He began to doubt himself deeply. These smart people never spoke nonsense. Could it be that this time he was the only one missing something? Fox suddenly realized an important point.
The mask. There is the mask, after all. If we think about that object, wouldn't we understand what kind of person he is? Gardner immediately agreed with that opinion. If what the clown said is true, then it is definitely related, he confirmed. The master of this place himself said so. She began trying to rummage through her memories. Lion, huh? I immediately remember the story of lions throwing their cubs off a cliff to train them, he spoke up to explain. Those are just rumors, but to become that strong, he must have gone through things even harsher than falling down there. The clown seemed full of excitement to see stated his conjecture. I can't think of anything other than the king of the jungle. Could it be a hidden meaning that one day Mr. Lion will become a king? This hypothesis seemed to receive consensus from Crescent Moon. Looking at him, he doesn't seem like the type of person who would bow down to anyone. Everyone started a lively discussion. I heard that in the East, the lion is a symbol of emperors. If so, it is also a symbol of bravery. In Greek mythology, it was by Heracles.
I heard that Singapore means the city of lions. A sudden idea flashed through the goblin's mind when he discovered something interesting. Lions live in polygamy, don't they? The goblin didn't have the courage to speak his thoughts aloud. Who knows, maybe it just meant he was destined to be a ladies' man. Clearly aware of his own status, he decided that even if he had such thoughts, he should keep them to himself. If he said it out loud, these people might look down on him. Could the reason he was called a lion really be because of things like that? The first gathering of all members of the newly established team took place at a tavern in District 7, 17 days after the events of that night. Everyone participated in the conversation with excitement. Bjorn, do you want to eat this? The food here is quite good. It really is delicious. My name is Hickrud. Although there was a bit of anxiety, fortunately the conversation maintained a warm and friendly atmosphere, and Lua didn't hesitate to speak up. Now, shouldn't we get straight to the point?
Let's discuss how we're going to split the loot, Einar cut in innocently. Isn't it fine to just let Bjorn decide? She immediately denied it. That might be true for Einar, but for us it's not that simple. Amon nodded in agreement, while Misha remained silent. But it would be a bit strange if Einar also got an equal share, he spoke without any reservation. Honestly speaking, you are the weakest among us, aren't you? Her face suddenly turned pale. How dare you say that to me? Einar started rambling nonsense. I believe in you, and I always consider you a precious teammate. Misha hurriedly spoke up to soothe her. Be quiet for a bit. She put her effort into holding Einar still. Bjorn will handle it himself. Be a good girl. And Lua paid no mind and continued the negotiation. Actually, Einar or Miss Karlstein don't matter much to me, but I am a mage after all. She calmly listed each benefit. If I'm here, everyone can sell essences by putting them in test tubes, and I've also learned about high-ranking variants, so extracting byproducts is much easier. Hansu immediately understood Anne-Louis' implication. She wanted a higher share. She confirmed decisively, yes, I think I should receive 30%. Other seniors get split like that too. But he was obviously not someone who compromised easily.
Those seniors probably joined a team weaker than me, and Lua's cold gaze met his head-on. Are you implying that I'm not capable enough? Hansu carefully weighed the pros and cons. In reality, Anlua was a grade 6 mage, so she should have been treated like a grade 5 adventurer. The fact that Anlua just cast Fireball, a grade 6 offensive spell, proved it. Misha and I are grade 6, while Einar is grade 7. Considering that, Anlua is clearly of a higher rank. But he offered a firm affirmation and assurance. Just go on the adventure, and you'll see, rank is one thing, but no one will be shortchanged. She shrugged, indicating she didn't want to argue further. Anyway, Miss Karlstein and Einar aren't as important as the three of us, right? Hansu finalized the numbers. The split will be 20% for each person. As for special loot obtained through magic, you will receive 40%. And Lua nodded with a satisfied look. Fine. He was somewhat speechless. Despite what was said, she was ultimately accepting the standard market rate. Just like that, one person was dealt with. The remaining one was,
I've made my decision, Amon. You will receive 25%, taken from Einar's share. Amon looked a bit surprised. Is that all? All right. I haven't gone on an adventure before anyway, so let's leave it at that for now. Hansu silently calculated, thinking that since the uncle was acting as a guide/tanker, he deserved a few extra percentage points, but he probably felt shy about it. He felt truly lucky. So we've overcome the biggest obstacle, haven't we? Indeed, thanks to thorough prior investigation, the negotiation went much smoother. After all, both of them respected him and kept their boundaries. The meal gradually came to an end, while questions remained open. Now that this is done, what about registering the team?
When do we start? What about the team fund? How much do we contribute each month? If the fund runs short, how will we replenish it? How do we split the loot when entering a rift? Does it need adjustment? If we find an unidentified treasure, then... Anlua brought out a thick stack of documents. Yandel, you aren't falling asleep, are you? Hansu felt a headache coming on and let out a miserable groan. I'm listening. Back when I was in my previous party, we never discussed things this thoroughly. Are there really still that many things left to discuss? She cheerfully reviewed each page. There are still 31 items left. We haven't even finished half. His entire body instantly felt exhausted. It was this late and they hadn't even finished half? Hansu tried to bargain. He found himself a way out. It's too late anyway. Let's leave the rest for later. Anlua agreed. All right, fine, but when will we continue? He was forced to change his perspective. He used to think his personality was similar to mages, but seeing a real one, he understood now. It was truly a wise decision to choose to be a barbarian. Hansu set the time. 2 nights from now. She immediately confirmed clearly. Where? The next morning, the team registration procedure was neatly completed, and they returned to the inn. He gave them instructions. Then you two just go rest. Einar skipped happily on the way back. Really? Just when I was lacking sleep. Misha also quickly followed suit.
I need to get some sleep too. Suddenly an envelope appeared at Hansu's feet. It was a letter from the Liplat church. Remembering the appointment, he excitedly opened it. Jervis was the sender. Could it be that the meeting with the dragon race I asked to arrange has been successful? That's right. I said I would return the Dragon Slayer's sword, so of course there must be a response. However, upon opening the letter, Hansu saw only a single line. He will summon. Next, a stream of energy engulfed him, bringing the sensation of being teleported to another space. Hansu looked around with both curiosity and caution. Is this the Temple of the Dragon? It seems spatial language based on dragon tongue was used to create a divided entity. A frosty voice spoke up. Do you know, you are not the first barbarian to come here. But an overwhelmingly powerful pressure rushed straight towards him. It was a pressure completely different from killing intent, like using a mortal body to face a natural predator that one has no way to subdue. Hansu immediately recognized the power that the one sitting on the throne was emitting. Dragon fear. His gaze was both a threat of punishment and full of provocation. If you can survive and return.
I'm afraid you might be the first. Hansu's entire body trembled instinctively, unable to control itself. Why would someone of that noble race suddenly use dragon fear on him? Obviously, it was a form of intimidation. He clenched his fists, trying to regulate his breathing. Being a noble species, they wouldn't steal the Dragon Slayer sword without a just reward. But even so, they wanted to terrify him first before starting negotiations, because that would make things easier. Hansu had to strain himself to move his hands. Why are these guys so obsessed with this aura contest? Leisha briefly showed a look of surprise, then observed him more thoroughly. This reaction is strange. He frowned. He didn't expect to have to do this before even introducing himself. It's better to make it clear right away to save time. Hansu took a deep breath and roared, shaking off most of the pressure weighing down on his body. Dragon fear or whatever, it was all useless. Leisha remained seated on the throne. Although the dragon fear was still there, it no longer affected Hansu. He felt the situation was a bit awkward. Hey, say something, will you? You're making me embarrassed. He suddenly asked a completely irrelevant question. Why did you suddenly shout so loudly? Hansu forced a smile, striving not to show weakness. I just felt like doing it. Is there a problem? Leisha smiled a friendly smile that was suspicious. No problem at all. With just a snap of his fingers, all of his dragon fear was dispelled. Anyway, sorry about what happened just now. Actually, I was against such childish tricks, but the elders said we had to scare the other party right from the start.